A sigh escaped Francis's lips, as the only thing that filled the quiet room was the scratch of quill on parchment rhythmically. He ran a hand through his thinning hair, a familiar ache settling in his lower back, a constant reminder of long hours hunched over ledgers and decrees. The cigar was placed between his index finger and middle finger as his tired eyes scanned the papers. He was signing over a few documents, but his mind was on things that had taken place over a week back. Taking a break, he closed his eyes and thought back to things that would often flash in his mind. His childhood. He had started working at a young age. From his early days as a lowly clerk, he was diligently copying figures under the watchful gaze of his predecessor, to the gradual ascent that saw him lauded for his keen organizational skills. The memory of his initial ambition brought a bittersweet pang. Back then, the mantle of administrator had felt like a beacon of hope. He, Francis, a commoner born to constantly traveling merchant parents, had witnessed firsthand the toll of an inept lord on the lives of his people. So many territories he visited had people suffering simply because the lord didn't care, and when he had gotten a sense of what profession to move towards, Francis had come to Verald. It was a peaceful territory back then that could be improved even more. After taking an exam for the then administrator, he became an apprentice. He dreamed of wielding the authority to carve out a better life for the territory, a haven far removed from the hardships he had seen in his childhood. For a while it worked. Fields yielded bountiful harvests, trade flourished, and a sense of tentative stability settled over the land. But then the storm clouds arrived. The lord's son, his heir and confidant, was struck down by an arrow while chasing after a barbarian tribe in the army. The son died, leaving an empty, shallow space in the estate itself. Soon after that, the lord's wife passed away from an unknown illness. Having no other children, her son's death was too much to take for her. The lord himself, aged and grieving, retreated into a shell of his former self, his once sharp mind clouded by sorrow. Like dominoes toppling, the problems began stacking up. A harsh winter decimated the crops, leaving the people with dwindling reserves. Bandit raids grew bolder, preying on weakened villages. The lord, lost in his grief, refused to acknowledge the escalating crisis, opting instead for a fatalistic wait for his demise. Their pleas for assistance were met with a deafening silence. The ongoing duke's succession had thrown the entire region into political turmoil. Urgent messages dispatched to the duke's house vanished, each unanswered letter a fresh wound upon their already beleaguered spirits. The inevitable arrived finally. The lord succumbed to a heart attack, leaving a power vacuum in his wake. The territory, once a beacon of hope, now resembled a rudderless ship tossed about in a sea of uncertainty. Francis sighed again, recalling the time it all happened. He brought the cigar to his lips and let out a puff of smoke. Then came the news. Arzen, the duke's son, was appointed the new baron. Relief, laced with a sliver of trepidation, bloomed in Francis' chest. Surely, a son of the duke would possess the resources and resolve to pull them from the brink. But 6 months had crawled by, each day a monotonous echo of the last. Arzen, cloaked in an enigmatic aloofness, remained a distant figure. The problems, far from abating, seemed to fester. Disappointment, a bitter pill, lodged itself in Francis' throat. Was this all they could expect from a duke's son? Despair gnawed at him. 6 months under the new Baron Arzen, the territory's situation only worsened. The coffers bled dry, a consequence of Arzen's enigmatic spending sprees. Requests for clarification were met with a steely silence, the quite opposite of the openness Francis had craved. As things kept moving towards destruction, Francis wondered if things were ever going to change, and one day it all changed. The Weaver's incident still painted a shocking picture in his mind. To be true to himself, he had given up on a lot of things, but that glimmer of hope it ignited when Arzen took care of the Weaver himself. A new person, that's what he would call Arzen after that day, at least in his mind. Something about him changed, and even if it was subtle, Francis instinctively knew he was different now. Someone reliable, someone competent, and he proved it with each passing day, especially when the Tradeheart merchant company threatened the farmlands. In his old ways, Francis's only focus had been to find a way so that they could pay the debtors back and hold them on for some more time. But then Arzen, he brought up one matter Francis didn't even think was possible: the laws. Francis still remembered how he almost slapped his forehead in guilt. Part of him despised him for being careless, but the other part understood the situation. Soon after, Arzen took it upon himself to collect the money to pay back. Francis knew Arzen's plans to collect the debt would work meticulously, especially when he saw Heat Stones, an invention of Arzen himself that was going to solve a lot of their problems. After years, good things were happening in the territory, but it wasn't enough. That one part that had started looking down on him craved something more. He needed to prove that he was a good administrator to a lord who suddenly had a spark to move forward without a glance back. So before Arzen left for the forest to deal with what he called mana fiends, Francis had one request, which was to let him handle the Tradeheart merchant company. Even if the debt was being handled, he had suspicions about the merchant organization, but he had never been able to investigate, simply because their hands were tied with the debt. Now it was different. Kai gave a brief nod that day, saying, "I trust you enough to handle it by yourself." The words meant more when he started to get to work. He focused on going through the kingdom's law to find any report that would prove Tradeheart's wrongdoings. He remembered how his eyes stayed glued to the parchments, analyzing every piece of information. Fortunately, there were a lot. The more he looked, the stranger things seemed. It had been over 3 years since Tradeheart had gotten a branch in Verald, and since then, the bandits' attacks increased. The thing that stood out was the fact that the attacks were mostly on merchants who were in direct competition with Tradeheart, especially timber merchants who kept going out of business because of bandits targeting their carriages. At the same time, Tradeheart grew its business, effectively gaining a monopoly. For an entire month, Francis talked to merchants whose businesses had been flagged by bandits. Some cried, saying no matter how many guards and mercenaries they hired, the bandits would know their every move and steal their goods. Others have already fled the city, wanting to not do any more business with Tradeheart having the bigger hand. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to catch any bandits, but whatever he heard was enough for him to take his next move. The door to his office creaked open as a short man walked in, looking fearful as Francis gestured for him to sit down. His shoulders slumped as the man looked at him. "Hemlock," Francis had called. "You have been working for Tradeheart for 2 years now, right?" The man looked up, his eyes red-rimmed and weary. "Yes, sir, it's been a while. Can I know why you called me here? You even took my wife and mother with you. Is that necessary?" "It is, and don't worry, they are safe." "I won't touch you until you answer my questions." Hemlock's eyes widened. Francis knew the man was smart and could get the undertone in his voice. By the way he grabbed his knees, he was too nervous to not play along with the situation. "What type of questions?" "The one about the entity you work for," Francis said, leaning forward. "You do know the Lord particularly doesn't like Tradeheart, right?" I do, but I thought it was just a debt. It's more than that." "Do you think I would call you here simply because of an insignificant debt?" "Then, we're conducting an investigation," Francis stated, his voice firm. "Discrepancies in your company's activities have been flagged. Moreover, there's a lot of evidence that your bosses had a hand in destroying a lot of businesses in the city for a monopoly. If you're not well versed in the laws, let me tell you, that's a serious crime." Hemlock's face paled. "Discrepancies? I don't know what you mean," he stammered. "Don't play coy." Francis leaned forward, his voice hardening. "You are a high-level employee who should have access to their documents. You very well know what's going on, and there's enough merchants who would speak against Tradeheart if the Lord is in their favor." Hemlock swallowed hard, his gaze darting around the room. I can't say anything. It's my job." "Your job?" Francis scoffed. "Or your family's safety. Think about it. Are the Tradeheart scraps worth risking everything for?" "We can offer you protection, a chance to wipe the slate clean." A flicker of desperation flickered in the man's eyes. He glanced at the door, then back at Francis. His lips trembled for a moment before forming a shaky whisper. "What kind of protection?" Francis smiled. "The kind that comes with the truth. Now, tell me everything, and I will make sure you don't have to rot in a cell as your wife is sold to a brothel." The deal was secured with Hemlock providing evidence along with many others. It seemed like a peek into Francis' ruthless side was enough for the meek man to help them out. Weeks led into months. The days were a relentless tide of paperwork, interviews, and late-night strategy sessions. Along the way, Arzen's expenditure to find the necromancer was brutal. They lost a few guards, but managed to cease the threat. The next few weeks went by with Killian training what they called the enforcers. Although Francis had yet to see their prowess, he knew Killian seemed much stronger after turning into one. According to Arzen, he would see their powers against Erasmus Thorn, the head of Tradeheart in Verald. The conversation a day before the raid on the Tradeheart office was still fresh in Francis' mind. Arzen's eyes scanned the pages of evidence Francis collected. Along with the parchments, there were written testimonies of merchants and Hemlock, alongside a few more people. "I didn't get everything, my lord," Francis concluded, "but it's enough to raise eyebrows. Enough to get Erasmus scrambling," Francis said in a whisper with papers thrown on top of the table. Arzen gave a genuine smile. "This is more than what I could ask to bring those bastards down." "Good job, Francis," he said while his eyes went back to the papers. A hint of pride beamed in his heart as he felt like he finally did something for the estate after so long. The very next day, Erasmus was out of his high fort, beaten into a pulp by Arzen. The attack was swift and decisive. City guards, bolstered by Arzen's newly acquired enforcers, descended upon the Tradeheart Merchant Company building. Not one person in the Tradeheart office was able to stand against them, and before they knew it, they were arresting Erasmus and all the employees who had been a part of his illegal activities. News of the raid spread like wildfire in a couple of hours. Francis felt a surge of vindication. It hadn't been easy, but they did it. He had done it. With the debt finally disappearing from the looming state, he could finally focus on what he did best, rebuilding the territory, one sound decision at a time. Opening his eyes away from the memories, he took a puff of a cigar, smiling, and finally felt like he had things to look forward to. With renewed vigor, he returned to work, the dull ache in his back disappearing. Kai of the Sorcerer's Tower sat on the floor, his legs crossed in front of his bed. His eyes were closed as he focused on his circles. All his senses were drawn away from the external environment due to how focused he got in his meditation every passing second. As he circled his mana around in his mana heart, he got closer to a particular feeling. The feeling somehow had become both familiar and frustrating, mostly the latter because he had been trying for a long time now. He sighed and inhaled, taking in a large amount of mana. He swirled them, and with each complete circle the speed increased. A month. For a whole month he'd been stuck at the cusp of the second circle, the bottleneck frustrating him more with each passing day. Today, though, something felt different. His mana heart felt unusual, and he could feel the changes happening in it. The mana from the air felt chaotic, but as soon as he took hold of it, it responded to his will with coherence. He pushed, channeling his focus, visualizing the swirling energy coalescing, solidifying. Sweat beaded on his forehead and his face strained. The pressure kept building up as he circled more and more mana, trying to build up his third circle. In the last month, he had tried several times, and in a lot of them, he had managed to build his next circle, expanding his reserves. But as soon as he would let go, the circle would break, dissolving like it was never there. He hoped it would be different this time. He felt a sudden dissonance in his mana heart as his mana tried to build up his next circle, a force giving him a lot of mental pressure, but he kept at it. Minutes turned into hours, but he didn't give up. His mana took on the form of his next circle, in the middle of the two he had made before. Then a click resounded. Not an audible click, but a feeling, a shift in the very core of his being. The mana heart, once a churning vortex, settled, a vibrant sphere pulsing with controlled power. Slowly he let go, but the third circle didn't disperse. It settled there, pulsing with mana and giving him far more energy than he had expected. A wide grin split Kai's face. The third circle breached. The rush he felt was something he hadn't sensed in quite a long time. It was like his whole being steamed with newfound power, and every breath he took filled him with a refreshing feeling. He flickered his wrist with ease, a flame appearing on his fingertip. It seemed to be much stronger than before, giving a bright glow. He killed the flame down after a few seconds and did a refreshing spell to get rid of the exhaustion. He pushed himself up, feeling the energy bursting in his muscles. Stretching his body, he glanced out the window. Morning light bathed the view in a golden glow, and as he breathed in the mana-rich environment, flashbacks came to his mind. It felt like only a moment ago he'd been battling with the mana fiend, then the next second, being awakened in a different body with an inability to feel the rush of mana. It was horrifying, to say the least. After having spent all his life battling mana fiends, he had never expected to regress in time and awaken in the body of a young lord. It had all been strange, but in the last few months he had gotten used to it. The season of Fresania had passed, and the first month of Florana was here. The snow was melting, and people were finally feeling more energetic. When he had first become Arzen, he had been powerless, riddled with debt and other responsibilities, but now his territory was on the path of recovery. Moreover, in just a few months, he had become a third circle mage from a mortal. His stomach grumbled suddenly, pulling him back from his memories. He had been trying to reach the third circle since waking up, and he had missed the morning training. Breakfast was already long gone, but it didn't matter now. He withdrew himself from the window and walked across the room, reaching the door and opening it with a creak. He paused as he saw a familiar face. There by the doorway stood Claire, wearing her usual maid uniform, her brow creased with concern. "Good morning, Lord Arzen," she said, her voice a gentle murmur. Kai forced a smile. "Good morning, Claire," her lips pursed slightly. "Didn't want to disturb you since I saw you were meditating," she said, searching his face for something. "Breakfast has gone cold, but I could heat it again." While saying that, she gave him a particular look which he knew by now. It was the one she reserved for him whenever he pushed himself too hard, a silent plea for him to prioritize his well-being. In the past month, he had been trying to break the barrier to the third circle, and due to it, he had been skipping his meals often. It had worried everyone who knew him closely, particularly Francis, Killian, and Claire. Even Amira had asked about it, but he shrugged off the conversation every time. His intestines yearned for food, but the surge of mana he felt was enough for him to not care about it. Claire's lips pressed into a firm line, but as she heard the last line, she smiled. "That's good news. I would let the chef know. He had been worried that his food hadn't been up to your tastes these days," she said. "Are you going to head to the library then?" "Yes, I believe Amira will be waiting for me. It's already late." The path to the library was mostly silent. A few whispers among the maids, and passing guards who gave curt nods at Kai. He had gotten used to this treatment and didn't flinch at it like before. Reaching the library, Claire opened the door and they saw Amira standing at her usual position. Seeing Kai, her arms folded and a scowl etched on her face. It turned to a pout as she stared at him. It had become a part of their routine to build golems together early in the library. It was training for him since he had been progressing into golemancy, but for Amira, it had turned into a fun hobby. He approached the table and suddenly her expression shifted. Her golden eyes widened comically, her pout dissolving into surprise. "It seems like she's able to feel the increase in my mana, though she doesn't seem to have much idea of my exact strength." Kai smiled as he stood beside her. Looking at her brought back memories of the battle against the necromancer. Amira had been one of his captives, and after he saved her, she had been living in the estate as a guest. By building golems together, he had been trying to get close to her, being curious about her origins, and although progress was slow, she had grown comfortable with him. "Sorry for keeping you waiting. I got busy," he said, his eyes going over to the table that was filled with lumps of clay. On one side, sculptures they have made over the last month were displayed. "It's okay. We can start now that you are here." Amira didn't ask anything more about the surge of mana around him, and although it disappointed him, he focused on the clay. As he got on with their practice, Claire mixed in the background without making any noise. The damp clay felt cool and flexible beneath Kai's fingers. Months of practice had transformed his initial clumsiness into a practiced ease. Soon he would be able to start building a real golem, one that could move and act as commanded. He had read up on the process and tried to find more books about it. However, he had no success with it, so he was on his own with the necromancer's journal being his only guide. Even with that, he had gotten a good understanding of building up a clay golem, creating channels inside of it, and connecting it to the golem core, which was the main part of any golem. It was a hard process, but he would be able to start on it within a month. Narrowing his eyes, Kai focused more on the figure at hand, forgetting about all his future goals and instead putting the work to his present. He molded the head, smoothing the contours with practiced movements. A side glance revealed Amira across from him, her own golem taking shape with impressive speed. Hers was a humanoid form, sleek and agile-looking, quite different to Kai's hulking brute of a creation. "Have you completed the book I gave you?" he asked, trying to strike up a conversation as they worked. She took a moment to respond, her eyes not leaving the clay. Yes, it was interesting. There were a lot of descriptions about golems and how they worked. Though the sketches were rough, I drew them, he muttered as a matter of fact. Amira looked up in horror, but he chuckled. Well, they were indeed rough. I never got time to make them better. Glad you liked it. His words seemed to ease her up as she nodded her head slowly. 2 weeks back, she had asked him for a book on golemancy since she had got interested in it, building up the clay figures with him. Since he couldn't give her the book written by the necromancer in case bad memories resurfaced, he wrote one down himself. They lapsed back into silence, the rhythmic scrape of clay the only sound in their corner. Across the room, Claire sat at her usual table, hunched on a book. A stolen glance revealed her brow furrowed in concentration as she tried to decipher a passage. Kai noticed the book cover as she took it to her hand and knew he had read it months prior. It was a storybook about a young king and his fight to protect his kingdom from a demon king. It was mostly a children's book with lots of pictures to go with the text, perfect for Claire who could follow it without any difficulty. His focus came back to the clay in his hand and stayed there for the next hour. It only broke when, with a satisfied grunt, Amira stepped back from her creation. Her golem stood tall and proud, the clay smoothed to a flawless finish. Kai nodded appreciatively. It seems like it could take down a troll and ask for seconds. You are improving at a rapid pace. Amira gave a shy smile. Yours isn't bad either. Kai looked down at his own creation, a pang of disappointment pricking him. Compared to Amria's elegant design, his golem looked like a pile of misshapen clay. But when taken individually, his wasn't bad. Or maybe on a second note, he was being too critical about his handiwork. Mine is good, hers is just better. It couldn't be helped since, unlike Amira, he couldn't give his entire day to practicing with clay. When they had first started, he was clearly better, but with time, Amira had taken a good lead. It was to the point where he felt like she would do a better job building up an actual golem than him. Actually, he mumbled, I was thinking. Amira raised an eyebrow, a flicker of curiosity sparking in her eyes as she waited for him to finish his words. Do you want to help me build an actual golem, like the one in the book I gave you? He asked. Amira stared at him for a long moment, then a slow grin spread across her face. Yes, I would love to. Kai leaned across the worn table, his finger tracing a winding path across the faded map of Verald City. Francis sat opposite him, his brow furrowed in concentration. Since he had taken charge of things, Kai had ended a few problems the city faced. The bandit situation was a thing of the past. People weren't dying of hunger anymore, and the reopening of the mines had breathed new life into the territory's economy. But for Kai, the victory felt hollow. His trips through the city painted a sad picture: crumbling infrastructure, pockets of desperate poverty, and a palpable sense of despair clinging to the air like a shroud. His community kitchen, while helpful, was a mere band-aid on a gaping wound. So to deal with other issues, Francis wanted to consult Kai. They divided the whole city into different parts, areas which needed more mending and areas that were doing comparatively better. It seemed like the whole city was planned better than he had expected. There were clear lines, separating streets with farmers living on the western side and miners on the east. Merchants and other shop owners lived more in the middle, and the noble estate was across the river with the guards' quarters evenly spread out. Since the city was large enough to accommodate a lot of people, Kai had several plans running in his mind. We can't just rely on the mines, Francis, Kai said. It'll help, sure, but it's not enough. We need a long-term plan, something sustainable. Francis nodded, his gaze flicking around the map. Indeed, my lord. The living conditions in the miners' area are appalling, to say the least. Almost a slum. Most of our people depend upon farming and mining, so creating more industries would certainly help. For now, I believe we need to mend their living conditions. Exactly, Kai said, jabbing a finger at a specific area. That's our priority. We need to improve their housing and sanitation and invest in proper equipment. From what I saw when I was in the mines, there was barely any protective equipment. His gaze swept across the rest of the map. The rest of the city isn't much better. We need repairs, clean-up crews, cobblers to mend the roads. The sheer scale of the task was daunting, but it was long due. Kai still recalled his first trip to the city and how everything looked like a ghost town. If he was going to correct things, he couldn't be satisfied with the bare minimum. Roads themselves are a mess. Potholes everywhere, some streets are barely passable. We'll have to prioritize based on what's in a more critical condition. Francis scribbled notes furiously, taking keen details into attention. And Kai continued, a thoughtful expression replacing his earlier frustration. I've been thinking about setting up a school in the city. We don't even have one, and most people can't even read and write. If we let it be, most of them would never develop their talents. Isn't the church school enough? Francis asked. There was a church of Luminous in the city that provided basic history lessons and maths to kids. Kai had heard about them, and from what he knew, the things they taught were aimed more at the indoctrination of kids to their church rather than giving them a basic education. He wanted to change that. No, it's not. Kids don't learn anything other than how great the gods are there. We need to take a more practical approach, he explained, receiving a frown from Francis, who seemed to have concerns. Lord Arzen, although your idea is, a sharp rap on the door startled them both. A guard, his face serious, poked his head into the room. Lord Arzen, he announced, his voice tight. There's someone from the capital here. They are requesting your presence. Kai looked at Francis and exchanged a surprised look. Who is it now? They said they are from Archon Tower. The words of the guard hung in his mind as Kai walked, ending his meeting with Francis abruptly. He had already expected this when Francis requested to send the report, though he couldn't help the curiosity that built in his mind as he strode into the meeting room where the said people waited for him. With Francis by his side, their steps quickened as they opened the oak door with a creak. He sensed the heightened mana as soon as he entered the room. Although he had expected them to send someone, it was still a bit of surprise that the ones they sent were mages. Part of him was excited about the prospect since he was curious about the level of mages in Archon Tower. He had seen the prowess of Actra, but he was clearly not a battle mage. He also didn't know what his standing was in the tower. Was he a middle-ranked member or a lower-ranked one? Having these questions bubbling inside of him, he gave a curt nod at Killian, who stood by the door, his hand resting casually on the pommel of his sheathed sword. His gaze flicked between Kai and the emissaries, a silent question hanging in the air. Then Kai looked up at the two mages from the capital. They stood stiffly by the large wooden table, their robes a deep crimson that seemed to absorb the light itself. Kai took one full glance at how fearless they stood. One of them had light crimson hair and was rather short, while the other one was a bit taller with dirty blonde hair. Both of their faces were basic, a bit pudgy, clearly hinting at the fact that they weren't used to moving their bodies. His eyes wandered and took in the more intricate details. A golden insignia, a stylized griffin with outstretched wings, gleamed on their chests. A flicker of recognition sparked in Kai's mind. It was the same symbol he'd seen engraved into a dusty amulet he'd found in Actra's room. The taller of the two robed figures turned towards Kai. A hint of smugness, subtle but unmistakable, tinged his neutral expression. He didn't bow, nor did he offer any form of greeting. Are you Baron Arzen? The mage rasped, his voice cold and devoid of warmth. Kai straightened, not appreciating his tone or the way he looked at him. I am, he replied, his voice firm. What brings you to my territory? The man slammed a document onto the table. It was a bunch of parchment, neatly tied by a seal. Well then, he intoned, voice dripping with false gravitas. You are hereby under arrest for the murder of Actra Durin by decree of the Archon Tower. Kai's eyes narrowed. Murder, he drawled. That's a pretty hefty accusation to throw around in someone else's house, especially without any proof. The calmness that reeked out of his body made the two mages glance at each other. He wasn't bothered by them at all, already sensed their strengths by the subtle mana flowing out of them. The shorter mage, previously silent, scoffed. Proof. The Archon Tower commands it. What more proof do you want? Kai snorted back, mimicking his attitude. That command wouldn't hold water in a leaky bucket. I thought mages are known for being knowledgeable, but it seems like you didn't even bother reading the report I sent to the Archon Tower. The mages bristled, their faces scrunching at the insult. That's an insult towards the Archon Tower and at me, the taller one hissed, his voice tight with poorly concealed frustration. You will come with us to participate in the investigation. The shorter mage, his face flushed with anger, reached into a pouch at his belt and produced a pair of gleaming handcuffs. Embedded within the metal were faint pulsations, siphoned stones, meant to drain a mage's mana. Kai watched the display with cool amusement. Handcuffs in my own home. Now that's just disrespectful, especially since you two don't seem to have the power to back it up. The taller one's face turned to a scowl, not the adorable kind, but the kind that could scare a child with only one blink. What do you mean we don't have the power? His voice raised by the end, demanding a challenge. Kai raised an eyebrow. I mean you're weak, he stated bluntly. Just a couple of puffed-up pigeons with fancy robes. Hearing that, the shorter mage grunted in rage. With a snarl, he unleashed a gust of wind aimed directly at Kai's chest. Kai, however, barely flinched. He sidestepped the spell with a casual grace. The wind howled past, sending shivers down Killian's spine but missing Kai by a hair's breadth. The taller mage, fueled by his partner's failure, launched a fireball at Kai. The projectile hurtled towards him, a sphere of pure destructive energy. But before it could connect, Killian materialized between Kai and the fireball. With a swift movement, he unsheathed his sword and met it head-on. A searing hiss filled the room as Killian's blade clashed with the spell and it exploded. The force of the impact sent the mage staggering backwards, his face contorted in surprise. The fireball sputtered and died, leaving behind a faint wisp of smoke. The shorter mage, still fuming from his failed wind spell, gritted his teeth and formed another spell structure on his palm. Kai recognized it as a second circle spell called Wind Blade. A crescent of raw wind energy materialized in his hand, crackling with ominous power. Kai didn't need time to process. A counter spell, a mirror image of the wind blade, met the mage's attack head-on. The two forces collided in a miniature explosion that sent a gust of wind swirling around the room. Books tumbled from shelves, and papers fluttered to the floor. The mage stared, his eyes shaking with disbelief. He clearly hadn't expected Kai to be strong enough to counter a second circle spell with such ease. Since you attacked first, don't expect me to be cordial, he said, seizing the initiative and channeling his mana. Crimson flames erupted from his fingertips, twisting and coiling into a fiery whip. With a flick of his wrist, he lashed out, the whip wrapping around both the mages and binding them tightly. Their crimson robes smoldered slightly, but the flames weren't hot enough to cause serious injury. It was Infernal Whip, a third circle spell with tons of applications, and one perfect for scenarios like these. He gave a gentle, unbothered smile and cast another spell. A spell structure formed, and out of thin air, a flaming arrow popped up. It cut through the air and aimed right in between the tall one's face as he closed his eyes. Before it could hit him, Kai stopped it just in time. See, attacking a guest in their own home isn't exactly proper etiquette. Seems the Archon Tower mages haven't been keeping up with their training courtesy courses. The shorter mage, despite being bound, glared at Kai. We were under orders to apprehend you. Get us off these whips or you would be. He tried to spat, but Kai simply turned the arrow towards him, making him wince. Let's first try introductions, shall we? Kai's voice was a low growl. You already know my name, so it's only proper you give your names and titles. I'm Jax Crawlet, second circle apprentice mage, the taller one said, his eyes stuck on the arrow as he gritted his teeth. Clan Markson, second circle apprentice mage, the shorter one muttered, frowning. Good, Kai smiled. Now answer every one of my questions without fail or I won't hesitate to burn you to ashes. Why, you can't do that, Jax said. Harming Archon Tower mages is a crime and a punishable offense. You won't be able to get away with it. The king itself would strip you away of everything, and you did the same to me, so whatever I am doing here is self-defense. You two really take me for a weakling. You are accusing me of killing a third circle mage, and if I actually could kill him, why do you think I would spare your lives? His words made them cower as they seemed to realize what a massive mistake they had made. Kai assumed that they believed that Actra had actually been killed by deceit, or at least the report he had sent was false. As he saw them nodding in fear, he began asking his questions. Why am I under arrest? Clan, his bravado dampened by the fiery arrow in front of his face, squirmed under Kai's gaze. Look, he finally muttered, it's a summons, all right. An official request from the Archon Tower for your cooperation in their investigation. Kai raised an eyebrow, skepticism etched on his face. He snatched the document from the table, his eyes scanning the text. It was indeed a summons, a formal request for his presence at the Archon Tower, but anger still simmered in him. Then why the arrest, he demanded. If it's a summons, why the theatrics? The two mages remained silent, their faces flushed with a mixture of shame and fear. The flaming arrow flared brighter, casting an ominous glow on the room. Finally, Jax mumbled a sheepish quality to his voice. We were under the impression you wouldn't follow a simple summons. Thought we'd encourage your cooperation. The corner of Kai's mouth twitched. Encourage? Or were you simply trying to exert your authority and enjoy a few days at my expense under the guise of an arrest? Did you hear that I'm a mage before? Both of them flinched, their charade crumbling under his scrutiny. We, Clan stammered. We received word you were a mage, but we never expected me to be this powerful. We were told you were never trained by the tower or by another mage. Jax finished, lowering his head and sighing. Kai frowned, tossing the document onto the table. He gestured to Francis, who had remained silent but observant throughout the ordeal. Francis, he said, his voice calm but firm, get these gentlemen some rooms. I'll think about accompanying them to the Archon Tower at my own pace. He shook his head and the arrows vanished from the air, making the two mages take a sigh of relief. Clan, emboldened by the removal of the flaming arrows, puffed up his chest. If you don't comply with the summons, the Archon Tower, Kai cut him off with a sharp glare. I never said I wouldn't comply. I said I'd go when I want to. For now, you'll stay here and behave yourselves. Next time, the flames won't be so forgiving. Also, I would talk to you again soon about the tower and the summons. For now, go with Francis and don't dare to do anything that you won't be able to handle the consequences of. The two mages nodded at the same time, their eyes filled with horror. The rhythmic rumble of the carriage wheels lulled Kai into a contemplative silence. Killian sat opposite him, his sharp eyes scanning the passing scenery. From time to time, his mouth would twitch, but he would stop himself from speaking up. Finally, seeming unable to contain his curiosity any longer, he spoke. Those mages from Archon Tower, Killian said. What are you going to do about them? Kai sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Honestly, I knew the Archon Tower would come knocking, but I didn't expect it to be this fast. He tapped the document resting on his lap, the official summons, a thin sheet of parchment that called him to the tower to be questioned. It had an official tone, and it was written that it was a simple investigation, though Kai didn't believe it. Going by the tone of the summon, Kai continued, it seems they haven't bought Actra's transformation story. Can't blame them, really. Until someone else sees a man transforming into a monstrous creature, it's hard to swallow. Killian nodded in agreement. Indeed, your word even as a baron won't be enough against the Archon Tower. They are an entity that even rivals the authority of the royal family. Exactly, Kai said. I have to go answer their questions, but I won't go unprepared. He leaned back in his seat, his gaze flickering out the window. Curiosity lingered in his eyes about the tower. Honestly, Killian, I'm curious about this Archon Tower. They're the pinnacle of magical authority in the entire kingdom. Powerful mages, rumored to possess libraries worth of magical knowledge and countless other things. His voice trailed off, lost in contemplation. The carriage lurched to a halt before he could speak more, jolting them both back to reality. The coachman, a gruff man named Bart, stuck his head through the window. We're here, Lord Arzen, he announced. Let's talk about it later, Kai said, looking at Killian, who nodded. They got off the carriage, stepping out into a sea of wheat swaying gently in the breeze. His mind shifted back from the topic of the mages as he felt the wind on his face. Today he was out to inspect the farmlands. The farmland was a practical sprawl, divided into neat, rectangular plots. It stretched as far as the eye could see. Kai let his eyes roam around the field for a few seconds, and noticed it was filled with wheat crops, mainly with other minor crops laid out in a few patches. He could see serfs and other workers by the field, eyeing him with curiosity but not daring to walk towards him. Instead, they chose to bow their heads and keep working, glancing at him in between. Trees covered the furthest boundaries he could see, but the yield attracted his attention. He stepped forward, feeling the gentle, warm breeze that had hints of coldness to it. The outskirts of his territory were divided into smaller plots. These plots were loaned to serfs, offering them a chance to farm their own land and keep a significant portion of the harvest. On the other side of the manor, closer to the heart of his domain, there were plots with different ownership structures, deeds of property granted to families for their achievements, allowing them to build a more permanent stake in the land, though it was far less common. It had been a few months since he had become Arzen and hadn't bothered to check up on the farmlands more than once. Even then, it was mostly to get them to grow particular herbs that they could use to make soup. Now he wanted a far more permanent solution to their worries of food shortage, and the first step was to inspect why the farmlands haven't been yielding good crops, despite the soil being good for farming. As Kai and Killian surveyed the fields, a sense of unease settled upon them. He felt himself shifting his feet, trying to mask the frown that made its way to his face. The wheat, while tall and golden, lacked the vibrancy of a healthy crop. Stalks seemed thinner, the heads less full, a hollowness that was clear to anyone who looked at it. In between the wheat, other crops fared no better, wilting vegetables and stunted legumes, all painted in a palette of sickly yellow and brown. A sinewy man, his forehead drawn with worry lines deeper than any plow could carve, followed them. He bowed low, his wrinkly yet firm hand gripping a worn straw hat. Lord Arzen, he said, I am Hubert, steward of the fields and the one who handles most things. I'm honored you have come to check up on the fields. Hubert's eyes flickered towards the farmland. Something beneath the mask he put up almost showed itself, but he soon gave a broad smile. Things have been so-so, Lord Arzen, but we've hope in Goddess Thalassa. Will your lordship take a tour, see the crops closer? Kai nodded. We'd appreciate a tour of the farm. Hubert smiled, his gaze lingering on the troubled fields. Of course, my lord. As they walked, Kai peppered Hubert with questions. The harvest last year, Hubert explained, had been dismal. Crops had withered and died, their potential choked out. The farmers, despite their best efforts, had little to show for their labor. As the crops weren't of quality, they weren't able to sell them to merchants. Tons of them had to be disposed of too, giving them one problem after another. We've prayed to goddess Thalassa, Hubert said, referring to the deity associated with water and fertility, but the rains haven't come. The land itself seems tired. Had the problems only started popping up last year? Kai asked, looking at Hubert, who shook his head. No, it's been going downhill for a few years now. We used to have one of the biggest harvests in the whole dukedom before, but it's a thing of the past now. The previous lord, may his soul rest in peace, gave up on finding solutions to our problems in the last phases of his life, Hubert said, looking at the sky before lowering his head towards the fields. We tried getting fertilizers and other solutions from merchants that might help us, but it was all in vain. Kai could only nod to his words. He knew everything was true since Francis had said similar things, and he could see the crops for himself. Just the view made him wince internally. What exactly is the problem here? Is it the soil or something else? He knelt beside a sickly stalk of wheat, his brow furrowed in concern. He ran his fingers through the dry soil, his senses tingling with the faint hum of life beneath the surface. But something was odd. As he pushed his mana into the soil to inspect it, he only felt faint traces of mana in the soil. Normally, it could be explained as normal crops also tend to use minuscule amounts of mana in their growth, but the wheat didn't seem to be absorbing the mana. It hardly looked good, and if they would have taken so much mana, they would have shown signs of corrosion on them. He inspected more stalks and moved forward, trying to find what was draining all the mana. Then he paused. A pungent odor tickled his nose. He spotted a small, spindly plant with purple flowers nestled amongst the wheat roots. He plucked it out, his eyes widening in realization. Hubert, he said sharply, holding up the plant. What is this doing here? Hubert squinted at the weed. Oh, that's stinkweed. We plant them around the crops, my lord. They keep the pests away with their strong smell. They're quite effective and easy to maintain. Kai shook his head, a frustrated sigh escaping his lips. Effective, yes, he said, but for what? They're also leaching nutrients and mana from the soil, choking the wheat. That's why the crops are withering. He looked at Hubert and noticed the confused look on the man's face. He clearly had no idea what the weed actually functioned like. On another note, Kai couldn't believe they let stinkweed into the farm and held them there for this long. No wonder the field was about to die. It wasn't like the weed wasn't used for pests, but the logical way of using them was to plant and remove them after 2 weeks before they could grow their roots to start absorbing mana and nutrients. He inhaled deeply and shook his head. I didn't know about it, Hubert said, a hint of guilt in his voice. Well, stinkweed is indeed effective at keeping pests away, Hubert. They're used in smelling bombs for a reason that pungent odor is quite repulsive to insects. But here's the problem. Kai crushed the stinkweed between his fingers, releasing a stronger burst of the foul smell. While they deter pests, they also have a nasty habit of absorbing nutrients and even mana from nearby plants. They're essentially stealing the life force the wheat needs to grow. Hubert's face contorted in disbelief. But how? We've been using stinkweed for years. There was a terrible locust problem 2 seasons back, and these were the only things that saved the crops. Kai nodded in understanding. I see, but a temporary solution shouldn't become a permanent problem, Hubert. The stinkweed might have saved you from the locusts, but they've been slowly weakening the soil ever since. Get them out of here, all of them. We'll find other ways to deal with the pests. If you actually want to use them, remove them before they can grow their roots. His gaze swept across the vast expanse of the fields, a plan forming in his mind. The golden wheat, while not quite a sickly yellow, lacked the vibrant green of a healthy crop. They needed water, and relying solely on goddess Thalassa's whims wasn't going to cut it. We need a more reliable irrigation system, Hubert, Kai declared. We can't keep depending on the rain for our harvest. I'm pretty sure you make use of the river, but we need to utilize it better, he said, looking at Hubert, who was listening intently. We can divert some of that water, channel it through the fields. Imagine a network of irrigation canals, bringing life-giving water directly to the crops. Killian, who was silent the entire time, spoke. Building irrigation channels would take time, my lord. We'd need to gather materials, hire labor. We have time, Killian, Kai countered. After seeing the plants suffer and knowing the toll it took on the economy, he didn't want to ignore the problems that he could solve. And with the stinkweed gone, the next season's harvest will already see a significant improvement. But in the meantime, Hubert, he turned to the farm steward. I have a proposition for you. Are you open to trying something a little unusual? A flicker of surprise crossed Hubert's face at the last part of his sentence. Unusual plants, my lord. He echoed, scratching his head with a calloused hand. Indeed, Kai said, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. There are a few plants I know of with shorter harvest times, perfect for the next season planting. They won't yield massive quantities, but they'll provide a safety net, ensuring we don't face food shortages. Hubert, while skeptical, nodded in agreement. He seemed like he wasn't familiar with these unusual plants, but the Lord's word held weight. Besides, anything was better than another year of meager harvests. Kai nodded back and got back onto his inspection, his mind buzzing with possibilities. The nutrients and mana from the soil had been sucked away by the stinkweed, and it would take a while for them to replenish on its own, so he probably would have to push his own mana into the soil, making sure to make it unexpected, so the soil could absorb it well. It wasn't a hard job, and he guessed he would be able to finish it in a week. He glanced at Killian, then back at the vast expanse of the field. An idea began to take root as he looked at a few areas that weren't being used yet. "Killian," he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. "What do you think about using a section of the land for alchemical herbs and magical plants?" Killian raised an eyebrow. "Alchemical herbs, my lord, here. Wouldn't that be a bit unconventional? I doubt the serfs know how to grow them." Kai grinned. "Unconventional, perhaps, but with the right planning, it could be incredibly beneficial. Imagine a steady supply of rare ingredients for potions and enchantments, readily available right here on our doorstep. It would not only bolster our own resources, but could potentially become a source of trade with other regions." Killian stroked his chin thoughtfully. "An interesting proposition, my lord, certainly worth considering. But wouldn't it require significant investment in terms of magical wards and security? We would also have to get seeds and look into how to acquire plants such as those." Kai's mind was already running a mile at the thought. He was about to reply when their conversation was cut short. A strange sensation prickled at Kai's skin, a ripple in the very air itself, a surge of raw mana. Before he could even react, Killian looked at him. "My lord," Killian's voice was sharp with urgency. "What is it?" Kai didn't answer. His gaze snapped upwards, a plume of smoke rising into the otherwise clear sky. And then came a sound that sent a jolt of lightning down his spine, a loud, screeching roar that echoed through the fields. Without a word, Kai launched himself forward, a powerful wind spell propelling him with unnatural speed. "What the hell is that?" He sprinted through the fields, rounding a bend and bursting onto the streets where onlookers were also staring at the spot the smoke was coming from. Just by looking at it, he knew where it was. He took a few more turns as the wind around his legs propelled him forward, his body barely keeping up with the speed as he nearly fell on a turn. Still, he kept running, and soon, the view of the main gate came in front of his eyes. His heart plummeted into his stomach as he gazed upon the structure that now lay in ruins, a gaping hole torn through its center. Smoke and dust billowed into the sky, obscuring the view of what lay beyond. And amidst the chaos, a monstrous figure emerged from the wreckage, its silhouette casting a grotesque shadow across the land. Kai's lungs burned as he reached the broken gate. His head snapped towards the grating noise that came from the monsters in front of it. The sound itself sent shivers down his spine, despite the rush of adrenaline in his body, and the sight. All he could see were the massive limbs of 3 colossal spiders. Their bodies were the size of small houses. Their carapaces, a mottled obsidian black, gleamed, reflecting under the sun's rays. Each spider had 8 spindly legs, each one thicker than a grown man's torso and tipped with razor-sharp claws. Their multiple eyes scanned the chaos they'd wrought almost as if they were proud of it. Kai recognized them as arachne spiders, grade 3 monsters. His attention divided as he saw one of the enforcers, Nelson, standing his ground under the numerous legs aiming at him. His heavy halberd swung with surprising agility, deflecting a swipe from one of the spider's claws. But the force of the blow sent him staggering back, the cobblestones erupting beneath his boots. Before Kai could launch himself into the spiders, his focus was distracted further. Merchants in the street abandoned their stalls, looking for places to hide. Women clutched their children, screaming and praying for different gods who seemed to abandon the public once again like the fields, and a few guards who were present seemed to be hopelessly outmatched. They attempted to form a line of defense, but even the weapons in their hands seemed to shake. A guttural screech pierced the air, and another spider lunged for Nelson. Its jaws, dripping with venomous ichor, snapped open, aiming at the infant. But Nelson rolled away just in time. The spider's mandibles slammed into the ground, creating a crater that sent up dust particles in the air. His dodge seemed to anger the thick-skimmed monster, but Nelson stood his ground. He yelled back, his voice firm as he swung his halberd. But the spider showed surprising agility and moved back just in time before counterattacking. Its legs moved through the air at the same time, aiming at different parts of Nelson. He deflected each leg that came his way, but the force of them kept pushing him back as he groaned in pain. Kai couldn't watch from afar anymore. He saw Nelson trying, but if the enforcer continued to defend against the arachne spider alone, there was a higher possibility of him losing his life. These were no necromancers, bandits, or larvae, but monstrous spiders. Though the former cooking apprentice had improved, he was still far from taking on a grade 3 beast on his own. Kai inhaled deeply and steadied his feet before surging forward. Mana weaved around his palms, flowing through his veins before a structure formed, glowing brightly. It was Flame Arrow, the same spell he had used against the Arkan Tower mages, and one which was an easy replacement for Firebolt. Unlike the latter, it took more mana to form and maintain, but with his higher reserves, he knew the impact and the damage will be higher against the multi-limbed creatures. The flaming arrow erupted from his palms instantly, streaking towards the spider. The projectile, a sharp arrow of destruction, slammed into the creature's carapace, leaving a sizzling scorch mark. The spider shook its head, its attention momentarily distracted from Nelson. Nelson, aim for the lower abdomen. Kai yelled before the spider could recover from the surprise spell. Nelson didn't even take time to look back as he lunged forward, his halberd aiming there. The remaining guards, who were shaky in their feet, charged forward with the arrival of Kai. He didn't waste another moment. He sent more flame arrows, aiming at the legs of the other two spiders who were making a fuss, reaching for their weak, wounded friend. The burning smell spread in the air as the arrows hit their mark and the spiders let out a painful growl. The guards made their way towards the two arachne spiders, their swords waving left and right, surrounding them and hitting any spot they could. But the spiders weren't making it any easier. They moved swiftly, defending against the guards with their numerous legs. On the side, Nelson brought back his heavy halberd and hit the abdomen once more, oozing heavy blood out of it, splattering the street like a wide canvas. The spider screeched in pain, hit back with a leg, and Nelson sidestepped in a moment of swiftness. Not wanting to give it any more time, he charged up, aiming at the abdomen again. To assist him, Kai sent out more and more arrows towards the spider, making it stagger backwards. Due to its massive body, it had no way of dodging, but it swung its legs in an attempt to defend itself. The arrows burned its legs but failed to penetrate as the spider grunted and screeched. Nelson moved to launch another strike, and a guard's cry made Kai flung his head in his direction. He saw a thick stream of white, sticky web catch a young guard full in the face. He cried out as the spider threw more web, wrapping his entire body and making it impossible for the guard to move. The arachne spider seemed to take pride in its work as it let out a happy grunt and moved towards the guards. The other guards around it tried to move to defend their comrade, but more webs came their way, wrapping around their arms and legs. The guards squirmed under the webs, their screams muffled by the sticky substance as the spider tried to reel them in. Not under my watch. Kai fired up an arrow, sending it right into the middle of the thread that attached the web, burning it up as he saw someone familiar approaching the scene atop a horse. Lord Arzen, Killian cried out. As Killian appeared, Kai formed a spell structure and shot out a vortex of flames, trapping the spider to not let it move towards the guards. The flames burned the spider's legs as it tried to move through them, burning away the chitin and flesh. At this time, Killian slashed through the webbing with his sword, freeing the trapped guards, all the while keeping his eyes on the spider, which was soaring and screeching as it tried to get rid of the flames around its legs, which bled. Killian soon got rid of all the webs and turned his mount towards the spider, careful enough not to hurt the horse with all the fire. Kai launched another volley of flaming arrows at the wounded spider's lower abdomen. With Killian in charge and the arrows, it didn't take a long time for the spider to be heavily wounded. As the spider bled with reddish-black blood, it hissed and sprang up at the knight. He moved just in time to escape the spider coming through the flames and aimed at its side, but the sword flickered away, not even managing to leave a scratch at the pristine shell. Killian frowned as the spider moved to pierce him. Aim for the abdomen. Kai's voice brought back light to Killian's eyes as he rolled on the ground, escaping the attack. His sword moved like a viper striking, entering the spider and coming out from the other side. Killian pushed the spider away as blood spilt on the ground. In the background, the other spider seemed reckless as it continued to spit webs. Nelson tried to get through its thick carapace, swinging the halberd in every way possible. Kai didn't move from his spot, trying to assist Nelson since Killian was already here to handle the third spider. Although his flaming arrows didn't kill the bastards, they wounded them enough for the fighters to harm them directly. He unleashed spell after spell, giving Nelson enough time to move under the spider's legs and kill it. With Kai keeping the monster distracted, he moved with ease, deflecting any attacks that came his way and hitting the same spot again and again. The spider lost more blood second and unleashed a torrent of web towards Nelson, but it was clear that the enforcer was trained well by Killian. He dodged the web and planted his feet onto the ground, putting all his power into one thrust. The spider tried to defend, but Nelson was swift, and his weapon cut through two of its bleeding legs before smashing through its carapace. His face scrunched up in fury and concentration. Blood oozed into the ground as Nelson kept twisting his halberd, wanting to see to the end that the spider was dead. It was only after Kai put a hand on his shoulder that the man stopped. Looking back, he blinked his eyes. "You did a good job. It's dead," Kai said, patting his shoulders. "Why, yes, Lord Arzen," the man muttered, lowering his head, his eyes moving towards the spider's corpse before he took a sigh of relief. "Rest now. I will handle the last one." As Kai said that, he turned back to see Killian battling with the last arachne spider. It was bigger than the other two, protecting its lower abdomen, unlike its fallen brethren. Its 8 legs deflected blows from every direction as the guards staggered back, not daring to come too close. When Killian rushed, swinging his sword in a vibrant arc, it shot out a thick web directly on his face. Killian cried out, momentarily blind as he tried to get the web out of his face. That much was enough for the spider to move and jab with its legs. Just then, Kai moved, attracting its attention with a flaming arrow. More and more arrows formed in the air as the spider looked towards him. The arrows wheezed through the air as they shot out webs to hold them back before leaping at him. Kai didn't know if the spider recognized him as the strongest around here, but its eyes glinted as it charged, shooting more webs. Unfortunately for him, he was done playing around. As the webs reached him, something changed in the atmosphere. Mana surged all around him as something bubbled up from the ground. Out of nowhere, a searing wall of flames burst forth, reaching 10 feet into the air. The webs evaporated as they touched it, but the spider didn't take the cue. It smashed right into it and let out a loud screech that everyone in the city heard. Flames licked at its body, slowly climbing on its legs and carapace. The ground scorched around it as a pungent smell filled the air. While the spider hissed in pain, the wall disappeared and out from it, Kai appeared, holding a flaming spear. The monster's eyes widened as it saw him and it tried to turn and run, but its 8 legs weren't fast enough. The spear cut through its carapace, piercing its body as it staggered. Its legs twitched for a few moments before going still. With that, the last arachne spider crumpled. I feel good after being able to use these spells again. It feels like I'm back in my youth, Kai muttered, shaking his head. Firewall and Searing Lance were 2 third-circle spells he had used often, and being able to use them again felt good. Though he had partially expanded his reserves, it still had enough for more than a few spells. He streaked the sweat out of his forehead and took one final look at the slain bodies of the spiders, their bodies leaking a viscous reddish-black ichor that stained the cobblestones a sickly hue. With a sigh, Kai moved towards Nelson and Killian, who were tending to an injured guard. The former cooking apprentice knelt beside a guard whose leg seemed to be stabbed by the spider's leg. By the way he groaned, Kai was sure that a few bones were broken too. He wasn't the only one as more guards rested on the ground, their injuries stinging as the adrenaline left their bodies. Kai leaned a bit against the guard and used a minor healing spell. Immediately, a surge of mana hit the guard and the paleness of his face lessened. Although it wasn't enough for his wound to close, it still helped as he stopped bleeding and his complexion looked much better. He would be good in a few days. I will heal the other guards too, but first, what happened? Kai asked, looking at Nelson. He needed to know to understand the chain of events that had led to this moment. If he was right, Nelson was here when the spiders burst through the gates. Nelson lifted his head slowly, his eyes scanning Kai's face before settling on the latter's eyes. We were conducting our routine patrol, he said, his words punctuated by ragged breaths, just making sure everything was secure at the gate. He gestured towards the shattered remnants with a trembling hand. Then out of nowhere, we saw them. 3 of those spiders. They were moving fast like a pack of hungry wolves scenting prey. Before we could even process, one of them attacked the gate. He grimaced as he recalled it. We tried to hold them back, Lord Arzen, but they were unstoppable. I sent a runner to inform you, but Kai finished the sentence for him, his gaze steady. But fortunately, I was close enough to intervene. Nelson managed a weak nod. Thankfully, Kai had reached as he saw the smoke from afar before the runner could come to find him. He straightened, noticing how Nelson flinched for a second. It seemed like the young enforcer wasn't used to talking to him and was nervous. Enough damage has already been done, he muttered. He looked at the shattered gate, then back at Killian and Nelson, his face masked with his usual grimness. Arachne spiders, Kai said, his voice low. I've never seen any of those around here. Why now? These beasts typically avoid civilized areas, let alone a well-fortified city. Killian's brow furrowed. Perhaps, he said slowly. The shift in seasons has something to do with it. Aurora has sprung, and since the winter is over, the dungeon would have opened up. Lots of beasts have emerged out of it. A flicker of understanding crossed Kai's face. So these spiders came out of it. Killian nodded. It's a major possibility, but that still doesn't explain their aggressive behavior. Dungeon monsters rarely attack cities directly. Kak frowned. More questions sprang up in his mind. It didn't seem like a random attack to him. An unsettling feeling, a premonition of something far worse, crawled up his spine. There's more to this, he said, not wanting to believe his own words. We'll see what this is all about. Send word to the hunters. We'll need them to track these creatures to find the source of this attack. He surveyed the scene once more. The civilians were already walking here and there now that the battle was over, though the guards tried to keep them away from the corpses. We also need to tend to the injured and start on repairs. 2 days had passed since the Arachne spider attack, the heavy memory still hanging heavy in the air like the acrid scent of smoke. Kai sat at the head of a heavy oak table in one of the rooms where usual meetings were held. Sunlight slanting through the tall windows and illuminating the faces of 3 weathered hunters stood. These men, clad in worn leather jerkins and thick furs, hailed from villages on the Vasper forests fringes the same forest where Kai had faced the necromancer months ago. Francis sat beside the hunters, opposite Kai, his arms crossed and a neutral expression drawn on his face. The silence in the room was thick with tension, broken only by the occasional crackle from the fireplace in the hearth. As Kai gazed at the 3 hunters, he recognized one of them. Phillips, it's been a while. Phillips of Hagman's Keep greets you, my lord, the man said, giving a slight bow and looking brighter from the last time he had seen him. His hair looked shorter now, and he seemed to be doing well for himself going by the glow on his face. Back then, he had assisted them with the necromancer, and it wasn't a small help either since he had even participated in the fight. How have you been? He asked. After you dealt with the necromancer, things have been progressing well. We have repaired the gate, and the hunts have been feeding my family and the rest of the village well. He nodded his head towards him before his eyes moved to the other two men who immediately offered their names. Quentin of Avarice Village greets you, my lord. Mason of Mangrove Village greets you, my lord. Once their greetings were done, the hunters took their seats and he started the meeting. He gestured towards a sketch depicting an arachne spider, its 8 spindly legs and menacing mandibles meticulously rendered on parchment. The hunters leaned closer, their faces scrunching up in recognition as they studied the drawing. We believe these creatures originated from the Vasper forest, Kai continued, particularly from the dungeon opening up. The attack was strange since these spiders shouldn't be here. I want to know what's going on in the forest. Mason, a burly man with a thick salt and pepper beard, spoke up with a loud voice. Opens up every spring, spewing forth all sorts of nasty creatures. We usually see a rise in monster activity in nearby villages during those times. Kai acknowledged, his gaze flitting between the hunters. But wouldn't these creatures typically target the villages closer to the forest? Why venture to the city? Quentin, a wiry man with a hawk-like nose, chimed in. Normally you'd be right, Lord Arzen. But this year something feels different. The dungeon's opening seemed more violent this time, and the creatures, they're more restless, bolder than usual. They aren't displaying normal behavior. Kai straightened in his seat, noticing the patterns of his words. Restless, not displaying usual behavior. Can you elaborate? The hunter scratched his beard thoughtfully. Well, about 2 weeks ago, I was on a hunting trip deep within the Vasper forest, quite a distance from the dungeon, and I saw them, a whole swarm of spiders, moving together in a way I've never witnessed before. A flicker of surprise crossed Kai's face. A swarm of spiders. So far from the dungeon, Quentin nodded, his gaze unwavering. It was unsettling, like they were moving towards something. I stared at it for a while since it wasn't usual for those spiders to be in that part of the forest. The room fell silent once more, the weight of the hunter's words hanging in the heavy air. By Quentin's words, it was already clear the spiders were acting strange. But why? Normally, he could point it to monsters exploring and accidentally coming towards the city. Though that was the case with a few spiders, if an entire swarm was moving, then it was something else. Arachne spiders were typically territorial creatures content to dwell within the confines of the dungeon or any other closed places. Them venturing so far away and in such numbers, it painted a disturbing picture. He turned to Francis, his voice laced with a hint of unease. Strange, isn't it? He said, his gaze flickering between the sketch of the arachne spider and the concerned faces of the hunters. These creatures venturing so far from their territory. What could be causing this? He pondered, not getting any answers. Lord Arzen, Phillips muttered, bringing his attention back to him. I have also noticed them in the territories of other species. At first, I thought it was accidental since I only saw a few of them, but I don't know now. Beasts normally don't move towards others' territory as it's a proclamation of a fight. Kai nodded, feeling like there was something at play with the spiders. His thoughts halted as he noticed the uneasiness in Francis's posture. He was shifting in his seat slightly, looking at Kai, almost as if he had something on his mind. What is it, Francis? Kai asked. Francis frowned, taking a few seconds before speaking. There's a term for such occurrences, my lord, he said slowly, his voice low. A beast wave sometimes. Beasts would act strange and gather together, and launch an attack towards cities or any human civilizations. The patterns the hunters talked about matched what I have read. Kai's eyes narrowed. The term wasn't unfamiliar. It wasn't a common event, but it occurred enough times for there to be records of it. There weren't any particular reasons for why it happened, but normally they were known to destroy entire civilizations. If we assume it's a beast wave, then, Kai's voice was a tight coil of suspicion. Doesn't that imply the presence of a leader? Beasts don't typically work together unless compelled to do so. Francis pursed his lips. Yes, that's the worry, Lord Arzen. If it truly is a beast wave, then there must be something driving these creatures, a force orchestrating this movement, a monster capable of leading everyone and making them coordinate. A hint of a wry smile played on Mason's lips. Lord Arzen, a beast wave typically let's just say it throws a wrench into the natural order. Territorial boundaries blur and a primal urgency takes hold. The strongest become the de facto leader, driving the weaker creatures forward. The strongest, you say? Kai slowly nodded, trying to put it all together. And in the Vasper forest, the strongest monster you've encountered, who is it? Mason shook his head immediately. Vermorga, the brood mother, he snarled at the name. A monstrous arachne, rumored to have grown to unnatural size by feasting on the dungeon core's mana. I've only ever glimpsed it from afar once in my youth. It was a colossal nightmare with eyes like burning forests. Kai's stomach clenched. a colossal brood mother, fueled by the dungeon's very essence, leading a horde of ravenous spiders out of their territory. The picture painted a terrifying scenario. He took a deep breath, trying to steady his nerves. If he recalled, it was a grade 6 monster, needing a whole group of third circle mages to deal with alongside enforcers and even common guards. If such a creature attacked the city, there was no way they would be able to defend against it. Tell me everything you know about these spiders, he demanded. Population size, typical behavior, hunting patterns, everything. The hunters exchanged glances, a mutual understanding passing between them. This was no longer a simple matter of tracking down a few escaped creatures. This was a potential catastrophe in the making. For the next hour, the room filled with conversation. The hunters spoke of the vast network of tunnels beneath the dungeon, home to an untold number of arachni of varying sizes and strengths. They described their hunting patterns, their venomous bites, and their skittish nature. Most importantly, they confirmed Francis's grim prediction. In a beast wave, Francis said, all bets are off. Species that wouldn't be caught dead within 100 leagues of each other will find themselves fighting alongside each other, driven by a primal instinct for survival and destruction. The weight of the revelation pressed down on Kai. A single arachne attack had been hard to deal with. A full-blown beast wave, led by a monstrous brood mother and fueled by the cooperation of various creatures, could spell doom for the estate. He looked at the hunters. The hunters nodded and Francis glanced at him. When Kai's gaze matched his, he knew they were both thinking the same thing. If they didn't do anything, they would be annihilated. Only 2 days passed since the hunters' visit, and their reports confirmed Kai's worst fears. The spiders, in a stark departure from their usual skittish behavior, seemed fixated on a single path, a path leading directly to the city. Even more unsettling was the unnatural quietude in the forest. Predators that would normally be out hunting after leaving the dungeon were strangely subdued. These reports, coupled with Francis' words and the parchments Kai had unearthed from the library archives, all pointed towards one horrifying possibility: the nascent stages of a beast wave. The very thought sent shivers down his spine. But Kai couldn't afford to dwell on anxieties. He needed evidence, something concrete to validate their suspicions. Thus, on a crisp morning, he found himself leading Claire, much to her surprise, towards the very edge of the Vasper forest. She had been surprised when he asked if she would like to go for a walk, but she surely hadn't expected it to be towards the edge of the forest. It was a ride of 2 hours, even with the horses running at full speed, and throughout the way, Kai didn't speak, urging Claire to cast curious glances at him. He only spoke once they reached their destination. Let's get off here. Okay. Claire, surprisingly adept at riding, dismounted alongside him as they reached a secluded clearing. The dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves cast dancing shadows on the forest floor. She cast nervous glances around, her eyes flitting between the trees. Why are we here, Lord Arzen? She finally voiced her curiosity, unable to contain it any longer. Kai turned to her, a calm smile gracing his lips. We're here to perform a simple ritual, Claire, he said, a ritual that might give me a few answers. Drawing back his attention from Claire's curious eyes, Kai focused on the woodland elk that was in the small, spacious area, taking its position into his aim. He noticed how its antlers were a crown of polished bone. It looked majestic, but it was barely a grade 2 monster. It would take a few spells to deal with it, but his main focus was on simply scaring it away. White streaks of mana formed around his palm, turning into a spell structure for Wind Blade. Within a second, the wind solidified into a shimmering blade, humming with his mana. As he shot the blade towards the beast, blood immediately stained its flank. It got caught off guard by the attack as it grunted in pain, its feet hurrying around the nearby trees. Kai landed another blow with the wind blade, sending the elk crashing back into the bush with a startled snort. It ran deep inside the forest, vanishing from sight with an enraged bellow. Kai sighed and let his arm down as he deactivated the spell, the remaining mana dissipating into the cool morning air. No more disturbances, he thought as he glanced around the clearing. It was as good a place as any. Claire, who was behind him the entire time, walked forward, her feet crunching the dried leaves that were all over the floor. Now, Kai said in just above a whisper, "What now, Lord Arzen?" From his pouch, he retrieved a vial filled with a white powder, shimmering faintly for what was inside. He bent down and began to trace a complex symbol on the forest floor, the powder leaving a luminescent trail in its wake. He paid extra attention to the patterns he connected, trying to make sure there was no mistake in even a slight dent. The swirling pattern of circles and intersecting lines vibrated with subtle mana. He pushed through to seal the lines as he continued with the overall image in mind. He worked in focused silence, the only sound the rhythmic crunch of his boots on the forest floor as he moved between points of the design. 10 minutes melted away. As he finished the final line, a feeling washed over him. The first step was done. Claire, who had watched the entire process with curious eyes, spoke up. "What now?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "The first step is complete," Kai replied, his thoughts aloud, wiping his brow free of sweat. "Now for the second." He held up his hand, and a ball of condensed green mana materialized in his palm. Claire's eyes widened further as she stared at the glowing orb in Kai's hand. Then he handed the small ball of light to her hand and started creating one for himself as well. Hold on to it, he instructed, watching as she wrapped her fingers around the ball of mana like a precious gem. Now, stand inside the symbol. He gestured towards the completed design on the forest floor. Claire did as instructed, stepping into the center of the drawn pattern. Kai took a few paces back, then walked purposefully towards the symbol. He reached out a hand, touching the cool earth where the lines intersected at the center. The moment his hand made contact, a surge of mana erupted from the symbol, a wave of power that washed over them both and the air that surrounded them. Claire gasped, the sensation both exhilarating and slightly terrifying. Before she could dwell on it, Kai spoke, his voice dropping to a low murmur. This might sting a little, he warned, producing a small, glinting needle from his pouch, but I need a single drop of your blood on the symbol. Claire's eyes widened in surprise. Too many surprises for a morning, but what could Kai do? He needed her for the ritual. He shook his head inwardly at his own thought process and focused on the task at hand. Let me demonstrate, he said, pricking his own finger with a swift motion. A bead of crimson welled up, and he guided it down to the center of the ritual symbol, where it merged with the dim light that came from the pattern. The luminescence pulsed briefly, then settled back to its previous intensity. Taking a deep breath, Claire held out her hand. Kai gently gave her the needle as she took a deep breath. She squeezed her finger, letting a single drop of blood fall onto the symbol. Like his offering, it was absorbed by the light. The clearing remained stubbornly silent. The ritual circle continued to glow, fueled by Kai's mana, but nothing else seemed to happen. He looked at Claire, who tilted her head. What exactly is this ritual supposed to do, Lord Arzen? She finally asked, her voice laced with a hint of apprehension. Since the spider attack, he began, his voice low. There's been concerns about a potential threat to the city. Claire's eyes widened. A threat? You never mentioned this. No one other than a few people knows. There's a chance, a possibility, that a beast wave might be coming. He explained the unusual behavior reported by the hunters and the unnatural calm after the dungeon opening. All signs pointed towards a brewing storm, a monstrous tide threatening to engulf the city. You see, I need more information, he continued, his gaze meeting hers. Information only someone who had lived in the forest from birth might have. Claire's brow furrowed. What do you mean? Kai's gaze held hers. He could visibly see how she scrunched her forehead while her lips trembled, thinking of ways to connect the dots between the threat, the ritual, and his words. This ritual, he said, is meant to call upon the spirit of the forest. Claire gasped at the information, her eyes shifting from his to look at the surroundings. A forest spirit should be here at any moment if the ritual he did was right, and Kai, with all the information he had, knew this ritual must work one way or another. They simply have to wait. A few minutes passed by as they did so, simply waiting for something to happen. Claire kept looking towards the forest as if she was waiting for someone to emerge from the trees. Finally, as he wondered if there was even a spirit in the forest, there was a shift. The air shimmered, distorting the world around them. A low hum vibrated through the earth, resonating deep in Kai's bones. It was as if the world had stopped for a second as a being revealed itself. It's here, Kai murmured, his eyes fixed on the distortion before them. The air suddenly solidified, coalescing into a being of pure emerald light. It lacked any defined features yet radiated a force of raw mana. It pulsed with a life force, and if Kai was right, the mana he felt meant that it was an old spirit that had formed at least a century or two back. As he squinted his eyes at it, he barely saw a humane figure. It drifted closer, the air crackling as it passed. For a while it kept observing the both of them, as if in the middle of making a decision. Finally, it hovered towards Claire, its formless light seeming to focus on the mana orb she still clutched tightly in her hand. Kai leaned in, his voice barely a whisper. Give it your mana, he instructed, his eyes locked on the green entity, and ask questions. About the beasts, their movements, is there indeed a beast wave coming? Think of it in your mind. Claire nodded, still trembling slightly. Claire's eyes closed, her mind probably raising the questions they needed answers to. He waited patiently, letting her carry on with his commands. The forest spirit pulsed in response, then moved closer, engulfing the mana orb in its luminous form. A few minutes passed by, and the green light continued to pulse after every 30 seconds or so, probably every time Claire questioned it. Finally, it took a step back, giving one last look to Claire before retreating into the forest and disappearing. As soon as the spirit was gone, Claire slumped down onto the soft earth, drained from the experience. Kai rushed to her side. Are you all right? He asked, gently offering her a hand. Claire took a shuddering breath. I think so, she stammered. That was incredible. I never expected to talk to someone in my mind. Kai gave her a weak smile, offering her his water skin. It's a lot to take in, he admitted, taking a seat beside her. The forest spirits are powerful beings, guardians of their domain. Not all are readily accessible, especially to those who don't possess certain qualities. The one you talked to wasn't young, so it's normal to feel like you have lost all your strength. He watched her take a sip of water, a flicker of understanding crossing her face as he talked more. The ritual is designed to be a call, an offering of goodwill. Sometimes, the spirits are particular about who they commune with. It differs from each of them. Forest ones tend to like females more, and earth spirits are much easier to talk to if one is a male, though it's not absolute and there have been enough exceptions. Claire's eyes widened in realization. That's why you brought me, she gasped. You weren't just showing me a nice place for a walk. Kai nodded. I have no idea about the spirit of the Vasper Forest, and as I couldn't take a chance, I brought you here. He offered her a wry smile, so I enlisted your help. By the way, what did it say? Claire seemed like she was hesitating before she spoke. The spirit confirmed what you told me, she said, her voice low. The creatures are indeed gathering, uniting under the leadership of the Arachne brood mother, Vermorga. Apparently the other species agreed to aid it since the spiders threatened to attack and kill them. It said the spider is the strongest, and most of the species in the forest have rarely liked humans. He rubbed a hand over his face, the weight of the revelation pressing down on him. That complicates things, he frowned. He knew there was a good chance of a beast wave before, but this basically confirmed it. No matter how much he thought, the current him could never go against a beast wave. Maybe he would be able to deal with dozens of those spiders at once, but just the brood mother was enough to topple over any chances they had, not to mention the other species the forest spirit had talked about. Maybe only the kingdom's army would be able to deal with it. Lord Arzen, are you okay? Claire looked at him, her eyes looking concerned. I'm fine, he replied, his mind coming back from his thoughts. Did the forest spirit tell you about every species that has agreed to take part in the beast wave? Yes. Then we prepare, he said, more to himself than her. Despite the grim confirmation of the looming beast wave, he hadn't given up entirely. He wanted to prepare for it and see what choices they had to defend against it. Before calling a meeting to talk about the beast wave, he had other matters to deal with. He hadn't forgotten about the Arkin Tower and the two mages, Jax and Clan, who had been cooped up in their quarters, pestering the servants with inquiries about his whereabouts. After days of refusing their requests, Kai decided it was time to hear them out. As he entered the room, he found them pacing around in a nervous demeanor. When they saw him, they straightened up, as if they hadn't forgotten how easily he had subdued them. Lord Arzen, Jax greeted him. You are finally here. We have been meaning to talk to you, Clan said, not bothering with greetings. Our reports are due at the Arkin Tower in 2 months. If we don't leave, they are going to think something unfortunate happened. Clan trailed off, his eyes darting nervously as he saw Kai's gaze hardening. If we don't return, they will send more mages until you show yourself in the tower. Please come with us. We are missing our theory classes, and if we stay here for long, we are going to fall back on our curriculum. Both the mages seemed different when he had first met them. If they had seemed like haughty nobles before, now they acted like school students who were requesting him to come to the dean's office with them. He gave them a look before taking a seat. Like before, he began, his voice steady. I will decide when it suits me to travel to the Arkin Tower. However, I will make it quicker for you if you address a few of my questions first. Questions, my lord? Jax stammered. Indeed, Kai said, his gaze flickering between them. Let's start with a simple one. How would you two rate your magical prowess compared to the other mages at the Arkin Tower? Unlike Kai's expectations, the two mages didn't obfuscate or puff out their chests. Instead, they met his gaze with a strange mix of pride and shame in their words. We are apprentice mages, Lord Arzen, Clan admitted, his eyes running towards the floor and back at Kai. We are not under the tutelage of a master yet and mostly have been taught everything in the general magical theory classes. Jax grunted in agreement, his burly frame seeming to shrink under Kai's scrutiny. We wouldn't call ourselves weak, he offered a touch defensively, since our strength within the tower lies at the lower middle range among the apprentices, though it should change since we are hoping to get a master soon and would get strong enough to become adepts in a few years. Clan added to Jack's explanation, a low mid-range apprentice. The words hung in the air, heavy with implication. If what he knew of the structure of mage ranking stood there, it would mean both of them were at the second rank of a mage journey. It wasn't anything special since most mages could be apprentices with time, effort, and resources, but they were oddly weak even for an apprentice. They said they weren't the worst out of the lot, so Kai wondered whether the training they had been given was simply shoddy or it had something to do with them not having a master yet. Apprentices, you say, he said, his voice betraying none of his disappointment. Then perhaps you could elaborate on the structure of the Arkin Tower. How many mages reside within its walls? How are they further divided? Clan stepped forward, his shoulders squaring slightly. Hundreds, Lord Arzen, he began, a flicker of pride returning to his voice. Hundreds of mages, most falling within the ranks of apprentice and novice. Kai leaned forward, his eyes narrowed. And what of the more experienced mages? Jax took over the explanation. Do you mean adepts? He rumbled and continued once Kai nodded. There are scant 3 dozen adepts within the tower. Mage Actra was one of them. They are the backbone of the Arkin Tower's research and training. Most of them are going in and out of the tower, since after reaching the adept stage, their training becomes more specialized. A lot of them teach our classes, but I know a dozen who are mostly busy with the kingdom's work or different expeditions. Some are also sent to nobles as temporary retainers as part of an agreement of the tower and the kingdom. Kai knew Jax was hinting at Actra from the last line, but he ignored it. 36 adepts were around the number he had expected, and although he would have liked it if there were fewer of them, there was nothing he could do. And beyond that, Kai pressed. Does the tower store any savants and mages beyond that rank? Who exactly runs it? Clan and Jax exchanged a glance, a silent communication passing between them. Then they both nodded and explained. On the very pinnacle, Clan said, stands the council. There are 8 members, and each of them is an exceptional mage in their own right, renowned across the land. They are the ones who guide the tower's direction and are the strongest mages in the kingdom. Kai's eyes flashed, a spark igniting within him. How many of them are savants? He pressed his voice firm. I'm pretty sure the council will have a few of them. Clan puffed out his chest, a hint of pride coloring his cheeks. 3 Lord Arzen, he declared. 3 esteemed savants, each wielding the power of a 4th circle mage. Savants won't be easy to deal with. Kai sighed inwardly. Having 3 savants meant that the tower had considerable strength and he wouldn't be able to deal with them at his current stage, though he needed more information before forming a plan. And what of the tower master? Kai continued, his gaze unwavering. The one who leads this council. Jax cleared his throat, stepping forward. The tower master, he began, his voice dropping to a reverent whisper, is Magus Vidia. One of the few Magus in the world, a 5th circle mage. I'm pretty sure you must have heard of her. A 5th circle mage. Kai barely hid his frown as he heard it. He forced himself to focus, pushing aside his growing unease. And this Magus Vidia, he said, barely managing to keep his frown at bay. What do you know of her? Is she in the tower a lot? Clan and Jax exchanged a hesitant look. She is there, but we see her rarely, Clan admitted. Magus Vidia is deeply involved in her research. Most of her time is spent within her private quarters. Kai nodded. If that was the case, then he doubted he was going to cross paths with her anytime soon. When he had regressed to this era, he had guessed that Magi would be around since the mana density was so high. It had been the rank he held when he had regressed, and back then, he was the only Magus in the world left. His master had been the last one before him, and he had only heard of a few others in records deep in the library. So, hearing that a few Magi were around the world really set in the fact that he would have to deal with completely different things from now on. At the same time, it gave him a lot of curiosity to check out the tower for himself. And what about training? He demanded in a sharp voice and moved on with his questions. The combat abilities you displayed during your first day here lacked any sharpness and finesse, to say the least. Both Clan and Jax bristled at his words, their faces flushing a deep red. But we are not trained for battle, Lord Arzen. Clan sputtered. Our focus is on spell theory, and you both are 2nd circle mages and not trained for battle. Kai interrupted, his disbelief coloring his tone. How is that even possible? Obviously, Clan sputtered, his voice laced with indignation. We can't partake in battle training yet. We're still apprentice mages, focused on getting our foundation. Kai cut him off with a raised hand, a frustrated sigh escaping his lips. He understood that the mage ranks were the same in this era, and the novices and apprentices focused more on theory classes and research. But 2nd circle mages, wielding a significant amount of raw power and yet completely untrained in combat, it defied logic. There was something fundamentally wrong with the Arkan Tower's approach. He opened his mouth to speak, a scathing retort forming on his tongue, but then stopped himself. Dwelling on their shortcomings wouldn't solve anything. A gnawing suspicion was on the back of his mind, but he ignored it. So he said, his voice regaining its composure. Is Magus Vidia the one we'll be meeting at the tower? Clan and Jax exchanged another hesitant glance, a flicker of worry clouding their eyes. We don't think so, Jax finally admitted. The summons compel your presence, but whether the Magus herself will be present, it's uncertain and highly unlikely. Likely, a member of the council will be there to investigate and interrogate. Kai nodded, a grim understanding settling over him. Interrogation. It seemed his initial assumptions about their visit weren't entirely off the mark. I see, he muttered, his mind racing with possibilities. As if sensing his thoughts, Clan spoke up, a hint of curiosity lacing his tone. Now that you've awakened your magic, Lord Arzen, he began, you'll understand the weight mages hold. You'll get to know everything about being in power. The Arkan Tower is an official institution of the kingdom, and by law, all mages must eventually make their pilgrimage to the tower. A pilgrimage, Kai raised an eyebrow. That's what you call it. Jax cleared his throat. In a way, yes, he rumbled. You have been summoned for interrogation, but at the same time, the tower would probably assess you and register you no matter the outcome of the investigation, though it's rather strange you haven't been summoned sooner. Traditionally, mages are assessed quite early in their development when they awaken. Clan shot Jax a warning glance, but it was too late. Kai shook his head, pushing the revelation aside for now. He couldn't care less whether the tower wanted to register him as a mage or a criminal. He had enough questions swirling in his mind, enough inquiries for now, he declared, his voice firm. Are we going to leave for the tower then? Not yet, he said, and the mage's face fell. Before they could say anything, he added, rest assured my trip to the tower will happen soon. I simply have a few things to take care of in my territory and then we can leave for the tower. Give me a few days. Clan and Jax looked at each other, a hint of relief washing over their features. We would wait till then. Kai sat at the head of the table. Around him, Killian and Francis sat among a few other people. One of them was Phillips, the gruff hunter who sat rigidly in his chair, his usual gruff demeanor replaced by a haunted silence. Two others were Ferry and Nelson, who had taken time out to participate in the meeting. The situation is dire, Kai began, his voice heavy with the weight of the news. The hunters and Francis probably already told you about it. I myself have confirmed it too. A beast wave is indeed coming, and it will reach the estate in 3 months. 3 months. The word hung in the air like a death knell. Killian was the first to break the silence. 3 months, he repeated, his voice hoarse. That's not enough time. Phillips grunted in agreement. Tracks don't lie, he rumbled. These things take time to mobilize. 3 months is a fair estimate. We're seeing the early signs, and as time goes on, there will be more attacks on the villages and the city before the wave truly arrives. Francis offered a tentative nod. From the records we've studied, he chimed in. Most beast waves take 3 to 4 months to fully gather and attack. 3 months is a safe bet. Kai placed a document on the table, his eyes roaming around the room and coming back to the document. Safe or not, that's the time we have. And here's what we know, he continued, pushing the document towards them. Based on what I gathered with a spell of mine, these are the species confirmed to be participating in the wave. A hush fell over the room as everyone leaned forward, their faces paling as they scanned the document. Kai watched their reactions, feeling their hearts sinking with each passing second. Listed here in stark black and white were the names of creatures that sent shivers down even the most seasoned warrior's spine. Goblins, trolls, arsonic bears, Killian muttered, his voice trembling at the last part. The first two have a sizable population around, and arsonic bears are extremely tough to handle and could conjure up flames around their paws. There are also stalker hawks, Francis added, his voice devoid of its usual cheer. Those monstrous birds are few in numbers, but we are hardly equipped to deal with them. Kai had already gone through the list, and most of the species listed ranged from grade 1 to grade 3. There were also those who were leaders of a monster tribe like the goblin lord he had fought before. With everything, he knew they were going to have a hard time with each of them. Farai shook his head, slammed his fist on the table, but quickly regained his posture. Even with every enforcer and guard we have at our disposal, he said, we can't hold back a wave of creatures like these. There's no way we can survive. Kai steepled his fingers, his gaze meeting each of their eyes in turn. That's why I called this meeting, he said, his voice steady despite the rising panic in the room. If there's no chance of survival, we make one. There's no other choice. After Kai's words left his lips, he glanced around the table where maps of the city and surrounding lands were spread, littered with markers and curious looks. A moment of silence passed, and another. He briefly expected one of them to talk, but it seemed like they were waiting for him. Taking the charge, he began, looking at Killian. All right, let's start with the guards. Killian, could you give us a head count? How many men do we have at our disposal? Killian's hand came to his face as he briefly thought about the question. We have a solid force, Lord Arzen, he replied. Around 200 guards including the 5 enforcers, men trained to defend the city walls. I have been constantly getting more and more guards into our ranks after the larvae extermination, and we have doubled our forces in the last few months. Kai nodded slowly. Around 200 as an estimate. Even if we double that number through training civilians, it still seems insufficient. He gestured towards the map, his finger tracing the path of the incoming beast wave. The sheer number of creatures involved makes me believe that we severely lack numbers. From the report I showed you, hundreds of spiders would be attacking us, and with different species involved, 200 men would never make it. Exactly, Lord Arzen, Francis said, agreeing with Kai. It would take around 3 men just to deal with one spider. A somber silence fell on the room once again as Kai's mind ran a mile searching for solutions, though he had no idea how to go with it. The only connections he had in the world were in the city currently, and he had no one to request help from. Maybe they could try for mercenaries like the last time, but that would severely put them in debt, and mobilizing so many mercenaries seemed beyond their current capabilities. As he thought more and more, something clicked in his mind. Francis, there have been cases of beast waves before in the Lancefil Kingdom, right? Yes, my lord. What happened in those? Did the king intervene? Unlike what he had expected, Francis' eyes dimmed further at his question. The king intervenes normally, but not directly, Lord Arzen. Typically in cases of beast waves, the closest duke or marquis household takes charge of the defense. They have larger armies, more resources, so it's a norm for them to defend against them and show how strong they are. Killian let out a snort, a harsh sound that echoed in the room. I have heard of a few beast waves, mostly stories, but also some real accounts. Most nobles would flee the city alongside the civilians, though it's not out of the ordinary for a few of them to leave the civilians behind to hold back the beasts for a while till they could get to safety. Farai nodded. Yes, I traveled a bit as a merchant's guard a few years back, and it's not always that nobles would get the hint of a beast wave early on. Some of them strike them out of nowhere. Francis coughed to bring back attention to him and continued his explanation. That's the traditional course, Lord Arzen. The kingdom, of course, intervenes in haste if the situation becomes truly dire. They send more mages, even a contingent of the royal army. In rare cases, we've even heard of savants leading the charge. The thought of Arkin Tower helping him out with the beast wave was funny to him since they seemed to be out for him, but if he could really get help from them, he didn't mind being a little nicer during their inevitable meeting. For now, it seemed like he might very well be able to let the Duke handle the situation. Very well, we should send the plea and prepare to evacuate the citizens to the Duke's territory, he said, and noticed Francis' eyes losing more color. Yes, Lord Arzen. I already sent an official letter of plea to Duke Lucian, your brother, attached with a report of everything we have found and our civilian numbers. Kai's eyes raised and he internally grimaced. So his response. Francis's shoulders slumped, a defeated sigh escaping his lips. The messenger returned just this morning, Lord Arzen. Apparently Duke Lucian, well, he suggested we deal with it ourselves or petition the kingdom directly for assistance. He claimed a need to gather more information and assess the severity of the beast wave before committing any reinforcements. Kai felt a cold anger simmering within him. Arzen's own brother, the newly appointed Duke of the region, turned a blind eye to the impending disaster. Didn't Lucian understand that if the beast wave ravaged Verald, it wouldn't stop there? It would continue its rampage, engulfing their lands eventually. Killian's frame tensed with frustration voiced the question that hung unspoken in the air. Why will Lord Arzen's broth, I'm sorry, the Duke, shirk his responsibility? Surely he understands the consequences of a full-blown beast wave. His territory would be on the line too. Francis, his gaze downcast, offered a bitter chuckle. Perhaps he sees Verald as a buffer, Killian, a way to gauge the true strength of the beast wave before committing his own forces. Or maybe, he added, his voice taking on a cynical edge, he's banking on the kingdom stepping in and saving the day, leaving him unscathed. In other words, waiting for Verald to be destroyed. Kai couldn't help but frown. From the journals he found, it was evident that Lucian wasn't very fond of his powerless brother, but again, Arzen seemed invisible to Lucian at different points during his writings. It all seemed like Arzen's family wanted him to be gone for good. He didn't know the reason for the growing hatred, especially when he was already out of the race for succession. That was over, and for someone like Lucian, Arzen would be nothing but a small noble now. Regardless, the ignorance in the response to the request was unnecessary. There were too many lives at stake for him to hold some petty grudge against him. Kai sighed. Lucian refused to aid, so now that option is out of consideration. I doubt we can rely on him from the response we got. Thinking it through, he realized that he was again back on the starting line with no allies and not enough strength to deal with the beast wave himself. If that was the case, then it was better to focus on what he had. We can't rely on Duke Lucian's supposed generosity here, he said, his voice stern. We wash our hands and prepare to our best. Focus on what we can control. Phillips, gather every hunter in the territory. We need their keen eyes and knowledge of the wilds. Take a few guards and turn them into our scouting party. I need every bit of information you can gather. Phillips nodded curtly. He seemed like the oddest person in the room, but as Kai looked at him, he flinched and agreed. Even if he didn't work for Kai, he understood that a beast wave meant the end for them. So with no option, he could only do his way alongside the other hunters. Francis, Kai nodded back and continued. Spread the word to all village heads. The beast wave is coming, and they need to prepare their people for evacuation. We'll need temporary shelters within Verald's walls. Francis's eyes widened. Shelters, Lord Arzen. That would require a significant amount of resources, and Kai cut him off. We'll make it work. Get the people mobilized and have them start constructing basic shelters. If it comes down to it, citizens can share their homes. If it becomes worse, we'll extend the shelters of the castle. It will be a temporary hardship, but one we must endure. A silence took over their discussion, hearing the last part of his sentence. Kai felt more than one odd look towards him. Do you have any objections? He asked, and everyone quickly shook his head. No, Lord Arzen. Nodding, he continued. And Killian, we need more guards, double our current force. We'll train every able-bodied citizen who's willing to fight. Ferry looked in between Kai and Killian for a few seconds and broke the silence he carried for quite some time during the discussion. Are we truly considering such a fight, Lord Arzen? Shouldn't we just evacuate everyone? Killian let out a frustrated growl. Ferry, have you lost your mind? We can't just abandon the city. The walls, the supplies, everything we've built would be lost. Before Ferry could respond, Kai raised a hand, silencing them both. Fair, I won't ask civilians to fight. My priority is their safety. We'll work on a detailed evacuation plan, but as Lord of Verald, I cannot simply walk away. This city is my responsibility, and I will defend it to my last breath. Even if he hadn't been the original lord, he had gotten a connection to the place and was finally looking forward to changing it for the better. However, his love and responsibility for the city weren't the only reason behind his decision. Even if we evacuate as many civilians as possible, if Verald falls, the entire region falls. Lucian controls everything around us, directly or indirectly. Running wouldn't guarantee safety with him in charge, since he clearly is unwilling to help. Fighting is my only choice here. He paused, rethinking his own choice of words. The lot present seemed to be thinking something in their own minds, including Francis, whose eyes were looking at him in admiration for a few seconds before plastering on the map. Deciding to make sure no one would doubt his decision, he insinuated it again. I know it's risky, but it's the only way, he said. We train, we strategize, and we fight like cornered wolves. And let me assure you, he added, turning towards Farah with a smile, I don't enter fights I believe I can't win. Farah met his gaze, his eyes hardened and lips thinned, replacing the earlier doubt that was on his face. Yes, my lord, he said. I wouldn't doubt you for a second. The meeting continued without any obstacles after that. Different questions were brought up, solutions were given, and discussions were made. They strategized, they planned, and they pored over maps. It was impossible to figure out everything at once since there were so many variables present. Still, they did their best until a bigger hurdle emerged the city walls. Francis, his brows furrowed, voiced the problem. Lord Arzen, he began, his voice laced with trepidation. Even with the most valiant defense, our walls are our biggest weakness. They're sturdy, yes, but not built to withstand a full-blown beast wave. I have no doubt they're going to crumble at the first sight of the attack. What are we going to do about them? A biting wind whipped at Kai's face as he stood atop the ramparts of Verald, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. Below him, the clang of hammers echoed. Workers scurried along the partially rebuilt wall and gate, sweat covering their clothes and faces focused on the tasks at hand. After the arachne spider attack, the reconstruction began the very next day since they couldn't afford to leave it any longer. It was slow, but work was progressing well enough. Killian, looking in the same direction as Kai, stood beside him and brought his attention back from the horizon. They're working tirelessly, Lord Arzen, Killian said, his voice barely audible over the wind. The new gate will be complete by the next full moon, if not sooner. Kai nodded, his eyes scanning the rolling hills that stretched towards the dark expanse of the forest. In 2 months, he said, his voice heavy with an unspoken weight. Those hills, those very roads, they'll be teeming with them, won't they? Killian let out a heavy sigh. Yes, my lord. It will be a veritable tide of fangs and claws. A desolate silence settled between them, the wind whistling a mournful tune. Kai felt the familiar tug of despair, but he quickly shoved it down. There was no point in thinking about the negatives. An old lesson from his master emerged in his mind, and he did what he had always done. Think about the problem, accept that it was hard, and let the worry pass from his mind to think about the solution. As he took a breath while letting the fear pass, he felt much better. Even with these walls, he said, his voice hardening, even with reinforcements, we are still vulnerable. These beasts can break through stone like it's butter. Killian offered a tentative smile. True, Lord Arzen, but we have the advantage of surprise. We'll be ready for them. We'll fight with everything we have, and we'll win. Kai allowed himself a flicker of a smile, a ghost of amusement dancing in his eyes. These walls can be broken easily, Killian. You still believe that we can win? For a moment, Kai could see something flicker in Killian's eyes, but he quickly masked it to the neutral, stern look on his face. I do believe that, Lord Arzen. Kai let his words linger for a brief moment before giving a nod and turning towards the mason. Let's hope your words stand. Barrett, was it? He questioned the mason, who looked up at him before bowing low. He was a short, bulky man with a mustache that suited his face. Kai had called for him when he had come to inspect the repairs. Yes, your lordship. That's my name, the man said with a rough voice. If the stones he was wrestling into submission had a voice, Kai was sure it was this man's voice. The progress, Barrett, how is it going? Kai questioned as he looked at his calloused palms that rubbed together. He seemed nervous by shifting from one foot to another, but by this point, he didn't know many people who wouldn't be anxious in his presence when meeting him for the first time. Progress on the gate and wall is good. We'll have it secured and operational before the next full moon, Lord Arzen. Even sooner if the weather holds, he said, his voice rising in confidence by the end of his sentence. Kai nodded, his gaze sweeping over the scene below. Workers hammered at stubborn stones, their clanging forming a counterpoint to the shouts of foremen and the creaking of carts laden with building materials. It was quite the sight of frantic construction for what was broken during the spider attack, but Kai's eyes focused beyond the immediate hustle, his gaze drawn towards the distant hills fringing the forest. Good, he said, his voice betraying none of the disquiet that gnawed at him. And how do you feel the walls are holding up, Barrett? Sturdy enough to withstand the elements and other challenges. A bead of sweat trickled down Barrett's temple despite the morning air. He straightened, puffing out his chest in an attempt to project confidence. Sturdy, Lord Arzen. We use the finest granite, reinforcing the foundation they'll stand strong for years to come. Kai's lips curved into a faint smile. Years, you say? Excellent. Then tell me, Barrett, could your walls handle a few hundred monstrous monsters like those spiders all at once? Barrett's face drained of color, the facade melting away to reveal a flicker of raw fear in his eyes. He swallowed hard. A few hundred, Lord Arzen, that's an impossible number. The walls wouldn't hold against even half of that. Kai tilted his head. No, I figured not. That's why I wanted to have this conversation. Confusion clouded the mason's features. But before he could voice his inquiry, Kai continued, his voice dropping to an urgent tone. In 3 months, a beast wave unlike any we've seen before is going to crash down on our doorstep. Hundreds, maybe thousands of ravenous creatures will descend upon the estate. We need to be ready, Barrett. Barrett's eyes widened as he spoke of a big revelation, taking in the urgency in Kai's voice. A beast wave, my lord. Barrett stammered, his voice barely a whisper. Kai nodded. Yes, that's why we need to focus on the walls. Can you reinforce them enough to withstand such an attack? Reinforce them beyond their original design, so at least it could withstand the assault. The mason stood rooted to the spot. Kai knew it was a daunting task, a near impossible feat to accomplish in the meager time they had, but they had to do something. According to Francis, the walls wouldn't even stay still with a few dozen of the spiders and would start to crack. He did not doubt it since he had seen 3 spiders easily getting past them. Barrett chewed his lip, a deep frown crawling itself onto his forehead as Kai waited for an answer. No, he finally admitted, his voice heavy with regret. It's too much of a change, too short a notice. We can't rebuild the entire wall in a few months. He paused for a moment and looked right into Kai's eyes. But we can make it stronger. We can patch the cracks and fill them with mortar and the sturdiest granite we can find. We can smooth out any weaknesses, make sure no part of the wall juts out and becomes a vulnerable point. Kai thought about his words. Repairing the weak parts would be good, but it still wouldn't hold long enough against a beast wave. As he looked over the walls, an idea surfaced in his mind, recalling a painting he had seen in a book once. It was one of a king who was defending the capital against the troops of a foreign king. The walls of the capitals were tall and sturdy, but they had extra protection against anyone who tried to scale the wall. Crenellations, how about that? Jagged sections along the top will make scaling the walls a nightmare for any beast foolish enough to try. We don't know how many of those could climb our walls, so that would protect us, Kai said, looking back at the mason. Barrett nodded immediately. Yes, Lord Arzen, I could work on them. Those would be simple enough to do if I have enough workers. But Kai wasn't finished yet. And what about raising the wall itself, Barrett? Couldn't we add a few extra feet to its height? Barrett's face fell. A frown creased his brow as he ran a calloused hand through his mustache. Adding height, Lord Arzen, that's a monumental task. We're already stretched thin on time and manpower. Rebuilding the entire wall to a greater height, it's simply not feasible in 3 months. Disappointment flickered in his eyes, but he quickly concealed it. Not the entire wall, perhaps, he said after thinking about it. But could we raise sections of it at strategically placed intervals? That would create a staggered defense, make it harder for the beasts to swarm over the wall in one go. The mason's eyes narrowed in thought. Sections, you say? He asked, then touched his chin in thought. Yes, that's a possibility. We could focus on the most vulnerable points, create a sort of uneven wall, a maze for the beasts to navigate. A hint of a smile played on Kai's lips. This was progress. They were thinking outside the box, adapting their strategy to the limited time they had. Yet, even as a flicker of hope ignited within him, a nagging doubt persisted. Would these fortifications, impressive as they might be enough to withstand the fury of a full-blown beast wave? He leaned closer to the rough stone of the wall, his fingers trailing along the cool surface. Was there something more they could do, some hidden potential he was overlooking? He cast a questioning glance at Barrett, searching for any further suggestions. The mason, however, shook his head, a grimace twisting his features. There's only so much we can do with stone and mortar, Lord Arzen. We can reinforce, we can adapt, but ultimately we can't change the whole foundation in a few months. He trailed off, his voice heavy with unspoken worry. Kai knew he was right. Yet, as he continued to stare at the imposing wall, a sudden thought struck him. He straightened up, his eyes gleaming. Part of him didn't know if his idea was feasible, but he knew it was better than just letting the walls be. Barrett, he said, I have another request. Can you create gaps along the wall at specific intervals? Gaps large enough to fit a good-sized stone. Barrett blinked, his brow furrowing in confusion. Gaps, Lord Arzen. Why, that would just create weak points. It would look like a series of cracks in the wall. Kai smiled. Not weaknesses, Barrett, he corrected. Opportunities. Those gaps will power up the whole wall, giving them more fortifications. I plan to use enchantments into the walls to create a sort of magical barrier around them. And to fuel those enchantments, he paused and looked at Killian. We'll need a theme. Killian immediately frowned. The idea of enchantments is good, Lord Arzen, but wouldn't it be simpler to just use siphon stones? They suck the mana right out of the air. Kai chuckled but quickly masked it. Killian was being serious by his expression. They siphon mana slower than a snail on sleeping pills, and they're not as stable. One wrong twitch and boom. Instant fireworks display minus the pretty lights. Killian grimaced, surely the image of a self-detonating wall painting a vivid picture in his mind. Fair enough, he said. So a theme it is then, but would you be able to enchant them and connect them to the walls? Kai nodded. They're not ideal, but they can be a conduit, a channel for the magic to flow. We can create a small cavity within the gaps I mentioned to Barrett and embed a mana stone within it. The enchantment itself will be on the walls and be a real challenge. He rubbed his temples, the weight of responsibility pressing down on him. Defensive enchantments were a dime a dozen, but most were little more than a glorified armor that might protect half a blow more from a raging beast. He needed something more, something potent enough to join with the enchantments and make it so that they could work well with each other. As he thought and thought, his mind moved back to his days in the Sorcerer's Tower and how his master had explained the spell wards that protected them from getting discovered by the mana fiends. Other than those, there were also the defensive ones, reinforcing huge walls. In them, he would be able to make up a few of them that stretched long enough to cover walls. Maybe he could connect those with the enchantments and then join them to the Atheum, which would power both of them up. The complications were numerous, and he had never thought of using enchantments and wards together, but if he was able to pull it over, it could make sure the walls stayed intact for a bit longer. The headache turned to an unavoidable throb as his mind wandered deep into the task at hand. He was only brought back from his thoughts when Killian touched his shoulders. Lord Arzen. Ah, yes. He looked at him. I was asking a question, and you seem to have lost yourself in thoughts, Killian said, giving him a worried stare. Oh, what was your question? I wanted to know what is a firework. Is it some kind of a weapon? Kai blinked his eyes. Ah, fuck, they don't exist in this era. The morning breeze ruffled Lucian's raven hair as he stood on the top floor of his castle, gazing out over his sprawling domain. Below him, peasants toiled in the fields, their figures bent in silent labor. A satisfied smile pulled at his lips. This land, these people, all belonged to him just like he had dreamt ever since he was a child. Many had tried to take it away from him, and many had gotten close, but his obsession had managed to not let them get away with it. He had done everything he was asked to, and had gone way beyond it just to prove that he was the one deserving to be the heir. Now, he had no one to prove anything as everything was his, only his. Suddenly, his reverie was shattered by the arrival of his ever-present butler, Rupert. The man bowed in front of him, respectfully and with a hint of fear in his eyes when he looked up. Your Grace, he announced in a monotone voice, Lord Arzen's envoy departed 2 days ago, after reiterating their request for assistance. Lucian's smile vanished, replaced by a scowl. Assistance? Do you think Arzen even deserves the gall to be called a lord? He spat the title like a rotten grape. Rupert remained silent, his training holding him back from voicing any opinion. Lucian noticed it and laughed loudly. Ah, Rupert, he said, clapping a hand on the butler's shoulder. You know why I keep you around. It's your unwavering loyalty, always a breath of fresh air in this snake pit of a world. Sadly, people like Arzen don't possess that quality and aren't meant to achieve anything. Rupert shifted nervously. Your Grace, he ventured hesitantly. Wouldn't it be risky to let the wave reach Verald? What if Lucian cut him off with a sharp laugh? What if it spills over onto my lands, you mean? Oh, Rupert, you and your worries. Fear not, the beast wave will be dealt with, decisively and with great fanfare after it crumbles Verald into pieces. After all, he declared, his voice ringing out with a touch of theatricality. Saving the day would let these peasants know who is in charge. It's always important to remind them of that. He said the last part of his sentence with a flourish. Then he turned back to the butler. Now, tell me, Rupert, he said, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous tone. What do you think I despise most? Rupert, pale under his starched collar, stammered for a response. Lucian didn't wait for him to answer. With a swift backhand, he slapped the butler across the face. It resounded in the air, a few guards standing around flinching. The old butler barely stopped himself from falling to the ground and promptly lowered his head. Concern for family, Rupert, that's my cardinal sin. Only I get to decide when and how I help my brother, if ever, and it will be on my terms, not his. When he comes begging, I will hear him out and see if he still had an eloquent tongue that he could beg well with. He clapped Rupert on the shoulder once more and strode away, not caring a bit about the trembling butler. Despite the city's desperate straits that Kai had to manage and butt himself in now and then, he hadn't neglected his training. The pale dawn mist clung to the training grounds, slowly disappearing under the first rays of the rising sun. The air was crisp but warming up gradually. Usually, he would have been sparring with Killian or running laps around the ground, but there was a change in the routine today. His spear was on the ground and his palm crackled with a tiny, swirling flame. Ready, Killian. Kai's voice echoed across the training field. There was a hint of a challenging tone in his voice as he directly looked at Killian, who stood opposite him. The knight's eyebrows were knit together in deep focus. His lips formed a thin line as he awaited Kai's attack. It had been quite some time since Killian had awakened as an enforcer, and compared to others, he had done the best, slowly getting a hang of cultivating and learning how to enforce his body with mana. His movements have gotten controlled and more precise than before, and he even looked younger. A part of it had to do with the fact that the man rarely took breaks. Whenever Kai would look for him, he would either be training, teaching, making rounds of the city, or cultivating. Most of the time, it would be the last thing since according to him, it was an addiction that was improving his body. Kai had let him be since it was one of the effects cultivation had on enforcers. Unlike mages, they could directly feel their bodies becoming stronger and faster day by day, gaining a sense of pleasure out of it. He had never seen the man as a cultivation junkie, but he now looked every bit of it. Today when they walked into the training ground, Killian had requested to do some movement training and Kai complied with it, wanting to know how fast he had gotten. Yes, Lord Arzen, came Killian's response. Kai waited patiently, letting the heat in his palms and the anticipation build. All the while he shifted the flames back and forth between his two hands. Killian's eyes didn't leave the fireball for even a second, not knowing when it would come his way. Finally, after seconds had built into minutes, he caught Killian's momentarily distracted gaze. With a subtle motion of his wrist, Kai launched the fireball at him. It arced through the air in a flaming trajectory, leaving a trail of scorched grass in its wake. Killian didn't flinch. Years of practiced reflexes as a knight, honed further by training as an enforcer, came into play. He took a single, measured step to the side, the fiery projectile passing harmlessly inches from his shoulder. A gust of wind roared past him just as quickly. Kai, wasting no time, had followed up the fireball with a well-timed gust spell. But Killian, anticipating this move, pivoted on his heel, the wind whipping past him like a disappointed breeze. Perhaps a bit more heat, Lord Arzen. Killian shrugged his shoulder with his hand, and a touch more speed on those spells. We won't be facing campfire embers when the beast wave arrives. Kai smirked. The familiar routine eased the tension that had been building within him. He channeled more mana, the fireball in his hand intensifying until it crackled with a fierce orange glow. This time when he launched it, it was accompanied by a swirling vortex of wind, creating a miniature firestorm that hurtled towards Killian. A flurry of activity replaced the single attacks. Kai, his mind playing over and over Killian's challenge, wove a tapestry of fire and wind. Bolts of fire rained down like meteors, each accompanied by a howling gust that threatened to knock Killian off his feet. The knight dodged with a grace that belied his massive build. Spins, ducks, and last-second leaps became a blur as he navigated the onslaught. Impressive, Kai said with a grunt. Killian had certainly improved. Your agility has improved by leaps. A few months back, I doubt you would have managed that. Killian, panting slightly, grinned. It was at these rare moments in the practice grounds, high with adrenaline, that Killian broke into a grin, sometimes full-blown laughter when he was challenged enough. His usual stoic mask disappeared at such times. The training ground seemed to be when he was mostly carefree and yet serious in what he did. As the training continued, Kai thought more and more about how Killian really suited being a battle junkie. Kai let him take a breath and removed the spell structure from his palm. How was that? Still not enough, Lord Arzen. I feel like I can do more. I feel like pushing myself today, Killian said and got to his feet from the crouched position. When he stood up, bouncing from one foot to another, it was almost as if he hadn't dodged at least 20 attacks in a row. His energy was still palpable. Fortunately for him, Kai had a lot of mana remaining and he doubted he needed it for the day. So with a shrug, Kai unleashed his final blow. A dozen flaming arrows, conjured with a snap of his fingers, materialized in the air before streaking towards Killian like scorching asps. The sheer volume of attacks was impossible to dodge conventionally. Killian, recognizing this, let out a grunt. He dodged a few of them that came first, but with every second, more and more arrows rushed towards him, trapping him from moving. Killian dived to the left, but the arrows chased him. He yelled, closing his eyes as one of the arrows stood inches away from hitting his forehead. It was just then something out of the ordinary happened. Kai felt a rush of mana around him, and in a blink, Killian vanished. Caught off guard, he widened his eyes as the spot where Killian stood moments ago was now empty. A beat later, a slightly singed Killian appeared beside him on the floor, a bewildered look on his face. His eyebrows were raised and his mouth gawked open like he couldn't believe what had just happened. Kai took a few steps backwards. Well, what in the nine hells was that? Killian exclaimed, brushing soot off his jerkin as he stood up immediately. Kai stared at him, rethinking what just happened. The arrows vanished from the air as he looked around the ground before his eyes landed back on the bewildered knight. If he was right, Killian had performed a sudden, almost teleportation-like maneuver. Did you use a lightning technique? Kai asked. Killian frowned. Lightning technique. What is that, Lord Arzen? Kai slapped his forehead, a mixture of amusement and exasperation washing over him. He recalled the thick stack of notes he'd painstakingly compiled on enforcer stages and abilities. Killian, he said, patting the knight's shoulder gently, did you even read the notes I gave you? Killian sheepishly rubbed the back of his neck. Well, I skimmed them, he admitted. Kai chuckled. Right, then I hope you read through the important parts. As an enforcer, you start learning techniques at the second stage. It is also the stage when you gain a deeper understanding of your elemental affinity, that little trick you just pulled. That seemed like lightning step, a basic technique for enforcers with an affinity for lightning. Killian's jaw dropped. Kai could sense that the realization was finally settling in. Lightning step, he muttered, flexing his legs tentatively, looking down at them. Before he could delve deeper into this ability he seemed to have discovered just now, Kai bombarded him with questions. Have you been feeling different lately, Killian? Any unusual sensations or changes in your body? Killian frowned, looking like he was searching his memories. There is this tingling feeling in my chest, he admitted. A constant thrumming, almost like. He paused, searching for the right words, like a storm brewing inside me. It's been bothering me a bit, but it calms down when I'm training. That's why I even asked you to help me out with my movement training. A storm, huh? Kai mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. And how do you feel about lightning? Any experiences that come to mind? From any battle or even your childhood, a flicker of memory sparked in Killian's eyes. Rain, he said, a nostalgic smile gracing his lips. I've always loved storms. There was one time when I was just a boy, I saw a bolt of lightning strike a tree right in front of me. It was terrifying, yes, but also strangely beautiful. Never forget that image. It had always come to my mind whenever I felt like I needed something to distract myself with. A smile split Kai's face. There you have it. That powerful memory, that connection you formed with lightning must have subconsciously influenced your affinity. Lightning is a rare element, Killian, and a powerful one at that. It'll do you well, I believe. Among the elements that mages and enforcers could use, few ones were far more offensive than others. Lightning was one of them, and it was often an element Kai had liked. For an enforcer, not only it would give an extra edge in their attacks, but they would also be extremely fast. The more he thought, the more the element seemed to suit Killian's fighting style. As they continued their discussion, Kai gestured towards Killian's leg. So the vault you're currently cultivating is at the ankle. Killian nodded. Yes, Lord Arzen, that's the one. I see, Kai said. The ankle vault focuses on agility and reflexes. Once you fully cultivate it, your lightning step will become like second nature, allowing you to react and maneuver with incredible speed. Each vault corresponded to a different part of the body and developed in such a way that gave enforcers a lot of freedom on how they wanted to cultivate them. There was no set order. Enforcers were able to cultivate them according to their fighting style and desired build. It was all about optimization, maximizing the enforcer's potential. Kai had even heard of a few clans that would grow only a certain kind of build of enforcers, letting them have an extremely strong band of warriors that would specialize in cultivating their vaults in a set order. As he thought about enforcer clans, a frown creased Killian's brow. But how'd I do it, Lord Arzen? You yourself said you haven't given me any battle or defense techniques, only cultivation exercises. Kai scratched his head as he thought back on the question. Since he had no idea about enforcer techniques, he wasn't able to write them down. He had seen techniques in action, but he didn't know the principle behind them. He only knew that enforcers were able to use body techniques and synergize them with their elements. Most of these were passed down from every generation. However, it wasn't as if there were no exceptions. That's a good question. I believe it's innate. Enforcers are different from mages. Mages are methodical and all about intricate spells and formulas. You, on the other hand, are more like instinctual warriors. Your techniques can manifest based on raw power and a deep understanding of your element. So the thought of dodging your attacks, wanting to move like lightning itself that triggered the spark, exactly. Kai snapped his fingers. You focused on the feeling, the desire for speed, and your body responded. Now, the trick is to refine that instinct into a proper technique. Killian paused a moment, probably thinking of what he had felt during the training and how he could work with it. I can do that, Lord Arzen. I'll focus on that feeling and develop a movement technique based on it. I would be able to get it with some practice, hopefully. Kai nodded, clapping Killian on the shoulder. Practice you'll have, Killian. Just do as you said, focus on the feeling and develop a movement technique. It won't be easy, but since we will be on the move soon, you'll get enough time to think about it. On the move soon, Killian immediately asked. We're leaving for the capital soon. Killian looked at him with surprise in his eyes. The capital, Lord Arzen. I thought you had no intention of going with the Arcane Tower mages. Kai smiled. You thought I would ignore the summon letter of a group of mages that are one of the most powerful and political forces in the kingdom. I don't think I would be able to stand against a magus in my current stage. Those are entirely different beasts and could handle a dozen actra on their own. Forgive me, Lord Arzen. You've rarely listened to our suggestions in the past months, so even this time I thought you would be ignoring the summons. Kai winced internally. He wondered if he came across like that. He quickly brushed the thought aside. Actually, he said, his voice firm, there's 2 reasons I want to go. Firstly, I need to get the Arcane Tower off my back. I doubt they would take no for an answer, so I would meet their investigation and make sure they know what happened with Actra. We didn't send a report with any lies, so we should be good. Also, we need to inform the Kingdom of the Beast Wave since we aren't getting any help in the region. I could do it while dealing with the investigation. What's the second reason? Killian asked. We need to get more resources for the Beast Wave. He raised an eyebrow. Resources. Indeed, Kai said, his voice taking on a more serious tone. Malden will be getting a shipment of construction materials for the wall rebuilding, but manpower will be tight. Francis and I discussed hiring some skilled workers from the capital. Other than the construction work, I was going to look into a blacksmith and alchemist. Blacksmith, Killian echoed. But what about old man Jeb? He's been the castle blacksmith for years. Kai sighed. Jeb's a good man, Killian, but I've seen his work. He's excellent at repairs and basic weaponry. What I need is very different. Let's just say it requires a different skill set. And an alchemist, Killian inquired, his brow furrowing further. They are rare. I have only seen a few aside from you. Exactly, that's why we need to establish an alchemical workshop to attract more of them. Also, I need them before the beast wave hits. It'll give us a significant advantage in terms of potions and supplies. Killian nodded in agreement as his gaze drifted towards the distant horizon. The Arcan Tower is imposing, Lord Arzen. I don't know how that would go since mages are mostly aloof, but from the way those two mages acted, I don't think it would be a nice experience. Kai sighed and nodded. Even if the report they sent was true, some questions were going to be brought up as to how Kai had awakened and gotten so strong. He would have to deal with those, and he doubted the mage culture liked reasonable conversations over needless aggression, going by how the two apprentices have acted. Don't worry, Killian. We're not walking into this blind. I have a plan, and we'll deal with the tower accordingly. Kai, wearing a simple cloak, stood shoulder to shoulder with Malden. Around them, a steady stream of figures unloaded the contents of a large, sturdy carriage. A couple of guards, their hands heavy with crates filled with stones, moved around the space with grunts and occasional growls when they picked the items up and carried them towards the warehouse. With sweat beading on their brows, Malden's workers wrestled with long, cumbersome wooden beams. Lord Arzen, it feels like such a long time since I saw you. Malden's voice came loud amidst the noises of metal and manpower. The whole city's buzzing with the news of your victory against those monstrous spiders. I heard some vivid descriptions of your powers, about how you handled them so well. I couldn't help but stop to listen to a few workers on the wall share the story and how you rained down flaming arrows at them. His words flew from his mouth one after another, almost as if he had practiced them before talking to him. Kai raised his hand, cutting him off shortly. Did you bring the herbs I requested in the letter? Malden, momentarily deflated, slapped his forehead with a dramatic sigh. Ah, the herbs. Yes, they're all here, safely nestled in their own little crates. Though he leaned in, there was one I couldn't acquire. Should have started with that, Malden. A frown creased Kai's brow. Since he had decided to head towards the capital, he knew he had to prepare well in advance, and that's why he had ordered a few herbs from Malden to make a special potion, one that might help him out against the Arcan Tower. Which one? Kai asked, hoping it was not one of the main ingredients. Malden cleared his throat and shrugged nonchalantly. I think it's called blursage. His frown deepened, and by how crestfallen Malden looked, he realized that the herb was important for Kai. It was the main herb he wanted due to its properties of clouding one's mind. He had no idea if it was rare in this era, but it had been in his time because many groups and Cabal intelligence networks would make good use of it. Why didn't you get it, though? Your reply mentioned that the herbs would be easy to find. Kai questioned straight away. Malden wiped non-existent sweat from his brow, his jovial expression replaced by a grimace. Market's been dry, Lord Arzen. Blursage isn't exactly a popular request, and you know these types of herbs are taken by alchemists and nobles to wither away in their warehouses. I heard about the place where I could get them, but it's too dangerous of a place to venture even if I hire our usual mercenaries. He thought for a moment on his own words, frowning as he scrunched his nose up. Large mercenary groups wouldn't even touch the job until I gave them a hefty sum, so it was outside what I could manage. His words came out rather scared than anything. Kai wondered what the man was so scared about, but if it was really like that, then he did understand that he couldn't let Malden use a large sum for his personal request. Why is it so? Is it located in a monster nest or a wasteland? No, Lord Arzen. Malden shook his head. Blursage apparently grows on a specific hilltop on the corner of Sylvian Enclave. It's close to the main road that heads towards the capital. The problem is a nasty bunch of bandits around here. It's a large pack, a militant force, and with them there, it's nigh impossible for me to get it without getting caught by them. Kai's brow furrowed further. This was an unwelcome complication. Still, the alternative arriving at the capital without the blursage was even worse. He doubted he was going to be as confident dealing with the tower without it. Bandits, you say? How many are we talking about? Malden winced. Big group, Lord Arzen. Estimates range upwards of 300, and those are just the ones they've seen. Nasty bunch, ruthless and well-armed. Malden repeated the word nasty as if it was a moniker owned by them. Kai tapped his chin thoughtfully. The detour was a nuisance, but the capital was directly on the other side of these bandits. They were an obstacle he'd have to deal with eventually, since growing bandit groups were a nuisance, especially when they were next to his territory in the Sylvan Enclave. Besides, he had long since gotten over the threat of mere bandits, especially after reaching the third circle. 300 bandits, while a significant force, wasn't insurmountable. All right, Malden, he said. Since it's on the way to the capital, we'll take care of them. Consider it a preemptive strike. Malden's eyes widened in disbelief. Deal with them, Lord Arzen. but there he trailed off, seeing the steely resolve that was present in Kai's eyes. Arguing wouldn't do any good. Kai was sure Malden knew better. Malden immediately cleared his throat, trying to salvage the situation. Well, that certainly changes things. In that case, we'll be much better prepared. I already had Gorak and his team lined up for the trip to the capital, just in case. With them, your guards, and your formidable skills, Lord Arzen, will secure that blursage and be on our way in no time. Kai gave Malden an impassive look. Although it was clear Malden wasn't entirely sure about his decision, he was going with it. The man was a good salesman and knew where to put his money and trust in. Seeing his look, Malden coughed and turned away to look at the flurry of activity of the guards and workers. Kai followed his gaze and stared at the carriages. A sense of excitement bubbled in him since he was going to be exploring the rest of the world for the first time. Having already informed everyone of their impending trip to the capital, Francis was going to stay behind to manage the city and oversee the construction efforts. Killian and 2 more enforcers were following them with a chunk of guards. Malden, too, would be accompanying them, as he had business dealings in the capital that conveniently aligned with their travel plans. It gave them more people, but it was a good thing since it would take a week to reach the capital, and having a large number of people meant more protection. However, he was sure the bandit group Malden mentioned would love to take on them. As they stood there, Malden cleared his throat. Forgive my curiosity, Lord Arzen, but what exactly do you need the blursage for? Is it some special concoction to give the nobles in the capital as a gift? Kai offered a non-committal shrug. Part of my preparations, he said simply. I have a few things I need to attend to in the capital, and this herb is just a necessary ingredient. Malden's eyes narrowed as he considered Kai's words, searching for a hidden meaning. However, the shrewd merchant knew better than to pry further. With a nod of understanding, he scurried off to address the logistics of their journey. Leaving the bustle of the carriages, Kai made his way back towards the estate. As he moved closer to it, he felt eyes on him and saw the shadow of a silhouette on a window. He smiled and made his way towards that. He found Amira nestled in a familiar spot, perched outside his study window, her brow furrowed in concentration. Eavesdropping, were you? He asked with a smile as she turned around to look at him. Amira, caught red-handed, let out a playful scoff. Maybe, but I wasn't able to hear anything from here, she mumbled, her cheeks flushing a light pink. I just saw the carriages and was interested. Also, I heard about you going to the capital from Claire. Yes, I would be gone for 3 weeks, if not more. Amira sighed, lowering her head at that. Kai waited for her to say anything, and after a few seconds, she raised her head and asked, Can I come with you? I mean the group to the capital. Kai's smile softened. As much as I'd love to, Amira, this trip to the capital isn't exactly a sightseeing tour. It's serious business, and I wouldn't be able to keep you safe or spend time with you. A small frown appeared on Amira's face. But I can't do anything without you. What will happen to our golem making? She protested. Her voice slightly raised, but she straightened in her position, squaring her shoulders. I wouldn't know how to make golems alone or do anything here, Lord Arzen. Kai looked at her, trying to get an idea of how to please her. He was hard-pressed to bring her since he didn't want to deal with the trouble of protecting her. They had made good progress, and he was sure she was close to telling him more about the questions he had carried all this time in his mind. For now, he needed to make her understand that he wasn't leaving her alone. True, but don't fret it. My absence will be temporary. Besides, he added, a glint in his eye, once I return, I'm bringing enough materials so we can start working on those larger golems I mentioned before. Amira's eyes lit up at the prospect, but she quickly hid it. Really? Yes. Besides, you could practice with the clay in the library till then. 3 weeks would pass by very quickly. But what if you took more time? She asked, her voice trembling. Kai slowly moved his hands and patted her shoulders. She didn't turn his hand away. I promise I won't. Just keep practicing your shaping techniques. We'll have a lot of work to do when I get back. Slowly, she nodded and smiled. Kai's eyes were closed, his breathing slow and measured. After dealing with the day's activity and packing his stuff up for the journey, he returned to his room. He wasn't just circulating his mana in the usual meditative pattern today. Since reaching the 3rd circle, a new sensation had been brewing within him, and he wanted to find out what it was. The 3rd circle was a stage where mages would exponentially increase their mana pools, as well as gain good mastery over their spells and elements. One of the things that would happen in this stage was the discovery of a new affinity. It wasn't a given, as every mage was different, but he knew this was what he felt in his core. Most mages would have 2 to 3 major elemental affinities. However, not every one of them would reveal itself straight away. A lot of times mages would also just focus on one element instead of trying to master more. Since unlike enforcers, mages could draw out power from various aspects of the world, the choices laid out to them were the major reason why they stood at the pinnacle of power. There were also minor affinities towards other elements, but these were barely whispers, incapable of fueling more than rudimentary 1st or 2nd circle spells. He was only able to use healing spells due to this, and even then, he was far from being able to use them well enough. No matter how well he made the spell's structure, it wasn't easy to infuse the light affinity because he only had a minor affinity with it. Most mages wisely focused on mastering their primary and secondary elements because of this reason. Kai had already confirmed his fire affinity, a blazing inferno that roared within him. The secondary element he had discovered was a gentle wind, a counterpart to the fire's fury. It wasn't as strong as his fire affinity, but it was good. He wondered if both these elements had carried over through his soul, but he had no proof of it. He had read no research about affinities being connected to the soul rather than the mana heart, though at the moment he cared nothing about it. Since reaching the third circle, a new presence had been making itself known, one that felt more potent than even the wind, coming close to the power he felt from his fire affinity. It was a presence Kai yearned to identify, to understand. If I could figure out this affinity, I would be able to grow even stronger than before. Two affinities were strong, but he had already mastered both of them. A third one would let them grow in a different direction, but he knew the work he had to put in would be slow and concentrated. He focused deeper into his meditation, pushing past the familiar warmth of the fire and the refreshing caress of the wind. He searched for a spark, an echo in the vast canvas of his mana pool. It was like swimming in a vast lake, trying to reach the surface, then looking around to feel that connection that bothered him quite a few times these days. As he focused, a connection bloomed, a tendril of energy unlike anything he'd experienced before. He chased that tendril, his concentration deepening into a trance. He swam and swam deeper into the lake, running after it until he froze. Suddenly an image flashed in his mind, a woman with flowing white hair, her eyes mirroring his abyssal pupils stared at him. The way they dilated almost made it seem like they were saying something. She enveloped him in a warm embrace, a whispered word escaping her lips, my air. Her hands there so cold. The trance shattered, Kai's eyes snapping open. His breath hitched. The room was no longer his familiar chamber. It was a world of white. Frost clung to the walls, the air laced with a biting chill. He reached up to touch his neck, the spot where the woman's embrace had lingered. His fingers brushed against a sheen of ice. He looked down, not knowing what had happened or who that woman was. Ice seems like I found my third affinity. A hesitant smile touched his lips as his hand came down from his neck to rub against the other. His heart beat loudly as he tried his best to calm himself down, but was unable to do so for a long time. Once ice was foreign to him and he couldn't feel it, but now its sensation lingered in Kai's consciousness. His mind replayed the moment it all happened over and over. The cold, the breath on his neck, and the freezing touch he experienced. He shook his head at that thought. It wasn't just a new element, it was a presence. The woman's presence. The memory of her embrace, the warmth of her slender hands against the icy chill, sent an electric shiver down his spine. He'd never experienced anything like it. New elements could develop a connection, but what he had seen was completely out of the ordinary. Fire had always been a part of him, a raging inferno that resonated with his core and something he had always been familiar with. Ice, however, felt different, distant yet strangely familiar, almost as if a long-dormant part of him had awakened. Kai sighed, his mind playing the scene of his awakening repeatedly. The way everything was frozen, his mind brought it all back once again. The woman's voice replayed in his mind, that single word, heir. Heir to what? To whom? He knew it wasn't about him. Kai knew that much, and he had already gotten most of his master's legacy. This was about Arzen. His entire lineage was shrouded in mystery, even if the duchy household was close to Verald. He knew nothing of his parents, no tales of ancestors. He knew he was from a house of mages from his diary, but what was the connection between him and the woman in the vision? Someone he knew in the past, or something entirely different? Was this the reason he was poisoned? Because he had been an heir to something? There were only questions and hardly any answers. The frustration of not knowing enough was a bitter pill to swallow. He could move on from the facts if he knew something related to his awakening, but it seemed like there was no luck there. Killian and Francis, loyal as they were, wouldn't have a clue. Arzen was a loner, too oppressed by his inability to do things, and Kai would be surprised if he had any friends if he did have. They were the only three because of his status as a duke's son, and as soon as he had been kicked out, they had abandoned him. For an entire day, Kai pondered over it and tried to call back to the woman to find a little bit more, but he wasn't able to. In the end, he pushed it out of his mind and focused on the important things. He had a journey to start, and it was an important one. As for Arzen, there was always time to find answers. Either way, the ice element was his now, and he doubted his fate would let him be without any answers. Outside the bustling estate, carriages lined up in a neat row. Kai stood at the head of the procession, his gaze fixed on the two Arkan Tower mages fidgeting impatiently beside him. Lord Arzen Jax, the taller one, began tentatively. We've already informed the tower that we are heading back with you. Once we reach the capital, we'll head straight there to report. His voice held a hint of nervous inquiry as if seeking Kai's approval. Kai, however, remained impassive. His gaze darted from the mages to the carriages, then back again. Okay, he finally replied, his voice devoid of warmth. We will do so. For now, get in the carriage and try to keep to yourself. We would be taking a slight detour but would reach the capital in time. If I need your help, I will call you too. The unspoken command hung heavy in the air. The second mage clan bristled slightly. His lower lip twitched in what could have been a protest of not following his orders, but he quickly bit it back. The clear dismissal in Kai's tone brooked no argument. With a resigned sigh, the taller mage cleared his throat. Of course, Lord Arzen, we wouldn't want to delay the departure any further. They both gave a curt bow, their faces etched with a mixture of annoyance and disappointment. Kai, however, remained unfazed. Sit well and try not to bother anyone, he said curtly, his voice leaving no room for further discussion. The two mages wasted no time. They scurried into the first carriage, slamming the door shut behind them with a disgruntled thud. A moment later, the carriage lurched forward, pulling away from the rest of the carriages. Kai watched them go, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips. He wasn't interested in coddling these self-important mages. A few times they had tried to get close to him, obviously trying to curry favor due to the strength he displayed, but their demeanor when they first met told him everything he wanted to know about them. Kai swept his gaze across the assembled group. Beyond the carriages, Malden stood animatedly conversing with Gorak's team and the other guards, Killian's stoic figure looming beside them. As Malden finished his spiel, both he and Killian approached Kai. Everything seems set, Killian said, glancing at the fluttering banner above the lead carriage. The flag looks good, Lord Arzen. Kai followed his gaze. The banner, newly made at his request, flapped proudly in the morning breeze. Unlike most noble houses, with their centuries-old heraldry, Kai lacked a family crest. He couldn't claim the faded glory of the previous baron, nor could he ever wear the colors of the duchy household since it belonged to Lucian now. So he'd tasked Francis with creating a new symbol. The resulting banner was a bold statement, a majestic phoenix rising from a bed of dark ashes. Behind it, a golden sun stood, encompassing its glow everywhere. The image resonated deeply with Kai. It wasn't just a phoenix, it was the sorcerer's tower symbol, subtly adapted. The symbol meant rising no matter, and the philosophy was a major reason why the sorcerer's tower had stood for so long. He didn't want to leave it behind, so at the first opportunity he had gotten, he had used it. After all, it was where he came from. Kai nodded at Killian's words without saying anything. Everything seems settled, Lord Arzen, Malden said, wiping a stray bead of sweat from his brow. Now then, I'll head to my carriage and you can enter yours with Killian as your guard. Kai raised an eyebrow, a smile playing on his lips. Are you going to be alone in your carriage? Malden nodded. I have a guard and he would be acting as the driver, so I was going to rest till we get to a spot to camp. You have nothing else to do? No, my lord. Then hold on, Kai said, a glint in his eye. There's been a change of plans. Malden's grin fell immediately. Change of plans, you say, Lord Arzen? He asked. Is there something amiss? Kai shook his head. Not amiss, Malden, he corrected, just necessary. I have something important to talk to you about on our way. You will be traveling with me and Killian can act as the driver. His gaze flickered towards Killian, who stood straight with his neutral face as usual. Killian immediately nodded at Kai's words. Malden's eyes darted between both of them, his brow furrowing in confusion. In the front of the carriage, Killian drove the horses through the roads, following the carriages containing the guards in the front while keeping an eye out on the side for anything suspicious. On the back, Malden fidgeted nervously on the plush seats, glancing out the window at the rapidly fading cityscape. His knees moved anxiously as if he was trying to calm his nerves. He cast a furtive glance at Kai, who sat across from him, a faint smile playing on his lips. Relax, Malden, Kai finally said, his voice calm. There's no need to fret. I just thought it would be beneficial to discuss a few things before we reach the capital. It's not related to you. I just want to know more about the landscape of things, and you are the best person to come for information. Malden cleared his throat, seeming like a wave of relief washing over him. Ah, of course, Lord Arzen. What would you like to know? Kai leaned back in his seat, his gaze thoughtful. Tell me about the capital, Malden. The political climate, the atmosphere, if you will. Malden's eyes lit up. Politics was one topic that was a favorite for merchants, being both important and interesting for them to keep track of. Even in Verald, Kai knew he tried to keep an eye out for any development. By how his ears perked up, he knew he had asked the right person. Royal politics is messy, to say the least right now, he said, carefully choosing his words. It's like the calm before a storm. King Sullivan's health is failing, everyone knows it, and with no clear successor named, it's tense. Kai raised an eyebrow, but isn't there the first prince, Eldrick? Surely he's the heir apparent. In his fragmented memories of history, Eldrick was one of the few written about a lot, so much so that even after thousands of years, his name was one of the staples in history. A major reason for it was his ushering the world into the golden era of magic and gaining the moniker of the Mad King. Malden chuckled. First prince, yes, but not necessarily crown prince. The king, bless his stubborn heart, hasn't declared an heir yet, hasn't even hinted at it. Left the other two princes, Prince Thowric and Prince Aldrin, scrambling for power. It's not a pretty sight from what I have heard. Has it been going on for long? Yes, it's been dragging on for years, Lord Arzen, Malden lamented, shaking his head. All three princes are good mages and rulers in their own right, but the king remains stubborn as a mule. One would think he'd want to ensure a smooth transition, but no, he keeps everyone guessing because he can't take a decision. Kai nodded thoughtfully. Political turmoil wasn't something he was familiar with. One wouldn't have a lot of time to engage in it when fiends were trying to kill you at every given moment, but he had read enough. Even in Arzen's journal, he had seen how the succession of the duchy had progressed with lots of alliances and betrayals. It was a tangled web of them that could easily destroy a nation if it continued for too long. Tell me about the princes, he prompted. Prince Thaurik, Prince Aldrin, Prince Eldrick, who are they aligned with? Malden launched into a full-blown gossip mode as he leaned forward. And the king, amidst all this chaos, Kai inquired. Lost in his own world, Lord Arzen. Malden sighed. He spends most days bedridden, leaving the kingdom to manage itself, or rather, mismanage itself. The competition for the throne has blinded everyone to the real threats. Poverty's on the rise, whispers of famine are spreading, bandit attacks are becoming more frequent, and even beast activity seems to be increasing. Thinking of which Verald is quite the different thing from all these. Why do you say so? Kai asked with interest. He recalled asking something similar when they had first met, but now things were quite different. Verald, Malden shrugged, it is an oddity. While the rest of the kingdom seems to be crumbling, Verald's actually on the opposite path. You, Lord Arzen, with your initiatives, have shaken things up. People are working, there's less hunger, and I see a purpose in them as they try to grow. I believe the last few months have affected them, and as you have shown your face around and done things for them, a lot of them think they could leave behind their miserable pasts. Kai allowed himself a small smile. If anything, this was a start, and once the beast wave passed, he could do more with the city. Speaking of factions, Lord Arzen, Malden said, bringing him out of his thoughts. With your new status as a mage, I wouldn't be surprised if one of the princes tries to recruit you once word reaches the capital. Kai frowned. A mere baron like myself wouldn't be of much interest, would he? Malden snorted. A mere baron who's a mage, Lord Arzen. Don't underestimate your worth. Just the heat stones are enough for them to inquire about you, and with the rumors of your lineage, well, let's just say the princes will be very interested in having you on their side. Imagine they do so then. Which prince will you choose, Lord Arzen? He asked the last part of the sentence with expectant eyes, trying to gauge his expression, but Kai remained calm. A prince, huh? He pondered over the question but got no answer. It was clear with the history he knew what prince was going to succeed the throne, but Eldrick was a controversial figure. For most of his good in investing in magical studies, he had put the world on the path of destruction. There was also too much bloodshed that Kai didn't approve of, hence he shrugged. Probably no one. I would rather choose myself. His eyes went towards the evening sun as he answered. From the corner of his eye, he could see how Malden stared at him, bewildered and trying to make sense of his words. The creek continued ardently as the carriages wound their way through the grasslands. Tall grasses tickled the carriage undercarriage, feathery plumes brushing against the tall windows. From outside the window, Kai could see the late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the rolling plains. He was getting restless after a day spent bouncing on hard seats. Occasionally peeking out from the window, his gaze swept across multiple landscapes he knew existed from the map. Here and there, copses of trees offered respite from the sun's intensity, their branches providing temporary places for chirping birds. The air hummed with the lazy drone of insects as the evening crept in. It was a peaceful counter to the continuous rumble of the carriages that seemed to get annoying to the ears. Slowly, the twilight descended. The sky was painted pink and orange. The rolling plains gave way to a clearing, the terrain changing completely. As the carriages started to slow down, Kai's eyes went from the window to Malden, who woke up from his nap due to a small jolt that erupted from the carriage. He almost laughed at Malden's face when he woke up, but quickly stopped himself as it was inappropriate to do so. Malden wiped his sleepy face as Kai looked outside to see a circular patch of ground that was in the middle of a ring of towering oaks. The carriages lurched to a halt. Did I sleep for the rest of the day, Lord Arzen? Malden's voice came raspy. Yes, let's get out. We need to set up camp. A guard was quick to come around and open the door for Kai as he stepped outside. He was the first to get down after a few guards, and as soon as he did, he stretched his stiff muscles, letting the cool night air hit his skin. He looked around the clearing, his eyes adjusting to the fading light. A stream gurgled close by, its noise bringing peace to Kai's ears as its surface reflected the last light of the setting sun. It was a good area to set up camp, and there didn't seem to be any beasts around. In the background, Killian barked orders. Tents were brought to the clearing, while some guards got in task to set them. Other guards started lighting up the fire pits. Kai gave an approving nod at Killian, who walked towards him with what looked like a plan in his mind, as his eyes kept darting back and forth between the trees and him. I believe I should go and hunt for tonight's meal. I saw some fat boars when we entered the area. 2 hours later, a fat boar meat sizzled over the fire, the chilly air filled with the mouth-watering meat aroma. After 2 hours of search, Killian and the mercenaries had managed to trail around the boar. Raven's arrow had done half the job, making it easier for Killian to jump in and kill it completely. Now they all had satisfied, relieved looks on their faces and seated next to one another around the fire. The guards were talking with hushed voices as stories, embarrassing tales and jokes flew around. At times, Kai could hear guards gasping at the talkers' words or laughing at what was shared. Regardless, they all seemed to be enjoying being on the run. Even the mercenaries who had fought with the guards in the larvae nest and became familiar joined, taking turns sharing stories and talking about anything and everything to add to the laughter. Malden bustled about with his staff, tending to the people and making sure everyone had a full belly and a warm drink for the night. They all needed energy for the week's journey and any bandits that might pop up, and one of the best ways to prepare for a fight was to rest. The two Arkan Tower mages, however, stood out like sore thumbs. Clan and Jax were standing behind the circle of guards, fidgeting their fingers and looking at the people talking awkwardly. Even their finely woven robes looked out of place among the worn leather and rough-spun tunics of other guards. Soon, Kai felt a stare at him as Clan turned his head towards him. Both of them walked where he was standing as he tilted his head. Lord Arzen, Jax gave a respective nod and Clan followed soon after. Yes, we wish to take our meals in our tents. Rest for the night if that's all right, Jax said as his eyes went to the plate in his hand. Okay. Kai nodded, having no reason to hold them back. Excuse us, Clan said and gave a final half-bow, walking inside one of the tents. It was amusing to see these two men so awkward and uncomfortable in the presence of his guards. The demeanor from the first day they entered his estate was nowhere to be seen. Kai watched them leave with a slight smile tugging at his lips. He then turned his attention to the feast the people were having, the roasted boar. Without another word, he settled down on a makeshift log seat. One of Malden's staff, an old man, walked towards him with a plate. It seemed as if they had already prepared his serving, and soon, a glass of ale was also served. Some men who were too close to him stood up and gave a respective bow before walking away and taking seats with the other guards. Only Killian and the mercenary group dared to sit near him. Kai didn't need time to think as he dug into the meat. The roasted meat was chewy but tender in his mouth, and the smell was quick to fill his nostrils, making him hungrier than before. As soon as the second and third pieces of meat hit his tongue, he was a goner. The meat was too good in taste not to devour it whole. The ale was just the cherry on top. His attention went to Gorak, who chewed on a large piece of meat. The man whose plate was now empty was quick to raise his hand for a second piece. He really acts without any care in the world. Though it's not only him, his whole group is similar. He had thought about it before, the reasons they acted as such. Gorak's group was a motley crew of fighters with a keen eye for coin and a blunt disregard for nobility. They were quite a welcome change from the usual courtly sycophants Kai met every day. They treated him not as a baron, but as a mage who had proven himself worthy in a fight. There was a refreshing lack of pretense or fawning in how they behaved around him, a visible contrast from how Malden behaved. Other than that, they knew Kai was approachable. It all made sense, and he wasn't about to complain about it. Kai took a bite of the tender meat, distracting his thoughts and entertaining his taste buds. After a while, he felt like the fire crackling in front of them welcomed a conversation now that his surroundings were suddenly too quiet to his liking. Kai, a half-eaten boar leg in hand, turned towards the mercenaries group and looked at Raven. "How is your spirit doing?" he asked softly, his voice barely a murmur. A wisp of cool air brushed against his cheek instantly, a silent response. Kai noticed the faint green light that brushed against him. Thinking back, he remembered how the wisp first reacted to him. It seemed comfortable around Kai, and that was probably because of the mana it felt from him. It's good. A little bit scared with all the people around, Raven cleared her throat, probably taken back due to how the spirit reacted to him. A little overwhelmed, I take it, Kai asked. Another wisp of air, followed by a faint feeling of anxiety. Kai smiled reassuringly. It was rather odd how he could feel it. Don't worry, he said, his voice low and calming. You're safe here. He paused for a moment, then changed the subject. Did it manage to sense any dangers around here? Raven nodded. The wisp did notice a couple of monsters in the vicinity, and apart from that it informed me a while ago about some people who came to scout the area. The blue glow swirled and rested on top of Raven's shoulder, soon becoming invisible to the naked eye. He grunted and nodded, a frown creasing his brow. Killian's voice came rather alarmed from next to Kai. "Scouts?" he asked, his voice gruff. Gorak, who had been listening intently, chuckled and thumped his meaty fist on the log beside him. "Yes, I believe Lord Arzen already knows, and I was just about to mention it myself. Raven informed me about it an hour ago. I just used a spell to sense anyone around in the clearing when we were setting up tents. You think they are bandits?" Kai inquired, his gaze roaming towards the tree line. Gorak nodded. "Must be a group from the barbarians. I heard about them making rounds far into their territory to capture more of it, so guess it makes sense for them to scout around here." Kai pushed further, leaning forward. Gorak cleared his throat and elaborated for Kai's benefit. "I'm sure Malden informed you about them, the large bandit group, but we call them barbarians. These barbarians are a ragtag bunch of fighters from ancient clans and tribes. They used to live autonomously in the mountains, a mineral-rich region bordering several kingdoms, including Lancefil. Both Lancefil and its neighbors tried to claim the land and enslave the warriors for how strong they are, and to acquire the unique fighting styles they have been using for decades, but the barbarians wouldn't submit. Killian took a swig from his drink before continuing. They fought back fierce as a trapped tiger, but they were outnumbered. Eventually they were forced to flee, pushing south and crossing the border into Lancefil. Now they roam the fringes, raiding settlements and causing trouble. I'd say quite the annoying tribe. Kai digested the information slowly. Bandits, it seemed, were a constant threat in this land, but something about these barbarians piqued his curiosity. After all, unlike actual bandits, they were simply refugees who were forced to leave their lands due to selfish interests. Even if they tried to assimilate into Lancefil, he knew it wouldn't be easy if the country wanted to enslave them. These barbarians, they're not your typical cutthroats, Gorek said, wiping his scarred head with his calloused palm. They let most merchants pass unscathed past Sylvan Enclave territory, where we are right now, just take a bit of coin or food as a tax for not killing us. It's the nobles they hate, the ones who tried to enslave them in the mountains. They'd torture them, that's the rumor, never seen firsthand. He gave a look at Kai, who struggled. So they're more of a resistance movement, operating under the guise of banditry. Gorek nodded. Yes, Lord Arzen, that's the gist of it. They torture those with noble connections, send a message, you see. Since they have no real power, that's the only thing they could do. The mercenary leader repeated the word torture, putting weight on it. Kai leaned back. It was an interesting dynamic. These barbarians, forced from their homes, were striking back in the only way they knew how. But why weren't the nobles taking action? It seems no noble house has tried to eradicate them, he finally said, voicing his curiosity. Gorek snorted. Eradicate? These barbarians are no ordinary bandits, Lord Arzen. They're fierce fighters honed by years in the mountains, and they know the terrain like the back of their hand. Any large force sent against them would just get lost in a chase. They'd run away if the force was too large, though. Mostly nobles are letting them be, as they haven't caused any big problem yet for them to take immediate deathly action. Either way, the bandits had only managed to target the smaller nobles. Killian nodded and continued Gorek's explanation. It's not that the nobles haven't considered it. The former duke wanted to deal with them, but they were wiping out the smaller bandit groups that plagued the outlying villages, so he let them be. But in the past year, they've grown bolder, sneaking further into our territory. Kai finished chewing a bite of boar meat. He nodded slowly but thoughtfully, I see. It seemed like the classic case of Arzen's father using them to keep the bandit groups in check. But now, they have become the big bad of the region and were trying to gain more power and control by spreading their reputation. Lord Arzen, should I act as a guard with a few others? You can head inside the tent and get some rest, Killian said, his eyes boring into Kai's as the latter finished his meal. Kai shook his head slightly. No need, I'll take the first watch myself. We can't let you do that, Lord Arzen. He looked at him as if he was saying something ominous. With so many guards here, you should rest. If any bandit comes, we can deal with them. Kai met his gaze steadily. Don't worry, Killian. I just want to sit under the night sky for a while, so I will take the first watch. Besides, these barbarians, if they are indeed scouting, wouldn't strike until the dead of night in a few hours. We have a long journey ahead tomorrow, and the guards mercs included need their rest. The logic was sound, but Killian still hesitated. Perhaps I could. Kai cut him off with a raised hand. No, Killian, it's not up for an argument. It's been a while since I've had a moment to myself. Killian sighed but composed himself quickly. He nodded and stepped back. Very well, Lord Arzen. But if anything feels amiss, call out and I'll be here. All of them sat around there for a while longer before growing too tired to continue. One by one, the guards, Malden, his staff and mercenaries, weary from the day's travel, bid him their farewell and retreated to their tents. Kai watched them disappear before taking a deep breath and looking at the sky. In the moment, it was just him, alone, under the vast expanse of the night sky, with millions of stars looking down upon him. His master had told him that thousands of years back, the mana in the night was vibrant, and as he breathed in it, he agreed with them. I had never seen so many stars in my entire life before. From the era he had come from, dark clouds would mostly cover the sky always as if the air itself was polluted, and he had lived most of his life in the tower, barely going until it was a quest or exploring. So the stars were things he had never been able to gaze upon like this before. After acting tireless for weeks, preparing for one thing or another, he knew he needed this. Therefore, he let himself be in silence while seconds poured into minutes. Then he looked down at his hands and felt a chilling cold in the core of his being, one that was never there before. Unlike his fire or wind affinity, it was one he wasn't as familiar with, nor did he know any major spells in it. For fire, he knew most of them till the fourth circle, and even a few beyond that. For ice, it was completely different, and other than frost breath and ice shards, first circle spells he had hurriedly learned, because his master insisted on knowing spells from every element. Though they'd add more intensity to the battle if combined with his other affinities, his ice affinity wasn't going to do much if he didn't manage to get more spells. It was frustrating. Even if he knew 2 or 3 spells, he had never spent more than a moment practicing them, so using them in battle was going to be beyond him till he got their casting time to an appropriate level. The spell's structure, though, it was completely different than wind or fire, and that made things tenfold harder to learn and master. Spells using ice, he vaguely recalled, relied heavily on manipulating atmospheric moisture, calculating precise structures to coerce the water molecules into freezing. But thankfully he was determined. This was his affinity, therefore he will make it work. He should make it work. Kai inhaled deeply and exhaled, letting all the air out of his lungs. He inhaled once again and opened his eyes, focusing on his palm for the spell's structure he recalled. The imaginary lines drew one after another, connecting itself into a proper ice shard spell structure. It was much more level than a fire spell structure, feeling cold to his palms with glowing white lines and much harder than land properly. As the structure came to a close end, Kai started pushing mana from his core to his palms, curious about the result. A little bit more in the last line. As soon as the structure was completed and mana poured out, he felt his hands go cold for a brief moment. The spell structure broke from his palms and only a hint of used mana was left in the air. Wait, what? That's it. Kai's hands tugged on the hair that was on his neckline as he squinted his eyes. The spell structure came to his mind once again. He had done it all right, the lines must have. He couldn't give up, he tried again. The frustration was turning into a focused determination. As he drew the structure back again from scratch, mana flowed. He felt the ice affinity in his body, and then coldness, no shard, nothing visible, only a feeling of failure in his hands. It broke once again, vanishing in the air. The structure was what seemed to be the problem. Maybe he was getting it all wrong, but there was only one way to find it out: experiment. Kai continued. After every failed try, he tried harder. The very air refused to mold into icy submission. An hour passed with his grunts and exasperated sighs. He shook his hands, flickering the wrist and forming a small orb of light, warming his palms from the coldness. Although he had expected to fail early on, ice was coming across as much harder to grasp than fire or wind. He knew it wasn't his affinity since he felt his connection to ice clearly, but the structure wasn't working as expected. Maybe he remembered it wrong or he was hurrying too much. Whatever it was, he needed to give it time. For now, I guess I could get busy with the intruders, he muttered, looking towards the oak trees beyond the stream. For a moment, his eyes glowed and he smiled. Dusting his hand off the light ball, he stood up. He had heard about the barbarians from Killian and Gorak, but hadn't gotten a good idea of their strength, so this would be a good exercise. Ragnar huffed slowly, knowing his men could hear them. Not even the slightest sound went unheard by his men, and that's how trained they were. Right now, they were in front of a clearing a large traveling band had made themselves comfortable in. They had to pass the water lake to get here, and fortunately, the water didn't go past their ankles. It was large, but shallow in depth. If it was the rainy season, the story might have been different, but it all happened in silence. Ragnar looked at his second in command and raised his eyebrows. It looks like most are at rest, the bald man signaled from atop a tree. The oak trees they hid behind weren't as tall as the usual trees they picked to hunt on prey, mostly beasts, but also nobles who would venture deep in the forest for their hunting games. However, trees they helped them blend, move faster, jump from higher, gain the upper hand over their enemies, and mostly spy without getting caught. In most cases, more than 70% of the time, most beasts would have no idea they were being trailed, and even if they got a whiff of it, their stamina would always give up after a point. The less said about nobles, the better. Humans rarely looked above them after all. He watched his men again, their mismatched leather and furs coming into view. Every one of them wore the hide of the beast they had killed, and from them they made their armor. It was a long-running tradition, one that Ragnar had done well in himself. He had brought along 30 of his best men to capture the strangers who were trying to cross through the Sylvan Enclave. They must know who they would meet, so close to the road going towards the capital, yet they had dared to come here. Well, let us take a look here. Ragnar walked closer to the nearby oak tree and peeked at the clearing. It was showered in the flickering orange glow of the campfire. A lone man sat in front of a makeshift tent, his back turned towards the fire. He grunted, "Are they stupid or what? To come in here, light up a big campfire and grab attention." Ragnar looked at Wolfgar and tapped the back of his neck. Right where the tribe tattoo was a set of sharp, large teeth that were outlined with dots, a traditional tattoo that was given to everyone in their tribe, regardless of their age or sex. Ragnar often used the signal when Wolfgar would spy on top of trees to get down and come behind him. His second in command gave a questioning look to Ragnar, who signaled at the camp. "Just one guard, can you believe it?" Ragnar scoffed, a sneer twisting the scar that went in between his eyes from his forehead towards the end of his nose. "These nobles, they grow stupider with every passing month, Wolfgar." Beside him, Wolfgar, the man with a shaved head and a single braided beard, silenced him with a sharp elbow jab. "Quiet, you fool," he hissed, his voice barely a whisper. "We don't want to alert them before we're ready." Ragnar grumbled under his breath. He frowned at the tall and broad-shouldered man. He shifted his gaze to look at the surroundings more. Several large carriages, emblazoned with an unfamiliar crest and the flag wavering, stood in the back. The image of a phoenix with ashes was on it, and it fluttered gently in the breeze that came from the low stream. For a second, the lone figure stood up slowly, almost as if he were looking at where his men were behind the oak tree. Ragnar felt his heart squeezing in his chest. He could feel the man's eyes taking in the trees, or his men behind those large woods, but there was no way he detected them. His men were trained to move in the darkness, especially after their raids in the last year. Still, a single probability came to his mind. What if it was a trap? A single lone man guarding the camp was already an oddity. Were they simply being led on to drop their guards down? As those thoughts were being born in his mind, the man quickly sat down, making him sigh in relief. "The sigil," Ragnar questioned in a whisper. "Don't recognize the sigil," he muttered, his brow furrowing in thought. Newcomer, perhaps, but clearly a noble, by the looks of those fancy carriages. Even the man standing by the fire looks to belong to a wealthy family, maybe a knight's son traveling with the noble. A predatory glint shone in his eyes as he narrowed them, looking at the lone man. He turned towards his men who had taken different positions and made a silent hand gesture, snapping them to attention. His voice, though a whisper, carried his plan. "We'll hit them hard and fast," he said. "Most of them are just servants and baggage handlers. We'll beat them into submission, leaving a few alive as a warning. Kill whoever tries to act smart, and find that noble in that group. He's our main target." He pointed towards the lone figure by the fire. "Him we take alive. He'll fetch a hefty ransom, and maybe some information as well." Ragnar recalled how their spies had looked at a knight and a few other men hunting down a wild boar. The few other men on the hunt included people who wore clothes that were different to the ones that the guards did. Probably mercenaries or some local fighting group. Regardless, they've witnessed how the crew had handled the weapons with practiced ease, like seasoned fighters. There was no doubt about that. Therefore, Ragnar knew he couldn't go in without a plan and let his men follow their intuitions. "The man outside comes first. Finish him with an arrow, then we'll move to the camp." Ragnar signaled with his hands, and they all nodded simultaneously. His men at the back passed the message to the ones who couldn't see Ragnar properly. With a final silent nod, Wolfgar raised his hand. It was the signal. The trained bowman in the back aimed at the lone man. Ragnar looked at how the man was simply sitting still, all the while looking at the forest with an interesting eye. Since he wasn't moving, there was no better time. He nodded, and Wolfgar flickered his fingers. An arrow whistled through the air, aiming squarely at the lone man's face by the fire. But it never found its mark. A gust of wind out of nowhere deflected it. Ragnar and Wolfgar narrowed their eyes. What is going on? The wind should be seemingly calm at this hour of the day. Moreover, even the lake water was still when they crossed it. Wolfgar, on the other hand, didn't wait another second to observe or think about it. He signaled from his wrist to attack with more arrows. Soon, several arrows rained down on the man, who simply stood with his arms crossed. Once again, the wind over and over made the arrows miss the target. "Stop, not anymore." Ragnar signaled, frowning and not wanting to waste more arrows. He squinted his eyes at the man as a bad feeling settled in his gut. Boring, the man who stood alone drawled. A dramatic yawn followed after. Wolfgar's eyebrows almost reached his hairline as he looked at Ragnar angrily. Was that man talking about them? "I expected more from the vaunted barbarian warriors," he said, his voice loud and clear. The lone man took a single step forward towards where they hid. From behind, Ragnar's men didn't wait for further commands. 3 of them charged forward with axes in their hands, ready to cleave the man in half. As they lurched, the lone man immediately reciprocated. He crouched to pick up the spear that was close to him and moved briskly, almost as if something was pushing him forward. How is he moving like that? Is he flying? No, that can't be true. Ragnar bent on his knees as he closely observed his men jumping on the lone guard. They jumped 4 feet high in the air and launched themselves, their axes reaching different parts of his body. But the man moved in a blur. He retracted a few steps as the axe hit the ground, and then he thrust forward with his spear. One of his men deflected the blow, but the spear moved like a snake, changing its trajectory and swiftly striking his collarbone. His men yelped in pain as another stepped forward with the heavy weapon, but the guard dodged again, sidestepping a blow. The third man tried to steal a slash as he moved behind the guard, but his axe only touched the air as his opponent disappeared. It was almost as if he had vanished for a second, but Ragnar knew he moved swiftly. The guard appeared behind the third man and thrust forward with his spear. The man went down, blood spurting out of his chest. The lone barbarian shouted in fury, but his axe wasn't able to touch the guard. He paced around the ground at a speed that was hard to follow and slapped aside the axe that was coming for his head. Then he kicked his man on the ground, sending him rolling back. As the guard moved to kill the third man, Wolfgar commanded the others to launch more arrows. The fighting men needed their help. The arrows soon whistled through the air, which made the guard stop. He flicked his wrist, and suddenly, everyone felt the wind rustling through the trees. A glow appeared in his hands, and for a moment, Ragnar was tranced by it. Out of nowhere, a torrent of wind rose and shielded the man. The arrows hit the shield and broke, falling to the ground. Ragnar's eyes widened. He turned back to look at Wolfgar, who had the same expression on his face, fear and panic. They were up against a man blessed by the elements, a mage. Ragnar and his men had been trained for years in battle, but against a mage, they'd probably get kicked in their asses. The chances of winning were extremely low. He finally understood what was going on. They weren't idiots to only have one guard up, it was a mage. Some of the men that were at the front next to Wolfgar started scrambling to get away as the mage thrust his spear, impaling the third man. "Cowards," Ragnar yelled. "You can't run like cowards. That's not what we do." His loud voice made some of the fleeing heads turn. His blood boiled at how the mage was toying with his fighting men, and the rest who were not fighting, they were already running for their lives. Before Ragnar could process what was happening, he felt something change in the air. He saw the mage moving his hands in a motion, and a glow emerging from them again as his eyes moved towards the fleeing men. Suddenly, a giant hand, wreathed in flames, materialized in the air. It went past the oak trees and reached down, engulfing the fleeing men. If Ragnar touched it, he knew he would burn to death. He could only stare in horror with his heart pounding against his ribs, so he watched it happen in front of his eyes like a darn scared animal. The mage then brought almost all the men who fled to the air, unknown curses of his men filling Ragnar's ears as he slapped them with the large flaming hand. Some hit trees, and some fell on the ground with loud grunting noises. And almost all of them got burnt in different places of their bodies. The men groaned in pain. "Don't just stand there, charge. We have no other option but to fight." Wolfgar's voice cut through the stunned silence, snapping the men from their stupor. The warriors, abandoning all pretense of retreat, surged forward toward the mage, their last hope to end this ordeal. But the mage was unperturbed. His spear and the wind spells he used to move intertwined in a deadly dance, effortlessly cutting down Ragnar's men one by one like a maniac. He twisted his spear in the air, shifting its hold by the middle of the spear and moving it in circles. The grasp in his hand glowed as the movement of the spear fastened. 4 burly men circled themselves around the lone guard. The middle one yelled, and they started attacking. 2 axes flew through the air in frenzied arcs, desperately seeking their target, who rolled on the ground in a blur. He sprang to his feet as the spear parried an incoming strike, then twisted to deflect another. Out of nowhere, a man lunged out of the trees, an axe in his hand. He let out an unmanly noise which made the 4 on the ground attack at the same time in a collaborative effort. Ragnar's heart thrummed in his ears as he watched the battle. Man who flew had his axe extended like claws, aiming for the mage's head. But in a heartbeat, the mage crouched and muttered something that Ragnar couldn't hear. He stood sprawled on the ground as some sort of a shield covered him. Ragnar frowned as he saw the wind blending into place promptly, positioning the shield to throw his men away. As the man clashed with the shield, they went flying like ragged dolls, almost as if their weight meant nothing. By how they grunted, Ragnar knew they had broken a few bones. "You are going to die here," one of his men yelled, gaining the mage's attention. He held a bow in his hand, ready to fire it towards him. The mage's lips curled upwards for some reason. He lifted his hands and started circling the fingers in the air. Ragnar knew he was preparing another spell, and as the arrow got taken out by the shield around the man, he saw flames suddenly carving out of the air. They materialized into sharp, pointy arrows. Dozens of them appeared, and the archer gulped, immediately bolting off to safety with a pale face. Seeing it, the mage smiled and launched a few of them towards him. The archer lunged sideways to dodge one of them, but another wounded his leg, making him crash into one of the trees. The others stared at the mage, too terrified to move, and seeing that, he launched the other flaming arrows at them. In an instant, a massacre began. One of the arrows came for Ragnar, who blocked it with his mace, taking a few steps back from its impact and looking back at the clearing. The mage kept firing more and more arrows towards his men, and as he wondered if it was the end, Wolfgar lunged at him from his back. His bulky muscles twitched with every step he took forward in anger. He went for a horizontal strike, ready to cut him in half, but the mage sidestepped effortlessly, his spear thrusting forward and catching the man in the side. He spun, showing off his skills as another attack came crashing down at him. Wolfgar gritted his teeth as he put distance between them, but the spear stuck to his side, blood oozing out. Still, he put on a bloody smile on display and kept fighting, powering through the pain and going for another strike. Ragnar knew his men were wild for fights like these, but the smile on his face quickly vanished when the mage blocked the axe with the haft of his spear, got to his feet with windy speed, and kicked back with a swift, powerful blow on his face. As he watched the battle between his second-in-command and the mage, he felt like rushing into action. Till now, he had been waiting for the mage to exhaust himself before making a move, knowing that the ones blessed also had to preserve their mana. But maybe that would be too late. He took a step forward, and just then, he noticed some movements from back in the clearing. The tents opened up and more of the mage's men appeared, clearly having woken up from all the noises. They were more than them in numbers, and he saw one of them, the knight the scouting team had reported, ordering them to attack. He had a sharp sword in his hand and was the first one to rush towards them. He jumped to one of Ragnar's men without hesitation. His sword found ways to attack the axes and the men who held them. His feet moved with excellent speed, easily outnumbering his men. This wasn't how Ragnar had hoped it would end. Not here, not now. His grip on his mace tightened as he saw his men getting overpowered and let out a scream. To hell with the plans. Ragnar hefted his mace onto his shoulder and sprang back, leaping towards the mage who was done trading blows with Wolfgar and was about to finish him off. He swung his weapon with wild fury but got noticed, and each of his strikes was effortlessly deflected by the mage's shimmering wind barrier, leaving Ragnar unable to break through. He tried again, fury burning up his insides. But his attempts went futile as the mage threw a gust of wind right at his heart, throwing him off of him. AGHR, Ragnar grunted loudly as his back collided with one of the tent's pillars. He breathed hard as all the blood rushed to his head from the position he was in. He quickly composed himself, trying to stand, but two flaming arrows hit right in front of his legs on the ground. Ragnar took a step back, his back plastering to the tent. "Who are you?" he questioned, his voice loud and hoarse. "You fight with the elements. If you are a true warrior, fight without it." Ragnar's eyes momentarily went around the ground, taking the sight of his men choking in pain as they were either on the ground or losing a battle to the guards who surrounded them. "Elements," the mage chuckled. His eyes, they were dancing in amusement. Ragnar could feel his fists clenching involuntarily at how he was looked down upon. "Are you in charge of this raiding party?" Ragnar smiled confidently, his bloodied teeth probably showing off. His tattooed tongue swirled over his teeth, showing the symbol of his leadership. "I'm Ragnar," he straightened himself. "Son of Yafkar, chieftain of Lombards." The mage smiled slowly. "Are you a tribal leader's son?" Ragnar nodded slowly, an ominous feeling building in his heart as the mage's smile grew by the second. He again looked around, wondering if there was a way to run, but he knew it was the end. As he closed his eyes to prepare for the mage to finish him off, he heard unexpected words coming out of the elemental gifted man. "Okay, I will let you go." "What?" Kai's heartbeat calmed after all the adrenaline faded from the fight against the barbarians. Although he had been on the lookout for the barbarians to give a tough battle, the fight had gone well and easily. It seemed like the raiding team was wet behind their ears and didn't have much real-life experience, certainly not against a mage. Burnt hair and burnt leather gave way to a bad smell that enveloped the air. Dead barbarians lay scattered around the clearing. He didn't mean to kill the barbarians at first. But as soon as he got a slight glimpse of how many people were out in the forest, waiting to jump on him and attack, he couldn't help but show an example of the 3 people who launched themselves at him. The rest of the deaths were purely out of self-defense. The barbarians tended to fight wildly, which was almost closer to fighting a beast than a soldier or a guard. His spear work was good enough, but not to the extent of solely defeating them. Therefore, he played smart. He stayed in the distance and gained maximum advantage of it, using his spells and doing what he did well. He had been thinking about combining his wind spells to boost his speed, and it had worked well. He turned his eyes to take a good look at the floor, failing to put the battle memories to the back of his mind. The broken weapons littered on the ground like the remnants of a child's broken toys. A few tents were broken and their contents spilt out. If the mercenaries and I have failed to sense their arrival, I doubt the guards would fare well against them. Kai dismissed that thought with a shake of his head. His eyes shifted to Killian, who was meticulously binding the wrists of a burly barbarian. The latter had a growing scowl on his face. He shook, trying to throw the knight off as he pulled the ropes from the 2 ends tightly. From the conversation he had heard of the barbarians while waiting for their attack, his name was Wolfgar. It was Ragnar's turn next. The guard who held him kicked him in the back of his knees as the man fell into a kneeled position. His hands were out at the front as the guard tightly held him from his shoulders and the back of his neck. Soon, Killian continued to tie him just like he did before with the other barbarians. Over 30 of them, Killian muttered, wiping sweat from his brow. There were over 30 of them, and almost half of them are alive. Kai nodded. "That's a good number," he said as his eyes roamed over to Wolfgar. His bloodied face showed no fear as he snarled at Kai even though he could be bleeding to death. These men, they don't know when to give up. Without another word, he cast a glance towards the guards and mercenaries, who were cautiously inspecting any damage to the carriages under Malden's watchful eye. "All right, everyone," Kai announced. "Looks like we've got this under control. Let's get the wounded tended to and secure the prisoners. We move out at first light." Hearing that, guards nodded in understanding and the mercenaries murmured amongst themselves. Malden, however, approached Kai. His hands clutched to his front, seeming to have something to talk with him. "Lord Arzen," he began hesitantly, "about the herb, are we still going after that?" Kai matched his gaze, unblinking. "Absolutely, Malden. We've dealt with this little hiccup. Nothing to worry about." Malden's brow furrowed. "But won't there be more attacks? After all, we just don't worry about it," Kai said. From the expression on Malden's face, he knew the merchant wanted nothing more than to run from the hills mentally. But he had a different plan in mind regarding his concern. I have a way of dealing with them. He looked at the barbarian leader, Ragnar and Wolfgar, who tried to make eye contact with him quite often, probably to make silent conversation, but it was futile. At least unlike him, the rest of the barbarians stayed silent, only putting up small fights from time to time, but unable to do anything with their hands tied up. Kai crouched down before Ragnar, noticing the scar that ran in his blood-smeared face. Ragnar, the barbarian leader, had his eyebrows knit together in a tight pull as he scowled with all his might. "Are you willing to help us?" Kai questioned, knowing the answer already. Ragnar snorted and let out a deadpan chuckle. "Help you? We're about to pass through your tribe's territory," Kai explained. "If you and your men could offer us a safe passage, let's say, I'd be willing to let you all walk free." As he said the last few words, he caught a glimpse of his men. They were perplexed at what he was offering. Killian's eyes were asking if it was the right thing to do, as it was a gamble at trusting these bandits who just attacked them head-on. Kai patiently waited for Ragnar's response. He turned around to look at him. Ahahaha. Ragnar laughed loudly and inhaled a deep, long breath. When Kai thought he was about to reply with something, he spat on the ground. "A safe passage? Do you think I'd betray my own people? I'd rather die than bring you through our lands. I am anyway considered dead if I lose a battle. So to hell with you and guiding your men. Those are not your land, and even if your tribe considers you dead for losing a battle, you're not dead. Traditions are nice, Ragnar, but they tend to crumble when you're the chieftain's son. Sentiment plays a role, you see." Ragnar squared his shoulders and lifted his chin. "I won't help you." Kai simply shrugged. "Not a request, Ragnar, more of a command." His gaze shifted to Malden, who stood nearby. "Malden, clean up for tonight. We move out at first light, and I'll be making a path for us through barbarian territory using them." Malden nodded, trusting Kai's judgments. Along with him, the rest of the guards from behind quickly got back to work, knowing that tomorrow was another day with quite a lot of challenges ahead, especially now that they had to hike a mountain. They started their journey in the first light like Kai had promised the last night. They followed the worn path that led towards the capital. The journey itself was estimated to take 5 to 6 days, though their route took an unexpected detour. They veered off the main road, heading deeper into the wild, untamed lands that were captured by the barbarian tribes. The landscape became progressively harsher, devoid of the scattered settlements and farms that dotted the main route. The only evidence of life was the occasional herds of wild horses, their powerful bodies blurring in the distance as they fled the approaching carriages. They saw no carriages other than theirs, and it was normal considering the barbarians didn't allow any outsider to reach their territory. As they ventured deeper, Kai continued to look outside from the window. He was alone in the carriage this time, with Killian taking the driver's seat in the front. The silence descended over them, only interrupted by the rumble of the carriages. "Is this really a good idea, Lord Arzen?" Killian finally blurted out, seeming unable to carry his curiosity any longer as Kai saw him stealing a glance behind. "Isn't this just provoking them? Provocation, maybe," Kai admitted. "But sometimes," he began, leaning forward, "the best way to avoid a fight is to make your enemy see you as inconvenient. Make them believe they have more to lose than to gain from the fight. Still, won't the barbarians charge straight at us seeing our carriages? They would be much more angry than usual. They should be, but we can't be stealthy here. Can we? The possibility of them clashing against us is a given once we enter their territory. I'm just making them believe they would lose a lot if they even tried anything against us," he said as the carriage rumbled with the uneven road. They weren't developed in these parts, and he was sure the barbarians would be hating him more at the moment. "Your words make sense, Lord Arzen, but I have no idea what the barbarians would do taking one look at the carriages," Killian said, his eyes glancing back at his face. Kai suddenly remembered something that would help Killian see this from the same light. "Let me tell you a story." The knight nodded from the front. "There once was a band of mages, bold and daring, who needed to travel through the territory of a rival guild to reach a hidden dungeon. Now these rival mages weren't exactly known for their hospitality," he explained, pausing for effect. "So what did these mages do?" Well, Kai continued, "They did something rather unorthodox. They captured a powerful member of the rival guild, a mage of considerable skill, not that it mattered. But yes, they captured a mage from the enemy guild. Captured one from the rival guild." "Yes," Kai said, nodding. "And here's the clever part. They didn't just lock him away. They paraded him around, displayed him in a cage at the front of their carriage for all to see. Wouldn't that just anger the rival guild?" Killian asked, confused. "Oh, it did," Kai chuckled. "They were furious. The whole thing was a blatant insult, a mockery of their power. But here's the thing, Killian, every time the rival mages got close enough to attack, they noticed something unsettling." "Oh, yes," Kai confirmed. "The captured mage, you see, was magically tethered. Every time the rival mages inched closer, he bled profusely. A clever enchantment, a magical leash, if you will. So they couldn't attack without hurting their own man," Killian asked, piecing things together. "Exactly, the rival mages were caught in a bind. Their pride wouldn't allow them to abandon their comrade, but at the same time, the human shield kept them at bay, so they healed him every time he'd bleed. Killian shook his head, so they used their captured mage as a deterrent. Most effective one at that, Kai agreed. Now, the story doesn't end there. They reached the dungeon, retrieved what they came for, but he trailed off, leaving the sentence hanging. But they just didn't get back out. The mage from the rival guild was killed. Killian raised an eyebrow and looked back. The man was clearing deep into the story by how his eyes looked curiously. Explain. Well, because when they'd have been returning, there would have been traps for them. And even if the mage was used to staving off them, they weren't sure if the mage guild would try any different ways to save their member. Moreover, any mage not with them was a threat to them. Therefore, his death was certain and necessary. As they reached the hidden dungeon, they had already gotten gains to stave off the guild by sheer power, so keeping the mage alive would have done nothing. Killian stayed silent for a few seconds, absorbing Kai's story. The latter let the silence be. We're going to do the same thing. Killian's voice cut through it quite soon. Hopefully not. Barbarians are known for a certain sense of honor. Though how much honor they have for their chieftain's son who lost a fight, well, that remains to be seen. If I could, I would make a deal with them, and hopefully they stand by it. Killian nodded. Soon, they fell into a comfortable silence. The rhythmic creak of the carriage wheels and the gentle snorting of the horses filled the air. Kai saw trees and empty roads beyond the window, and even the mana felt a bit purer the more they climbed the mountains. Then a shout from the front shattered the peace. Lord Arzen, movement up ahead, one of the drivers called. Kai straightened in his seat, his smile fading. He glanced at Killian. Looks like we're about to find out just how honorable the barbarians truly are. Yafker tightened his hand around the rope that kept the bulldrake beneath him moving with speed as he felt the sting of the mountain air on his face. 100 strong men in his tribe rode their bulldrakes down the treacherous slopes, the massive creatures sure-footing on the rocky path. He groaned loudly, signaling his bulldrake to move faster as he knew his destination was nearby. The creature soon fell into a rhythm, fasting its feet and moving forward as if everything else in the surroundings was dust. These weren't ordinary bulls. These were a result of generations of selective breeding and perfect mana manipulation to fuse their ancestors with mountain goats, something Yafker hadn't seen, but only heard through the local population, that had resulted in beasts with the strength of bulls, the agility of horses, and a disposition as wild as the wind. They were perfect for navigating through the forest or quickly implementing an escape plan. They had taken time and effort into taming the local bulldrake population not long after settling in these mountains, a move that had solidified their stay in the region. After all, who were they to not take advantage of what was offered to them in the local settlement itself? Now, the cadenced snorting of the magnificent beasts echoed through the valley. They were reaching slowly to the place where the scouts had brought word of plump merchant carriages heading easy pickings for their tribe, who hunted on nobles quite often. Yafker looked around him and noticed his son wasn't with them. Brugnar, a man with his head shaved and missing an ear, looked up at Yafker. Where's Ragnar? Yafker finally let his thoughts out. Haven't seen the oaf in a fortnight. Brugnar grunted, spitting a stream of brown tobacco juice onto the rocky path. Took a smaller raiding party to the plains a while back. Said something about expanding our territory. Brought back a good haul last time, so I let him be. Yafker's brow furrowed. Ragnar, his eldest son, was a firebrand, always itching for a fight. He valued glory and spoils over strategy, a trait that often landed him in trouble. And mostly at those times, Yafker or his right-hand Brugnar had to save him more often than not. Still, Yafker couldn't deny the boy's skills. He was a natural leader amongst the younger barbarians. It was evident since day one when they were put into practice, at the young age of 12. After all, the skills ran in the blood, no wonder. Irresponsible whelp, he grumbled, more to himself than Brugnar, but the chieftain's annoyance was quickly forgotten as they rounded a bend in the path. The sight that greeted them brought a jolt of surprise to Yafker. What in the elements is this? It was the merchant carriages they came searching for, not the scattered collection of rickety wagons they were expecting, but a dreadful line of well-mannered carriages, guarded by disciplined-looking men with their tough armor. Not a single piece of leather or piece of clothing seemed to be out of place in the guards. Yafker clenched his jaw as he saw a lone figure among the train of carriages. It was impossibly small from the distance, riding at the front and sighing next to the driver's seat. But what made his gut wrench was the person on top of the carriage, strapped with ropes and visible enough to figure out who it was in familiar leathers, but all bloody was Ragnar. Behind him, more of the men from his tribes were strapped similarly on carriages. A few had only one man, but other bigger ones had more than 2 or 3 of them congested together. No, it can't be. Is he playing a joke with these men? Yafker's knuckles whitened as his clutch tightened. He was shocked in fury and concern at the same time. His eyes widened and squinting, taking turns. He looked around his troop to see if what he was seeing was true. Maybe he was seeing things. Maybe. Unfortunately, it was true. Since every Lombard's fighter saw the same thing that he did and mirrored his expressions, he couldn't deny a thing on display. Ragnar was bound and humiliated. His hands were tightly bound by some sort of ropes as his eldest son looked up in despair. But it wasn't just the sight of his son and his men in captivity and display that sent a surge of rage through Yafker. It was the flagrant audacity of it all. "Arg," Yafker yelled from his throat. "They mock us." His voice echoed through the valley. His men grunted from behind. Hundreds of noises, agreeing with his anger. "They parade our own flesh and blood like a trophy. This is a challenge, a declaration of war. Blood, I want all of their blood in this land, their bodies in the damn trees. We are going to kill and skin each one of them alive." The men from behind shouted different nothings, agreeing with their chieftain. Axes were raised, spears brandished, and bulldrakes thundered forward, hooves pounding on the earth. Yafker couldn't hear anything else apart from his raging heartbeat in his ears. He couldn't hear his men yelling that they'd kill and break every bone that belonged to the people in the carriages, or even the radiating anger that reeked from his right-hand man, who cursed every god known to mankind. As they charged closer, however, everything seemed to slow beneath them. Someone from one of the carriages seemed oblivious to the approaching storm. Hundreds of men were no joke, but he stood casually at the front of the carriage. "Huh," Yafker shouted. The man held his hand up in a placating gesture. Brugnar grunted loudly, signaling their men to be prepared to jump on them considering they already had their weapons out. Soon they were barely 5 feet away from the carriages. Men from behind made animalistic noises as they were about to jump on the well-dressed man. Just then, the man in the front opened his mouth. "I'd like to make a deal with you." His loud voice halted everyone in their actions. Yafker squinted his eyes and raised a hand, signaling his men to hold. This wasn't right. Something about the whole situation felt off. Kai's hand was placed on his carriage. As he leaned forward with his eyes darted towards far in the distance where a bunch of men were raging towards them, at least 100, or even more. The situation should have scared or physically blown another regular person away, but Kai had an aim. His eyes momentarily shifted towards Killian, who was already prepared to face anything that came from their way heads-on, with his hand on his sword hilt. Well, this will turn out. His thoughts were interrupted by the bound man on top of the carriage, grumbling like a caged bear. "Ragnar. They're here," Ragnar practically growled. Despite being tied and beaten down already, his voice still seemed to have a fire in it. "My father, he's going to kill you all." Kai chuckled at his words. "For someone who lost a battle, you wouldn't happen to know a thing or two about staying silent when captured, would you?" He took a few steps behind so he could properly look at the look on Ragnar's face. The smile on his face grew with the sound of the hooves. He really seemed to have faith in his father and his tribe. Though Kai knew he was going to be disappointed once they got here, and even if they managed to free him, he doubted Ragnar would be welcomed well. Just by his words, the tribe put honor at the top, and they would certainly not be happy with him humiliating himself. Either way, the man was up for a tough time. He shook his head mentally as the hooves of the animals they were on got closer. They looked to be a blend of horses and bulls, and that somehow was the last thing Kai needed to focus on right now. Malden and a few guards in the carriages behind put on a nervous front as he glanced back. Even the 2 mages who were in an adjacent carriage were eyeing each other, probably wondering if they should run away. Ignoring their anxiousness, Kai smiled. Without any hesitation, he walked forward and waved his hand at the men in the front. 2 men led the hundreds of them. One was a tall, broad-shouldered but old man, probably Ragnar's father Yafker, and from the way he swirled his tongue on his upper teeth just like Ragnar had, his thoughts were confirmed. Must be running in the blood. Next to him was a rather bulky, stout man with a bald head and a missing ear. A rather strong aura came from him, and Kai guessed that he was the most dangerous warrior in the tribe. "I'd like to make a deal with you." Kai's voice seemed to halt some of the men who were about to throw a fight. Yafker quickly raised an arm. "We have no deals to make." Yafker replied loudly. "You return my son, my warriors, and face the consequences of your actions. I don't know who you are, a warrior or a noble, but if you come forward right now, I will make sure your death is easy." He pointed at Kai. "Put on a fight, harder your death will be. Either way, your bodies will be left to rot on the mountain slopes as a warning to all who dare trespass on our land." Although the number of men he brought could easily fill all the empty chambers back in the castle, the silence that descended upon them was eerie. No one dared to talk after the threatening words. Kai didn't want to show fear. Therefore he gave an amiable smile, which obviously didn't go unnoticed by Yafker. "You dare mock me," he sneered. "Who are you to display my son like a trophy? Release him and face the consequences." "Chieftain Yafker, isn't it?" Kai replied, his voice carrying a calmness that shouldn't be there. Part of his mind spiraled with what-ifs in a situation like this, but he knew he was in control till he had the captives. Yafker grunted in confirmation. His eyes narrowed, taking in the sight of Kai's guards and his men who were bound on top of their carriage. "My name is Arzen Kellius, a noble, and this whole entourage is mine," Kai continued, his gaze settling on Ragnar. "Your son here decided to engage in a rather dishonorable act, raiding our camp under the cover of night. Not exactly a testament to the Lombards' tribe's honor and integrity, is it? So I thought of teaching him a small lesson in manners, you see." Yafker's jaw was visibly clenched. A few men from behind protested with noises. From the looks of it, they were angry, yet they were listening. Kai took it as a sign to continue. A few of your men got killed in the battle. Kai said the others, well, they're currently enjoying the hospitality of my carriage. Yafker's nostrils flared. You speak of honor while your kind drove us from our ancestral lands. How was that honorable? Kai raised an eyebrow. Ancestral lands, you say. I'm afraid I'm just a humble noble, not associated with the grand politics that displaced your tribe. Besides, war isn't what I seek. All I desire is safe passage through these parts. Yafker got down from the monstrous creature with a thud, signaling his men to stay right where they were. Safe passage earned through the humiliation of my son. You say words of peace, but what you have shown me is a cause of war. This is going to be a war. Hearing the words, Kai's gut feeling yelled that these men would attack sooner than he had expected. He had one chance to explain about the deal and prepare for what was about to come. Therefore, he wrapped both his hands behind him and started drawing the spell structure for Flame Arrow. Without passing a heartbeat, he started to speak. Now, chieftain, let's not be hasty. This, he gestured towards Ragnar, was merely a tactic. You see, your son wasn't exactly cooperative when I asked him, and I have a very specific herb I need, one that only grows in these parts. So unfortunately, this was the only way. I'm willing to exchange your son in return for that herb, and we've to move safely at that. Kai's words were cut short by a few men who got off the creatures from behind, almost sprinting forward. Yafker scoffed at his words. That be the deal. Kai finished what he was about to say. Hearing that, Malden whimpered from behind. 100 angry barbarians were not funny, clearly. Trading my son's life for passage. Clever, but not enough. We settle our debts in blood, Yafker roared. He raised his hand once again as his thumb and middle finger flickered. It seemed like a signal for his men as they unisonly shouted something unknown and took a step forward. But before Yafker could take another, Kai used the spell structure he was creating and pushed a considerable amount of mana to create arrows. They conjured from his hand and went to the thin air almost immediately. Yafker, who saw the arrows with widened eyes, pulled up his sword to block them, but Kai had a different plan. He shifted his aim at the prisoners' necks, one at Ragnar, one at the single braided man, and the others at the rest of the bound men. Kai raised both his eyebrows challengingly, his hands waving a motion as the arrows got closer to their necks. He looked up and saw one of the men draw a small amount of blood from his neck. Kai's lips curled up to a smile. This should do. Take one more step, chieftain, and I'll give you plenty more reasons for war. Kai took a deep breath as his eyes lingered on the angry men. Some were fuming red physically. If it weren't for the situation, how their burly figures turned red would have been comical. But the tension that crackled in the air, thicker than the mountain fog, kept him from chuckling. He remained a picture of calm, his hand outstretched in a gesture that was both a plea and a threat, the arrows still slightly cutting some of Ragnar's men on the carriages. Although he could easily cut through Ragnar's neck, it only invited war. Therefore, Ragnar and his second in command, Wolfgar, were two among the captives who didn't get a single scratch from his arrows. The other captives had blood sleeking down their necks where the arrows slightly hit, and the fact that they squirmed and moved under it in fear didn't help either. Still, he made sure not to overdo it since his intention wasn't to kill any of them. At least for now. Very well, Kai's voice cut through the tense silence. If you're about to kill me, you'll be going home with the dead body of your son and his men. I'm pretty sure a lot of them are the children of you, all young and brash, and a collective funeral for them would make quite an event. Yafker's nostrils flared. Kai could see the vein that throbbed in his temple. Empty threats, blessed one. I wouldn't turn around without your blood in my hands. Yafker's words were agreed upon by his people from behind. They put their weapons in the air, shouting for their want for Kai's blood. Kai didn't answer that directly. Instead, he lifted his other hand as mana surged through it, slowly streaking across to form a spell structure through which another flaming arrow appeared. The arrow swooshed into the thin air, gaining everyone's attention as it hovered just inches from Ragnar's bound form. Now in total 2 arrows were a few units away from him, one on his neck and the other on his face. What are you doing? Yafker shouted. A slow, chilling smile spread across Kai's face. He flickered his wrist and changed the direction of the arrow. It shot forward, not in Ragnar's direction, but towards Yafker. The movement happened in a blur as it stopped inches from the chieftain's face, the heat singing his beard and making him flinch back. He let the arrow hang there, suspended in mid-air. That's not enough to scare them. With intent, he used mana to swing the arrow around in a slow arc, the flames casting shadows around Yafker and his right-hand man. Do you really believe that you can touch me, much less kill me? He asked. The last part came out with a low chuckle. His amusement-filled facade in the face dropped as he dramatically asked, You called me a blessed one, right? Well, I don't know if you know any other blessed, but I'm way more dangerous than all of them. Before Yafker could reply, he snapped his fingers. Mana surged out of him in droves as the single flaming arrow shifted in the air, slowly multiplying. 1 became 2 and 2 became 4 and 4 became 8. Like that, over 50 arrows floated in the air, casting an orange glow over the barbarians. Much to his happiness, a collective gasp escaped from the lips of even his own companions behind. Kai watched Yafker closely, who stared upwards. Multiple emotions ran through his face: fear, anger, respect. All the while, he didn't let his guard down even for a second. 50 arrows were ready to fall on the barbarians, and even if it was too much of a waste of his mana reserves, he held the arrows on Ragnar and the captives as well. He needed to maintain that as a direct threat to their sons, since he and his men were in no position to contest against the barbarians. Even if they dealt with the ones in front of them, more of them were going to come for revenge. It would be never-ending. He looked at the barbarians, their faces contorted in horror. Some even had their mouths gaped open. By the way, a few of them took a few steps back or glanced back. He knew he had managed to seep fear into them. Kai took advantage of the stunned silence that spread through the area. Do you truly desire war, chieftain? A war that will leave your men and yourself naught but smoldering ash? Might as well ask from them to see if they would want to die here, in the hands of a mage. Yafker's hardened face scrunched up for a brief moment. He tried to mask his expression, but his eyes didn't lie. After all, these weren't trained liars, they were trained fighters. Their eyes wouldn't lie unless they intentionally tried to. With the arrows separating them from life and death, Yafker couldn't put up a front even if he wanted to. The thought that it would take a second for the arrows to pierce down their throats had already entered his mind. We're no enemies of your tribe, you know, Kai continued. He knew he'd drag a few eyes from what he was about to say next. I apologize for what the kingdom did to your tribe. It is something out of my power to even take back if I could. If it was up to me, or anyone who's a part of my land, we wouldn't have gone that far as to execute you from your own land. He looked straight into the eyes of Yafker, trying to seem as earnest as possible. The last few words struck. Kai could tell from the widened eyes of the man who was next to Yafker, the one with the braid. He even saw Killian shooting a surprised glance, one eyebrow raised. All things considered, this wasn't part of the plan, to apologize for something they didn't do, but his immediate action seemed to have had a proper impact. A murmur rippled through the front line of the barbarians. The chieftain remained frozen, his eyes bouncing between the fiery crown of arrows overhead and Kai's eyes that were glued to him. He had given the message clearly war was an option, but a disastrous one for them. They would be going up against a walking inferno who would kill the future of their tribe before the fight could even start. To poke him a little towards his benefit, Kai took a deep breath and let his carefully constructed facade soften. We sought a peaceful solution, he said, trying his best to sound sincere. That's why Ragnar remains unharmed, despite his questionable tactics to kill us in the middle of the night. A pointed glance at the whimpering figure on the carriage underscored his words. All we ask for is safe passage through your lands. Once I gather the herb I need, I will release all your men and of course your son unharmed. The chieftain grunted. A quick stop, he added, emphasizing his need. Just a healthy exchange. We wish you no harm, and in return you get your son back. Kai kept his eyes on the barbarians, a glimmer of movement amongst them. He cast a Rave's whisper and immediately felt the familiar hum flooding his senses. It was a simple first circle spell to eavesdrop on conversations, one he had used on Ragnar and his men yesterday. Brugnar, Yafker's hefty second in command, was whispering something fierce in the chieftain's ear, something about a lucky throwing dagger and how he could take the blessed neck. Yafker scoffed, his response barely audible even with his spell. With those flaming stars overhead, Yafker rumbled, I wouldn't get close enough to swing a dagger before becoming another ash pile. And taking down a blessed, that's risking a war of attrition, one will lose. What if he has more men than the ones riding with him? What if there's more blessed among them? You son of boars just want a battle, but have you seen a single expression of fear on his face? By the elements, that man is dangerous. A wave of relief washed over Kai. It seemed reason, however begrudging, was prevailing. He kept the display of fiery arrows hovering, a potent reminder of the consequences of defiance. But beneath the surface, his mind raced. He had gambled, playing on the barbarian's fear and the sentiments of a father. But the question of will it even be enough for them to go through the passage lingered in his mind. After a moment of whispers, they turned towards Kai. Needless to say, he heard every single word that was passed between them. Kai saw Yafker glancing at his son, fear and shame flickering in his eyes. What guarantee do I have you won't dispose of my son after you get what you want? Yafker asked, his eyes staring straight at him. Kai kept his face from showing anything, but he was grinning inwardly. Things were moving as well as he had hoped, and now it was time to win them over completely. Honor binds me just as firmly as it binds you, chieftain. I swear by the very essence of pure mana itself, once I have the herb, I will release your son and his companions unharmed. He had no reason to kill anyone if they kept their part of the deal. Although he was angry with the raid, a killing spree wasn't going to solve things since the barbarians weren't typical bandits. He brought his hand and placed it around his gut, where his mana heart was, I swear. As he finished his words, his hand glowed in a bright glow and enveloped the rest of the barbarians, and even Killian, who sat next to him. It resonated with everyone who could hear him, and all of them knew he couldn't back out of his oath. He recalled one of the papers he had read on a mana theory on how mana was alive, and it was the will of the world they live in. That's why oaths like this contain the strongest will, and one couldn't back down on it. If they didn't fulfill their part of the oath, mana itself would not listen to them, resulting in losing the ability to manipulate mana. In worst cases, he had even heard of it killing the person who broke the oath. He knew it was extreme, but it seemed to have done the job as Yafker looked at him differently. He saw a flicker of something passed by his eyes before he lowered his head, examining him once more. The men behind him held different reactions to it. Some were in awe, while some had their faces in scowls. Before Kai could say anything else, the voices from behind rose again, this time loudly. "Let's fight him, Yafker. I want to see his face draining blood. Whatever he's doing is useless." Yes, even if he's blessed, he's a noble of this drenched kingdom. We can't trust him. We don't know if he manipulated the oath. The men of these lands have no honor. Some more words that made Kai internally wince passed between them. Soon, Yafker raised a hand, silencing the growing clamor. His gaze locked with Kai's, ignoring them. "Very well, blessed one." Yafker nodded, his voice loud and clear. "We accept your proposal. But know this: any hint of betrayal, any harm to my son or my men, and you will face the full fury of Lombards." Kai smiled instantly. "Your word is my assurance, chieftain," Kai replied, his voice steady. "I have no desire to earn your enmity. You will show the integrity of my words soon enough, and how I wish nothing ill of you." The tension in the air dissipated as quickly as it came. Yafker silenced his men swiftly after Kai made the promise. Then they were on their way to find Blursage. Before they started their way to find the herb, Kai questioned about Blursage and where exactly he could find it. He wanted to make sure he was in the right direction and get it as fast as possible. If he wasted more time, the barbarians might grow restless and then everything would go down the drain. For that, Yafker had grunted in confirmation, and one of his men from behind walked forward, giving the specifics on where to find and how to find it. Soon after, Kai dispelled the arrows from the air. That action made a collective sigh of relief escape from his party and the barbarians. When Kai looked back, their faces had paled from the tense standoff. Fair enough, it was too much, even for me. In all honesty, Kai was drained. He had crossed into the third circle, but maintaining more than 50 arrows for an extended period had taken a hefty chunk of his mana pool. The strain of it was too much, and even if he had remained emotionless during the tense talk, he had been wincing internally, counting down each second and hoping the barbarians would agree before he showed any vulnerability. Thankfully, the gamble had paid off. The carriage trundled forward. Kai saw the barbarians flanking them from a distance, and a small smile crept to his face. He allowed it, thinking of it as extra protection. With them behind them, he doubted any beasts with good eyes would dare to attack. From the back of the carriage, Ragnar's voice rose in a frustrated tirade. "How could you agree to this, father? They're beneath us. We should have wiped the floor with them." Kai ignored him, focusing on his waning mana reserves. He had a secured passage, but again, trust was a fragile thing, especially with a tribe known for their ferocity. All he could do now was hope that things would go smoothly and that the healthy exchange wouldn't turn into a war cry echoing through the mountains. He sighed, feeling the stress of it all, and it didn't go unnoticed by Killian, who was driving the carriage. "You do realize what you just did, right, Lord Arzen?" Killian asked. Sympathizing with the barbarians, especially in front of their chieftain, could be construed as treason if someone in the kingdom gets to know about it. The crown wouldn't take kindly to that kind of dissent. "I know, but it was the only way to gain their trust, to get them to see us as something other than invaders." Maybe Killian conceded, but trust is a fickle thing, and if the word gets there, I'd be in trouble. But the good thing is the word won't get there. It won't. A sly smile crept to his face. "Before the barbarians even arrived, I cast a soundproofing spell around the area. Only a few of our guards heard the conversation, certainly not anyone in the back." He glanced back at the carriage, where Ragnar continued his impotent ranting. Not even Malden was privy to it. All they saw were the flaming arrows and the barbarians backing down. "They probably think I scared them off, which would go well for my reputation, especially with the tower mages in the back." Killian's brow furrowed. "So you're actually considering siding with the barbarians, going against the crown for them?" Kai shook his head slowly. "I don't know, Killian. Right now, I have no intention or such power to even think of it, but if the barbarians prove themselves worthy." A plan already drew itself on Kai's mind as he continued. "I can at least give them a safe place to be." Killian nodded to that and nudged the horse to gallop faster. "Let's focus on getting that Blursage first. The sooner we're out of barbarian territory, the better." Kai's ears were filled with the noise of galloping as they moved forward the upward slope. With the loud noises around him, he couldn't focus. His mind churned like a potion bubbling in an alchemist's cauldron. His thoughts drifted towards the barbarians. The standoff hadn't only left him with a depleted mana pool. It also made him remember all the geopolitical issues associated with these men. He had learnt from Killian and the mercenaries that the barbarians were driven from their lands. Just facing Yafker confirmed the truth of what he had learned. There was a rage in the eyes of the barbarians, and if not for them having Ragnar and others in their grasp, they wouldn't be able to escape a bloody fight. He didn't care about it, nor did he have to, but he could relate to the feeling of running away from your own home. He himself had been chased away from so many of his homes like a rogue spell bouncing off a deflected shield. Reasons were always different, but that was the reality of orphans, living on the street and changing homes to get the illusion of safety. He had only felt ease and peace in the Sorcerer's Tower. He put his time and effort into building himself, all the while getting more comfortable with the surroundings. He made friends, got his master, and for years, he felt like he was on the right path to give back to the tower. Though it didn't matter, things turned out rather bitter. Now he was in a different era itself, with no way of going back to the tower. He turned in his seat, his eyes taking a tidbit on the flag of the Phoenix Modified, but it had the sentiment dear to Kai's heart, and he let his eyes be there for a few more seconds, letting the wind that howled through the mountain pass create waves in the flag. He was mainly focused on the imagery of the phoenix rising from the ashes, just like he had practically done with his life. He sighed. It was his past. Looking at the barbarians, he remembered the current situation. The way everyone else except Yafker seemed to have scowls in their faces, and their dislike could be seen miles away if focused. He wondered how to deal with them. Since they were in the Sylvan Enclave, they were going to be a problem sooner or later, and although he hadn't gotten the full view of their fighting prowess, he knew they wouldn't think twice before rushing into a war with the nobles, and in their eyes, he was one of them. He wasn't about to become a bleeding heart crusader for every displaced tribe, but if he could deal with the barbarian problem, he might be able to get a bigger power share in this region. Verald wouldn't be his forever home. As he tried to deal with things that come up, he knew he had to face the big issue at hand: mana contamination. To bring a halt to mana contamination, he'd have to make changes in the history itself. Making changes in history was no simple task. Even thinking about it, he felt like there'd be unnecessary blood, sacrifices, and a lot of meet and greets with people he didn't even know yet. That would require gaining more power, both magically and politically. If the Golden Era came, the world would again be on the route to dying under a sea of dead mana. He had to make sure it never came to be, and even if it did, it shouldn't be at the expense of the world. Maybe there's another way. Part of Kai's mind argued that there might be different ways to stop the contamination of the world. But again, the Golden Era is what led to mana contamination. Everything passed by it. No, that is the only way to prevent any sort of mass mana contamination, which meant, inevitably, getting his hands dirty in the muck of geopolitics. He knew the broad strokes: the squabbling kingdoms, the nobles vying for power, the ever-present threat of war. But the finer details, the simmering resentments, the hidden alliances, those were the missing pieces of the puzzle. He needed informants, a network of eyes and ears across the land. He needed to know everything. For now, however, the Blursage remained the primary objective. I have a lot of reading to do once I reach the capital, he thought to himself while his eyebrows raised. The sight before him caused him to pull up short. Stop, Kai ordered, and Killian brought the carriage to a halt. Soon the door was opened by Killian, and he was on the ground. Following him, his guards and the mercenaries got down. Is this the area? Malden was quick to ask. He looked at the surroundings. A large yew tree was covering the surroundings from the evening sun. Around it, there were a lot of smaller trees and herbs growing naturally. His eyes went towards the halted carriages. Since the pathway was broader than the narrow one they turned from last, the carriages had enough space to stop and even leave some space to walk around. According to the barbarians, the Blursage should be just around the yew tree. Kai looked back, and using his enhanced vision, he saw Yafker, who was sitting on top of his mount, and offered him a brief nod. The man didn't return it, but continued to tap on the crossed hand that was in front of him. This must be the place. Yes, I believe so, Kai told Malden, who straightened up immediately. He turned to the guards. All right, he barked, addressing his guards. Fan out and search the area thoroughly. Remember, the Blursage is a small blue flower with shimmering petals that seem to blur in and out of focus. The movement is an illusion, so don't hesitate. I know you can find them. The guards nodded and scattered all around the yew tree. Since the area was quite large, it was a daunting task to find a smaller herb among so many others. You lot, make haste, help the guards to find the Blursage. Look into that area. No one is searching there. Malden hurried his men towards the searching area. The mercenaries had got to work as well. Finn and Finnegan followed Raven's orders while the leader continued to follow his path. After giving one last glance towards his men, he scurried towards Kai. May I offer a description, Lord Arzen? I saw a book on rare herbs once with illustrations and such. The Blursage it depicted a Kai cut him off with a raised hand. The description is appreciated, Malden, but we need to be swift. Every moment wasted is another opportunity for complications. I don't want to stay here for long. Malden, who changed his balance from one foot to another, shifted his approach. Speaking of complications, he began. The way you handled those barbarians, the rain of flaming arrows. It was mesmerizing. Even the gruffest ones seemed to listen to your every word. Kai sighed inwardly. Malden's sycophantic behavior was starting to wear thin. Get to the point, Malden, he said, his voice firm. Kai had met with a lot of incidents like this where Malden would try to sing praises while his need was somewhere far from his word. In the end, he'd end up asking it after making sure Kai was in a good mood. The merchant was cliché and had his set of patterns, but at least it meant Kai didn't have to double-think his words. Malden squirmed slightly. Well, you see, my merchant caravans, they often have to take a longer path to carry through another trade route because the barbarians would attack if anyone goes through this one. It only delays our goods. The expenses are higher with the other road since it goes through a small barren territory and the tariffs are a lot. Food items also get rotten and expire due to the weather. So you see, Lord Arzen. Kai understood immediately. Malden wanted a safe passage for his caravans. While tempting, a guarantee was a risky proposition. He hadn't even created a healthy relationship between him and the barbarians, and how could he ask for something right now? I can't promise anything, he said cautiously. The barbarians are proud people and have rigid thinking. I can talk to them, but there's no guarantee. Malden's face fell, but a flicker of hope remained in his eyes. Even a suggestion is enough, Lord Arzen. Your influence is undeniable. I have never seen or heard of them conceding to a noble of the kingdom before. Kai nodded and waited. Malden tried to do more small talk, but he simply watched the guards looking for the herbs and circulated mana into his heart. Suddenly, an odd feeling washed over him, almost as if he was being watched. He looked at the back of the carriages and saw the two mages digging holes in his back. Their expressions were a bit strange, but as they saw Kai looking back at them, they smiled awkwardly, nodding. He had no idea what they were thinking, but it didn't matter anymore. The guards' shouts cut through his thoughts. Found it, Lord Arzen. One of them cried out, pointing towards a patch of vibrant blue flowers nestled amongst the rocks. They were hidden by them, and that's why it had taken a while to find them. Relief washed over Kai. Finally, some good news. He quickly pushed past Malden, his eyes widening at the sight. Patches of blursage sprouted across the ground, their shimmering petals a beacon in the harsh mountain light. Careful, he instructed the guards. We only need a few. Nip them from the bud, leaving the root intact. Even Malden chimed in, a hint of greed in his eyes as his lips curled upwards. There are quite a lot of them, Lord Arzen. It seemed like they were far more in quantity than what you initially wanted. Kai wanted to ignore him knowing what he wanted, but thinking of it, he had done his best for him till now and was going to do more during the beast wave. So looking at him, he shook his head. I need as much as I can, but you can take a few. I know they fetch a good price. Use them to get more guards for your carriages. You would need those if you wish to expand in the rest of the kingdom. They looked small and beautiful, but it was hard to focus on them, almost as if they were disappearing every second, but it was simply an illusion. Almost every herb used for special potions like the one Kai wanted to make had unique properties, and quite a few of them were poisonous. Fortunately, this one was safe. He looked at the guards. With nimble fingers, they plucked blursage buds, their movements precise and efficient. Time seemed to warp as they worked and put the collected herbs in a small box for preservation. They collected them for quite a while, and all this time, Kai kept a look on the barbarians. Thankfully, they just stood there, not showing any movements. Finally, with a satisfied nod, Kai said they had enough after they had filled a whole box. Without wasting another second, they packed up and began their descent down the treacherous mountain slopes. The barbarians, silent and watchful, shadowed their every move. It was a tense descent, the only sound of the hooves on loose gravel and the biting wind whipping through the valley. Reaching a strategic point near the main road, Kai called a halt. He got down from the carriage and looked up at Ragnar, the young barbarian's face twisted with a mixture of resentment and fear. He looked nasty with sweat, dirt, and dried-up blood on him. Your freedom, Kai stated, his voice firm but not unkind. As promised, Ragnar glared at him, snarling when a guard touched his bounds. Kai simply watched him without a blink. I could still strike you down, he said, but I'm choosing to stay true to my words. So leave when you can, but I can guarantee this, I will not show mercy again. Ragnar flinched. With a muttered curse, he retreated to his father's side. The others did the same. A few of them looked like they wanted to start something, but their spirits were already broken a lot by the humiliation, so they quietly followed Ragnar. Across the valley, Kai locked eyes with the barbarian chieftain. A silent exchange passed between them as Kai nodded. This time, the man nodded back. Once he saw his son returning to the troops alongside the others, he spoke. By the elements, his voice boomed. You are a man of honor, blessed one. You spared my son and his men's life as we decided. He gestured towards his son and the other captured barbarians. Even though you bear the mark of Lancefil nobility, your actions speak louder than your lineage. We will not attack any carriage bearing your colors that crosses our path. Consider it a token of gratitude. Kai smiled genuinely. Pleasure doing an honorable deal with you, chieftain. May our paths not cross in such a hostile manner again. He heard a few scoffs at that. From behind, their people were cursing Ragnar and his men who were wounded. But now, that was not Kai's business. Turning back, he met eyes with Malden, who looked like he had just made a business deal worth millions, while Killian looked a bit surprised. He simply shrugged. With that done, he could finally be on the way to the capital. The main road wasn't far from the path they came through after picking sufficient blursage. Ansel relished the feel of the wind whipping through his hair as his horse moved down the well-maintained but rocky road. He nudged the horse to quicken the speed to get in line with the guards soon. The rhythm and the peaceful wind that blew across his face put his mind to a calm state. He heard his thoughts shifting from the present to back when they were met with the barbarians. The men were twice his size. From the aspect of agility, I'd surpass them easily. But still, his agility wouldn't hold him against men with that physique and nature for long. Even from afar, their auras were dangerous. The tension that had gripped almost the entire troop had finally loosened its hold. The further he moved from the barbarians, he felt a pleasant ache in his muscles due to all the movements he had undergone the previous night. He tried and put away all the thoughts that crept into his mind, especially about the fight. Intentionally, he looked around. Unlike the treacherous mountain paths they had just walked, this road was a marvel of human ingenuity. Wide and smooth, it snaked its way through the landscape, a vital artery connecting the far-flung regions of the kingdom to the bustling heart of the capital city. As they joined the steady flow of traffic that was caused by other carriages, Ansel's gaze darted around, taking in the sights and sounds. Carriages of all shapes and sizes rumbled past the merchants hawking their wares, nobles traveling in opulent coaches, and simple folk making their way to the capital for various reasons. He could even see small strands of civilization quite far away with huts and serfs trying to control their cattle. It drew a smile to his lips. A lifetime ago, it seemed, Ansel himself had been one of those travelers, a mercenary forever chasing the next thrill, the next monster to slay. He traveled the length and breadth of various kingdoms, a restless wanderer drawn to the unknown. He'd lingered in bustling cities, savored the camaraderie of taverns, and reveled in the freedom of the open road. But that was before he had come to Verald and decided to take part in the expedition against the larvae. The memory of the monstrous creatures and the devastation they wrought sent a shiver down his spine. He recalled everything from the battle. Way they'd fought against them, and Lord Arzen, who had been the central figure, kept the monsters at bay and made sure most of them returned alive. Ansel sighed. The display of Lord Arzen in the fight against the larvae was one of the main reasons why he stayed behind with the guards after the extermination. Sure, it wasn't the same exhilarating freedom he'd known as a traveler, but this was different. When he was a traveler, he'd stopped in a few places from time to time, but it had never been a job. He'd had his freedom by simply traveling, monster hunting, and staying at the inn. As they passed yet another cluster of thatched roof huts nestled amongst rolling fields, Ansel felt a familiar pang of nostalgia. He missed the thrill of the hunt, the adrenaline rush of facing a dangerous creature. But for now, this wasn't bad, especially since he had other plans in his mind, there for later. Ansel rubbed the back of his neck. After so long, he felt as if he had a routine, a companionship where he'd fit in, and he had even managed to make friends and strengthen his training. Though he'd broken the routine to get to the capital, it felt like a positive change. Traveling had also become repetitive and ordinary for him, and it held little appeal. He'd spent years on the road, chasing beasts and dueling with other mercenaries on the road. What ignited a spark in his mind for this trip that he had asked to be one of the guards was the fact that they were going towards the capital. He'd never been to the Lancefil Kingdom's capital. He wanted to see it, learn more about it, and see if whatever he had heard about it was true. One more reason was also Lord Arzen. He wanted to keep a close eye on him. Ansel's thoughts were a whirlwind once again. It wasn't for anything strange. In his mind, he just felt like Lord Arzen had been the person he had been looking for all this time. He hadn't been disappointed till now. Just the vivid display of 100 flaming arrows in the air, aimed towards the barbarians, kept him on his toes. He had seen mages from afar, but he never saw anyone showing off such power. It was a sight that he was sure would become a big legend in one of the taverns if he recounted the tale. Moreover, with Lord Arzen there was a mystery. Ansel knew. Duke's son whispered rumors of an ancient household, but the man himself was a cipher. Just his guards were enough proof. He had seen Killian and the others, the enforcers. Their movements were too quick and their reactions inhumane. He saw the power for the first time back in the caves and then every morning on the training grounds. One day, he had even been lucky enough to witness Killian practicing what looked suspiciously like magic in the pre-dawn light. His feet had moved fast, sometimes in a blur. There would be a spark around his legs. Also, the knight would have the energy to move with the agility of a black horse and strength twice even after a long training session. Ansel winced as he recalled the duel he had with him and how he had been defeated in less than a minute. Apparently, Killian had grown stronger in the past few months. It was an open secret the guard's enforcers were Arzen's, special forces, individuals somehow empowered by his magic. Ansel didn't buy it. He'd seen too much. Men, not mages, wielding power that defied explanation, mainly because in his tribe there were similar techniques, the techniques that he wasn't qualified for, but he had seen enough of them. He didn't know why Arzen knew them, or how he came to empower his guards with them. However, it only proved one thing, that he was the man Ansel was looking for. If he could, he'd talk about everything with him directly. But Ansel was biding time in an attempt to prove himself worthy for Lord Arzen, especially with the beast wave that was on the horizon. In any way he was successful and survived the beast wave, he'd let Lord Arzen know about his true intentions. Thus, it was only a matter of time. As he pondered on how to go about it, a guttural shriek suddenly tore through his eardrums as the horse stopped in shock, jolting Ansel from his introspective reverie. His gaze snapped upwards, searching the azure expanse above. A dark mass of feathered shadows blotted out the sun momentarily. Ansel's blood ran cold. It's a group of scroungers. He shouted out as the carriages behind him stopped. With squinted eyes, he took a better look at it. Monstrous birds with leathery wings and lethal beaks. The scroungers swooped lower, their bald heads adorned with menacing horns like twisted crowns. A spark of lightning passed through the horns as he grimaced. Memories of a past encounter with these electrified nightmares flooded his mind. The smell of burnt feathers, the paralyzing crackle of lightning in the air that came from their beaks. Due to their ability to use lightning, they were also called storm vultures in some regions. Panic flickered in the eyes of the guards around him, their hands tightening instinctively around their weapons. They were simply grade 2 beasts, but they weren't easy to deal with all the lightning around them. A line of arrows erupted from the carriage behind, a desperate attempt to ward off the approaching storm. But the arrows met a horrifying end deflected mid-air by crackling bolts of condensed lightning launched from the scrounger's horns. Ansel shook his head, not wanting to deal with this at the moment, but there was no way out. He knew the scroungers loved human flesh and maybe it was their bad luck that they had encountered such a group on the road to the capital. "Shields up," he yelled. His hand darted towards the sturdy shield strapped to his back. Confusion and fear marred the guards' faces for a fleeting moment before they sprang into action. Maybe they wouldn't be able to react in time if they were ordinary guards, but most of them had the experience of battling the larvae in the nest. They were better prepared to deal with beasts now, and a silent understanding passed between them. Soon, shields were raised, forming a wall of steel against the oncoming storm. Aim for their chests. Ansel yelled, his voice hoarse but unwavering. Around the ribcage, that's where their power comes from. A guard, young and green, hesitated, his brow furrowed in uncertainty. Their chests, but won't they just shock us? Ansel didn't have time for elaborate explanations. They channel the lightning through that point, he said as his hands shook with the sudden adrenaline rush that came. Disrupt their mana flow, and they're as vulnerable as any overgrown pigeon. As the words left his mouth, the scroungers swooped down with ferocious intensity. The guards immediately raised their shields, their swords flashing as they fended off the relentless attack. Despite their efforts, the vulture-like beasts were unnervingly powerful, their talons and beaks tearing through armor and flesh. Lightning flashed around their horns, falling on the guards in an attempt to shock them. "Arg!" An injured guard cried out as lightning shook his arms, sending shockwaves throughout his body. He dropped his weapon as the scrounger pounced. A bolt of lightning gained Ansel's attention before he could focus on the wounded. It illuminated the chaos, making it impossible for him to stay back. Ansel leapt from his horse and swung his spear in a wide arc. The sharp tip sliced cleanly through a scrounger, its blood spraying the ground in crimson. A bolt of lightning came his way, but he kept his distance, using the long handle of his spear to stab the ribcage. As one of the strikes landed, the scrounger cried out in pain, and lightning around it was disrupted. Taking the chance, Ansel moved, his spear going through the center of its bald head as it powerlessly fell to the ground. But before he could savor the kill, another scrounger came towards him at an unearthly speed, its eyes burning with malice for all he could explain. He was about to raise his spear to defend when Killian materialized from behind. He was a blur of motion when his sword struck like a malefic cobra, precise and deadly, cutting down one scrounger after another. For a few seconds, Ansel kept watching Killian, noticing the sparks around his legs. Unlike the scroungers, they were blue, probably using mana. More lightning flew towards Killian as the scroungers saw their comrades dying under his sword, but they weren't even able to touch him as he jumped around, battling the beaks and horns of the scroungers. Not wanting to stand for long, Ansel joined him, taking turns to slice through them, earning loud screeches from all the fallen scroungers. A few of them flew away, probably fearing their death, but others were persistent. Their amount seemed to be overgrowing, maybe it was in his mind, but the scroungers were simply like a storm. Even the sky above seemed to have darkened, but Ansel wasn't alone. The guards had taken their tactic to shield themselves from the deadly lightning and then attack. The pause after every 2 lightning strikes was to their advantage. He focused back on the screeching bastards that swirled around the sky. With a battle cry that echoed across the battlefield, he lunged. He twisted his body, dodging a retaliatory lightning strike, and brought his spear up in a vicious thrust. The creature screeched in a death throe as he pierced through the ribcage. A lightning strike blasted through, but as he cut off the mana flow, it disrupted all around, burning the scrounger as it plummeted to the ground, a burning carcass. Ansel's eyes momentarily got distracted by the smoke. Just then, a loud screech rang out next to him, and he didn't have time to look back as a scrounger attacked. His heart thrummed in his ears as he barely shielded himself. The attack deflected to his shield and pushed him backwards. His upper arm gushed as a talon managed to tear it, and blood gushed out of it. Fuck, it hurts, Ansel whispered to himself, but the worst part wasn't even that. More screeches rang out, and as he looked upwards towards a mountain range, he saw it disappearing due to the sheer number of darned scroungers coming their way. It was a whole wake of them that seemed to be very hungry. Blood rushed to his head as he looked back and forth between all the guards who were busy fighting. He tightened his hold on the shield as another attack of lightning came down on him. We might not be able to. Before he could complete the sentence, a deafening sound came from one of the carriages in the back. A torrent of fire and imagery of a dragon erupted. The entire area shone in bright orange and yellow. The incandescent colors incinerated almost all the scroungers in its path. The heat was intense. Ansel's skin burnt from its impact as all the guards covered themselves with the cracked and burnt shields. He didn't know if the flames in the shape of the dragon were controlled, as they only consumed the scroungers. He slowly peeked up from the shield. The heat was still there, almost as if attempting to choke them with the burnt smell of the scroungers. Trees around were burnt, with leaves turned gray and smoke filling the sky, replacing the mad group of scroungers. He looked at the ground to see all of them dead. Their lethal eyes or the lightning-powered beaks were nowhere to be found, simple black blocks, all of them. Ansel slowly turned around to meet with Lord Arzen's glare. The man stood tall as the monstrous flames slowly calmed down. Before anyone could even catch their breath, his voice came loud. "Move now, or more will come," he yelled. "Harvest the bodies of those on the road." Ansel, panting and covered in blood, couldn't help but grin. He shook his head in admiration. Again, the thought slipped into his mind that his choice wasn't wrong. Lord Arzen was the man he was looking for, and the only one strong enough to save his tribe from their potential doom. Quite the opposite of the chaos of the scroungers' attack, the interior of Kai's carriage was an oasis of calm. Here, Kai hunched over a small table, his brow furrowed in concentration. In his hands, a vial containing a vibrant blue liquid pulsed with an inner light. It was the blursage extract he had added to a reagent which he managed to make before the journey. The blue liquid soon changed colors to a brick red as it swirled around. A satisfied smile spread across Kai's face. This was it. With this in his hand, he wouldn't be controlled by whatever tricks the tower used. He doubted they had advanced spells to get into his mind, and even if they did, they wouldn't use it against him. At least he was confident of that. Still, it was always a good thing to prepare, especially against what might be a group of mages dealing with dead mana and having ways to use it to power themselves. His musings were interrupted by a sudden shout from outside the carriage. "We can see the capital's walls, Lord Arzen. We're almost there." Kai glanced out the window, a wave of emotions washing over him. The dusk settled after their long day, but something inside him said the night would be longer. He leaned against the plush interior of the carriage, glued to the passing tableau. They passed a few roads, took a few turns, and were finally at the mouth of the capital of Lancefil Kingdom, Herml. A steady stream of carriages choked the streets, each one a microcosm of its own. Opulent coaches emblazoned with noble heraldry glided past, their occupants shrouded in haughty indifference, carts laden with overflowing sacks of vegetables, and boisterous vendors, hawking their wares, created movement and noise. A guard stood at the intersection, his bored expression momentarily breaking into a flicker of respect as he saw Kai's sigil in the front. The guards had been notified of their arrival, and how the sigil looked from their letters that were shared back and forth, or simply the guard didn't care much since the exterior of the carriage and the entourage was proof of their identity. But soon the guard walked closer and Killian briefly exchanged words with him. With a curt nod, he gestured them towards a less congested route, head straight down, Baron Kellius. The royal palace lies at the end. He saw Killian nod at that and started moving forward. As the carriage rolled, he remembered what he had learned about the capital's districts: the Grand Artisan District, a playground for the wealthy and creative; the Stoic Noble District, home to the city's elite; the bustling Central District, the heart of commerce, churches, and trade; and the infamous Lower District, a warren of poverty and desperation otherwise known as the slums. It was a planned city, and he was curious whether he could use anything from it for Verald. Kai had mostly lived in the Sorcerer's Tower, and most of the cities in the world in his era were desolate. A lot of people even moved underground to survive the fiends. There was nothing planned, and even if there were places of civilization, they were mostly broken and barely working. He had only learned of the great cities of the past, even a few where only mages lived, making it a heavenly place for those seeking knowledge and strength. If he was right, Herml itself would be one of the early places where mages would gather in huge numbers in the first golden era of magic. There was still over a century to it. As their carriage weaved through the throngs of people, Kai observed the diverse faces that streamed by on the streets. Well-dressed men and women with an air of self-importance brushed shoulders with laborers whose faces bore the marks of hard work. Compared to other places, there were also more non-humans here. He caught more than a few different races walking by, a few hiding their identity with robes and others displaying it freely. elves with their pointed ears, dwarves with gruff voices, nagas with their tall frames and slit pupils, trying to blend in with the others. He was surprised to see a few of them as he was seeing them for the first time. A lot of them had grown extinct by his time, especially the ones with low populations, as dead mana had simply turned them into monsters. Occasionally, he would sense mana from a few figures walking by, clearly hinting at their connection with either one of the noble families or the Archon Tower. Actra was the only mage he had seen after regressing till a month or so back. Now he was in a city full of them. A pang of concern flickered in Kai's chest. Despite the undeniable vibrancy, there was a subtle tension beneath the surface. The smiles on the faces of the wealthy seemed strained, a hint of worry clinging to their eyes. The common folk, while diverse, looked burdened. Even the festive street vendors seemed to peddle their wares with a touch of desperation. The words Malden had told him about Verald doing better than a lot of places echoed in his mind. On top of famines and growing prices, he was sure that Herml wasn't an easy place to live financially, given that it was the capital. With those thoughts, the carriage rolled towards the artisan district, and he took sight of one of the arenas around the capital. They were made to hold both official and unofficial fights with a large audience capacity. The arena they passed by was a circular structure made up of large stone blocks with a wall surrounding the fighting arena. Kai wondered if they were made for hot-headed nobles or mages to train and compete, but his thoughts died when he saw something even more interesting. The Archon Tower. It was a colossal edifice of white stone that seemed to scrape the heavens, being one of the tallest structures he had seen. With hawk eyes, he examined the intricate carving on its surface, wards to bolster its defenses. Even from afar, its grandeur and majesty captured the imagination of anyone passing by. His eyes were glued to the insignia, a stylized griffin with outstretched wings that was carved on it. It wasn't as grand as the Sorcerer's Tower, and he even felt like the carvings on it weren't the best compared to what he had seen, but it was still better than what he had expected. He slowly raised his evaluation of the tower a bit. As they drew closer, the imposing silhouette of the royal palace loomed into view. Its gleaming golden gates, flanked by statues of former kings and queens, made him lean further into his seat. They stopped by the gates. Killian emerged from the carriage first. "We'll be staying in the guest quarters reserved for visiting nobles, Lord Arzen," he informed Kai. "An audience with the king has been arranged for the morrow, as per protocol." Kai nodded, a question lingering on his lips. "The palace, why, while the Duke does possess one estate within the capital walls, it remains inaccessible to you at this time. Well, it's mostly because Lord Arzen's just a member in name for now. We asked for permission from the steward who handles the estate here, but he never got back to us. Until we build our estate, we would have to stay here." Kai's brow furrowed in understanding. He didn't need Killian to elaborate. It wasn't a bad thing for him per se. His brother didn't like him, and even if he hadn't met him, his opinion of him was surely the negatives. If he could remove himself completely from him, it was for the best. With a shared glance, the two mages who had escorted them throughout the journey approached Kai's carriage. He let Killian hold the door as he stepped outside. The fresh air hit his nostrils immediately as he felt the mana in the air, fresher than Verald by a small margin. "Lord Arzen," Clan began, his voice laced with a hint of urgency. "We should head to the tower." Kai cast a hesitant look towards the darkening sky. Dusk had settled over the city, painting the horizon in hues of orange and purple. "This late in the hour?" he questioned, a hint of amusement in his voice. The tower mages in charge wouldn't be particularly thrilled with a late-night interrogation, would they? The two mages exchanged a nervous glance. A beat of silence hung in the air before one of them spoke again. "Very well then," he conceded. "We shall proceed at dawn. You would probably want this investigation over with as soon as possible." Kai offered a non-committal nod, the mage's peculiar eagerness piquing his curiosity. Their hurriedness felt out of place, almost forced. But before he could voice his suspicions, Jax cleared his throat, his gaze flickering to one of the carriages. It was the one where they had kept the blursage. Speaking of which, Jax said, "May I inquire about your intentions regarding the additional substance you brought along? Blursage, why?" Kai had anticipated this question since it was inevitable they were going to wonder about the detour they had taken. "Ah," he said, a nonchalant smile gracing his lips. It's a mere matter of dealing with the merchant who provided us with our transportation and mercenaries. Blursage extract fetches a good price. I am sure you know that." The mages exchanged another glance. They both nodded slowly, seemingly satisfied with his explanation. With a mumbled farewell, they turned and melted back into the throng of palace guards, leaving Kai and Killian standing alone before the imposing golden gates. From what he had learned from Malden about the usage of blursage, he doubted even Magus Vidia would know of the secret properties of it. Even on the off chance she did, he would have enough plans thought out. It was certain that those two would be telling everything about him to whoever was going to conduct the investigation tomorrow, but whatever he had shown them till now, it had all been for a reason, and if he was right, the tower wouldn't be seeing him as someone they could push around. Obviously, there was a chance they would think of him as a threat, but in their eyes, his strength would be at the peak of the second circle, Maybe they would guess he's a third circle mage. With a magus in charge and several others with similar strength, he doubted they would think of him highly, at least till the time he got enough strength to not care about them at all. He shrugged the thoughts in his mind and started walking towards where Killian was moving along with the rest of the guards. Kai sported a tailored tunic woven from deep blue silk, its edges embroidered with silver thread that shimmered. A soft leather belt cinched his waist, and a matching cloak hung gracefully over his shoulders. He looked at himself in the mirror and smiled. With the exercises he was doing in his surge in power, he had been looking better and better. It wasn't something he particularly cared about, but appearances always helped. A sharp rap on the door startled him from his thoughts about the day. "Lord Arzen," came Killian's muffled voice. "Are you ready to depart?" Almost, Kai called back, slipping the vial of the potion out of his tunic. He uncorked the vial and downed the cool liquid in one swift gulp. A surge of energy coursed through his veins, his senses tingling with heightened awareness. He picked up a sealed envelope from the table. With a final smoothing of his cloak, Kai opened the door. Killian stood there, his face a neutral mask as usual. But after a good night's sleep, the night looked a bit relaxed, maybe the tiniest bit. "We are ready to go," he announced. "The mages who will escort us await in the carriage bay." "Excellent, lead the way." The walk to the carriage bay was a blur of opulent hallways and stern-faced guards. As they reached the stable, two mages clad in the distinctive crimson robes of the Archon Tower stood beside a sleek black carriage. Their expressions were unreadable, but Kai sensed a nervous tension emanating from them. "Lord Arzen," Clan bowed curtly. "We are at your service." Kai offered them a nod, his smile unwavering. "Shall we proceed then?" He climbed into the carriage, Killian following suit. The Archon mages settled into a separate carriage behind them, a silent black shadow trailing their path. As the carriage rolled out of the palace gates and into the bustling city streets, Killian spoke, his voice laced with unease. "I don't know what to expect, Lord Arzen," he confessed. "From what I've gathered within the palace walls, investigations conducted by the Archon Tower rarely go well for the accused. They have a reputation for deflecting blame, for twisting narratives. I heard they can be worse than even nobles, and it was hard to find a sane person among the power-hungry lot. They've already rejected the notion of Actra turning into a monster. They'll likely try to pin it all on you." Kai leaned back in his seat, a confident smirk playing on his lips. "Let them try," he said coolly. "I've come prepared." "Still, Lord Arzen, you are young and you haven't been of age for long," he said. "Now that you're a noble and a mage, every word of yours weighs a lot and you need to be careful. The Archon Tower will try its best to blame you for Actra's death. They would try to get you to say what they want and try to end the matter. I know, they want a scapegoat and I'm perfect for it. Fits all their boxes, but I have got a plan, Killian. Advantage." Killian echoed, intrigued by the shift in Kai's demeanor. "Exactly," Kai replied, a hint of excitement creeping into his voice. "These Archon Tower mages are probably used to getting their way, used to bend others to their will. I saw it with those two in the back when they appeared in our estate, arrogance masked by a thin veneer of courtesy." "True, but perhaps the higher-ranking mages are different," Killian cautioned. "Perhaps," Kai conceded, "but even then they likely see me as a greenhorn, a liar who can be easily bullied into submission. That, Killian, is exactly the underestimation I need." A slow smile spread across Killian's face. He began to see the gears turning in Kai's mind, the cunning plan taking shape. "So you're going to flip the script?" Kai's grin widened. "Precisely. They didn't call me here to be investigated. I came here to investigate them. Do they want a scapegoat? I'll give them a target, the corrupt practices within the very walls of the Archon Tower." Kai squinted up at the Archon Tower. When he saw it yesterday, Kai couldn't help but look fixedly at the structure of the tower. Today, there was little to no difference. The only thing was that the tower was extremely close to him. The details he saw through hawk eyes were now an arm's distance away. The runes that were etched to the surface garnered his attention immediately. The lines and arcane symbols on the tower clearly protected it from magical attacks and provided a sheen of physical defenses, but he had to examine it closely to know what type of spells might be able to break it. It was far from the best work, but it was still done intricately, making him respect the mage who had etched the runes. He noticed the material itself shimmered faintly, giving out a glow. He wanted to extend his arm and know how the material felt against his skin, but shadows of two figures came from behind. He slowly turned around to see two relaxed faces. It was amusing. The entire time they had been around him, they maintained facades of normalcy, but now there were smiles on their faces. Clan, who'd always looked as if he was born with a permanent scowl on his face, looked as good as a mage who had discovered the way to harness the power of the moon. Lord Arzen. Jax bowed, his voice dripping with forced politeness. "We are ready to proceed." Kai nodded at that. His eyes fell somewhere else when he noticed how the courtyard before the tower was unusually crowded. He was too focused on the tower to notice it before. Carriages like he saw while on his way to the capital, where their different designs lined the periphery. He doubted all of them belonged to nobles, which meant they were of mages. Was this a usual occurrence, or was something else afoot? "Are there always so many mages in the tower?" Clan looked in Killian's direction before clearing his throat. Knight Killian needs to stay here, he said. We'll go in with you. Jax was quick to follow up. Kai nodded to Killian, who immediately understood. I'll be by the carriage. Yes, this might take a while. Jax, why don't you suggest a nearby tavern for Killian? He enjoys a good stew. Jax looked flustered as he nodded. There are a few good taverns in, he pointed out the nearby taverns, gesturing at the faraway streets in which way he would have to go. The mage looked like it was below him to give directions to a tavern, but he handled it well before turning towards Kai. Excellent. Then shall we begin? He gestured towards the towering entrance. Without another word, Kai stepped through the imposing archway, the cool stone walls enveloping him in a sense of hushed reverence. The interior of the ground floor was a vast, circular chamber, its spaciousness emphasized by the high ceilings that seemed to disappear into the shadows above. Polished marble tiles gleamed underfoot, reflecting the soft luminescence emanating from strategically placed magical crystals. Plush armchairs and ornately carved tables were arranged in conversation nooks around the perimeter. Quite a nice place in terms of ambience. It's probably just to give a show of wealth and prosperity to anyone stepping through, but it's not bad. His keen eyes scanned the room, taking in every detail before they fixed on the walls. Commanding statues stood there. See those statues? Clan asked in a low voice. That's Merlin Midran himself in the front, first tower master. He was one of the few maguses in our history and had been known to take on a serpentine hydra by himself in a bottle. His eyes glimmered as he pointed at the statue of a man with dead eyes and a long beard. That book he's got. It's known as one of the foundational books in understanding magic that he wrote, and is treated as one of the rarest and strongest spell books all over the world. Jax chimed in with a curt nod towards the woman beside Midran. Alara Nightsong, he said, his voice laced with awe. They say she could summon a storm with a flick of her wrist. See that orb in her hand? Pure elemental magic, bottled up for eternity. He tried to think if he'd heard of them, but they were another two names that had been forgotten by even history books. Their eyes swept over the remaining figures. The others, Jax continued, aren't as well known among the commoners, but their deeds are whispered in hushed tones throughout the tower's halls. Each one a legend, a master of their craft, and all of them had been associated with our tower at some point. Clan let out a low whistle. Imagine the power they wielded. Makes your stomach churn, doesn't it? Kai didn't say anything but continued to look around. Scattered around the place were displays that hinted at different things. Enchanted globes spun on pedestals, swirling with small in size objects. Glass vials, filled with shimmering liquids of different colors, sat in one place. The shelves themselves garnered his attention. Here and there from the small squared-shaped windows-like structures, light streamed in, making the entire floor seem magical. They moved forward to one of the hallways. How old is this tower? He inquired. Clan cleared his throat. The Arkan Tower stands as an epitome of magical knowledge for over 300 years, Lord Arzen, he explained. Commissioned by a former king, of course, its construction was a monumental undertaking, requiring the combined talents of the most skilled mages and artisans of the age. The place almost brought me to my knees when I first visited. It was that beautiful, but it's now common since I have been here for years now. Kai noticed how both of them were relaxed around here. The way they talked to the way they walked in the front, it all screamed that they felt safe. By the way they talked about the tower, they had a lot of respect for it, and it was genuine. It was clear that their lives have revolved around here. However, he could only regard them as greenhorns, not even proper mages, which simply meant that the training of mages in this era was vastly different from what he knew of. As they moved deeper into the tower, Kai noticed different groups of mages walking past them or clustered around in groups of 4 and 5, looking both nervous and excited as they whispered to each other. A few of them glanced at Kai, but their eyes didn't stay on him for long. He noticed a pattern to their robes. Different groups wore different colors, a matter of rank maybe. Most of them wore white robes, while there were a good number of crimson ones like the ones Clan and Jax wore. He saw one green-robed mage momentarily before they crossed another hallway. He guessed that the white was for novices, crimson for apprentices, and green for adepts. None of the mages till the apprentice rank seemed to be taught how to shield their mana from leaking out, and it was easy for him to gauge their strengths. Even the adept he had seen passing by was barely able to do it, though he was better than others. He knew a few towers had that system to identify mages, but even then the number of mages around the tower alarmed him. He thought back to the carriages and decided to ask, "Is there an event of some sort taking place today?" Clan, with a hint of pride in his voice, replied, "Indeed, Lord Arzen. Today marks the annual day of the Arcana Census, the tower's prestigious advancement trials. Hence, explains all the adrenaline rush in the air." Jax continued, "The Arcana Census, or just a census, happens every year as a rigorous series of tests. All mages could take part, and they undergo trials in all aspects of knowledge theory, practical application, and even a deep understanding of magical creatures. It is a comprehensive evaluation, quite hard if you ask me, designed to identify those with the potential to excel in their magical pursuits. Circles are important, yes. But these tests are mainly to evaluate the overall understanding of a mage, and if you do well in it, you can rise in ranks. The ones doing the best in the exams had their names plastered all around the tower, and the top adepts and savants asked them to be their disciple. A spark of understanding flickered in Kai's eyes. No wonder these mages seemed so eager to push through with this investigation. They'd spoken of wanting to improve their ranks, and with the census taking place today, any delay due to him would throw their meticulously planned schedules into disarray. He was a thorn in their side, a necessary inconvenience to be dealt with before they could focus on their advancement. Their conversation flowed for a few more moments as he asked for a few more details on the census. Fortunately, both the mages seemed eager to tell him about how great the tower was and helped fill the gaps in his understanding of how it functioned. Finally, they reached a dead end, a circular platform that seemed to hover slightly above the ground. "The ascension lift," Jax announced, gesturing towards the platform. Kai stepped closer, looking over the lift. A faint hum resonated through the air, and he could feel a subtle shift in the air pressure, a telltale sign of wind magic manipulation. Most likely, an artificial air current was being channeled to create a rising platform. It was a clever but not particularly elegant solution. The platform wobbled slightly, hinting at the constant input of mana needed to maintain the enchantment. Marvelous engineering, isn't it? Clan beamed, clearly proud of the tower's innovation. Developed by the esteemed Magus Vidia herself, in collaboration with a renowned enchantment expert. Kai offered a polite nod, his mind already conjuring a far simpler and more efficient design. He recalled the Sorcerer's Tower having multiple lifts and different platforms. They were powered by runes etched onto a central shaft with gears smoothly engaging and disengaging to propel it upwards. Even a rudimentary application of this concept, fueled by a mana stone, could create a lift operable by anyone, not just mages. Or maybe. His mind went on and on, thinking about more designs for a lift, a few who would need magical engineers and the ones he could make himself. As the platform lurched upwards, carrying them to the 7th floor, he again felt the difference between the mages of this era and him. It wasn't bad per se, but as magic had been limited to only nobility and other wealthy and connected individuals, society hadn't developed using magic for a wide number of tasks, and the innovation had happened at a snail's pace. However, he guessed it's how things developed over centuries. The 7th floor was a distinct disparity to the lower level. The hallway they entered was quiet, the only sounds of their footsteps echoing on the polished stone floor. The air here felt stagnant, devoid of the vibrant hum of magic that had permeated the rest of the tower. Finally, they reached a large wood-paneled room. Inside, rows of cushioned chairs stood arranged in a semicircle, facing a vacant pedestal at the head of the room. "Please, Lord Arzen," Jax gestured towards a seat in the front row. "Have a seat and make yourself comfortable. The interrogators shouldn't take long. They are usually busy but should be on their way here. How long will they take?" "Probably a few minutes." With that information in mind, Kai surveyed the room, his face a neutral mask, but he didn't forget to show a bit of nervousness in it. He felt an unsettling gaze on him once he had entered the 7th floor, but he didn't mention it, compiling with the mages and taking a seat. Jack scurried around, returning with a steaming cup of tea and a plate piled high with pastries. "Capital delicacy, Lord Arzen," he announced, his voice laced with a forced cheer. "Do try them." A true taste of the city. Kai eyed the refreshments for a beat longer than necessary, taking in the unfamiliar pastries and the swirling steam rising from the teacup. Kai eyed the tea and pastries with suspicion. Despite their inviting aroma, a faint, discordant note warred with his senses. He'd anticipated this, a sour twist in his gut confirming his doubts. Nevertheless, he raised the cup to his lips, the sweet liquid coating his tongue. It wasn't unpleasant, but a subtle edge lingered, a metallic tang that he easily recognized. It wasn't poison per se, but it was used in quite a few paralyzing agents. He forced himself to swallow, the warmth spreading through him. A prickling sensation began at his fingertips, crawling its way up his arms, a foreign energy attempting to burrow into his mind. But he sat calmly as he waited, and soon, the energy was met with resistance. A countervailing force, cool and familiar, surged within him, pushing back the unwelcome intrusion. If he wasn't being spied upon, he would have a smirk on his face. The potion of blursage was working, and as expected, the tower mages tried to force a truth potion on him. In a way, things have progressed better than he had expected, since a truth potion was one of the easiest to dispel. If it was a mind-scrying spell, he would be in a lot more trouble and would have to show off a bit of his strength to pull out of it, but mind magic was hard and mysterious, so he had crossed it out from the possibility. He had still prepared for it, but as he expected, they had gone for a much more common method. As he sat and waited for the truth potion to dispel completely, a soft click echoed through the room as the heavy oak doors creaked open. Kai's mind was still foggy, and he knew it might only last for less than a minute before he gained his clarity again. Still, he pushed past it to focus on his interrogators. 3 figures entered, their strides measured and their expressions unreadable. He didn't focus on the 2 on the sides as his gaze locked on the mage in the middle. She hadn't bothered to mask her magic, maybe as a show of strength, but as she entered, a jolt of energy passed by him, telling him all about her. Her wrinkly hands and face showed her age, but he knew a tremendous power was hidden in her core. Her black hair was tied up in braids, and she walked with authority. Kai's eyes momentarily moved towards her necklace, and he realized that the interrogation might just be harder than he had expected. After all, the woman wasn't an adept or a savant. She was Magus Veridia, master of the Arcane Tower. Kai's eyes lingered on Veridia's form a beat longer as he stood up. His mana sense tingled with the potent raw energy that thrummed around her. Kai could feel it in his fingertips that she was powerful. For the first time since he had regressed, he felt like he was standing in front of a mage who he couldn't defeat with his current strength. The Magus calmly stepped forward, her purple robe flickering behind her. Maybe it was his brain playing tricks, but for a moment, things felt slow. The vibration in the air increased, slightly making his heartbeat grow faster. The constant hum brought him back from the inner battle between the truth potion and the blursage potion, though his eyes stayed glued on her. As she crossed the threshold into the room, the oppressive aura that had emanated from her lessened as she hid all her energy in her mana heart, her demonstration of strength ending temporarily. 2 figures flanked her, both of them shielding their mana from him, but he could guess their strengths by their robes, the one on the right wearing a green robe, being an adept, and the one on the left wearing a blue robe, probably being a savant. The adept wore a silver signet ring that was a carefully carved star. Its lines aligned perfectly, while the savant wore the ring with a swirling amethyst pendant that pulsed faintly in time with its wearer's breathing. Kai's eyes went from the 2 mages to Veridia, and she was the first one to break the silence. A gentle smile played on her lips as she gestured towards a chair opposite her. "There's no need to stand, Mage Arzen. Please take a seat. As you might have probably guessed, I'm Magus Veridia, Master of Arcane Tower and the Witch of the Night Sky." Following her introduction, the mage with the signet ring stepped forward. "Archon Theobald at your service," he said in his deep voice. Third Circle adept and learner of the arcane wards. His sharp chin nodded at him slightly. He was the youngest among them, being a middle-aged man, and was probably someone who was looked up to as a bright prospect. The other mage, who had eyes as sharp as obsidian and a mane of fiery red hair, inclined his head in a curt nod. "I am Jasper Micknight," he said, 4th Circle savant and one of the members of the Council of the Tower. Kai's ears perked up at that. So he was going to be interrogated by 2 members of the council. "It's an honor to meet you all. I'm Baron Arzen Kellius," he replied nonchalantly, showing proper courtesy. He settled himself back on his seat, his eyes roaming through the 3 mages before him. All of them took their seats in front of him, a silence descending on them as he waited for them to begin whatever questions they were going to have for him. At the same time, his mind worked to figure out ways to subdue them if they tried to make it a contest of strength. It wasn't likely, but with Veridia here, he had to plan for everything. Even if he couldn't face her head-on with the large gap between them, he could still be a worthy opponent. Veridia cleared her throat. "While my schedule is usually packed, a fortunate alignment of events freed up my afternoon. Consider it serendipity that brought us all together today." Her voice was sharp, bold, strong, and held years of experience. If a mountain could speak, it would have her voice. Kai wasn't surprised at that, to say the least, and he guessed that she was at least 100 years old, yet she looked half of that. A snort escaped Archon. He should be honored to be in the presence of Magus Veridia. He fidgeted his signet ring. Jasper, the red-headed mage, nodded, his gaze flickering between Kai and Veridia. "Indeed." Even if it's an interrogation, not many get the chance to talk to her. Veridia waved their comments away with a dismissive flick of her wrist. The circumstances surrounding this case are intriguing. The loss of a 3rd Circle mage, particularly one as esteemed as Actra, is a significant blow. That's why I felt it warranted my attention. Her eyes locked on Kai. There was no hostility in them, but he knew it was a facade of politeness. He barely stopped himself from snorting at the thought of Actra being esteemed. He wasn't bad at fighting and holding things, but he hadn't seen anything that might make him esteemed. As if on cue, a parchment materialized near Jasper, its surface glowing visibly. A delicate tendril of energy snaked from his outstretched finger, poised to write words on the parchment. The black ink marked almost every word that was leaving Veridia's lips. With that, the interrogation started, and Archon bristled. He had a cold glare that landed squarely on Kai. "Explain yourself, young man," he said. "How precisely did you manage to kill Mage Actra?" Kai opened his mouth to respond. He had thought of this question before he had thought of answers, the right ones, but before he could utter a word, Veridia intervened. Her hand rose in a placating gesture, her gaze silencing Archon with a quiet strength. "Patience, Archon. Accusations can wait. First, we need a clearer picture of the events that transpired. Arzen, would you be so kind as to recount the details of your encounter with Actra? You're allowed to picture what exactly happened with him, from the start." Her request hung in the air, a silent invitation for Kai to tell his side of the story. The accusation still lingered, heavy in the air, but for the moment Vidia had granted him a reprieve. The parchment shimmered expectantly. Kai met Archon's glare with a measured smile, his mind racing. As he looked at Vidia, she gave him an expectant look. He understood the game they were playing. The hostile accusations from Archon and Jasper, the opposite of Viridia's seeming neutrality, were designed to throw him off guard, to make him feel safe with Magus so he'd blurt out anything he hid. The truth simulant would do the rest of the job, and he had to say it was a good strategy, but sadly for them, it wouldn't work. Perhaps you haven't considered all the facts, Mage Archon, Kai began, his voice calm and collected. I assure you I had no desire to harm Actra. In fact, it was the other way around. Viridia's brow furrowed slightly, she leaned forward. Her lips pursed as she clasped her hands on the table in front of them. Jasper's disdainful expression remained unchanged, while Archon's scowl deepened. Explain yourself, he said, his voice carrying a sharp tint. Kai took a deep breath, his gaze locking onto Archon's. For a moment he focused and found that his voice simmered with magic, and he felt the tension inside of him growing. It was either a spell to make him restless or fear him. He took a calm breath, dispelling it before he opened his mouth. Actra, he started, enunciating each word carefully, was in the service of my father, the previous duke. When I inherited my barony, my father tasked him to be my retainer for his remaining service to assist me with growing my newly obtained fief. However, even then, I sensed a darkness beneath his affability. The parchment shimmered faintly as Jasper, seemingly unfazed, began inscribing the first lines of Kai's narrative. There were inconsistencies, Kai continued, his voice steady. He subtly pushed me towards reckless spending, attempting to saddle me with debt. Back then, naive and trusting, I allowed myself to be manipulated, thinking it to be for the better of the territory. He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. Archon slammed his fist on the table. Inconsistencies? What kind of flimsy excuse is that? His lips twitched, but Kai shook his head unfazed. He pressed on. Over the months, Actra's behavior became increasingly erratic. It prompted me to investigate further. What I discovered was a disturbing web of deceit. He paused, letting the tension build. The mages were playing a game, but Kai had been the one to manipulate it better. His voice control and his eyes supported his story. Actra was in collusion with the Tradeheart Merchant Association. They aimed to cripple me with debt, seize my farmlands and mines. Jasper's hand moved with unnatural speed across the parchment, the quill seemingly etching words by itself. Though they initially succeeded, Kai continued, I managed to extricate myself from their clutches, and began my own investigation, he added, a smile flickering on his lips. I uncovered evidence of the Tradeheart's involvement in highly illegal activities. He reached into his satchel, retrieving a worn envelope. He flipped it open and pulled out a stack of documents. His gaze didn't move from Archon as he placed them in front of him slowly. The parchment beside Jasper vibrated slightly, but the inscription remained unseen. Viridia's eyes moved towards the documents. She looked surprised. Couldn't say as she hid her emotions with her neutral face, but neither of the other mages made a move to read them. What does this have to do with Actra's demise? Jasper finally spoke. When I confronted him, Kai replied, his gaze meeting Archon's unflinchingly. The man transformed. Not like using a temporary spell to change shape, mind you, but a grotesque creature. He shuddered, a wave of genuine fear momentarily replacing the resolve in his eyes. It was of course a show, but his acting wasn't bad. At least he hoped so. It rampaged with high rage, intent on destroying everything in its path, including me, and I was right in front of him. A heavy silence came after his words. Self-defense then, Archon stated blankly. Kai looked at the man's emerald eyes. That's precisely how it went. Absolute nonsense. You expect us to believe this fantastical tale, he spat, his voice dripping with disbelief. He's lying through his teeth. Kai couldn't help but chuckle internally. Here they were, the ones who'd administered a truth serum, accusing him of fabrication. The irony was delicious. There's no reason for me to lie, he countered, his voice calm and steady. And besides, there are witnesses. Jasper scoffed. Witnesses, your retainers or the ones working for you, no doubt, easily swayed or bribed. Undeterred, Kai reached into his envelope again, this time pulling out a stack of parchment tied with a red ribbon. These, he declared, placing them on the table with a decisive thud, are sworn witness reports, not just from my retainers. In these reports, they act as good evidence according to the law of the kingdom. Magus Vidia, look at this young man lie. These are his people, his lackeys. These people work for you, don't they? Kai huffed. Several saw Actra transform. Traveling merchants, a traveler named Ansel passed through the territory, and even a mercenary group who happened to be in the vicinity. Hardly my lackeys. Archon remained silent, his gaze flickering between Kai and the documents. Jasper, however, still harbored doubts. And how can we believe these reports are anything but fabricated lies? He challenged. Kai met his glare head-on. Read them, he challenged back. You'll find testimonies from independent witnesses. If you wish, these individuals can be questioned directly. Another moment of silence descended upon the room. Jasper's fiery retort died in his throat as he stared at the reports. Archon stroked his chin thoughtfully. Kai had clearly prepared for this interrogation. They probably hadn't anticipated such meticulousness. Vidia, however, remained the most curious of the three. She had skimmed the reports all the while her expressions remained the same. When her eyes met Kai's again, he knew she was about to ask an important question. "There's one point you haven't addressed," she stated, her voice devoid of accusation but laced with genuine curiosity. "Even with witnesses, something doesn't quite add up. Actra was a third circle mage. Even assuming your story of a demonic transformation is true, his power would have been formidable. Yet you, a second circle mage, supposedly defeated him, and you haven't been trained by the tower or anyone, but we will come back to it later. Explain that discrepancy first." Kai held her gaze, a faint smirk playing on his lips. He knew the most critical part of his story was yet to come. The truth about his victory over Actra, the secret that had him walking into this lion's den with such confidence, was about to be revealed. Vidia cranked up the pressure a notch. Her aura, a potent storm brewing just beneath the surface, pressed down on Kai. While his outward expression strained, a sense of perverse satisfaction played behind his eyes. Lowering his rank to a second circle mage for this interrogation had been a gamble, since he didn't know if there was anyone in the tower who would be able to dive deeper into his mana to know his truth strength, but it seemed to be paying off. But then he thought about the question. He couldn't reveal it was the mana bane. An accusation of dealing with forbidden poisons would complicate things further. Truth, as he knew, could be a double-edged sword easily twisted to fit an agenda. So he needed a different approach. Before this whole incident, he was tasked with clearing a monster nest. Actra sustained a serious injury during the fight. He paused, letting the implications sink in. The story would make more sense with a wounded and vulnerable mage. Now, when he transformed, Kai continued, using the neutral term to avoid any immediate accusation of demonic possession. It seemed like a desperate push against his weakened state, but it backfired. Unstable and chaotic, his own mana turned violent, exploding him from within. My fire spells might have triggered it too. The lie hung heavy in the air, yet none of them seemed completely convinced. Viridia's expression remained mostly unreadable, while the other two mages masked their emotions well. They believed he couldn't shake the effect of the truth potion, its power forcing them to accept his narrative, even if parts didn't quite fit. The reports corroborated his story. They could verify the monster hunt, even Actra's injury. A tense silence stretched between them. Kai, capitalizing on the awkward lull, decided to go on the offensive. "Now that I've explained myself," he said, his voice firm, "I have a few questions of my own." Vidia and the two mages exchanged surprised glances. "Questions?" Jasper was quick to ask. "What?" Vidia questioned. Without missing a beat, Kai launched into his list. "Why was a mage under your tower so hostile towards me, someone he was supposed to serve as a retainer?" He paused, letting the accusation hang in the air. "There's a law in the kingdom, isn't there? One that holds the tower liable for their mages." He pressed on, his voice gaining momentum. "And even if I did attack him," Kai added, "the fact remains he transformed into a demon. Doesn't that tell you something? A mage of the adept rank, an esteemed one of the tower turning into a demon. I believe that's a far bigger problem here." Kai forced them onto the defensive, exposing a potential chink in the tower's armor. Whether they were truly invested in uncovering the truth behind Actra's demise or simply trying to pin the blame on a convenient scapegoat remained to be seen. But one thing was certain: his gamble had just raised the stakes in this high-powered game. "There's one more thing." Kai saved his most potent question for last. He reached into his seemingly bottomless pouch once more, this time retrieving a slim stack of paper tied with a yellow ribbon. "Finally," he said, his voice ringing with accusation, "who in the tower was trying to have me killed?" He slammed the letters onto the table, the force echoing in the tense silence. The dates on the worn parchment were damning communication between someone from the tower and Actra, predating even Kai's awakening as a mage. This wasn't mere happenstance. His gaze locked with Viridia's, a challenge burning in his eyes. Is the esteemed Archon Tower now a breeding ground for assassins rather than mages? A suffocating silence engulfed the room as Kai launched his final salvo. He could feel his pulse everywhere as he became hyper-aware of his environment. A domineering aura clung to his shoulders, pushing him down on the ground. Had he overplayed his hand? Maybe not. Questions rose to his mind. He'd anticipated a hostile interrogation, perhaps even a touch of physical intimidation, but Viridia's sheer presence was a force he hadn't expected. Still, retreat wasn't an option. Actra, and by extension, the tower, had clearly marked him for death. Whether Actra's demonic transformation was a desperate act or a preordained outcome, the fact remained his accomplices, those who sanctioned his demise, resided within these very walls. Were they a rogue faction harboring secrets that shouldn't be said, or was the rot deeper, infecting the very core of the tower? Kai couldn't sense any taint of dead mana, the signature of such dark magic, but that didn't guarantee its absence. Maybe there are practitioners in the tower. Finally, the tension shattered as her presence left him. Archon got to his feet, a half-formed spell crackling at his fingertips. But before the hostile magic could coalesce, Vidia intervened. A wave of her hand, subtle yet obvious, sent a ripple through the air, dissolving the nascent spell and forcing the enraged mage back into his seat. Viridia's gaze, calm and collected the entire time, now glinted with a cold fury. The parchment beside Jasper, previously still, began to writhe and twist as if imbued with a life of its own, etching furious strokes in response to Kai's words. Accusations, she hissed, are heavy and presumptuous. Do you have any idea of the weight you carry, young man? You are treading on dangerous ground, making claims that could bring the full censure of the tower upon your head. Kai held her gaze unwavering, his own anger simmering beneath the surface. I'm not accusing the tower, just the one who seeks my demise, and I have proof. Silence reigned once more as Vidia unfolded the letters, her expression unreadable. Each rustle of the parchment echoed in the tense atmosphere. No names were mentioned, but the origin of the tower itself was unmistakable. The contents were simple, giving Actra the task of eliminating Arzen and framing it as an accident. There were even details of how they were going to handle it, and how since Arzen had lost out on the Duke's territory, he was powerless and the crown wouldn't bother with his death. Viridia's expressions became more conflicted as she read. Kai had not only survived the interrogation but had turned the tables, forcing the tower onto the defensive. The truth, a blessing in disguise, now hung precariously between them. The gamble, fraught with risk, had paid off for now, but the true test was yet to come. Why did Actra keep the letters? Whether out of arrogance or carelessness mattered little now. These were his trump cards, and they'd landed with a resounding thud. He did wonder if Vidia was simply going to burn them with a spell. It was an outcome he had thought of and had already prepared against. Other than making copies of these, he was also ready to block out any spell heading for the letters. Even if he wasn't as strong as her, he was capable of blocking out one spell from her and rushing out with the letters. Viridia's face, previously guarded, darkened as she finished reading. The other mages, their earlier hostility replaced by unease, exchanged nervous glances. Kai watched them, hoping to ignite in his chest. Vidia finally looked up from the letters. I assure you, she stated, her voice taut, I do not know this contract. Actra must have been acting of his own volition. Kai's lips curled into a skeptical smile. Someone in the tower knew, and that someone is still a mage right in here. He barely stopped himself from saying, maybe in the room with us, and pressed on, pushing his advantage. The bigger issue, he continued, his voice rising slightly, is that he transformed into a demon and attacked me. That warrants an investigation, wouldn't you agree? The church, the crown. They wouldn't take kindly to news of a demonic entity within the tower's ranks, especially when it targeted a noble. A pointed glance at the parchment writing everything down made him smile. Speaking of the crown, I have an audience with the king in a few hours. I'm pretty sure he would be interested in this. Archon, the one with the signet ring, let out a huff. You speak a lot, boy, he growled, his voice laced with barely concealed menace. Second circle mages are wise to know their place. There's a time to speak and a time to be silent. Kai met his glare head-on, his jaw set defiantly. I'm not just a mage. I'm also the son of a former duke, a lord in my own right. Is that a threat? Because it can be interpreted either way. The Archon visibly paled. Vidia, however, remained the most composed figure in the room. A hint of a smile played on her lips, a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. Kai's insides churned with a nervous anticipation. From everything he had learned from Malden and Killian, mages and nobility didn't have the best of harmony, and were often against each other, with nobility trying to use them for their power, and mages not wanting to be dragged around. The crown hung in the middle, balancing both sides. The church was the third participant in this game of power struggles, with them not having a lot of power, but having the biggest reach, with most people following one religion. If it really got out that the tower was housing a demonic creature with potentially more of them present inside it, it would be the biggest scandal of the century, especially one amidst a struggle for succession for the next king. Once he actually thought about it, Kai realized he might have the power to change the whole outcome of the succession simply by talking about this scandal. Obviously, he didn't have any plans for it right now, but it was his best move to drag it as much as he could. Silence stretched thick and heavy before Vidia finally spoke. My visit here, she began, her voice low and measured, has proven to be more enlightening than anticipated. Kai's heart hammered against his ribs. Was this a good sign, or was she simply toying with him? Vidia continued, her gaze moving over the documents on the table. The evidence you've provided, she stated, while unconventional, is adequate. It paints a clear picture of Actra as a criminal who acted in his interests, working with a connection within the tower for his personal gain. Relief washed over Kai, a wave so powerful it nearly knocked him off balance. They weren't dismissing his claims entirely. The tower will conduct its own investigation. She went on into Actra's activities, including finding the individual he corresponded with. Additionally, we will compensate you for the inconvenience and risk you've endured. A flicker of surprise crossed Kai's face. It was moving smoother than he had expected. However, Vidia added, her voice firm. We require a detailed report from you regarding the demonic entity you encountered. It's crucial for our own investigation, and for you to not speak about it until we finish our investigations. The two other mages bristled at her words, but Kai barely noticed. This was a far better outcome than he'd dared to hope for. With a sigh of relief, he straightened in his chair. By the looks of it, they didn't want him to swear an oath to stay quiet, so he didn't have a reason to say no. Of course, he readily agreed, a genuine smile spreading across his face. I would be happy to provide a detailed report, though I would hope this investigation doesn't require another trip all the way to the capital. And if it does, he added, a glint in his eyes, perhaps the tower representatives will be more courteous this time around. A tense silence hung in the air before Vidia, to his surprise, chuckled softly. Courtesy, she mused, is a concept we can certainly discuss at a later date. But for now, Mage Arzen, she said, inclining her head slightly. Consider this matter settled. Kai rose from his chair. He may have walked into the lion's den, but he'd emerged not just unscathed, but with a cautious truce forged. The game was far from over, but for now he'd played his hand skillfully, forcing the tower to acknowledge the darkness that festered within its walls. He wondered if he should take charge and talk about aiding the defense against the beast wave, but decided not to do it. He had other plans for it, and even if he was going to get some aid from them, he didn't want to overdo them since it would come with his own problems. A satisfied smirk played on Kai's lips as Vidia subtly promised to ensure the other mages learned a valuable lesson about courtesy. Gathering his evidence back into his robe, he prepared to make his exit. Just as he was about to ask for his leave, Viridia's emerald eyes twinkled with an unexpected glint. There's one loose thread to discuss, Mage Arzen, she said. Kai's heart skipped a beat. Had she seen through his potion? What do you mean? He managed to ask, feigning ignorance. Your awakening as a mage, Vidia stated, her gaze unwavering. Our records show you were deemed incapable during the standard testing conducted by your family due to mana vein blockage, and if I'm not mistaken, this awakening happened quite recently. Kai cursed inwardly. They had a database, or maybe a report on him specifically, detailing his failed test. Indeed, he admitted, schooling his features into a mask of nonchalance. Fortunately, I was able to come into my inheritance recently. He kept a keen eye on the mages as he spoke. As expected, their reactions were a mixed bag. Both Archon and Jasper's eyes widened in envy, a flicker of longing crossing their features. Even Viridia's stoic facade faltered for a moment, a hint of greed glinting in her emerald depths. This inheritance, what exactly was it? Kai had questioned Killian about it, his supposed guardian retainer, but the knight remained clueless. Yet these mages knew. And the hunger in their eyes spoke volumes of the power this supposed inheritance held. Suddenly, the interrogation room felt less like a trial and more like a den of treasure hunters scenting a hidden fortune. Kai, for the first time, felt uneasy for a different reason. Viridia's curt nod confirmed Kai's suspicions. His explanation, while shaky, had been enough for now. A smile devoid of warmth spread across her face. Excellent, she said, her voice laced with something that he couldn't decipher. Compensation for your troubles will be arranged. However, there is the matter of procedure as a newly awakened mage. Kai braced himself for whatever was to come. From Clan and Jax, he knew the procedure, and if she asked him to study in the tower, he was going to reject it, citing his noble duties. Vidia seemed to anticipate his resistance. As a newly awakened mage, she continued, her voice smooth as silk. The Ascension exam is a mandatory formality. It wouldn't take long, and upon successful completion, you'd be a registered mage of the tower. Kai nodded, not liking where it was going. I appreciate the offer, he countered, his voice firm, but I have a city to run. Time is a precious commodity for me. As a noble, she countered, your presence wouldn't be required full-time. You'd manage your territory, contribute to the tower in times of crisis, and perhaps attend classes and get a master of your own free will if you like. Self-taught mages rarely do great, and even if you have done well till now, your progress will become slower and harder with time. I don't think I would like to select a master. An inheritance, no matter how potent, can't replace proper training. You'd be wise to consider it. I will think of it. He didn't try to drag the conversation, but Vidia still mentioned about the responsibilities that would come with being a tower mage alongside the benefits to his reputation. Kai didn't care much about the benefits, but he did wince at the fact that he would have to go to war if it ever came up, though he would have to go either way since he was a noble. Escaping a war was probably the best way to lose favor with the crown and the people. I would give the exam, he said after she finished her explanation. He doubted he had a way here since it was mandatory for every mage within the kingdom to register, but at least he would be able to leverage his worth as a noble to ignore most of the things going on in the tower. I do have one request. Could you give me access to the library? I would like to study before the exam. Vidia chuckled. Of course. A temporary pass for now, a permanent one after your registration. With a curt nod, he turned to leave. Just as he reached the door, Viridia's voice stopped him cold. Your mother, she said, her tone laced with a strange mixture of curiosity and something akin to pity, would be proud that you were able to access her inheritance. The tower only had a handful of magus, and she was a special one even among those. Kai froze upon hearing that. P.S. Sorry for the delay, had been going through a personal loss. Arzen's mother was a magus. Viridia's words were like a bolt straight out of the sky, and it took more than a second for him to register them. A lot of thoughts turned in his mind as he felt like the hidden piece of a puzzle he was looking for was finally revealed to him, but it also brought out a lot of confusion with it. Therefore he turned around, masking his confusion and vulnerability with a polite smile. Archon moved forward and extended his hand. There was a thin strip of yellow parchment, designed with green embroidery in the corners. This is the temporary pass for the library, he said with a gruff voice. Kai gave a curt nod and noticed that the man's aura was stranger than before and his eyes seemed to bore into him. Even Jasper showed similar annoyance, but he hid it way better. He couldn't blame them since he doubted the tower had many instances of losing out like this. Not only they could do nothing to him on Actra's death, they even have to compensate him. He gave them one last look and turned around to leave. As he exited the room, he felt Viridia's gaze burning into his back, a heated intensity that sent shivers down his spine. The glare that bore behind his back made him wonder if she was going to go back on her words and simply attack him, but he maintained his composed stride, disappearing down the hallway. Once safely out of sight, Kai allowed himself to breathe. Thankfully, no one stopped him for anything more, and it allowed him to recap the entire interrogation. It had been a high-stakes dance for sure, and while he'd managed to stay one step ahead, the revelation about his mother made him rethink everything he'd known about Arzen so far. He replayed Viridia's words in his mind. Your mother would be proud that you were able to access her inheritance. The tower only had a handful of magus, and she was a special one even among those. Arzen's mother, a magus of Arkin Tower. It wasn't hard for him to believe that a lot of people in his family were mages. After all, his initial potential had been pretty good, but he hadn't entertained the possibility of his own mother being a powerful magus, and one that probably had a history with Viridia. His thoughts went back to anything and everything he could think of her. The diaries, the only link he had to his past, had offered no mention of her. He'd simply assumed she was from a noble house, someone who'd passed away early, leaving Arzen with no memories of her. Now it seemed the truth was far more complex. The inheritance then wasn't from the duchy, but from his mother herself, an inheritance that others assumed to be powerful enough to unclog his mana veins and awaken his magical abilities. Had Actra killed him for the inheritance if it was so powerful? He doubted it since it was usual for only the successor to be able to access it until a mage had decided to make it a competition. 1,000 questions swirled in his mind. Everyone around him was probably going to assume he had gotten the inheritance, but only he knew the truth. The question of what type of inheritance it was, who actually was his mother, and where was this inheritance located bugged him. As he walked, he pushed these questions down, deciding to use the tower's library to see if they had any records on his mother. Knowing how they publicly boasted of their former powerful mages, they would have a lot of information for the novices and apprentices to read through. Suddenly, he thought back to the awakening of his ice element and the voice he had heard. Was that some sort of a soul imprint left by his mother? Could definitely be that, but he couldn't come to a conclusion before getting more information about her. If he was lucky, he would even be able to find more information on his whole family in the library. It wouldn't be a bad choice to look into this inheritance, since it was bound to contain some sort of artifacts, spells, or powers that Arzen's mother would have left for him. It was sad that he would never be able to get his hand on his rightful inheritance, but he was here in his place. Even if it wasn't the most moral thing, he didn't care since strength was very important to him. After all, the investigation was not a hurdle cleared, but a fragile truce at best. He knew the tower's interest in him would only grow. They needed him to be quiet, and if they were actually serious about the investigation, then he could see several ways how he might be impacted. If there was actually a secret cabal of demonic mages within the tower itself, it might lead to an internal war, and if the whole tower was on it, then he might very well expect more than a few assassins after him, though he had a feeling he was going to be chased by assassins either way. It still left the question of who wanted to kill him out in the open, and as that person hadn't made any moves since Actra, he was waiting for something to come up. Kai sighed as he pushed past a small crowd to get to the lift. The conversation had mostly exhausted him due to how careful he'd wanted to be. On the other hand, he still had his audience with the king, then he'd return to check out the library and take the exam to officialize his mage position tomorrow. His time in the capital was going to be filled with one thing after another. Kai stood before the imposing doors of the king's audience chamber. This was one of the official duties he had as a noble. Every one of them visiting the capital needed to show their faces to the king as a sign of respect, and since he was also going to be talking about the beast wave, It was one of the most important things in his checklist in the capital. As he looked over his clothes for one last time, Killian, who was standing beside him, spoke. "Are you certain about this, Lord Arzen? Keeping the details of Actra's treachery under wraps seems risky." Kai looked at Killian. The knight's neutral face bored him for answers. "The information is vital, Killian, but for now the tower's investigation is our best play. Let them squirm, reveal their secrets, and see what comes out of this investigation. There's something bigger at play here, and I want to see what worms they unearth." His eyes flickered towards the massive doors. "Besides, I have a more pressing matter to address with the king. Let's hope he takes it seriously and agrees to our demands." Before Killian could respond, a male voice echoed through the chamber. "Baron Arzen Kellius, son of the former Duke Kellius, your audience is granted." The heavy doors swung open with a groan, revealing a scene of what exactly he had in mind. Nobles, dressed in finery, milled about in the big chamber, their voices a low murmur that filled the air. Numerous eyes glanced at him as he entered. He didn't give them more than a glance as he walked, his focus solely on the man at the far end of the room. On a raised dais sat King Sullivan Lancefil, a man with a long, thick white beard that went down his chest. His eyes, a faded blue, held a weariness that spoke of years spent burdened by the weight of the crown. A young servant, looking to be in his early 20s, knelt beside him, offering a plate of glistening grapes. The king accepted one with a sigh, his gaze flicking towards Kai with disinterest. Kai straightened his back, walking with confident strides that he seemed to be getting good at. He strode purposefully across the polished floor, the hushed whispers of the nobles following in his wake. This was his first step onto the political stage, but as he looked at Sullivan, the man looked way more interested in the grapes than him. "You are Duke Kellius' third son. Well, the former duke now," King Sullivan questioned, his voice surprisingly warm for a man of such stature. Kai nodded, hoping the topic won't stray too long on his family. "Indeed, your majesty, I am Baron Arzen Kellius." A wave of relief washed over Kai as the king moved over to the topic he was waiting for. He straightened, slightly emboldened. "Your majesty, I come seeking your assistance." "Assistance for what?" "My territory had gotten signs of a beast wave. I had already confirmed it, and it's approaching fast. I'm here to seek assistance from the kingdom, since if the beast wave isn't stopped, a lot of lives would be at stake." A murmur rippled through the court at his words. He felt more eyes on him. Kai ignored it, focusing on Sullivan's increasingly serious expression. "A beast wave, you say? How many beasts are you talking about?" "Around 1,000, your highness," he said, exaggerating the numbers, causing another ripple through the nobles. "That's no trifling matter. Isn't your territory around the Vasper forest?" Kai nodded, a bit surprised. Sullivan remembered it. He saw something flickering through his eyes, and the disinterest in them slowly faded, and for a few seconds he saw pity. "I understand. This is no trifling matter, young Arzen. The kingdom will lend its aid." He clapped his hands and gestured to one of his servants, who promptly moved. After a few minutes in which he answered a few more questions on the beast wave, a door at the back of the room hissed open, and a figure emerged. Kai's breath hitched seeing the person. His eyes settled on him as he recalled a painting he had seen while entering the castle. He had white hair, the color of freshly fallen snow, which was a sharp contrast to his dark eyes. Other than that, his face was a bit plain, and if we removed his hair, he would look like any other commoner. But he noticed that the man walked with a stride that seemed to suggest that he trained every day. He was the first Prince Eldric Sullivan Lancefil. He hadn't planned to meet him on his journey to the capital, but as Eldric stood before the king, he knew his plans were hardly going to matter here. King Sullivan gestured to the prince. "Eldric, I'm glad you have come here at such a short notice." "I was in the castle, your majesty," he said, bowing in greeting. "Dark clouds have moved themselves towards our kingdom again, Eldric, and with them, they have brought upon a beast wave on Baron Arzen's territory. Ensure he gets all the help we can offer." Kai felt Eldric's gaze on him as he bowed in gratitude. He didn't particularly like it, never taken well to any nobles he had crossed paths with, but this was a part of his life now, so he could simply get it over with. The voices from the sides died down as soon as Sullivan ordered the prince to take over the matter, though he did saw a lot of people whispering. Things moved rather fast after that as Sullivan dismissed him, saying that he had heard enough for today and wanted to move back to his chambers. The audience ended abruptly, Kai ushered out by a flustered chamberlain who led him to one of the rooms in the back, which seemed to be a plush waiting room. After giving him a steaming cup of tea, he left, leaving him alone. Kai didn't particularly care about how he was treated, but whatever he observed in the court confirmed most things Malden had told him. Sullivan was really not interested in handling the kingdom's affairs anymore. As he took his first sip out of the tea, the door creaked open. Prince Eldric stepped into the room, followed by a few guards who stood by the door and a man who seemed to be some sort of an advisor who followed him to the table. Kai rose to his feet, looking over at him, and hoping that his first meeting with the future Mad King would be smooth. "Baron Arzen," Eldric said in a far more cheerful voice than he had expected. "I've been meaning to talk to you for a while now." What did he just say? Hearing his words, Kai had no option but to smile as he wondered why Eldric wanted to talk to him. The latter was nonchalant about Kai's smile as he continued to say, "The heat stones. I must admit, I was quite surprised by their efficiency. Personally, I liked how lasting it was. They far exceeded my expectations, so it was about the stones. It wasn't a surprise that the prince had gotten his hands on it. It had already spread to a lot of nobles, and it wasn't out of his expectations that a few of those would have given some to the royal family as a gift. I'm glad they were of use, your highness." Eldrick slightly leaned forward, his arms clutching the edges of the armrest. "More than you know, Baron Arzen." The prince paused as his dark eyes penetrated him. "They're not the only thing that impressed me. A few of my retainers told me about how you have been dealing with the bandits in your territory." The man brought his arm to rest on his chin, and then there was the necromancer incident. It was a hot topic in the court when the news broke out. Eldrick knowingly looked at Kai. "Quite the feat for a young mage like yourself. It's very promising. It seems like getting a territory has really made you shine." The last few words made him internally wince. The way Eldrick had pointed out his feats, it was clear what he was trying to prove. Even if he couldn't see any fakeness in his expression or words, it was simply a way for him to tell him that Kai had caught his eye and he had been watching him. It was a thinly concealed power play, and Eldrick was probably trying to snatch him for his side in the throne competition. It wasn't like Kai couldn't see why. A young baron who was also a mage and one who belonged to the bloodline of a duke and a magus. In all honesty, if word about him started to spread, he was sure that the other two princes would try the same. However, this wasn't the place for this, and Kai wasn't here to play these games. He forced a chuckle which came out hollow in the spacious room. "Just doing my part as the baron." Eldrick's lips in return curved into a ghost of a smile. "Indeed. Now about this beast wave. You mentioned a brood mother and other beasts led by it, a formidable foe. I understand you require assistance." Kai gave a small nod as relief washed over him, temporary though it may be. They were finally on topic. "Yes, your highness. The situation is quite dire, and we lack the manpower to fight against these beasts. Around 5,000 soldiers would be ideal to combine forces with my own men." He pressed on, giving a number that would just be enough. Weapons and other supplies would also be invaluable. Kai carefully watched Eldrick's face as he spoke. The lit-up face from before when they discussed the heat stone was no longer there. Something akin to disappointment replaced it. Eldrick shook his head with his lips tight in a thin line. 5,000 men, you say? That's a tall order at the moment, Baron Arzen. If I'm being honest, it'd be hard at the moment." The prince steepled his fingers. It wasn't disappointment that etched across his features. It was regret, genuine or not. Kai couldn't say it for sure. What he had seen till now was very different from the tales he had heard of him. "We've been facing increased aggression from our western neighbor, Vanderfall. Skirmishes along the border are becoming commonplace. Additionally, the orcish hordes in the south continue to be a thorn in our side, a very annoying one at that. So with all these," Prince Eldrick sighed, "you need a good portion of our military presence. It's quite impractical to pull off the soldiers when the kingdom is facing so many threats. It would also take significant travel time." Kai's heart sank hearing that, but he didn't want to show it just yet. "What about mages? I can put in a request with the Archon Tower, and I'm sure your highness can appoint them. A savant and a few adepts would be a huge help." The prince's expression remained unreadable. "Savants are rarely swayed by whims, Arzen. They're mostly engrossed in research, or the middle of vital matters of the kingdom's well-being. Pulling them away like this isn't an easy matter. As for adepts, many are currently in temporary service of various nobles. For those who are unaffiliated, I could certainly request their assistance. But understand, there's a high chance that they'd reject my request. The kingdom lets the mages decide whether they want to be a part of an expedition or not until it's a very urgent matter. I wouldn't want them to be disturbed with their research and meditation as they're crucial. I think you understand what I meant." He finished with a sigh of helplessness, and Kai barely managed to control his mana from flaring up. He felt a growing dread in his gut. The prince was acting as if mages held so much power that they wouldn't listen to the decree of the crown, especially adepts. Eldrick was simply taking him for a greenhorn who had no idea of how things worked, and the worst part was that he couldn't find anything he could leverage against him for now. Of all the things he'd heard about the prince, there was nothing that would work in the moment. Most of the records he knew of him were way after he became king, and even then, he'd had a ruthless climb that left no room for dissent. Hence, no records of his younger days that he knew. That's why he simply grew quiet, letting an uncomfortable silence stem around them. After a while, the advisor standing next to Eldrick gestured something. It happened in a blink, but Kai caught it. Eldrick smiled, speaking again. "While persuading the mages won't be a simple feat, Arzen," he said, his voice smooth as honey. "Perhaps I can be persuasive. A good word from me can go a long way. I'd be thankful for that, of course," Eldrick continued after cutting him off. "Persuasion flows both ways, wouldn't you agree?" Kai understood the unspoken bargain. Eldrick's aid wouldn't come without a price. The prince wanted him to pursue him so that he could go and put in a word with the mages. Kai took a slow sip of his tea, refusing to give anything away. He couldn't help but think how it was probably a miracle that the Lancefil kingdom hadn't simply broken up in parts in the future and become a giant empire that had left its mark on the world. If the princes were really trying to gain profit and favor in times of crisis, it was a situation beyond saving. The advisor shifted uncomfortably as time passed, and Kai kept silent, clearly sensing the growing tension. Eldric's smile faltered slightly, a hint of annoyance flickering in his dark eyes. Unable to keep the silence growing, he spoke again. Perhaps, he drawled, we could discuss the matter of the heat stones further. What of it? Their distribution, for instance. I have a network of merchants, the finest in the kingdom. You might know of one of them, Henrich Bartens, the owner of Bartens Merchant Company. I could ensure they reached every corner of the kingdom, even exploring trade routes with neighboring kingdoms. I know you have a merchant for distribution, but maybe with someone like Henrich, the heat stones would reach far more people. Winter is going to come again, and we don't think it would be easier this time. The offer was tempting. Increased distribution of the heat stones meant more coins in his pockets, resources he could desperately use. Yet Kai couldn't shake the feeling he was being played. That is certainly interesting, he replied cautiously. However, a decision of such magnitude requires careful consideration. Eldric's smile returned, but his words played a part in what Kai felt about him now. Of course, there will be a ball being held at the end of the week. Perhaps you could be present there and share your decision. With that, the prince rose. Along with him, the advisor shifted, ready to follow him. Very well then. Eldric gave a curt nod. The prince exited the room without another glance or a word. Kai stared after him for a few more seconds, his offer finally settling along with the many other burdens that had already made home in his mind. He felt like this whole conversation had been a waste of his time in so many ways. A sardonic laugh escaped Kai's lips. The famous, mad prince was still young, fighting for things to consolidate his position. He was someone who could be considered the polar opposite of his expectations. He was slightly disappointed, if anything. If he had a little bit more insight, he would have helped Kai, playing the longer game, and instead of the distribution, he would have wanted the formula for heat stones, cutting him off directly. Or simply he would have befriended him, hoping to come across any more inventions that he might benefit from. The former might have been too authoritative, but the latter was certainly something he could have done. But he had simply tried an approach that had left a bitter taste in Kai's mouth. Now he was back in his assigned quarters. Sitting in his room, Kai scribbled furiously on a piece of parchment. Across the room, Killian sat on a plush sofa, huffing as he processed everything that Kai told him. The nerve. He sputtered, even if he's a prince, doesn't the man understand the gravity of a beast wave? Profiteering during a crisis. Disgusting. Kai grunted in agreement, not looking up from his writing. He's never seen true war, Killian. All he knows are courtly intrigues and whispers. And the king, he trailed off, a bitter taste lingering in his mouth. He cares little for the outlying territories. As long as the crown remains secure, another baron falling wouldn't be a tragedy. He obviously knows that a ducal household resides in the lands and they would defend against the beast wave. Eldric simply wants to be looked up as a savior while securing a profit on the heat stones. So what now, Lord Arzen? We can't rely on the crown. What's our plan? Nothing. There's no way I'm giving Eldric control over the heat stones. Is it because of Malden? Kai looked back at Killian, who had raised an eyebrow in question. Kai hesitated. Malden's useful, sure, he admitted. But mostly it's because Eldric's offer is a gamble and a risky one at that. He wouldn't guarantee our safety, even with the stones. Killian scoffed. Killian's brow furrowed. What makes you say that? Lucian. He's already helping the first prince and would never let the prince genuinely help. Even if I accept his offer, I would probably get a few hundred soldiers and 1 or 2 adepts that might not even know how to launch a spell on a charging monster. True. But the merchant that the prince was talking about, Bartens, he had been found spending a lot of time in Lucian's territory, and they have a lot of deals together. Malden talked about this with me when I inquired after my meeting. It's easy to make sense if you put the two together. Killian raised his eyebrows at this. Apparently Malden had little to do with Bartens, but he had a good idea of their distribution network, and Kai was sure that it was half a secret that Lucian was supporting the first prince in the court. What are we going to do now? Will you be blackmailing the Archon Tower to get mages? It's certainly an option. That's a good idea, Kai nodded, but I'll only be using a bit of my leverage against them. Before Killian could ask why, he continued, I've no idea how the tower will react to my blackmail. They might send problematic mages, ones who'd create more nuisance than help. If I want to win, I can't afford such a scenario. I need everyone to follow my orders without a question, no doubts or second glances. They probably would also be spying on me from now on, and I don't wish for them to know everything that I would be doing in the territory. I plan to win this battle without help. I'd still get mages from the tower, but lower-ranked ones that I can control. I would also be doing a thorough check on them and making them follow my commands without a word. He paused, thinking about it. At first, hearing about the beast wave was a big shock. It felt as if my limbs were tied together and I had no option but to try and settle for failure. You are doing your best, Lord Arzen. You are. Kai waved his hands, cutting Killian off. I am, and I'm pretty sure I can defend against the beast wave and win now. I simply needed time to consolidate my plans. How? Killian's question made Kai look at what he was writing. With this, he stood up and walked towards Killian, who was immediately on his feet. He handed the paper over to him as the knight looked up in confusion. Tomorrow you head down to the blacksmiths and alchemists' quarters. We need skilled people, but also those who are adaptable. Killian raised an eyebrow, a knowing glint in his eye. Easy to relocate, you mean? Kai nodded. Exactly. He tapped the paper again and showed the blacksmith this paper, gauge their reaction. If their eyes light up, then we've found our man or woman. Any good blacksmith would know what it means. Also, find those who have worked with enchanters. And the alchemist, similar criteria, Kai instructed. They'd surely be interested in relocating after they read this. Killian nodded at that, and one more thing. While you're there, keep an ear out for anyone who's worked with golems before. The next day, Kai woke up early and got ready. He smoothed his robe and straightened up his posture. It was his second morning in the capital, and he had already completed a few of the tasks he had come here for. He walked out of his room with the temporary library pass in his robe pocket and a thrilled mind. He looked at the richly rune-carved, tall walls soaking in the sun that shone through the glass cubicles of windows. Guards lined up in every corner, bowing to him as he went. Despite being the guest quarters area, it was well maintained and designed, and he took in the sight as he went. Nevertheless, Kai couldn't explore for longer. He had things to do today, and the first thing was to visit the tower. He walked out of the castle and headed straight there. A carriage was already ready for him. He wasn't taking any guards with him. Killian had a discussion about that with him, but he had relented, knowing that he could stave off any troubles. After reaching the tower, he again saw the area bustling with carriages. He gave his carriage driver some coins to enjoy the capital till the afternoon and headed inside. The air was thick with bustling activity, and he saw more people than yesterday. Mages of all ages milled about, colorful crimson cloaks swirling and chatters erupting in nervousness and excitement. These were the participants of the Ascension exam that was about to be held today. At one glance, he could say most of them were prepared unlike him. But before taking the exam, he had some questions that needed answers. He needed to read up more on his new ice affinity and see if he could find any spell structures around for it. There was also the matter of finding information in the diary of the legendary beast tamer Hendrix Clandle. The latter case had his priority, as he had already tried to find information in the library back at Verald, but was unsuccessful. No matter how much he searched, there were no books on the beast tamer, and he wasn't able to find his name on any of the parchments he read. If he was lucky enough, he'd be able to find at least a few books in the library. Alas, for that, he needed to find his way to the library. He made his way towards the magical elevator with that thought in his mind, hoping to ask one of the mages strolling in the hallways. But as he reached the elevator, he saw Clan. The mage who wore neatly polished robes fidgeted beside the elevator. He must have felt Kai's gaze on him, because he looked up in his direction almost immediately and ran towards him with quick steps. "Clan, what are you doing here?" Kai questioned. "Lord Arzen, I was merely waiting for you." The young man inhaled deeply and sighed. "I was, instructed to show you around and make sure you know where the exam halls are. Magus Vidia wanted to make sure you're familiar with the structure of the Ascension exam." It seemed like he had gotten a harsh reprimand for his behavior and was being overly polite in his speech. "Things are always busy around the tower with the pre-exam jitters. I wouldn't want you to get lost in the tower. On my first day, I nearly died when I accidentally entered the alchemy lab in between an experiment of summoning a fire spirit." Kai almost chuckled at that, but he was glad he didn't. "Don't worry, I wouldn't have gotten lost either way. I want to find my way to the library first." He saw the expression on Clan's face shifting as his lips pursed. "Isn't it better to take the exam first? There's still time to it, but you can familiarize yourself with the structure of it. I can show you the library right after." Kai shook his head at that. "It's all right, just show me the library." Clan nodded, hearing the urgency in his voice. The lift, he mumbled to himself and started to walk towards the lift. Kai simply followed him. "Here." They stepped out of the lift that stopped at the third floor, and Clan gestured at the grand, arched doorway. Both of them walked inside, and the first time Kai noticed was that it was bigger than he had expected, having stairs from reaching different floors. "The library," Clan announced, his voice coming out in a hushed tone. "If you wouldn't mind, Lord Arzen," he said, "I'll be here, catching up on some studies. When you're finished, I can show you the exam halls." Kai nodded in understanding. "Go ahead, Clan. I should be able to find my way around." As Clan scurried off in search of a quiet corner and his study materials, Kai took a deep breath and ventured deeper into the library. The rhythmic tone of people turning up pages echoed faintly, the only sound disturbing the continued silence. He scanned the seemingly endless rows of books, a thrill of anticipation coursing through him. This library was much bigger than the one at Verald, and it made him remember the library that was at the Sorcerer's Tower. That one was way bigger, but the ambience was similar. His gaze fell upon an elderly figure perched on a tall ladder, meticulously replacing a dusty tome on a high shelf. The man's wiry white hair flowed freely around his shoulders, and his face was wrinkled in proof of how many years he'd spent here. He was looking at the books in front of him and caressing his long, white goatee beard in deep thought. With a polite cough, Kai cleared his throat. The librarian, startled, turned his head with a slight frown. Surprise crossed his face when he saw Kai. "Hello there, I was wondering if you could help me find some books." Kai's request came out in a genuine, pleading tone. "Ah, sure thing. Let me get down there first." The old man slowly climbed down the ladder. He was shorter than Kai and looked up at him. He leaned forward, his eyes examining him. "What type of books are you searching for?" His raucous voice came low. He tipped his chin down and looked up from the small, round glasses that were on the tip of his nose and scanned Kai's robe, showing surprise at how his robe wasn't following the color code of the tower. "Do you need books before the exam?" "No, maybe you're interested in reviewing some research, young man," he continued without letting Kai speak. Savant Jasper's research on the flat land theory that was written a while back is grabbing more than a handful of attention. It's about him giving his reasons for the world being in a square shape. Kai's frown deepened, and he almost laughed out loud. Flat world theory was one of the most controversial researches, with countless mages trying to prove how the shape of the world. But most sane ones already knew that it was a sphere based on the patterns of the stars and how the moons behaved. Despite that, a lot of mages have held onto the motion of it being flat. He hadn't expected Jasper to be one of them. "No, I'm not here for that." He shook his head. "Then tell me, what are you searching for?" the librarian asked, tilting his head. Kai cleared his throat, gathering his thoughts once and for all. "Well, I'm looking for some specific materials. If possible, I'd like to find books related to the legendary beast tamer Hendrix Clandle, if you have anything on him. Additionally, I'd also need some books related to basic first to second circle ice spells." Kai paused and took a second to think about what else he needed to ask. "Also, I would like books related to magi that belong to the Arkan Tower, a biography or just their research." The librarian's brow furrowed further. He scrutinized Kai for a moment, his gaze sharp despite his age. He scratched his goatee beard. "Hendrix Clandle, you say? Yes, we have a lot of stuff on him. Pretty interesting research. However, your other requests," he trailed off, his eyes lingering on the titles Kai had mentioned. "Basic ice spells and information on mages of the Arkan Tower. These seem like an unusual combination." Kai met his gaze without flinching. "I simply am trying to study their journey to see if I could emulate them. I'm new in the tower." The librarian studied him for a long moment, his weathered face unreadable. Then, a hint of a smile tugged at the corners of his lips. "Very well, let me see what I can find for you. The information on the magi can be found in a lot of journals written by them. But perhaps I can point you in the right direction if you tell me which one you are looking for." Kai paused. He didn't really know his mother's name since there was no mention of it in Arzen's diary. The problem was that he couldn't even ask Killian or any guards since it would easily give away his identity. "Which ones do you have a journal of?" "We have a rich history of mages, but if you are only talking about those who reached the Magus rank, then," he paused. "There's Merlin Midrin First Tower Master, Magus Vidia, a ladder Winterbloom, Valkyrie Kellius that one." "Valkyrie Kellius. Yes, I need information on her journals." "Ah, is it the Frost Queen you're searching for?" "Frost Queen?" Kai asked, his mind focused on the title given to her. Yes, Magus Valkyrie was known as the Frost Queen. I don't remember when exactly the title was given to her, but everyone who knows her calls her that, see, even me. "It was because she had a mastery over ice, and I haven't seen anyone close to her in casting efficiency," he said, moving over to one of the rows in the back. Kai followed after him. "I believe there was a book around here on her." The librarian looked through a few books, putting them back once he realized that it wasn't the one. As he worked to find the books Kai was looking for, he kept talking. "You wanted books on ice spells too, right? I assume that's the reason you are looking for things on the Frost Queen." Kai was about to reply, but then he shook his head. Partly, he admitted, his voice barely above a hoarse whisper, "But mostly I'm interested because she's my mother." The librarian's face froze in shock and the book he was holding in his hand dropped. His eyes widened as he looked over at Kai once again, surprise battling with a dawning realization. "What?" Kai flipped through the pages, his eyes scanning the faded ink. It was one of the journals that was written by Hendrix Clandle, titled simply, Taming the Wild. He had been going through it for the last half an hour, and he had to say that he was impressed. Detailed illustrations of fantastical creatures, griffins with razor-sharp talons, lumbering ogres with skin like granite, and serpentine snakes with eyes burning like embers filled the margins. Each entry moved into the specific care and behavior of different beasts. Hendrix had carefully documented their dietary needs, breeding habits, and even their unique magical signatures. It seemed like Hendrix was particularly interested in how certain beasts could manipulate the environment around them with their raw, instinctive mana. He also went on to write about how the spells of the first mages of humanity, particularly those focused on elemental control, originated from observing these creatures and how they channeled their mana. It was more vivid than he had hoped for, and even if it was less personal than the journal he had read, it still had written information that he knew was true even centuries later. If he could, he wanted to read through more of his works, but the problem was just that there were just too many. Kai glanced around his table, his gaze sweeping across the seemingly endless rows of books. The librarian had gotten him all the research related to Hendrix, which amounted to over 50 volumes. Kai had been in doubt over his title of the legendary beast tamer since he had no idea if it was just self-boast, but it seemed to hold some truth to it now. He seemed to be a fourth circle mage who had traveled all around the world, taming and researching beasts, though he hadn't been able to find anything related to the prophecy in the books he had read till now. All of them were about a beast and didn't even hint at some sort of a prophecy. It made him wonder if he should go through all the volumes or simply start to search for books related to prophecies all around the world. With a sigh, Kai turned his attention to the next stack of books, the ones detailing his mother's life, and picked one up. He had already gone through a few of them and knew the basics about her life now. The Frost Queen, the strongest mage the kingdom had ever seen. The youngest magus the tower had ever produced. These were terms and titles he read about while looking for information on her. His initial shock at her being a magus had been replaced by a burning curiosity. Unlike Hendrix's detailed records, his mother's legacy seemed to be woven through scattered accounts and rumored tales. There were no personal journals, no research papers, just breathless accounts of her exploits hunting legendary beasts, her searches for legendary artifacts, wielding ice magic with awe-inspiring power, and the different spells she had conjured. She seemed to be an adventurous spirit in her youth, a woman who thrived on exploration and the thrill of discovery. But as she approached the twilight of her life, a different yearning seemed to emerge. He had found the records of her marriage in a parchment. He had found her union with his father, Duke Kellius, as his third wife. It was described as a loving affair, a chance for her to find solace and stability after a lifetime of relentless pursuit. Kai pushed aside any moral qualms about the age difference or the number of wives. The writing itself seemed to treat it as normal, and he doubted it was anything strange in the noble society of this era. However, he also found records of something that had happened before the marriage, an event that had pushed her to settle with the Duke. Valkyrie had gone on an expedition and had confronted a behemoth, a grade 8 monster that held equal power to the dragons. It had been a long and arduous battle, and even if he didn't find the records of what exactly had happened in it, he did know the end of it. His mother had won, but victory came at a terrible cost. To defeat the beast, his mother had unleashed a spell of immense power, a 7th circle spell that fractured her mana heart. Weakened and heartbroken, she sought refuge with the Duke, marrying him and settling into her life. Unfortunately, she had passed away just after giving birth to Arzen, her fractured mana organ having weakened her entire body, and in the end, she had succumbed to it. But she had left behind an inheritance. There was no mention of Arzen by name, but it was clear this inheritance was a significant one reserved for him, and most of the mages and nobles knew of it. He had probably been given preferential treatment due to it, with the kingdom elite probably expecting him to retain her mother's legacy and rise as a powerful mage. But with Arzen's failure to become a mage, the whispers likely faded, the talk about the inheritance being buried. Kai suddenly understood everything, and matching the events with the journals of Arzen helped him. Arzen's obsession with magic and the lingering resentment all made sense now. He had been raised as a duke's son, heir to a powerful legacy he could never claim. He was probably cast out once he was found to be mortal. It is quite sad, Kai thought as he skimmed past a few notes. Lost in thought, he barely registered the approaching footsteps before they were beside him. He looked up to see Clan standing before him. Lord Arzen, the exam is about to begin. By the way, plural of maguses is magi. The rhythmic scrape of Clan's boots echoed through the polished stone halls as he led the way. So Lord Arzen, Clan began his voice, a hesitant squeak. The exam structure, well, it's fairly straightforward. Mages can test for any level they wish, though most aim to climb one rung on the ladder at a time. He paused, glancing at Kai over his shoulder. For example, novices take the exam to be apprentices, and apprentices, like myself, take the exam to become adept. The difficulty of the exam depends on what you choose. Failing is a common occurrence, especially at the higher levels. It takes a lot of dedication and talent to climb the ranks quickly. So what goes down in an adept exam then? Kai asked. Usually it's a combination of theoretical and practical assessments. The theory portion is definitely important, he stammered, ticking items off on his fingers. There's questions on mana manipulation, that's a given. Then there's spellcraft theory, where you need to know the workings of different spells, the mana flow, the potential side effects, nasty business if you mess that up. He took another shaky breath. And might I not forget history and lore, especially about ancient mages. Then of course there's the practical assessment, the real meat of the exam, some might say. This is where you separate the wheat from the chaff, as they say. So what spells do they test you on? Ah, spells. Third circle spells, Lord Arzen. That's the benchmark for adepts, though he added with a sly smile, casting a third circle spell doesn't necessarily mean you're a third circle mage. A lot of peak second circle mages like myself take a shot at it too. You see, the exam doesn't only test your internal mana pool, but your ability to execute the spell itself. This was different from the type of exam he was accustomed to, where reaching the third circle was important to become adept. The other parts were similar, at least the theoretical parts. He absorbed the information, mulling it over in his mind. But it's not just about casting the spell, mind you. They test you under pressure to see if you can keep your head under fire. Efficiency is key, Lord Arzen. The faster and cleaner you cast, the better your score. I see. Whatever clan told him sounded easy to him, but he didn't say it out loud. Who knew what sorts of questions he would be given? About the practical examination, clan. Will there be any duels, or perhaps monster hunting? He asked, wondering if he should have brought armor. No duels, Lord Arzen. Those are reserved for mages who take examinations to become savants. But as it's a higher-level examination, not a lot of mages take it. Moreover, it's a small event in itself. Savants are very rare, and I believe the last time someone attempted the test was 3 years ago and they failed, so it's really not easy. This information confirmed his earlier suspicions. The Arcane Tower seemed to prioritize theoretical knowledge over practical application. Apprentice mages didn't receive combat training, and only after one became adept that they get trained for it. No wonder Actra was better than these apprentices. These exams are brutal, Lord Arzen. Not everyone cuts. Even some talented apprentices like myself, well, we just keep taking the test, hoping to pass or at the very least, catch the eye of a higher-ranking mage, a savant or even an adept who needs a promising apprentice. I desperately seek a master even if I don't pass, Clan said in a hopeful voice. While they were discussing amongst themselves, they continued walking towards the exam halls. More and more students lined up the corridor as they reached closer to their destination. Clan shot another question after a brief pause. So what level are you aiming for, Lord Arzen? The adept exam, he replied. It was a perfect fit for his current situation. Magus Vidia considered him to be at the peak of the second circle, so he would easily qualify for the position of an adept. He had briefly considered settling for just being an apprentice, but after thinking about it, he felt like it was beneath him. Honestly, he was pretty sure that he would even be able to pass the exam to be a savant, but there was no need to gain so much attention. Ah, the adept exam, Clan said aloud. Well, good luck, you will need it. I hope your exam goes well, Lord Arzen. He smiled. They reached a colossal oak door, elaborately carved with esoteric symbols that pulsed with a faint magical glow. This was at the exam hall for the Adept Ascension exam. Rows upon rows of aspiring adepts hunched over their desks, brows furrowed in concentration as they battled the magical theory paper before them. An invigilator stood in front of a desk, looking over everyone, and Kai realized that the whole room was enchanted. There weren't any complex enchantments, probably just there to detect if any students were carrying any artifacts or spells to help them cheat. After giving one last look at the room, he focused on the paper. The first section, titled Magical Theory Fundamentals, seemed straightforward. There were no multi-choice questions, rather they were all questions that needed a proper answer. As he read through the paper first, he realized that they were all basic questions on spell construction, the interaction of mana, and the environment. Therefore, he began writing without wasting another second. Explain the fundamental differences between evocation and abjuration spells. How do they manipulate the energies to achieve their desired effects? Evocation spells are all about drawing out magical energy and shaping it into a specific effect, like a fireball or a gust of wind. They tend to be direct and forceful. Abjuration spells, on the other hand, focus on manipulating the weave of magic itself, creating wards or barriers to protect against magical attacks. They're more subtle but equally powerful. A faint smile played on Kai's lips. This was child's play compared to the materials he had glimpsed in the library, knowledge gleaned from ancient texts that he had studied, practiced, and used for years. He began answering the questions with extra ease, his mind simply a wellspring of formulas and theoretical constructs. Mages throughout history have documented various, fizzling, effects when spells go wrong. What's your take on the role of magical stability, and how do you think it can be improved? Spell stability is paramount. It hinges on a delicate balance between the caster's willpower, the clarity of the incantation, the visualization of the desired effect, and the precise execution of the structure. Even a minor misstep can cause the magic to fizzle or backfire. Personally, I believe meditation and intense focus are key to achieving greater stability. He inked all the thoughts that danced in his mind. Next question. On a standard healing spell, how does the amount of magical energy poured into it affect the potency of the cure? Is it a linear relationship or something more complex? The relationship isn't strictly linear. A base amount of magic is needed to activate the healing properties, but beyond that, the effect scales logarithmically. Doubling the magical input won't necessarily double the healing, but it will provide a significant boost. However, exceeding a certain threshold can lead to magical overload, harming the target. As he finished half of the paper, a thought snagged at him. He had information from beyond this era, and to answer every question perfectly while adding his thoughts might just cause problems and would arouse suspicion. It might lead to Magus Vidia to try to hold him back in the tower for research or something else. Although he wanted to stand out, he didn't want to benefit the tower. A new strategy formed in his mind. While his knowledge base was vast, he would temper his responses, anchoring them to his current understanding of the world. He wrote his answers carefully, demonstrating a solid grasp of the fundamentals while leaving room for further exploration that was bound to be found in the future. He carefully read the next question. Mage Rutherford recently proposed a new equation for spell structure, E=CXA-FXM. Denote what they stand for and simply explain what could be the significance of this equation in crafting spells with improved structure. Mage Rutherford's equation introduces an interesting concept that, with further study and practical application, could enhance spellcasting abilities. As for the equation, E is the overall effect of the spell, C is the complexity of the spell, A is the accuracy of the spell, F is the focus required to cast the spell, and M is the mana expenditure. Overall, it helps a mage to identify the spell structure. But the spell structure could also be easily practiced by trying to break down complex spells into smaller components, ensuring clear and concise incantations, perfecting the lines of the spell structure, enhancing mental focus and control, and envisioning the desired outcome. Kai's answer was mostly guessed since he didn't know much about Mage Rutherford's theory apart from the basics, but he hadn't lied in terms of how to enhance a proper spell structure. There were a few of these kinds of questions where he had no idea of the theory or the mage it had come from, but he used his own understanding to write down an answer. At times, he even left it blank since he wasn't attempting to get full marks. The final section of the paper intrigued him the most. It asked for diagrams of various spell structures, a visual representation of the flow of mana. Kai paused, his pen hovering over the parchment. With an inward smile, he began to sketch. He didn't copy the rudimentary diagrams from the textbooks. Instead, he drew upon the advanced structures he had encountered and brought them down to the level of structures that he had seen from Actra and Clan. He checked them once, noting that they would work well, and then moved on. He turned the paper over, seeing more questions in black ink. As he read a question, it made him pause. It asked about maximizing mana capacity during the awakening process. A sly smile tugged at his lips. He dipped his quill in ink and began to write. He didn't reveal any advanced method of awakening. He simply wrote down the method of awakening the mages in the era that he had skimmed through in the library and added things that they had missed, like the physical conditioning of the mage and the difference in mana hearts. He put his quill down after writing a proper answer for the final question. He turned around the parchments and placed them in order, all the while taking second glances at the answers he gave. Quite good work for the low effort he put in. It had only taken him half an hour, and as he looked around, he saw frantic scribbling and continuous furrowed brows of the other examinees. He didn't know if they were tense because of the pressure of the exam itself or because they thought the paper was hard, but he didn't care enough. "I'm done," he exclaimed. A hush fell over the room as Kai rose. All eyes turned towards him as he strode towards the invigilator. "Done already?" the invigilator questioned with a hint of suspicion. The skinny man frowned at him sternly. "Indeed," he replied calmly. "I believe I have answered all the questions to the best of my ability." "Very well," he gave a second glance at the paper in Kai's hand. "Leave your paper on the desk and exit the hall." Kai nodded and turned to leave, the envious and confused stares of his fellow examinees burning into his back. He felt every one of them as he walked out of the oak doors. The history and lore exam followed a similar pattern. While Kai's knowledge of magical lore was vast, the specifics of every mage who graced the Arcan Tower in the past century were beyond him. He answered the questions with a balance of confident assertions about historical trends and educated guesses on specific names. It wasn't a flawless performance, but he was confident he'd done enough to earn a respectable score, and that was all he needed. Once that was done, he arrived at the spellcasting exam. He would be lying if he said he hadn't been looking forward to the practical examination. Magical theories were good and all, but in his opinion, magic was supposed to be practical, and one learned how to cast a spell more efficiently while fighting a beast who wanted to gouge your eyes out instead of the safety of a room. Either way, he found himself facing a stoic invigilator, a woman with sharp eyes and long ears. It wasn't that she was an elf or any other race, but she simply had long ears and big lips. As he had walked in, she explained the test, cast 3 distinct third circle spells and maintained them for at least a minute each. Easy enough. Kai gave a short nod, taking his place in front of her. He took a deep breath and let his mind calm down. He saw the woman had a haughty expression on her face as she watched Kai. He didn't know if it was a default expression or if she simply wanted to have a strong image in front of the examinees. Soon after, he raised his hand, a spark of mana igniting in his palm. He set an incarnation for show as 10 fiery arrows erupted from his palm and moved in the air. It happened almost instantly as he drew the spell structure accurately. He didn't simply let them fall to the ground. Instead, he darted them around the room. Heat that erupted from the arrows prickled his skin a little, but he kept going. His eyes moved from the arrows to the invigilator. Her eyebrows almost reached her hairline as she looked at the precise spell structure, efficiency in Kai's immediate but controlled mana manipulation. To add to the list, Kai added more mana to speed up the movement of the arrows. He saw her haughty expression breaking and noticed the transparent shield that surrounded her, probably there to save her life in case of an accident. Getting an idea, he drew the arrows in a circle around it. She took a step back, and he barely held back the chuckle. Diapering the arrows, he summoned his next two spells one after another. Searing Lance, Infernal Whip. The invigilator subconsciously tightened her grip on the pen, and her lips parted in a gasp, making Kai almost grin. He hadn't seen double casting from any mage in the tower before, and assumed that it was a rare skill. The expression on the invigilator's face was enough to confirm it. Deciding to finish it, he focused on the spells. With a flicker of his wrist, he let the spells slam into the invigilator's shield, a white explosion momentarily blinding the room. The shield, designed for minor accidents, shattered with a reverberating crack, sending the surprised invigilator leaping back with a startled yelp. Silence descended upon the room, thick with tension. The invigilator, her face pale, finally met Kai's eyes. "Are you trying to attack me, Mage Arzen?" She snapped, her voice laced with a hint of anger. Kai blinked innocently, feigning confusion. "Attack you? No," he replied smoothly. "I was merely demonstrating the power of the spells as instructed. 3 distinct third circle spells, each maintained for at least a minute." The invigilator stared at him for a long moment, a battle raging within her eyes between exasperation and grudging admiration. Finally, she sighed, muttering something under her breath. When her legs shook, he knew he had more than just to shock her. He had managed to scare her. She scribbled furiously on a parchment, clearly marking his performance. "All right, you pass," she announced finally, her voice devoid of emotion. Kai nodded curtly, concealing his victory smile. This exam, designed to test basic spellcasting competency, had proven ridiculously easy. A shaft of afternoon sunlight speared through the shutters, illuminating a map sprawled across the mahogany table. Edrian, the middle son of the former Duke Kellius, traced his finger along a winding trade route. His blonde hair was pulled back in a simple braid as he touched his head, something he often did when he was hyper-focused. A path was marked by him on it, and he couldn't stop himself from smiling as he thought about the future. A low cough broke him from his trance. In the doorway stood Giles, his butler. His white starched collar and impeccable attire were different to Edrian's more relaxed attire, a simple doublet, and breeches that spoke of practicality over ostentation. "My lord, I have an update regarding Arzen," Giles muttered. Edrian's head snapped up, a flicker of annoyance crossing his features. "What is it, Giles?" "His investigation with the Archon Tower has concluded, my lord," Giles reported, his eyes remaining respectfully downcast. "According to our sources, he is currently taking the Ascension exam." Edrian traced the faint scar that ran along his jawline. He rose from his chair abruptly. The map slid off the table, scattering pins and parchment to the floor. He strode towards the window, his gaze falling to the afternoon sun. "So he managed to survive through the investigation?" he asked, looking back at the butler. Giles nodded. "Yes, my lord. Apparently the report we got said that the tower is interested in recruiting him and isn't pressing any charges over him." "That's interesting," he muttered. "Seems like my brother had grown over the time we had been apart." Giles stood silent as Edrian talked to himself. Looking over at the map on the floor, he picked it up, giving it one last look before speaking again. "I'm quite curious about him now. Since we are both in the capital, it seems like it's time for a brotherly reunion." "Don't you think so, Giles?" "Yes, my lord. Should I send out a message?" Giles asked in a low voice. "Do so. Make sure to include that I will feel bad if he rejects the invitation." Giles nodded and left the room while Edrian went back to the map, his gaze cold. Having finished the stew, Kai pushed his tray away and basked under the rays of the midday sun filtering through the cafeteria window. It was quite a large room, made to probably house all the mages of the novice and apprentice ranks. Maybe even adepts, but he couldn't be sure since they seemed to have more privileges than the rest. All he knew was that they had a separate cafeteria, or they might even have their chambers to eat in. He had walked in a while back, craving a peaceful solitude as he filled his belly before moving back to the library. Since the exam was done, he had a few hours to finish the books he had been reading, and then in the evening he was supposed to meet the blacksmith Killian had found. He savored the quiet for a moment longer, the clinking of silverware filling the space. With a satisfied sigh, Kai reached for his worn leather satchel. Suddenly the cafeteria doors swung open, and a wave of chattering mages flooded in. Kai watched them with detached amusement as the room buzzed with post-exam chatter. Laughter and nervous whispers mingled in the air. He preferred the quiet more than any sort of chatter. Just the expression on their faces was enough for him to know how their exams went. A few people masked their expressions, but their eyes revealed everything. A familiar mage grabbed his attention clan, his brow furrowed in a deep concentration despite the jovial greetings he exchanged with his companions. Beside him, Jax practically bounced with excitement, his face lit with a wide grin. Kai couldn't help but notice how contradicting they seemed, and it couldn't take a genius to guess how their exams went. Soon, he saw their eyes on him. Lord Arzen, Jax called out, waving enthusiastically. As they drew closer, he continued, "How did your exams go?" "Ours were pretty tough, but I think I did okay." Clan sighed heavily, rubbing the back of his neck. "I messed up the spell casting exam," he admitted. "I only managed to cast 2 spells. It was a disaster. The invigilator looked at me like I was an idiot. My future is doomed." Kai nodded silently, his mind racing. He knew that any attempt to console Clan might come off as harsh, nor did he have any reason to do so. In his opinion, both Clan and Jax struggled with spell structure and casting. Even if they have sufficient mana and theoretical knowledge, they barely have any practical experience and are as good as mana batteries. Mages who had mana but haven't been taught how to use spells sufficiently. If he were to help them, he'd have to start from the basics, reinforcing the fundamentals. "I'm sure you'll get it next time," Jax said, trying to sound optimistic. "It's just one exam, right? It's easy for you to say. Your exam went well." Clan countered, looking as if he had lost out on the opportunity of a lifetime. Kai listened, weighing his words carefully. He briefly wondered if he should tell him that the path of magic wasn't something that ended with one exam, and if he aimed to continue on this path, he would experience much worse in the future. But in the end, he decided it was best to remain silent, offering a supportive presence rather than unsolicited advice. After a few seconds of listening to Jack's words on how he did well in the exams and how Clan would have his chance next year, he was about to excuse himself. A voice called out from behind him. "Arzen." A voice boomed in a jovial tone. A jolt of annoyance and curiosity shot through Kai as he turned back. A tall, red-haired mage strutted towards him, his green robes clashing with the general crimson of the apprentices. A group of younger mages trailed behind him, their uniforms marking them as apprentices and novices, the strongest of them being in the peak of the second circle. The red-haired mage himself looked to be comfortably in the third circle, and he didn't do anything to hide the fact, even flaunting his mana as he moved towards him. "That's Rake Chase, the first son of Count Chase. I wonder what he's doing here," Clan murmured, his eyes wide with a mix of envy and admiration. "Probably here to ask his juniors about their test," Jax replied, glancing after Kai with a thoughtful expression. "He's one of Savant Jasper's disciples. I have heard rumors that he had spent quite a lot of time battling monsters away from the capital, and I have seen one of his duels with another mage. He's a genius when it comes to casting and duels. That's all good for him, but how come he knew Arzen? Did they have some sort of history together?" It wasn't a wrong line of thought, since a duke's son would know people, but he had no idea if this Rake was an enemy or not. He certainly wasn't a friend, since Arzen didn't have any. Was he just one of the nobles he was briefly acquainted with, or a rival of sorts? As Kai pondered on that, Rake stopped right before him, a smile forming on his lips. A low whisper rippled through the crowd of mages as Kai felt eyes gathered on him. Well, Rake drawled, his eyes moving all over him as Kai felt a faint trail of mana trying to oppress him. "I never expected you to not only awaken but even reach the second circle. Last time we talked, you still were depressed over the fact that you were a cripple. It seems like miracles do happen after all." So, he was an enemy. If the man's attempt at oppressing him with his mana wasn't enough, his words were. His tone was one of sincerity, as if he was simply happy to see him, but just the word cripple told his intentions. Despite that, he calmed down any surge of anger he felt, aware of the gawking crowd. "Yes, they do," he said, giving a simple nod and turning around. "I would love to talk more, but I need to head to the library now. I'm pretty sure you have much better things to do." He tried to move past them, simply leaving since he didn't want to get pulled into any confrontation. Whatever problem he had with Arzen wasn't something he cared about, but he felt Rake's mana surging around him. The red-haired mage planted himself firmly in his path. "Hold on there, Arzen," Rake said. "It's not polite to run away since we have met after years. I thought I would never see you again. Don't you want to catch up a little bit?" "No, I don't," Kai said calmly, but it seemed to simply annoy Rake as the pressure increased. "You have grown impolite since I saw you. Maybe." Kai saw 2 of his lackeys block his path from the sides if he tried to move. Looking around, Clan and Jax had already planted themselves in the back, clearly stupefied as to what was going on. Everyone else in the cafeteria simply watched on like it was an interesting event. Should I simply blast him off? As Kai wondered that, a silence stretched around them, and it seemed to annoy Rake more and more as for the first time, a frown appeared on his face. It seemed like he decided to give up any small talk and came to the topic. "I heard what's going on in your territory. A beast wave is going to devour it. I wonder what you're doing here at the tower. Perhaps looking for a master to take you in. After all, you would need a place to run to since your family had already abandoned you." Kai's eyes narrowed. To that, more heads turned, eyes locking onto the brewing confrontation. It was clear the man was attempting to provoke Kai, his voice dripping with derision. Kai remained silent, his expression impassive, but the man's words grew louder, demanding attention. You know, I remember, the man began, a sneer curling his lips. At a party we attended a few years back, you had begged a savant who was there to take you as a disciple. I recall it was just after you have been branded cripple. Back then, you went as far as to kneel. A murmur rippled through the crowd, a mixture of disbelief and amusement. Kai's silence seemed to embolden the man, who puffed up his chest and continued, relishing the attention. Are you going to do the same here? Rake asked, turning to his lackeys. They erupted in laughter, the sound echoing off in the cafeteria. Their eyes glittered with malicious glee, feeding off the spectacle. Kai's mind raced. Rake had given up any plans on being subtle and was openly insulting him. In most cases, this was easily going to lead to a duel or much worse, but he thought differently. He knew he could easily silence the man with a well-placed spell or a cutting retort, but he chose restraint. He had nothing to prove to this crowd. Instead, he took a deep breath, centering himself. He didn't care too much about the authenticity of the story since he wasn't there. Knowing Arzen it might have been true or Rake was simply exaggerating it. It didn't matter. The question was why he was trying to confront him like this. Several possibilities flashed through his mind. It might have been Vidia trying to show him his place by sending him a talented mage who was closer to him in age. Or maybe it was simply Jasper who had looked offended in the investigation. It could be even Rake simply enjoying the humiliation of a duke's son. Was this a test, a way to gauge Kai's reaction under pressure? Power games, no matter how childish, were a reality for those who held it, but Kai wouldn't play their game. Silence, he decided, was his shield. Rake craved a reaction, a display of weakness, but Kai wouldn't give him the satisfaction. However, Rake seemed to mistake Kai's silence for fear. His cruel grin stretched wider. What's the matter, Arzen? Cat got your tongue? How about it? Kneel, beg for my tutelage, and maybe, just maybe, I'll consider taking you as my student. It won't be the first time, and you'll have a haven when those beasts overrun your pathetic little territory. The crowd that was initially amused by Rake's words fell silent, their curiosity morphing into something akin to anticipation. Kai knew the clock was ticking. Silence could be misinterpreted as weakness, but a wrong response could escalate the situation further. He needed a way to deflect Rake's attack, something that wouldn't give him the satisfaction of a rise out of Kai but wouldn't brand him as a coward. A weary sigh escaped Kai's lips. No, he said simply, turning to leave. His escape route was cut short as Rake's hand clamped down on his shoulder, his mana pressing down heavily now. What do you mean no? Are you insulting me by rejecting such a generous offer? Kai's frown deepened. He knew arguing wouldn't serve him well, especially with the entire cafeteria watching. Still, a part of him simply wanted to burn everything down and leave, but that would simply mean more people would be after him. No, he needed a way to tell these idiots that he wasn't someone who they could go against. He had given sufficient proof to the council that controlled the tower, even going as far as to reveal a skill like dual casting. But it wasn't like everyone in the tower knew of it. Maybe it was time to demonstrate a bit of his strength in front of everyone. He wouldn't go all out, but showing off just enough would mean no idiot would disturb him again. I don't believe you have anything to teach me, he said, his voice flat. Frankly, I'd rather take my own life than stoop to begging for guidance from someone like you. Rake's face contorted with rage. You have guts, Arzen, I'll give you that. Kai's eyes narrowed. Do you want to see them? Because from where I stand, yours seems remarkably absent. A ripple of suppressed laughter ran through the crowd. Rake's face flushed crimson. His mana pushed back, but for the first time, Kai countered with his own, keeping it in its place as surprise flashed by Rake's face. All right then, he roared, stomping his foot. If that's how you want to play it, I challenge you to a duel. You have a week to prepare. By the noble code, you can't refuse after such a personal insult. Kai swept his gaze across the expectant faces staring back at him. Another sigh, heavier this time, escaped his lips. It looked like Rake didn't want to end it in the cafeteria and instead wanted more of an audience. The man seemed the spitting image of an attention whore. Then again, lots of mages were. Fine, he said. I accept your challenge. I will be in the arena before I leave the capital. With that, he turned and strode out of the cafeteria, leaving behind a stunned silence momentarily shattered by the chatter that erupted in his wake. Kai cursed under his breath and his eyes gleamed. He had no idea if it was a scheme or if Rake was just being a bully, but he knew that after the duel, mages would think twice before trying to go against him. They were walking down the streets of the art district. Killian was walking beside Kai in the back while in the front. The mercenaries walked with their heads held high. Raven was discussing something with Gorak while Finn and Finnegan were busy with their conversation. Rake Chase challenged you to a duel. That man was always trying to pick up fights, Killian said, his brow furrowed in annoyance. You know about him? Kai asked. He used to attend birthday parties thrown by your father since Count Chase, and he had memories from the war. He muttered and looked as if he was thinking back to an event from the past. He used to have a gang of lower nobles with him always and would target servants and even knights, so I have heard enough of him. Was he close to me? It's been so long I barely remember those parties. Kai asked, hoping to get something out of Killian. Not exactly, but he would be around you and your brothers. I remember you were always gloomy with him around, but then you have been like that always in the past. Kai simply nodded at that. It meant that the possibility of Rake being a bully to him was there, but he didn't know if Arzen had kneeled to a savant or not. He deliberated whether to ask about it, but decided against it. I will deal with him in the duel, Kai said, and Killian simply nodded. The knight didn't seem particularly against the duel, already knowing his strength. They passed a few shops that were busy with customers, and Kai focused on the sights. These parts of the streets were fairly clean, and he saw a lot more people here. There was also a lot of shouting as people called for customers to their shops. A few workers ran around, and he felt like the art district was the liveliest one among the four. Soon, they got to their destination, and Gorek stopped by the road, pointing to the sign of a shop. It was a quaint storefront adorned with a weathered sign that read, Molten, located at the far end of the street. This is my friend's shop, Gorek explained. He agreed to meet with us. Is there anything I should know? Kai asked, looking over at the sign and then at Gorek. Not really. He's fairly cool. He also took well to your diagrams and asked questions that I had no answers for. Also, he seemed like he would relocate if he deemed it beneficial to him, Killian added, and it was all Kai needed. They pushed open the door and walked inside. A small bell made a noise when they entered. It was a fairly small store, clattered with all kinds of weapons, but as he looked around, he froze. Not because of the weapons, but because of the presence of someone in the store. Standing behind the counter, his massive frame dwarfing the cluttered workspace, was a minotaur. His powerful physique and fierce red eyes instantly brought back unwelcome memories. As they settled on him, the memories of fighting a similar creature before his regressor. Kai's breath hitched in his throat. Dead mana was a corrupting force that had ravaged and destroyed the world by the end of his previous life. He remembered how it had spread everywhere while damaging species and their life forces. That insidious corrupting force left behind a trail of extinction in many species, including elves, stout dwarven holds, rarer species like naga, and even minotaurs. In these species, elves and dwarves left no evidence of existence behind other than possible theories of genocide. However, dead mana hadn't always claimed its victims entirely. Sometimes it twisted and warped them, birthing nightmarish parodies of their former selves. They were evolved mindless creatures that had lost their reasoning. Kai internally shivered, remembering the chilling hiss of a naga fiend he'd faced, the unnatural green glow that surrounded it. And the minotaurs they'd become formidable foes, their once noble charge had twisted into mindless aggression by the dead mana. Fighting them had been brutal because they knew no fear or pain. Even in his final moments, a minotaur was the one to charge at him. The memory came to life as the red eyes of the minotaur behind the counter locked with his. Kai's fingers twitched, the familiar mana pathways in his mind stirring as he began to form a spell structure, a reflex due to the countless battles he'd faced. But just then, the tension shattered. Far from radiating hostility, the minotaur let out a hearty laugh, the sound echoing through the shop. Gorak, the minotaur greeted, his voice surprisingly deep and friendly. Is this the man that you're working for? Kai blinked, the spell structure dissolving in his mind. The minotaur, massive as he was, seemed more interested in a handshake than a fight. Relief washed over Kai, leaving him feeling a little foolish for his knee-jerk reaction. The minotaur stood tall and muscular, his frame entirely covered with dark fur that rippled with every movement. The creature's head was that of a massive bull, crowned with sharp, curved horns that he imagined could easily gore any adversary. The eyes they were striking vivid red. His breath came heavy, snorting bursts, and his nostrils flared with every exhale. Yeah, that he is. Lord Arzen, he's the Baron of the city of Verald, I told you. Anyway, are you free? We need to talk. Gorek said and started walking inside the shop. Kai took a look around. The air was thick with the smell of molten metal. The space was dimly lit by the orange glow of the forge. Shelves lined with tools of all shapes and sizes covered the wall. Surprisingly, they were all organized and well used. A massive workbench dominated one side of the room, cluttered with half-finished projects, rolls of leather, and various metal components. Buckets of water and oil stand ready for quenching on the side, their surfaces reflecting the dancing flames. Barrels and crates filled with raw materials, iron ingots, steel rods, and sheets of metal were stacked neatly along one wall. Despite the rough and rugged nature of the shop, there was a sense of order and precision. Every tool and piece of equipment had its place. Balan laughed again, vibrating and seeming to shake the very floorboards. Business isn't exactly booming these days, as you can see. He gestured around the empty shop with a hoof the size of a dinner plate. Maybe those unfinished projects were not for customers. A thought ran in Kai's mind. Either way, his focus went back to the minotaur. Balin then straightened, his red eyes meeting Kai's with an intensity that made his skin crawl. Fear my manners are running dry, Lord Arzen. I apologize, let me introduce myself to you. He walked to the front from where he was. I'm Balin, son of Darguk, brother to Bronze. Nice to meet you, he offered, extending a hand in greeting. I heard you have a reputation for some impressive craftsmanship. Balin's grin could have rivaled a crocodile's. More than enough, he said with a nod. You the one who drew those diagrams Knight Killian here brought by? Yes, Kai admitted, but perhaps we could discuss them somewhere with a bit more privacy. As they headed back into the cluttered workshop, Kai leaned close to Killian, his voice laced with a hint of accusation. Why didn't you tell me he was a minotaur? Killian shrugged, a sheepish grin on his face. Honestly, I didn't think it was important. Kai winced internally. Important, almost getting into a fight with a potential ally because of a bad assumption that was definitely important. He vowed to himself to be more mindful of his preconceived notions from now on. With those thoughts, he walked past a partition that was used to separate the shop and the workshop. The workshop felt like entering a beast's den, cavernous and chaotic. Tools of all shapes and sizes hung haphazardly from the crude wooden beams overhead. This was not what he saw in the front. This was a mess on its own. Boards were all over the place, filled with different drawings of weapons and equipment. In the center stood a massive forge, its blackened maw glowing with an orange heat. A large bellows, connected to the forge, lay in a corner, ready to stoke the fire to the necessary intensity. Kai's eyes landed on his own diagrams, diligently drawn and spread out on a large wooden board propped against a wall. He could even see notes on other pages stuck on the board. It seemed like the Minotaur was trying to study them, but since Kai hadn't mentioned anything more than basics, he had trouble getting the whole idea around them. It wasn't entirely safe to just have them around in his shop, since the diagrams contained weapons of destruction. But he had already put a spell on them for him to track their location. Using that as a connection, he could even burn the diagrams at command, and even if anyone managed to learn the diagrams, they needed Kai's assistance to work. Balin, towering over Kai, was studying them intently, his brow furrowed in concentration. So these mana cannons of yours, his voice echoed in the cluttered space. How exactly do they function? Kai suppressed a smile, looking over the diagrams for the cannons. The concept was actually extremely simple at its core. They're essentially focused conduits for condensed mana. Normally, you have a lever to activate it and mana channels made through the construct. 3 key components will be needed, mostly the physical materials that form the cannon, enchantments to channel the mana and specific functions, and etham crystals to fuel the process. Balin's massive head tilted, his red eyes glinting with a mix of curiosity and concern. Even then, condensing mana to such a degree, he muttered, is a dangerous thing. It could easily overload and, well, cause a nasty little explosion, enough to take everyone in the vicinity with it. Kai shook his head reassuringly. The key is containment. We don't condense the mana directly within the cannon. Instead, we channel it into a specialized etham crystal embedded within the construct. This crystal acts as a reservoir, holding the condensed mana safely until it's released. He traced a line on the diagram, illustrating the flow of energy through channels etched into the cannon's frame. These channels guide the mana towards a heavily guarded area, the heart of the cannon, where it remains contained until it's fired. A spark of excitement ignited in Balin's eyes. Intriguing theory, he admitted, but wouldn't we need a vast number of seals to ensure the mana doesn't leak or overload the system? Precisely, Kai confirmed his thoughts about the enchantments. And that's where my expertise comes in. I can inscribe the necessary seals to maintain containment. All right, what about the material, safety mechanism, and activation? Questions flew one after another. Balin looked at him as if he was intrigued, curious, and eager at the same time. Kai could practically feel his eyes shining as he talked. Well, I was thinking of more mana-infused steel as the material. It's strong and conducts the power well. I'd help with that. The enchantments are what prevent any blasts or explosions and act as an activation mechanism. We can create a lever for it. It takes an entire etham stone for one blast, and if you see it, you will know that it's extremely lethal. Balin nodded at that. We can use etherium alloy for the internal lining. It insulates and manages the mana flow, preventing leaks and maintaining stability. So everything is connected to the etham stone and the enchantments. Kai nodded. What if something goes wrong? Well, hopefully not. In case of a critical malfunction, we will have to have failsafe runes inscribed along the cannon's length. They activate to shut down the cannon if needed. There's also a manual override a mechanical switch that disconnects the mana source immediately. The etham will fall out immediately. Kai pointed at the diagram where he had carefully drawn everything, including the mechanical switch to dissipate the mana stone from providing the energy. Simply once charged, you aim. When ready, you trigger the firing sequence, and the cannon projects the focused mana beam at the target. Balin gave a slow nod at that. A moment of silence took over their conversation as the Minotaur visibly got into a deep thinking state with both his hands on his hips. But what about the etham itself? He asked. Each blast from this cannon would require a condensed mana crystal, wouldn't it? We'd need a whole mine to power one of these things for any significant amount of time. Kai's lips curved into a confident grin. That's where things get interesting, he said. I happen to have access to a rather sizable supply of etham crystals. Balin widened his eyes. A sizable supply. He looked at him, then back at Gorek and Killian. Seeing that his friend was nodding, the surprise on his face turned into shock before he looked at Kai in a different light. With a deep breath, Kai elaborated. Yes, he confirmed. Let's just say I have access to enough etham to make these mana cannons a viable option. Balin studied the diagrams for a long moment, his brow furrowed in thought. They talked a bit more as the Minotaur went on about how they could construct it and kept asking general questions from Kai. He answered everything, keeping them a little vague, knowing that he hadn't agreed to join him yet. What do you think about the weapon artifact designs? Kai asked, shifting from the topic of the mana cannons to another set of diagrams he had made. They were weapon diagrams, and not just any type of weapons, but artifacts. He planned to make them for his guards, and even if not everyone gets them, just the enforcers having such a weapon would be a big boost to their defenses. Even a simple artifact was worth a lot, and although he didn't know any intricate enchantments, the few he knew would make sure they would be effective against a lot of different types of beasts. Balin contemplated for a minute. They are really interesting, he finally rumbled. These weapon designs are certainly unique. You utilize a completely different method for artifact creation than I've ever encountered. I encountered something similar when I was working with dwarfs, but these are different developed. Enchanting from within and constructing a mana circuit are extremely fascinating concepts. Soon after, Balin proceeded to break down Kai's concepts, explaining them in his own words. The more Balin spoke, the more impressed Kai became. It turns out that although Balin doesn't get requests for artifacts every day since he didn't have an enchanter around, he had worked and assisted on them in the past. Also, he had been with the dwarves as part of what he called the adolescent journey, which Kai assumed was something of a tradition for minotaurs. Either way, if he had worked with dwarves, he would be good. If his analysis and knowledge weren't enough, one look at the sword and sabers lying around in his workshop was enough for Kai to know that his craft was high level. It was just what he needed. Mana cannons were a common sight in his era, a marvel of ingenuity. They offered a powerful counter to mana fiend hordes. However, as with all things powerful, there were downsides. The sheer amount of etham required to sustain them ultimately depleted the world's resources, forcing them to abandon the technology. The fiends, ever adaptable, found new ways to overwhelm the defenses. Although new models and discoveries came to be, fuel was always a big problem. Here, he didn't have to deal with that since he had a mine of his own, and using them in one beast wave wasn't going to deplete that. Having Balin on his side with his knowledge and skill could be a game changer. Kai cast a glance around the cluttered workshop, his mind already formulating a plan. If the Minotaur could build up a few mana cannons and artifacts, then they would have a high chance of defending against the beast wave. Balin, given your abilities, I was hoping you might consider relocating. I'd like you to work on these mana cannons first and foremost. Of course, your work wouldn't go unnoticed. The pay would be more than fair, and you'd have a comfortable environment to work in, he said, putting out his most sincere tone. Balin's red eyes blinked. He let out a low rumble that could have been interpreted as a chuckle. I'm certainly intrigued, but Gorek told me on a beast wave. Yes, there's one, Kai acknowledged, but these mana cannons could be the key to holding the beast off. But I need your expertise for that. Are you interested? Another heavy silence descended upon the workshop. Balin's massive finger traced the intricate lines of the mana cannon diagram, his brows furrowed in thought. The offer was tempting: a secure environment, good pay, and the chance to contribute something truly meaningful. Yet, a shadow of doubt lingered in his eyes. You sure about that? There's a reason this shop is in the backstreets with barely a customer in sight. And I didn't get this location because of a bad broker. It was the only one offered to me. He knew what Balin was pointing at. Race was certainly a hot topic in the kingdom, and even elves had a harder time mingling with the population. The less said about someone like a minotaur, the better. But he didn't care about it. Kai met his gaze head-on. That doesn't matter, he said firmly. You'll be working under me, creating weapons that could change the tide of this war. Your skills are exactly what I need, and I don't care about anything else. If anyone cares, you report to me and I will deal with them. Balin narrowed, but I won't fight. If that beast wave comes for me, I'll pack my bags and leave. Blacksmithing is my trade, not warfare. I haven't got the stomach for it despite how I look. Fair enough, Kai conceded. And honestly, I doubt the beasts will target you directly. If these cannons and weapons work as well as in theory, they'll be too busy defending themselves to worry about a lone blacksmith. Once Balin threw his considerable weight behind their cause, things moved at an unexpectedly swift pace. Unlike Kai's initial apprehension, Balin seemed downright eager to relocate. Of course, the gruff Minotaur needed to shutter his dusty workshop and finish any lingering projects, but that wouldn't take long. This suited Kai perfectly. A few days in the capital remained before his scheduled duel with Rake, and only after that, he would be able to return. Before they could truly get into crafting the mana cannons, Kai needed to ensure secrecy, and he asked the Minotaur for an oath. While Balin wasn't a mage, most beastfolk held oaths in high regard, valuing their word even above their lives. Balin readily agreed after all. Success would mean wielding a weapon powerful enough to attract unwanted attention, even from the kingdom itself, and he seemed to understand the value of something like that. A simple oath then bound the Minotaur to silence regarding the nature of their creations. With the blacksmith secured, Kai turned his attention to their next acquisition, securing an alchemist and more manpower. The second was easy enough, but getting an alchemist wasn't an easy task. Most of them were bound with the tower and were known to work on their own projects, or for nobles for a considerable sum. The truly best ones were employed by the kingdom itself. Thankfully, Malden had let Kai on the address of a small alchemy workshop nestled in the lower district. Apparently, it was run by a peculiar crew, a lone second circle mage who ran it alongside a handful of first circle apprentices. The very notion sent a jolt of intrigue through Kai. A second circle mage, slumming it in a dingy workshop. That kind of situation screamed backstory. He got a bit of it from Malden, and after checking that he was at a decent enough level as an alchemist, he decided to meet him. Determined to get the man on board, Kai made haste to the workshop. His only expectation was a man who was decent enough to get the job done and not plunge a knife into his back. He ignored the acrid scent of burned alchemical mixtures that lingered heavily in the air as he stepped inside with Killian following behind him. The interior resembled a mad mage's subterranean laboratory far more than a proper workshop. Glass vials filled with different colors of liquids lined crooked shelves, bubbling cauldrons threatened to erupt at any moment, and dust adorned the grimy, cracked walls. A few apprentices gave him a look, and one of them led him to their boss. As he navigated this chaotic building, Kai could see that they weren't doing well. Finally, he reached the second floor, where a lone figure awaited him in an office. It was a small, empty space with a big table in the center surrounded by chairs and the alchemist sitting in the center. The man cloaked and sported a weathered leather eye patch over his right eye, the other was blue. He seemed to have been waiting for Kai's arrival, and as soon as he entered, he gave a small bow. "Greetings, Orion. I believe my associate Malden may have mentioned my arrival. I'm Arzen Kellius." Orion immediately nodded and gave a tight smile. "Malden, bless his nosy soul," the man rasped, his voice gravelly with age. "He tells me you're looking to recruit my entire workshop for some territorial endeavor." Kai, keeping his voice even, offered a curt nod. "Indeed, I've heard of your capabilities as an alchemist, and with the project I'm undertaking, a skilled alchemist and their apprentices would be invaluable." A sardonic chuckle escaped Orion's lips. "Apprentices, these lots are no fledglings." Kai raised an eyebrow, looking for a master then. "Because I'm willing to offer instruction in return for your expertise. It won't be a regular apprenticeship, but you will learn a lot." The man leaned back, confusion etching lines on his weathered face. "Haven't the faintest clue who you are, Lord Arzen, because that's all I've heard about you from Malden, that you are a baron." But waltzing into my place and talking about teaching alchemy, he trailed off, his single eye narrowing. Quick as a thought, Kai conjured a small fireball in his palm, the wavering red orb illuminating the dusty office. The man's posture stiffened, emotions of recognition replacing his initial surprise. He saw his arm reaching for something under the table, probably a vial of exploding potion or something similar. Kai shot a warning glance at him, daring him to do anything, and Orion was smart enough to let the moment pass. "No need for worry," Kai said, dispelling the fireball with a gesture, but making sure to send a mana signature in the air to let Orion know that he won't be able to do anything against his power. "Now that you know my identity as a mage, it should be easier. I myself delve into alchemy, and let's just say, I appreciate a good potion when I see one." He reached into his pocket, pulling out 2 vials filled with shimmering liquids, one a murky green, the other a clear blue. The first one was brewed by Orion himself, and the second one was by Kai. Orion's eyes widened, and Kai didn't know if it was because he had revealed his strength or due to the potions. "I saw your work at the market," Kai continued, setting the vials on the table. "These healing potions quite remarkable for someone operating in these less than ideal conditions." Orion's gaze darted between Kai and the potions. Kai unscrewed the blue vial, swirling the clear liquid within. "You've got the basics down, I'll give you that, but the quality of your ingredients is subpar at best, and your brewing technique." He paused. With a flourish, he took a swig from his own vial, a clear substance that shimmered faintly. Killian, who'd been silent until now, obligingly held out a hand, allowing Kai to draw a small cut with a dagger. Blood drew out and fell on the carpet. Kai quickly uncorked his potion and handed it over. Killian, without a word, drank it. Kai looked at Orion to see how his attention was fully on Killian's bruise. Within 3 seconds, the gash was no more than a faint pink scar. "Shallow cut, mind you," Kai explained, gesturing to Killian's hand. "Your potion, with its current formula, would take at least 10 seconds, likely leaving a scar. See the difference?" The one-eyed man stared at the healed wound, his jaw slacking with disbelief. Even if he hadn't believed Kai's initial words, the demonstration spoke for itself. He might have wondered if the potion was brewed by Kai himself, and he was simply being lied to, but chances of that were low. Orion didn't come across as stupid, and he had clearly revealed his strength. As if to demonstrate what Kai was thinking, Orion asked, "You really brewed that potion? I have no reason to lie to you. If you join us," Kai pressed his advantage, "you'll have access to better resources, and more importantly, the chance to truly hone your craft. You'll be a valuable asset to my territory, and in return I'll see you well equipped, not just with ingredients but with knowledge. You've got the raw talent, but you need refinement." Silence stretched between them, the only sound the rhythmic ticking of a dusty clock on the wall. The one-eyed man's gaze flickered with indecision. Kai waited, his hands reaching for Orion's potion while he swirled it inside the vial, seeing how the mixed ingredients had blended. When he looked up towards Orion, he saw how his single eye was focused on him, a lot of emotions passing by them. A moment of temptation, or maybe it was his consideration towards his decisions, but it was quickly replaced by a sigh. "Look," he rasped, "we appreciate the offer, Lord Arzen. I truly do, but we're settled here, making do with what we have, and it's getting better. We have even." Just as the man seemed about to decline, a muffled boom echoed from below, followed by a string of unintelligible curses. The one-eyed man winced. "Apologies," he muttered. "Sounds like Edgar overshot his fire breath potion recipe again." Kai couldn't help but grin. "See, that's exactly the kind of chaos we can avoid if you join us. Proper facilities, safer environment, and the chance to finally focus on perfecting your craft instead of patching holes in cauldrons." The man leaned back, a wry smile twisting his lips. "Tempting, very tempting, but I wouldn't want to burden you. I am confident in my skills, but we come with baggage that I'm pretty sure you don't want to handle." Kai raised an eyebrow. "Baggage? Let's just say I had a bit of a disagreement with a certain adept mage back in the Archon Tower," he said, rubbing the back of his head with a frown. "Ended up with a permanent block on my advancement and a one-way ticket to the slums." Kai absorbed the information and knew what he was talking about. Malden had mentioned tidbits about it, but not the entire story of what happened. He guessed that he must have offended some mage with enough power to destroy his career, and when he had tried to go independent as an alchemist, no one had taken him up, probably because of that same mage. Either way, it didn't matter. Malden hinted at something along those lines, Kai admitted, and that seems to be the case for most of your companions. "But listen, I don't care about some political squabble in the tower. My territory is a week's journey away from the capital. They won't reach there, and even if they did, I'll ensure your safety." He paused, a sincere note entering his voice. "But before we go any further, I'd like to hear the full story. What happened with the mage in the tower?" The one-eyed man met Kai's gaze, a storm of emotions swirling in his eye. After a long, contemplative moment, he let out a heavy sigh. "All right, Lord Arzen," he rumbled. "You've piqued my curiosity. Sit well and tell me if you need anything to drink. This might take a while." For the rest of the day, the one-eyed man recounted his tale with bitterness laced in his voice. Stronger mages, secure in their reputations, preyed on the research of up-and-coming alchemists like himself, stealing promising formulas and passing them off as their own. Most of the adepts participated in this web of deceit, using their influence to suppress those who threatened their positions. Orion described a series of incidents, his frustration simmering with each recollection. There was the time he'd developed a decent rejuvenation potion, only to see it claimed by a mage who used it to curry favor with one of the savants. He spoke of countless sleepless nights spent perfecting a new method of crystal amplification, only to have his discovery stolen by a jealous rival who used it to secure a coveted research grant. As the alchemist spoke, Kai listened intently, the picture of the tower darkening in his mind. There was no wonder such things happened inside. It was, after all, a place for competition. And when there's competition, things always get dirty, but it had been worse than what he expected. Since Orion wasn't a noble, but a commoner, he had no real power against these mages and had to spend countless days feeling powerless and helpless. By the time the alchemist finished his story, the sun was dipping below the horizon, casting long shadows across the dusty office. Finally, Kai rose from his chair and offered his part of the deal, for which the single-eyed man nodded and accepted. His final words were, "You've got yourself a deal. I will convince the others. I wasn't liking being in the slums either way, and you have gained my interest with your potion. If you treat me and my subordinates right with respect, we will do our best to work for you." With Orion on board, along with his ragtag team of talented but ostracized alchemists, Kai felt a surge of optimism. He didn't waste any time after that, and returned to the library in the tower to focus on his research on ice magic. While the restricted sections of the library remained stubbornly out of reach, he wasn't left empty-handed. The library had an extensive collection of basic first and second circle ice spells, enough to provide him with a solid foundation for further exploration. He spent the rest of the evening meticulously studying these spells, dissecting their components, and visualizing the flow of mana. Hours melted away as Kai became engrossed in the intricacies of ice magic. The spells within the library were different from the ones he had learned back in the Sorcerer's Tower, using different methods for the structure. Here, the incantations were more complex, relying more on visualization of the spell rather than mana manipulation. It wasn't anything he hadn't expected, and he knew it wouldn't take too long for him to modify these spells for him. However, it took a while to understand ice spells. Their structure itself felt alien to him, different from the other spells he was accustomed to. Where fire spells were all about raw power and destructive force, ice magic seemed to be about control, about shaping and manipulating the very essence of cold. It was a subtle art, requiring finesse and precision. I will get more advanced, I just need to familiarize myself with these further. This was the foundation he needed, the building blocks upon which he could construct his own, more powerful ice spells. He devoured the information, memorizing glyphs and tracing pathways of mana flow within his mind's eye. As moonlight began to stream through the high library windows, Kai finally closed his fourth book on ice spells with a satisfied sigh. He'd made significant progress, laying a groundwork that would propel him forward. As his eyes wandered around in the almost empty library, his mind thought about the ball that was going to happen tomorrow, a social event that held little interest for him. He knew what was going to happen in it, and even if getting a better look at the nobles wasn't bad, he wasn't particularly interested in it. If he replied positively to the prince's offer, he would probably be invited to join their side in the succession. Otherwise, he would be ostracized, but that was something he was okay with. But after the ball, the duel would take place with Rake. A shadow of a smile touched his lips. Both things were minor worries to him rather than something to be extremely concerned about. He had already decided on an answer to give to the prince and was looking forward to the duel. After all, he knew that Rake was probably going to make it a social event, inviting other nobles to watch, and it would be a good place to show a more formidable side of him. He stood up from the chair without a screech and closed all the books he'd opened for his research. It was time to get some rest. Kai stood before a full-length mirror, feeling the formality of his noble attire weighing heavily on his shoulders. He wore something suitable for the ball that was supposed to be held today and was checking if everything was in order just in case. His eyes took in all the details of his garb. The crimson tunic, embellished with delicate silver embroidery that glimmered under the lamp, fit perfectly against his broad frame. The tailored trousers complemented the tunic, which made him content with his fitting. Wasn't odd, and at the same time he wouldn't stand out. To complete the outfit, he already had a few generational pieces of jewelry prepared. He wasn't used to wearing anything that wasn't an artifact of sorts, but it was common to wear rings or a bracelet at such events. This should be all right, Kai thought to himself. From the side of the mirror, he saw Malden, perched on a sofa checking the parchment in his hands. He was recounting everything that Kai had asked him to get. Well, Kai prompted. Malden's eyes shot up immediately. "You look astonishing, my lord, like a prince," he said with a grin on his face. Kai gave a short nod to his compliment, but it wasn't that he was referring to. "About the list," he asked. "I've got almost everything on the list, Lord Arzen," Malden said, and kept the piece of paper on the stack of thick parchments. As they had gotten into the capital, Kai had given specific work to everyone, and Malden was asked to get various items and resources he would need to fight against the beast wave. Malden had been scrambling to get everything on the list, and had done a good job if he could believe his words. "Is that right?" Kai asked again, to confirm his previous statement. Construction materials for the blacksmith, the Minotaur nearly drooled when he saw the reinforced steel beams and other mana-conductive materials. Vials and alchemical supplies galore for Orion and his group. The larvae materials I sold before to a few alchemists and shops around here came in hand in securing these. We can defend the walls of Verald with these, and speaking of the walls, I managed to snag a few seasoned wall builders. They're already heading back under escort. Malden listed down everything, a proud grin forming on his pudgy face. Kai nodded in approval, a flicker of satisfaction warming his chest. The construction of the wall was already underway. The more manpower meant that the rest of the work should be completed soon. He needed to deal with the wards and the extra protection he could bring them once he was back. "Good work," he said, then recalled a specific item on the list. "Did you manage to find those seeds I mentioned?" A frown creased Kai's brow as Malden shook his head. "The shadow seeds, couldn't find any in the market. Not surprisingly, those things aren't exactly in high demand. But I did manage to secure a hefty batch of the full-grown shadow seed plants from a merchant who deals in them." "Good work, Malden." Kai acknowledged him again, seeing the glint of satisfaction in Malden's eyes. The man was greedy for compliments. "Hurry up on that. Make sure they're delivered safely." "Yes, Lord Arzen. Will do. Good enough." Kai walked around the small space in the room and sat on the opposite sofa to Malden. Beside the pile of Malden's list, there was the list Killian had procured. It included all the names and titles of those who would be attending the ball. Since it was a royal ceremony, he knew he had to know who was who. Especially with him being exposed to a lot of important people, it would be lacking on his part if he didn't know their names or step on their metaphorical toes. Elite society was always very quick to take offense, and he didn't wish to make more enemies than intended in the ball. According to what he knew, Arzen hadn't been to such an event in years. The nobles had forgotten his name, and this was a way for him to reassert his presence. However, he felt bored, even looking at the name list. His gaze drifted down further, noting the absence of the other members of royalty. Except for the first Prince Eldrick Sullivan Lancefil, there was only one royal who was going to attend. She was a Princess Amara, the youngest sibling. Princess Amara, why doesn't it ring a bell? Kai thought hard about the name, reflecting on the various scribes he had read, the journals written by Arzen, and even the conversations he had since coming to the capital. But none of them had mentioned Amara. It was as if her presence was bleak, and no one gave her much heed to talk about her. Even in Killian's list, there was no information on her other than her title as a princess. Princess Amara will be attending the ball tonight, Kai said, looking at Malden for a brief second and pulling his eyes back. By now he knew Malden's behavior. The man often waits till he hears something he knows so he can sprout what he does, or when he hears about something he doesn't, he'd question more on it to know. Princess Amara not much in the public eye, is she? I heard rumors that she has some illness, something that keeps her confined to the palace. She shows her face once in a while in balls like these but largely stays away. It's known that the king doesn't like her much, but the reason behind it is unknown. Though I heard it's because she's not his bio. He stopped himself just in the nick of time. Could just be gossip, of course. Kai almost smiled at Malden's word vomit but shrugged, tossing the list back onto the table. Gossip or not makes no difference to me. Just another name on a list. He looked up, catching Malden's curious gaze. Kai acted nonchalant about the information on the princess. He didn't want to do anything with her, and she probably had died before Eldrick had risen as a king if the rumors on the illness were true. By the way, Lord Arzen, about the beans you had requested, Malden echoed. Yes, what are they used for exactly? Are they used as an alchemical product? I've not heard about using shadow seeds in anything other than staining wood or insect control. Oh, and for odors. A slow smile spread across Kai's face. Actually, he chuckled. Many underestimate the humble bean, Malden, but there's more to them than meets the eye. Not many know this, but you can make a rather invigorating beverage from them. Once we get our hands on those shadow seeds, I'll show you what I mean. Malden raised an eyebrow but nodded anyway. That's all right, looking forward to it, my lord. Who cares about a bean now when we've more pressing matters at hand? Now this ball, it's not just about social niceties as far as I'm aware, he said, hesitating a bit before continuing. Will you use it to make political connections? Kai shook his head at that thought, not giving anything away. Not quite. Right now I'm just a name on a list. I haven't made any real moves yet and don't have the clout to pull off political machinations. But that could change with time, and it probably would. Malden leaned forward. Yes, I believe so. With the king aging and no clear heir chosen, the competition's about to heat up. The ball will be a hotbed of speculations and observations, everyone trying to gauge the prince's strength and weakness, trying to form a connection with him. Succession is certainly getting interesting. It's getting into the middle phase. A lot of things are happening around it in the kingdom. Kai paused. Keeping a close eye on these events would be prudent. He almost let him on his thoughts, but soon cowered his words. For Kai, who wanted to change history, he needed to start from the Lancefil succession since it was one of the most pivotal parts in history. But he couldn't rely on his historical knowledge for it and needed real-time information. Unfortunately, that was the hard part. Malden chuckled, a knowing look on his face. Don't worry, Lord Arzen. My network of informants keeps a keen eye on the political climate. Merchants are the most impacted by such things after all. Though let's be honest, half the information you get from whispers and backroom deals is twisted or outright lies. Especially with something as big as the succession, he added, scratching his stubble. Everyone's got their agenda, pushing their own narrative. Discerning truth from fiction can be a real headache. Kai leaned back. So if hushes and networks aren't reliable, what then? What's the best way to get an accurate picture of the succession? Well, accurate information about the succession. Lord Arzen, that's a unicorn you're hunting for. He laughed at that. Kai soon understood where the man was coming from, but Malden continued. The only breaths that carry any weight come from the prince's inner circles, their most trusted retainers. Maybe the king himself, or the prime minister if he's still in the loop. He wiped a tear from his eye, his laughter subsiding into a chuckle as if he was imagining a way to get such information. If you want accurate information, you need someone who knows the ins and outs of the palace. Back in the day, I heard maids used to do it for gold, but so many of them got executed that no one dares to do so now. Malden paused, carefully selecting his next words. Lord Arzen, I believe we are outsiders in the current succession. Wild cards in this high-stakes game, and getting such a person to give information is like searching for a dragon, but every noble, especially those who are neutrals, wants to capture that dragon. The evening arrived rather soon, and the air vibrated with a cacophony of sounds, the rustle of silks, the clinking of glasses, and the drone of 100 conversations at the same time. It had been quite some time since Kai walked through the large doors that were decorated with floral arrangements. When he walked inside, the crystal chandeliers cast a brilliant glow on the ballroom, and gained his attention almost immediately, illuminating the swirling forms of dancers and the rigid postures of nobles clinging to the edges of the room. But after staring at everything for a while, it all looked normal. He wasn't awestruck anymore by any decorations. Fact, Kai felt like a bear at a tea party. He stood stiffly in a corner, the drink in his hand slowly burning his throat. Around him, cliques of nobles formed and dissolved like swirling smoke, their conversations punctuated by forced laughter and empty compliments. He slowly took their figures into detail, thinking of who could be who. But soon, a hush fell over the room as a figure in a crimson and gold uniform, adorned with glittering medals, strode in. Now we're ready to begin the ball. That was Prince Eldrick, his face a mask of practiced charm. Beside him walked a slender figure draped in a shimmering silver gown. Princess Amara, the name echoed in Kai's mind. Her face, pale and drawn, bore the mark of illness. Yet he noticed the fire in her eyes, the way she held her head high despite her obvious frailty. Still, he could feel that she was pushing herself as she walked. A plump butler with a groomed mustache cleared his throat. Presenting, he said aloud, his voice echoing through the hall, His Royal Highness, First Prince Eldrick Sullivan Lancefil, and Her Royal Highness Princess Amara. The room erupted in a flurry of bows and curtsies. A ripple of commotion coursed through the ballroom as the prince and princess entered. Nobles, previously engrossed in their own social machinations, suddenly found themselves propelled towards the royal pair like moths to a flame. Kai watched the scene unfold with detached amusement. It was a ballet of ambition and flattery, a desperate scramble for the prince's favor. By how some people ran towards them, some looked like they'd been waiting for their arrival ever since the ball started. His gaze flicked across the throng, mentally cataloging the faces that converged upon Eldrick, just so he knew who was on Prince Eldrick's side. With a lot of barons and viscounts, as well as the sons of 3 counts and 1 marquis, it was a powerful alliance. His eyes then lingered on the princess. Unlike her brother, who was engulfed in the throng, Amara was approached by a smaller, more intimate group of noble ladies. A wan smile graced her lips, but Kai, with his heightened senses, could detect the flickers of discomfort that marred her facade. A twitch of her hand, a slight tremor in her smile, signs of a deeper struggle beneath the surface. Her skin, too, was an unsettling shade of pale, mirroring the ivory of her gown. Her face might have looked prettier without the obvious signs of sickness, but for now she simply looked like she needed to be in her bed rather than in the ball. She clearly is sick, why not let her rest? Kai shook his head internally at the lack of care from whoever was responsible, but again having royal blood meant living in a house made of glass, and being expected of things that they had no control over to do, to feel and to attend. He remained a silent observer, an outsider in a sea of silks and jewels. As the dance floor began to fill, the music taking hold, a shadow fell across his path. A blond, young man, his face smooth and his attire impeccably tailored, extended a hand towards Kai. It came out of nowhere, and for a second he examined his face, wondering if he was an old friend of Arzen like Rake. It wasn't as if he hadn't considered that possibility. Baron Arzen Kellius, I presume. I am Leopold Blackwood, first son of Duke William Blackwood. The name struck a chord in Kai's memory. A flicker of recognition sparked in his eyes. The necromancer they'd fought in Vasper Forest originated from the Duchy of Blackwood. But what he hadn't expected was for the son of the Duke to be here. Kai took Leopold's hand, his grip firm. Blackwood, Kai acknowledged. A name that precedes you, Lord Leopold. I must admit, I wasn't expecting to meet someone from your duchy at this event. From what he knew, it was a place that was far off from the capital, situated around the edges of the northern forest. Leopold smiled at that. The young man seemed genuine with every word he spoke next. Indeed, however, I must confess, Lord Arzen, rumors of your presence here were highly anticipated, and I for one wouldn't miss the chance to meet you. My father the Duke is highly thankful for vanquishing the necromancer. It was simply my duty, he replied modestly, a threat neutralized before it could fester. Leopold chuckled, a touch too hearty. Duty, yes, but let's not downplay the accomplishment. That creature was responsible for a great deal of suffering. And more than just suffering for some of us. Kai simply nodded at his words. The young man paused and looked around. Kai followed his action. Both of their eyes hung on some people who were still hovering over the prince. Either way, Lord Arzen, we heard you're facing a beast wave of your own. He locked eyes with Leopold immediately. Indeed, he said dryly, a situation that demands a strong front. Has Duke Blackwood decided the matter? A flicker of satisfaction crossed Leopold's face. He straightened slightly, a smug glint in his eyes. The Duke, he declared, is a man of action. As a token of his gratitude for your services and a testament to our commitment to the kingdom's well-being, he has authorized the dispatch of 500 men to aid you in repelling the beast wave. Kai's lips curved into a genuine smile. 500 trained men was a significant contribution, a welcome boost to his already meager forces. That's excellent news, he said, his voice sincere. Their aid will be invaluable in the coming fight. We all have a role to play, Lord Arzen. That vile necromancer was responsible for the deaths of many innocent souls. One of them, I confess, was a close cousin of mine. A flicker of dark clouds passed by his eyes and sudden understanding dawned on Kai. This wasn't just about the beast wave. This was personal for Leopold and probably Duke Blackwood. Even if they didn't care too much about his territory, they weren't going to sit back and not help someone who they owed a great debt to. My apologies, Lord Blackwood, Kai said, his voice softening. I offer my sincerest condolences for your loss. The world is a better place without that heinous dark mage, but that doesn't lessen the pain it caused. That was the truth. Unfortunately, it was common for beasts, fiends, and necromancers to kill people in the world, sometimes proving more fatal than even viral illnesses. He had also seen people's death up close and lost those dear to him, and because of that, his words came from a place far from indifference and weariness. It came from a place of sympathy and sincerity. Indeed, but enough of such grim topics. Perhaps a drink to that, Lord Arzen, to a future free of necromancers and beast waves, he said. And please call me Leopold. Lord Blackwood is my father. Kai smiled at that, lifting his container filled with the drinks. This had been a surprise, but an expected one. He might have been a bit suspicious due to how smooth the talk was going, if not for the fact that he knew Duke Blackwood was one of the neutral ones in the succession, having not chosen any prince. When Kai had first gotten the news of a beast wave, he was quick to know not to put all the weight and hope in the kingdom. Which was why he had sent a letter to the Duke, inquiring about the possibility of aid. They didn't have any relationship, but they certainly had a good base and goodwill to start one. Thankfully, it had worked better than he had expected. Leopold continued to discuss the conversation he had with his father about the beast wave. It was mostly information Kai already knew, but he nodded along to everything he said. Compared to how most nobles talked, Leopold was far more amiable and straightforward, being much more of a smooth talker than he had anticipated. Suddenly, a familiar face caught Kai's eye. Prince Eldrick, amidst the throng of nobles, beckoned him over with a gesture by his hand. "Excuse me for a moment," Kai said, gesturing towards the prince. "It seems I have the prince's attention." Leopold, though slightly put out, managed a smile that turned into one of interest. With Leopold trailing behind him, Kai walked through the crowd towards Eldrick's entourage. The prince, a charming smile plastered on his face, greeted Kai with open arms. "Lord Arzen, glad you could join us. How are you finding the festivities, the food? Excellent, isn't it?" Prince Eldrick's voice raised at the question, almost as if he was expecting Kai to give an immediate response. "I assume it is, Prince Eldrick. I'm yet to try the dishes. The ball is a splendid affair," Kai said politely. Prince Eldrick was already surrounded by a lot of nobles, who expectantly waited for him to say anything and everything. It put Kai on the spot as well, and as he entered the group, every pair of eyes fell on him. "This is Lord Arzen, the Baron of the city of Verald. I know most of you might not know of him, but the heat stones are his idea. He created them. I'm pretty sure lots of you have used them to hide the wrath of Frisania," he asked aloud. Murmurs of agreement immediately rippled through the nearby nobles, their eyes gleaming with a mix of admiration and thinly veiled greed. Their words reached Kai with different compliments, some appreciating more than the other. "Lord Arzen, I tried those heat stones consistently, and I've to give it to you much better than lighting the fireplace. Indeed, my wife appreciated the custom-made heat stones as well." The tall man who gave the compliment earned a small smile from Kai. "I'm glad it was to your liking, your highness and all of you." Prince Eldrick's lips curled to a smile when he turned back to the group of nobles, his voice booming once more. "And speaking of benefits, Lord Arzen, what are your thoughts on my decision to increase the heat stone distribution to provide for the whole kingdom and even our neighbors?" Kai felt a pit forming in his stomach. He knew exactly where this was going. This wasn't a casual inquiry. This was a public display of power, an attempt to corner him into public approval. He glanced around the room, taking in the expectant faces of the nobles. A chorus of wise decision and a boon for the kingdom would likely follow his next words. But Kai wouldn't play this game. He wouldn't be Eldrick's public pawn. Kai felt like he heard gasps and chatters from around, but his eyes were directed at Prince Eldrick, who was frozen on the spot. His eyes, which were friendly moments ago, now bore more than a hint of resentment in them. The scent of lilies, usually a comforting fragrance, felt suffocating tonight. Amira wrinkled her nose, the tight bodice of her gown digging into her ribs with every shallow breath. Balls always felt the same, a suffocating display of wealth and forced smiles. Tonight, however, the pain gnawed at her with a particular ferocity. Some days when the pain got unbearable, even the best medicines from the highly sought-out alchemists would do little to curb the pain. And right now, every twitch of her hand, every tremor in her legs screamed at her to retreat, to find the cool solace of her bedchamber. But retreat wasn't an option. Her brother, Eldrick, had been insistent. His words echoed in her mind, laced with a masked threat. "Mother had instructed your presence with me at the ball, and if you didn't join me, she would be hurt. Perhaps she might even come here to talk to you about your well-being." The mere mention of their mother, a woman as cold and unforgiving as the winter winds, was enough to send shivers down Amara's spine. It was a low blow, even for Eldrick, so she endured. Her maids, bless their hearts, fussed over her, layering silks and jewels onto her frail frame. Each brushstroke of makeup felt like a violation, a futile attempt to mask the ravages of illness gnawing at her from within. But what good was a princess who couldn't stand for even a dance? A wave of nausea threatened to rise, and she gripped the armrest of her chair, forcing it down. She wouldn't give Eldrick the satisfaction of seeing her weakness. The doors creaked open, and a flurry of activity filled the room. Her maids backed away, their worried glances were swallowed when the doors closed. Amara, Eldrick's voice, usually jovial, held a hint of concern. Ready, she forced a smile and nodded slowly. When they entered, the inane chatter of the noblewomen swirled around Amara, a meaningless symphony that blurred into a dull hum. Their discussions included everything that related to the kingdom, and nothing she wanted herself to do anything with. They mostly revolved around men, balls, interesting places they have visited, and delicacies they have tasted. She listened, smiled, nodded, and even gave monotonous answers when possible. It was then things got harder for her. 10 minutes had stretched into an eternity, each forced smile and polite reply draining the remaining energy from her frail body. A clammy chill seeped from within, spreading goosebumps across her arms despite the warmth of the ballroom. Her hand fluttered to her chest, a frantic search for some semblance of comfort against the rising tide of pain. Escape, it became her singular focus. She needed air, needed the suffocating confines of the room to vanish. She looked around and saw her brother freeze in the middle of a group of men, his hands to his sides, eyes wide, and even his mouth gape open. By the expression of the men around him, she knew that someone had said something they shouldn't have. What could that be? But that wasn't her problem right now. She had to get away from here. I have to find my maid, excuse me, she said in just above a whisper. The women that surrounded her nodded frantically, some looking at her with concern and others with astonishment. Amara knew that more rumors would probably spread by the next morning, but she didn't bother with any of them. From the corner of her eye, she saw a guy approaching her, a smile on his lips. She knew what he was going to ask, but she had no time or strength for this. Therefore, she withdrew herself, not giving a single glance more to the young noble. She walked past the long curtains and slowly made her way towards the balcony. Each step felt like a battle against the treacherous tremors racking her body. Out in the cool night air, the chill intensified, though strangely, it felt welcoming compared to the stifling warmth inside. She closed her eyes and hugged herself, taking deep breaths. When she opened her eyes, she saw stars twinkling like a scattering of diamonds across the velvet sky, a fleeting moment of beauty in a world that felt increasingly cruel. Time blurred into a haze of pain and shivering. The world seemed to distort at the edges, the once familiar garden swaying drunkenly. A low groan escaped her lips, a sound lost in the symphony of the night. No one could hear her anyway. She slowly reached for the pouch and grabbed a pill, swallowing it with much effort. It should be okay, it should be okay, it should be. Her hands came up to clutch her sides. The pain increased from everywhere, her gut, her ribs, and it went down to the very point of her toes. She was staring at the sky for 1 second, and then the world lurched sickeningly. Her eyes clouded with one thought in her mind: she would be better unalive. Which god cursed her, and for what reason? What has she ever done? The blurriness of her surroundings increased. Princess Amara, an unfamiliar voice, sharp and concerned, cut through the fog. A single tear traced a path down her pale cheek. I don't feel well, she managed, the words slurred and ragged. The world tilted violently, and then darkness claimed her. The last thing she registered was the strong feel of a hand on her shoulder and a single strand of warmth entering her body through it. Kai hadn't anticipated the public spectacle of his refusal. It was supposed to be a private affair where he would diplomatically decline and be on his way. Now, with a handful of pairs of noble eyes glued to him, the depth of his words grew heavier by the second. With the nobles who clearly sided with Eldrick right behind him, the entire situation became a matter of face and respect. Eldrick's face, moments before a picture of charming authority, the facade of a prospect for the future crown, had morphed into a thundercloud. The prince's jaw clenched tight, a muscle in his temple twitching like a trapped critter. The nobles behind him looked at him like he had just unraveled his plan to kidnap the king in front of them. Kai looked to his left. Leopold stood straight, clearly finding amusement in the situation. He seemed to be stopping himself from smirking. When he noticed Kai's gaze, he widened his eyes, a silent question passing between them as if he was asking, "What the hell did you just say?" If Kai could, he'd shrug his shoulders at that, though. Time was of the essence. He needed to defuse the situation before Eldrick unleashed his royal fury on an unsuspecting ballroom. Easily, Kai could become the next big thing that the entire kingdom talked about, and he didn't want that, not yet at least. Stepping forward, Kai cleared his throat, the sound echoing through the sudden hush that had fallen over the crowd nearby, though the music and the chatters from the ladies on the side were unbothered at what was going on with the prince. "Your Highness, I understand your concern for the well-being of the kingdom, and I commend your initiative." He paused. Eldrick remained silent, his gaze unwavering, daring Kai to continue. If gazes could throw daggers, Kai would be fighting for his life. However, Kai continued, pushing forward. "I believe I'm not well suited to work with you on this initiative and fulfill the demands of the entire kingdom. We could discuss other ventures later, and I would find you to discuss more about the beast wave and its logistics. For now, I would like to take my leave and discuss a few matters with Leopold here. He threw a glance at Leopold, hoping he would catch on and Eldrick wouldn't try to make an issue out of his rejection here. From the look of things, he was trying to portray an image of a calm and collected ruler, and lashing out won't help it, no matter what the reason might be. As if on cue, Leopold stepped forward. "Yes, Your Highness, we will take our leave." The prince didn't seem to have expected him to walk away like this and was too stumped to say much. Soon, they strode away from the stunned group of nobles, leaving Eldrick fuming behind. As Kai walked away with Leopold, thoughts churned with a conflicting mix of adrenaline and tension. He had just rejected the prince in front of his lackeys, and rumors were bound to spike up about it. He was also pretty sure that he won't get much out of the kingdom in aid, and in their next meeting, Eldrick might not be amiable. He doubted the prince was going to do anything questionable straight away. At most, he would wish for his territory to be razed down by the beast. Kai suddenly met eyes on him, and as he looked sideways, Leopold met his gaze with a slow grin. "I wonder if you're crazy or brave," he chuckled. His voice tone itself spoke volumes to say that he was in admiration. To say that to Prince, perhaps a bit of both. "This political arena is like a battlefield, and I believe I just provoked a rather strong warrior." Leopold couldn't help but smile. "At least you have the guts for it. That's always important in battlefields." Out of the corner of his eye, Kai caught a glimpse of Eldrick, still fuming amidst the chattering nobles. Whenever he spoke to someone, his jaw ticked while he threw daggers at the side where Kai was. A sigh escaped his lips. This little rebellion wouldn't come without consequences, and he had broken all bridges with him. But he doubted the prince was ever on his side if his theory on the whole beast wave situation is true. "I need some air," he muttered, gesturing towards the balcony. Before the prince decides to stage a public execution, Leopold's grin widened. "Excellent idea. And speaking of executions, I wouldn't miss your duel with Count Chase's son tomorrow. I have seen a few of his duels and he's good. I really wonder how your skills would stand in front of him." "You already know of it," Kai asked. "Most nobles do. Rake is going around inviting everyone to make it a spectacle of sorts. I don't know what happened between you two, but he clearly hates you." "I don't know about that myself." Kai shrugged, wondering how Rake was going to react when he would lose in the duel in front of the nobles he had personally invited. Although the duel had come out of nowhere, it was also a way for him to show himself off to the kingdom elite and a turning point in forming his public image. His thoughts died down as he felt another piercing gaze on his back. He shook it off and walked towards the balcony doors where guards stood on the sides. He gave a brief nod at one of them who stared at him. Pushing them open and stepping out into the cool night air, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. He could only stay here until the prince got embroiled in other topics and could later slip out of the ball. Maybe he could even go out and explore this part of the castle as he hadn't been here before. As he stepped towards the railings, he froze. A figure out of the corner of his eye caught his attention. Princess Amira, her face a shade of pale unlike he'd ever seen, leaned against the railing, her body racked with tremors despite the cool night. A cold sweat clung to her skin, and her eyes held a vacant, almost haunted look. A jolt of unease shot through Kai. This wasn't just fatigue. There was something off about her. She was on her knees before he knew it, clutching to her sides and whimpers escaping her parted lips. He approached her cautiously, not willing to ignore her. There was a strange energy emanating from the princess. A ripple of mana fluctuating around her uneasiness filled his gut. Reaching her side, he knelt before the princess, his voice laced with concern. "Princess Amira." Kai's unease escalated into a full-blown panic as he drew closer to the princess. There was no mistaking it now. A coldness radiated from her, a sickly energy that gnawed at the very fabric of life. Her breaths came in shallow gasps, each one a struggle. If he didn't help her, she'd be a lifeless form pretty soon. He didn't need to be a medical expert to know that. Ignoring the prickle of uncertainty, Kai reached out, his hand hovering over hers. A tendril of his own mana flowed forth. It was him playing the odds, a desperate attempt to stabilize her failing body. The energy flowed cautiously, a gentle current seeking purchase in the churning chaos within her. If he was right, her mana was going unstable for some reason, destroying her from inside, and it didn't look like it was a short-term problem. Probably this was a symptom of whatever sickness she was suffering from. "I hope this helps." Kai knitted his brows in focus. Slowly, ever so slowly, the tremors in Amara's body began to subside. Her breaths deepened, the fight ebbing from them replaced by a fragile peace. A sheen of sweat receded from her brow, and a faint but steady pulse returned to her wrist. Relief washed over Kai, a wave of exhaustion following close behind. As he focused on the lingering energy signature within her, his eyes widened in shock at what he found. Before he could voice it out, his attention broke by a sharp intake of breath that came from behind. A maid had appeared at the far end of the balcony. Her eyes darted between Kai, kneeling beside the princess, and Amara's now peaceful form, and how he held her in his arms. The way the maid looked at him said a lot of things, mainly that this little encounter could be turned into a major misunderstanding. Relief flooded Kai as it wasn't just any maid who found them, it was Amara's personal maid, and once he introduced himself and explained the situation, she immediately understood what had happened. "Your Highness," she said softly, kneeling beside the princess and checking her pulse. "Thank goodness you found her. I was searching for her since she wasn't in the ball. It seems tonight's activities were too much for her. Her health hadn't been the best in the last few weeks," she muttered in just above a whisper. Kai stayed silent, looking at Amara's state. He didn't know what to say except to suggest solutions for her ailment. "We need to get her inside," she continued. "Can you take her inside? I'll show you where to go." Her brown eyes bore at Kai pleadingly. The urgency of her voice was concerning, and it seemed like she had an idea that Amara's condition was still far from the best. "Sure," Kai uttered and scooped Amara into his arms. She was unsurprisingly light. Her frail frame was perhaps even lighter than even a kid. "This way, Lord Arzen," the maid said and started walking to a corner of the balcony where there was another door that led towards a small pathway. They moved through it for a while and soon, the maid opened up the doors of the princess's bedroom. "What about the guards? Why can't we request their help?" "It's the princess," Kai stated as a matter of fact and slowly placed her on the bed. The maid closed the door silently and looked at him straight. "We can't take help from the guards. It had to be discreet. If it comes out that the princess had lost her consciousness, Prince Eldrick would accuse her highness of stealing his spotlight. He hosted the ball, therefore he is the one that should be the center of attention tonight." Kai nodded, his lips pursed in a thin line. Royal family dynamics were something he wasn't much privy to. He knew the princes didn't get along, but it seemed like even Amara wasn't well liked. The maid rushed to a bedside table, her movements efficient as she retrieved a vial filled with shimmering capsules. "These are her medicines, Lord Arzen," she explained, holding up the vial. "A special concoction from the royal alchemist, formulated for her condition." Kai eyed the capsules with a tight frown. He recognized the faint hum of mana coming from them, and he could guess what they did. At the same time, her condition wasn't something medicines can help with. "They won't work," he stated bluntly. The maid's hand froze mid-air. "What do you mean? These are the best available. They might be for a normal illness. This is something different." He shook his head and looked at Amara. "Your Highness is suffering from a rupture in her mana heart. Her mana core, the very source of her magical power, is fractured. These pills are merely a temporary suppressant, a band-aid on a gaping wound." Her eyes widened further in shock. Just as Kai thought the maid couldn't be shocked further, he was proved wrong. Her hands slowly moved to place the vial filled with pills on the side table near the bed. "How did your lordship know what she suffers from?" Her question came out in a suspicious tone. "What can we do?" she whispered when Kai didn't reply immediately, her voice trembling. "These pills are all we have. We need a different way to heal her, at least temporarily." Kai nudged his chin towards the vial that was on the table. "As to answer your previous question, I'm a mage, and I've seen the effects of mana heart rupture before. That's how I know her highness's disease. And well, I felt it when I was pushing mana into her earlier. Her heart is broken literally, and it's already a miracle that she's still." He didn't say more, but he didn't have to. "But how can you help?" the maid asked. "Other than the pills, I know nothing that could help her." Kai knelt beside the bed. "There's a risky procedure I can perform. Can you trust me for a bit? Lord Arzen, it's the princess life we're talking about here. I know that, but trust me, if you feed her those pills, they would simply put her in a state of sleep and try to stabilize her broken core. Once she wakes up, she would again suffer from the same thing," he said, not wanting to explain further. "Just let me do what I can. I will take responsibility." Taking a deep breath, Kai placed his hand gently on Amara's chest. The coldness radiating from her body sent a shiver down his spine, yet he pushed through it. He needed to focus, to channel his mana with utmost precision. "This will be uncomfortable for the princess, but I need complete silence and stillness." The maid nodded, her eyes glued to Amara's face. She walked around the bed and sat on the other side of the bed, squeezing the princess's hand. Kai placed his hand gently on her chest, his fingers tracing a line over her sternum before forming a small, precise cut with the sharp edge of a mana blade. Blood dripped from it to the neatly arranged fresh bedding. Kai couldn't care less about it. His eyes narrowed in concentration, and he pushed a steady stream of mana through the incision. The maid's eyes widened, her face going pale at his actions. He met her eyes briefly, offering a reassuring nod before returning his focus to the task at hand. "This might be quick, but I've to be careful." His mana flowed smoothly, like a river of light finding its way around her mana core. The core itself was fractured, its seamless surface marred by deep fissures. Kai could sense the instability, the chaotic swirl of energy threatening to break free. He took a deep breath, channeling his mana with careful precision. His own core pulsed in response, a steady rhythm that he used to guide his efforts. It was almost as if he could hear two heartbeats and feel two mana flows at the same time, one steady, the other not so much. He visualized his mana as threads of light, weaving them around Amara's damaged core. The threads intertwined, forming a resilient lattice. He could feel the strain, the resistance of the core's fractured state pushing back against his efforts. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and he maintained his focus, knowing that any lapse could result in catastrophic failure. The maid gasped, her body trembling slightly as the mana threads began to take hold. Kai's threads acted as a temporary scaffold, providing structure and stability where there had been none. He worked quickly, his mana threads knitting together the broken pieces of her core with meticulous care. Each knit was careful, his hands steady, breath coming in shallow gasps. As the lattice took shape, the core's chaotic energy began to settle. To top it off, he sent another thread of mana and crystallized it around the stitches, so they wouldn't break. Seconds passed by when he did the same procedure to the other side of the neatly done stitches. One more stitch. Kai let his mana threads complete the final stitch and turn it into a binding. A sigh escaped his lips when he was done. He looked at the maid immediately. "It's okay for now. Keep an eye on her. She should wake up in a few hours." "Is she really okay?" the maid asked, her voice quivering as she looked at Amara, who was now beginning to take steady breaths. "Yes," he nodded, knowing that whatever he said, the maid would only completely believe him when the princess would wake up. My method should keep her core intact. But he knew this was only a temporary solution. The stitches he had created were not a permanent fix they would hold for now, giving the princess some time to find a permanent solution for the core. Kai withdrew his hand slowly, the incision sealing itself with a faint shimmer. He felt the residual mana dissipate, leaving behind a faint tingle in his fingertips. Amara had always felt a cold stone lodged in her chest. It wasn't a heart, not really. It was an icy chasm, a void where warmth and emotion should have resided. Mages had confirmed her suspicions. Her heart was shattered. From the moment she drew her first breath, her world had been in pain. The joy and wonder that painted the childhood canvas in vibrant paintings were absent in her world. It was a monochrome existence, devoid of the warmth that bathed others. Awakening as a mage, a milestone for most, had been a bitter pill for her. The surge of magical energy within her had only amplified the icy desolation. She had often wondered if one day there was going to be salvation, but she had been told repeatedly that there was no solution to her shattered heart. She was meant to live like this. In that state, she had given up on being able to feel normal long back and had only wished for a normal death. Hence, when she opened her eyes to a glaring expanse of white, she wondered if it had arrived. But even here the cold followed her, the heart straining with each breath. The cold seeped into her bones as she wandered through the alien landscape. Her breath fogged in the frigid air, opposite to the internal inferno raging within her. Her heart, or what remained of it, felt like a fragile ice sculpture, teetering on the brink of oblivion. Yet she walked on. Her steps echoed in the icy expanse. Her gaze, empty and distant, scanned the horizon, searching for something, anything to break the monotony. Salvation, or simply a reason to keep walking. She wondered if she was going to be trapped here, never to be able to feel truly happy. It was then that she felt something inside of her. A warmth, unfamiliar and comforting, began to weave its way through her. It was as if invisible threads of sunlight were being woven into a sweater, enveloping her in a cocoon of solace. The icy chasm within her chest began to thaw, the relentless ache subsiding like melting snow. For the first time in her life, she could feel her heartbeat without pain, a steady, rhythmic pulse that defied the icy wasteland she had found herself in. Fear and wonder warred within her as she looked inward into the depths of her being. There, nestled in the thawing ice, was a fragile, nascent heart, beating with a tentative rhythm. Tears, hot and cleansing, streamed down her face. The icy landscape around her transformed into a tumultuous sea, waves of emotion crashing against the shores of her consciousness. The pain, the loneliness, the endless winter, they were all there, raw and exposed. And then, as abruptly as it had begun, the vision ended. A single tear escaped her eye, tracing a glistening path down her cheek before disappearing into the soft fabric of her pillow. The dream was over, but the echo of its warmth lingered. Amara blinked, her vision adjusting to the dim light of her room. A dull pain lanced through her chest, a reminder of the ordeal she had just endured. She looked down to find a neatly stitched wound, the edges sealed with a faint blue glow. Despite that, for the first time, she felt better than ever. Her heart beat slowly and her skin wasn't cold. As she realized it, something took her attention. Voices drifted through the room, the soft cadence of feminine concern and a deeper, more authoritative tone. She turned her head to find her maid, Anya, engaged in conversation with a stranger. The man was unfamiliar, tall, and had a distinct air around him. He seemed to be explaining something. She should be okay. But there are always complications associated with mana heart surgeries, he said in a polite voice. Nothing looks suspicious to say there's a complication. She should be waking up soon, the man whispered. Yes, don't worry, the stranger, upon catching Amara's gaze, offered a reassuring smile. You're awake, he said, his voice gentle. Anya, startled by Amara's sudden alertness, rushed to her side, her hands trembling slightly as she checked her vitals. Princess Amara, you're awake. How do you feel? Amara's voice was a whisper, barely audible over the soft rustling of bedsheets. I feel better than ever, truly, she managed to say, a sense of wonder mixed with disbelief. How am I feeling better? The stranger stepped closer, his eyes filled with a curious intensity. May I check your pulse? He asked, his voice gentle. Amara hesitated, uncertainty crossing her face. but the trust in Anya's eyes and the man's calmness gave her the courage to nod. His fingers, warm and gentle, found her pulse. He closed his eyes, concentrating for a moment before opening them again. "It's remarkable," he said softly. "The temporary surgery seems to have exceeded expectations." Amara's eyebrows furrowed in confusion. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice stronger now. "I'm Arzen Kellius." "The Baron of the city of Verald," he replied, offering a warm smile. "I found you in a critical situation by the balcony and Anya soon came looking for you. Your heart was compromised and was too strained. I had to act quickly." Anya rubbed soothing circles around Amara's palm over and over. "Lord Arzen found you and brought you here. He saved your life." Kai nodded. "I performed a temporary procedure to stabilize your condition. Essentially, I stitched your heart back together and crystallized it to keep it in place. Unfortunately, this means you won't be able to use magic for the time being, but there won't be any pain." Amara's eyes widened in shock. "No pain?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. Kai nodded, a hint of sadness in his eyes. "At least not for now. The mana used in the procedure will eventually dissipate, and then you'll need a more permanent solution. But for now, you're safe. But for now, you're safe." The words rang in her mind, heavily tears welled up at that. She had lived a life of pain and suffering. To be told that she could finally experience a life without it was overwhelming. "Please," she said, her voice trembling, "can I be alone for a few moments?" Arzen nodded understandingly. "Of course." Anya took Amara's hand, offering silent comfort as the door closed behind Kai. Amara was alone with her thoughts, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within her. Kai breathed a sigh of relief as Amara calmed down. He ran a hand through his hair, his mind racing. Mana surgery was a dangerous procedure, often reserved for the most dire of circumstances. He had never imagined performing such a procedure in the heart of a royal ball. The risks were immense, but desperation had fueled his actions. Thankfully, his years of studying the intricacies of the human body, born out of necessity in the harsh realities of the end times, had prepared him for this moment. He wasn't too interested in the anatomy of a mage's body, but since he had to deal with injured mages all the time in his last life, he had learnt quite a lot that included the procedure he did on her. In his era, magical surgeries had been researched, and there were even theories on how to make a mortal into a mage. Every mage was expected to know a thing or two about it, since you never know when you need it. When Amara called him back in, he was struck by the change in her appearance. The pallor had faded, replaced by a healthy glow. It wasn't just in her looks, it was how she looked at him, as if suddenly everything was better. The vest that Kai had to cut to perform the surgery had been removed and replaced by a fresh one. No more blood stains, and her complexion looked less pale. "I simply did what needed to be done," he replied simply. "Can I ask you a question?" Amara hesitated for a moment, her eyes filled with curiosity. Kai nodded, urging her to continue. He had his arms on his hips as he stared down at the princess who was on the bed. "How were you able to heal me? Even the kingdom's best mages and alchemists were unable to find a cure." Kai had anticipated this question. "It's a long story," he began, choosing his words carefully. "During my awakening as a mage, I was found to have a condition of mana blockage in my veins. Although not as painful as your condition, it meant I wouldn't be able to wield magic. Unable to accept it, I delved deep into the mysteries of mana. In the process, I developed a deep understanding of the human body and its interaction with magic. A few months ago, I managed to overcome my affliction. It was through this journey that I developed theories about healing conditions like mana heart ruptures." He paused, allowing his words to sink in. "When I saw your condition, I realized I had a chance to put my theories to the test. Thankfully, it worked." Amara listened intently, her eyes wide with wonder. It was as if a new world was opening up before her. Kai's mind raced. Mana surgery was a discipline centuries ahead of its time, and he wasn't sure if his explanation would suffice, but there was no other way out of it. If he was right, mana surgeries would only come up centuries later due to a necromancer who had given his whole life to study the human body and tried to form the strongest zombies out of them. In his research, he had dissected countless mages, and even if he wasn't successful, his research had helped another mage to be able to later repurpose it to discover mana surgeries. "I'm still thankful," she said, bowing her head as little as she could as royalty in front of Kai. He simply nodded, and one more question came up. "What did you mean by the surgery being temporary?" Her eyes looked up in confusion. "It's a temporary measure, Princess Amara. The stitches will dissolve in a few months, and your condition will revert. To provide a permanent solution, I would need to perform a much more complex surgery." Amara's curious eyes ignited with hope. "Can you do it?" Kai hesitated. "It would require extensive preparation and time," he replied, his words careful. "I simply don't have the luxury of both." Anya, sensing the gravity of the situation, tried to interject. "Lord Arzen, we have time." Before she could complete what she was about to say, Amara silenced her with a stern look. "I understand," she said, her voice firm. "I'm already thankful that you were able to heal me, albeit temporarily." Kai nodded, giving a small smile. He knew Amara wanted him to solve her problem permanently, but he had no time or resources to do it. He had even showed off his skills only because she might have died without his help. One more thing, he said, his voice serious. I need you to give me an oath not to reveal what I've done. Amara's eyebrows furrowed in confusion. Why? Well, it's not a simple thing. I just don't want to reveal my abilities, and the tower won't let me be if they found I could heal broken monocores. It would bring too much of a change in the magic society all over the world, and I don't have any means to survive that much attention if you understand what I mean. Kai weaved his words carefully. The kingdom would protect you. I would. I have my territory to tend to, and I'm far too weak. Even if I trust your words, you know that the kingdom isn't in the most stable situation with the succession. Please. He hoped the princess wasn't going to insist. She had made a good impression on him till now, and he wouldn't like to show off more of his spells to get out of this situation. If he could, he wanted to solve it with words. Thankfully, she nodded. I swear by the essence of mana running in my body that we wouldn't let anything about this procedure be known to another living soul, Amara said aloud just for them to hear, and placed her hand over her heart. The oath was soon sealed by a light red color glow which soon died. She looked at the maid, and she did the same. Kai was satisfied by their actions, and he knew his job here was done. And one last thing, Kai continued, I would like to keep track of your condition. It would be bad if your highness' condition faltered again. Perhaps we could exchange letters. Amara hesitated for a moment before nodding. Of course, she replied. With one final glance at Amara, Kai turned and left the room. The voices of two women became just another whisper in the air. Amara lay on her bed, her heart beating a soothing melody in the quiet room. The warmth that had filled her during the surgery still lingered. It was new, and it was now a part of her own. She turned her head to look at Anya, who was sitting by the window, her eyes lost in thought. Anya, she began, her voice soft. Did you notice anything unusual about him during the surgery? Was he hesitating when he was doing the surgery? Anya's attention snapped back to Amara. He was very focused, your highness. But he didn't hesitate at all. It was as if he knew exactly what to do every step of the way. Amara nodded, her mind racing. Interesting. It was an odd observation. If a noble had been in Arzen's position, the pressure to succeed would have been immense. One wrong move and their heads would roll. Yet the Baron had displayed a level of calm and confidence that was almost unnerving, almost as if he had done the same thing countless times before, and the way he talked about it. She had dismissed his explanation about being born with a mana blockage, but now doubt crept into her mind. One thing was sure, he had lied to her about it being his first rupture surgery. He knew more than what he let on, and even if she owed him her life, her curiosity wouldn't let her sleep. Is there something more to him than he was letting on? Anya, she said, find out everything you can about him. I need to know who he is and what he's capable of. Anya's eyes widened in surprise. But Princess Amara cut her off. I've spent years feeling like a ghost. She shook her head at that thought. Now I finally feel alive, so do as you're told. While Lord Arzen was busy with the ball and everything else that went on inside the palace, Killian was immersed in his things. Among them, his priority was practicing and enhancing the techniques he already knew along with training the guards. To do that, he had already got permission to use part of the palace courtyard as a training ground. Currently, Killian was in a mock battle with 3 guards and Gorak. He knew only Ansel among the guards. Well, the man would repeatedly ask him questions back in Verald and even participate in his personal training sessions. The other 2 were newbies that had joined recently, and Gorak had agreed to take part in it because he was bored. Killian stood poised, his eyes flicking between the 3 guards and Gorak, their figures circling him. The tension was palpable, but it wasn't something he couldn't handle. Without warning, the first guard lunged at him, sword gleaming in the broad sunlight. Killian sidestepped effortlessly, his movements a blur. In a fluid motion, he countered, his sword striking with lethal precision. The guard fell, clutching his side as he crumpled to the ground. He gave him a second glance, just to make sure that the guard wasn't harmed. He moved to put distance between a charging guard and looked at him mockingly. He planned to take on the 2 newbies first, and then focus on Ansel and Gorak. Taking the bait, the guard launched forward, pushing his sword forward. His speed and ferocity were expected as Killian prepared to deftly twist, invoking his lightning step, his form disappearing and reappearing in a flash of movement. The guard's blade swung through empty air, leaving him momentarily unbalanced. Seizing the opportunity, Killian's sword struck out, disarming the second guard with a swift, decisive blow. The newbies were both out of his hair. Now, it was the turn of Gorak and Ansel, who patiently waited for their turn, calming observing the battle till now. Gorak watched with a cold, calculating gaze, his experience evident in his measured movements. He stepped forward, joining the fray just as Ansel pushed himself forward and resumed his assault. Killian knew he had to be strategic. Ansel could predict his moves, and Gorak's seasoned prowess was a threat he couldn't underestimate. He focused, his mind narrowing to a single point of clarity. His sword became an extension of his will, each block and parry calculated with precision. He drew Ansel and Gorak closer, manipulating their movements with his own, bringing them to the right where he wanted them. Killian's mastery of the lightning step had become second nature by this point, and he was in control of it, an evidence of his training. but now he sought more than speed. Lord Arzen had told him to think more about the properties of lightning and what he felt while thinking about it, focus on the sensation it gave him, and throughout their travel to the capital, Killian had been pondering upon it. He had realized that lightning was not just fast, it was powerful, precise, and full of untapped potential. He wanted to tap into that potential and use the lightning to wield powerful attacks, just as Lord Arzen did. If he can't do it, he will never be able to stand against the upcoming beast wave. As Gorak and Ansel closed in, their intent clear, Killian felt the storm building within him. He let the power surge through his veins, channeled it through his arms and into his blade. Lightning crackled along the edge, a brilliant blue glow that illuminated the dark courtyard. With a guttural roar from his throat, he unleashed the lightning strike. Energy exploded from his blade, a searing arc that cut through the air with devastating force and hit the ground right in front of him. The force even managed to throw him back, and he barely held onto his sword. Killian's feet stomped on the ground, trying to keep his balance. Ansel and Gorak were caught in the blast, their weapons clattering to the ground as they were thrown back, stunned and defeated. The lightning hadn't been as powerful as he expected, but it was still too much for the two to defend against. The courtyard instantly fell silent, the echo of the strike lingering in the air. In a matter of seconds, the fight was over. Ansel and Gorak were defeated, their eyes wide with astonishment. The former simply stared at him with an incomprehensible expression while the latter frowned, clearly not happy about losing such a lopsided battle. The other guards, who had witnessed the spectacle, exchanged hushed whispers. Two newbies who had been defeated first looked at him in horror, and it was clear that they were thankful they hadn't been on the opposite end of the attack. Gorak, his pride temporarily humbled, managed a croak, breaking the silence. What was that? Killian sheathed his sword, the lingering electricity sparking around the blade. Just another attack I have been working on, he replied simply. I've been learning a few attacks for the beast wave. Ansel nodded in understanding, looking like he had already expected it. Ansel wiped the sweat from his brow and grinned. I got to learn a lot from it. With this, you might even be able to stand against the mage that Lord Arzen is fighting tomorrow. Killian paused, considering the weight of Ansel's words. Before he could respond, one of the other guards chimed in, yes, you could definitely hunt mages now, Knight Killian, just like the mage hunter from the stories. Another guard nodded enthusiastically, absolutely. You've got the skills, Knight Killian. Mages won't know what hit them. Killian listened, a contemplative look on his face. The story of the mage hunter was one of the fairy tales that every kid would grow up to listen to in Lancefil. It was about an ordinary man who had trained his body to a level where he was able to stand against the spells of mages. The tales would mostly be him taking on necromancers and other cursed mages. Killian had always doubted the tale, thinking of it as a fantasy. But maybe the mage hunter was simply an enforcer. As his thoughts reached there, he wondered if he would actually be able to be like a mage hunter in the future. Lord Arzen had indeed mentioned that enforcers could easily grow stronger and take on mages, but he doubted he was at that level yet. For now, Killian needed time to process a few things. He soon shook his head, understanding the absurdity of his thinking. Well, I'm not taking on any mages. Either way, I'll be going now. It's my day off. Good practice today. He gave a curt nod to Ansel and Gorak. The guard stood straight in respect and waited till he moved. He excused himself from the group, a strange feeling washing over him as he walked past the palace grounds and moved towards the streets. Normally, he would be training till the evening and would have gone with Lord Arzen to the ball, but today he had specifically taken a day off to meet his family who resided in the capital. Until he was 5, he'd also lived in the capital. Then he was sent to training right after, which was why he knew a few places even though he'd changed a lot throughout the years. Not only him, but a lot of things in the streets had changed. The marketplace to a few buildings right around the corner, he faintly remembered how they were before, and that gave him a bittersweet feeling. A lot of businesses had shut down from the last time he had been here, and a lot of people had migrated to different places. The air also felt a bit heavy, but he ignored it and hastened his pace. His destination was a modest house in the noble district. Killian was from a house of knights, a lineage of warriors who had served the kingdom for generations. Even if they weren't technically nobles, their standing in the society was better than commoners, and one of his ancestors had even served one of the former kings directly. The memories flooded back as he saw his house in the distance playing with a few kids from the neighborhood, the smell of his mother's cooking, the thrill of his first sword fight in the backyard. As he approached the house, a wave of emotions washed over him. It was a homecoming, but it was also a farewell to a part of himself he had left behind. He stepped onto the familiar porch, his heart heavy with a mix of anticipation and trepidation. The familiar scent of polished wood and leather greeted Killian as he stepped into the house, using a spare key he always held. He immediately headed towards the living room and took in the layout. The worn armchair by the fireplace, the bookshelves overflowing with dusty tomes, the different weapons on the walls, all of it was the same as when he had left. "Young master," a familiar voice called out, breaking the spell of nostalgia. An elderly servant, Nora, her face etched with lines of age and loyalty, hurried towards him, her eyes filled with a mixture of surprise and joy. I heard the door opening and knew you were back. How have you been, Nora? Been well, young master. You look healthy. The old woman's voice was filled with affection as she looked at him with a familiar glint in her eyes. Killian couldn't help but nod at her. Good that you've been well. Where is my father? Killian asked, his voice steady despite the surge of emotions. The master is in his study, young master, she replied, her voice trembling slightly. He was expecting your arrival. With a nod, Killian made his way upstairs towards his father's office and found the door open. It was a room as austere and imposing as the man himself. The walls were adorned with weapons and trophies from countless battles, and the air was thick with the scent of leather and old parchment. His father, a grizzled knight, sat behind a large oak desk, his gaze fixed on a stack of documents. His appearance matched his, but his hair had signs of whitening. He looked up as Killian entered, his expression a mask of indifference. You're back, he said, his voice as gruff as ever. Should have come sooner. Lord Arzen had some business to attend to, he replied. Had been busy with that. His father grunted, his gaze returning to the documents. I heard the lousy third son is now a mage, he muttered, his voice laced with a hint of disbelief. Is that true? Killian's eyebrows rose in surprise, but he nodded. His father snorted. The previous duke, may his soul rot in the depths of hell, sold you off to serve that arrogant fool. But fate, it seems, had other plans for our house. Who knew someone as brittle as Arzen Kellius would awaken as a mage at this age? He even dared to go against Rake Chase. I have been hearing things about this duel these days. I hope he survives this or you miss this great chance. What chance? Killian barely stopped himself from frowning. You should be as close to Arzen as possible and make sure that your son studies under the mage. I don't know how good he is, but with a mage teaching your son, he'd surely come out as one. Killian's blood ran cold. Lord Arzen, he spat out. I'm not working as his knight, so he gives tutelage to my future generations. His father's expression remained impassive. I see that you are still naive, he said, his voice flat. Besides, it's the truth. The world runs on power, and magic is the only way for us mortals to achieve it. Do tell me, son, have you got close to this young lord? Gotten some benefits out of serving him? Killian's father shook his head disapprovingly. His father cleared his throat, continuing further. You should really think about how to improve our house to rise up as nobles, rather than being a lowly knight. My father failed, I failed, and even you failed, but our future generations can't. And what if no mage rises out of our bloodline? Killian retorted, his voice rising. Should I forever keep chasing the power of the mages? Being a mage is not the only way to be a noble. Why do you think so? His father leaned forward, his eyes glinting with a cold intensity. You think being a knight is enough? You can swing a sword, but can you command the elements? Can you heal the sick or act like gods on earth? No, my son, you cannot. War might be a way to rise up as a baron, but there's no guarantee you will even make it out alive, and even if you did, you might not gain the title of a noble. I was in wars, but look at me, I'm still nowhere close enough to a noble. But every mage after a point gets a noble title. That's the only way for our house to be of something, for our name to be something. You really underestimate the power of a mage. The last sentence came in just above a whisper. His father had been telling this story for a long time, and even though it wasn't the complete truth, Killian knew that it had become his reality now. The words were like daggers piercing through him. I've seen what magic can do, Killian admitted, but I've also seen the limitations. A warrior's strength lies not just in power, but in skill, strategy, and the ability to adapt, he said, but only got a snort in return. Anger bubbled up inside of him as he thought back to what the guards had been talking about. Not only able to keep it in, he asked, what if a knight can defeat a mage, father? Will you still think the same? His father shook his head, dismissing his argument with a wave of his hand. You're a fool, Killian. The world respects power, not skill. You are my son and I know you have decent skills, but please don't have delusions. They're not mortals like us. Live 100 lives, fight in all of them against mages, you still won't be able to defeat one. Those words were enough for his lightning to flare up around his arms, but Killian quickly hid his hands behind his back. He could feel the vibrations at the tip of his fingers as he clenched them into a fist. One wrong move could end up in regrets, therefore he held himself back. He looked up from his fist to see his father nonchalant to his anger that was reeking from every part of his body. Nice to see you again, father. Killian gritted the words out. You haven't changed one bit, and safe to say that I'm not here for it. He turned around. I will be leaving by night. Our house needs to become something, Killian. A legacy of knights isn't good for anything. You need to work for our name and ancestors. Son, listen to me. His father's voice lowered in the end. Killian halted in his footsteps, his back towards the old man. I have been talking to houses who had mages in their ranks, and you can marry someone from the same bloodline as a mage. It might help us produce a mage. A sigh left Killian's lips. He walked towards the door, his footsteps echoing in the silent room. As he reached for the handle, he still felt the surge of power, a flicker of lightning dancing across his fingertips. Marriage, Killian scoffed, a bitter taste lingering in his mouth. I have no intention of settling down anytime soon, and next time, please don't insult the Lord I serve. Even if you are my father, I can't tolerate that. The door slammed shut behind him, the sound echoing through the house. He needed to clear his head to process the conversation, but when he raised his head, there was a familiar face in the hallway. Killian managed a wry smile. He's still the same old man, set in his ways. Nora exchanged a sympathetic look with Killian. You know how Master is. Don't take his words to heart. Killian appreciated the sentiment. I know, he replied, his voice softening. Young Master, I believe one day you will be able to defeat a mage too. You have always been very good with the sword. It will be young Master, I am sure. Killian nodded, sighing in regret that his father never knew of the existence of enforcers. Maybe if he had, then he might not be as obsessed with mages. His mind wandered back to his childhood, a time when dreams of becoming a mage had filled his days. He'd been raised with that thought in mind, taught basic magical theory and fed things that were thought to help in awakening, and was often talked about the future through that lens. But when it had become apparent that he lacked the fundamental 3 organs required to become a mage, his world had shattered. His father, once a beacon of pride, had become a source of disappointment. The pressure to please him had been immense, and he had given his all in a different path, one of the sword. But no matter what he did, his father had always looked at him like he was a failure. He suddenly felt suffocated by his own childhood and frowned. I'm going to get something to eat, he said, breaking the silence, and then I'm going to see Mother. Nora nodded, her eyes filled with understanding. Killian turned and walked away. Honestly, you all are the only good thing about my days, so I really hope I don't disappoint you all. Kai sat on the edge of the bed of his room in the castle, his mind rising. Despite the situation with Princess Amira, he had been able to make out of the ball pretty quickly. Although the princess hadn't tried to hold him back, he knew that she would be more than just a little interested in him from now on. In the next few weeks, she would probably get used to living without pain and would realize that whatever he had done to her had alleviated what she had assumed to be a chronic illness that was poised to take her life sooner than later. He knew the princess would be back. The effects of the mana heart rupture would come back once his temporary fix ends, and her desperation would drive her back to him. It was a calculated gamble, but one he was willing to take. He didn't mind healing her, but doing so without getting something in return would make him a saint, and he wasn't as good of a person. Due to the oath she'd made to him, she wouldn't even think of spreading information about his ability, but he would still need to prepare for other moves she might make. He had deliberately hinted that her healing would be a long and complex process, and then the request to exchange letters had come up. He would be able to keep track of her health, and at the same time, he would be able to get first-hand information on the political landscape of the kingdom. The princess would be an easy target to know about the inside, and with him having a way to heal her, she wouldn't say no. It might make her see him as just another crafting noble, but he didn't care. After his talk with Malden, he had been seeking an opportunity like this. Originally, he had decided to use scrying spells for information and hid them in a way that any other mage wouldn't be able to detect it. But that was a lot of work. Now, with Amara and him having a connection, it would be easy. For a second, Kai even felt like it had come easy, almost as if the world itself was conspiring in his favor. He wouldn't complain about it, though. After all, the world had thrown enough enemies and challenges on him, too. Kai's lips curled up in satisfaction. He pushed off the bed and straightened his cloak. His mind moved from Amara to thinking about an important event that was going to begin in a few hours. Today was the scheduled duel. Not wanting to waste any time, he donned his armor, a finely crafted set that was light yet sturdy, allowing for swift, unhindered movement. The metal plates were expertly forged, providing both protection and flexibility. Underneath his cloak, the armor hugged his frame. He shrugged down the crimson cloak that was on top of the armor with his hands, smoothing the crinkles. It wasn't anything special, certainly not something that would be able to stand against any spells. Killian had asked him if it would be better to get better armor, but he had rejected it. Armor might be good, but Rake wasn't at a level where he would have to care too much. The current him could easily take on someone like Actra, even in his demonic form, and Rake was definitely weaker than him. From what he had gathered, the man had no experience of war or any major skirmishes. He was good with mage duels, but it wasn't anything special if he thought about how Arkan Tower mages barely got any combat training till later. As he stepped out of the room, he felt a surge of anticipation. Killian was waiting for him in the hallway, his expression neutral as usual. How did it go? Kai asked, knowing he'd gone to meet his family the previous day. With your family. He clarified, noticing how Killian seemed to not reply instantly. It was great. Killian's reply came short. Kai nodded, a wry smile tugging at his lips. The hesitation was clear in his voice, but Kai knew it was not his place to question his things with his family. Killian was already a man with very few words, and questioning about his private life was none of his business to do. If he wanted to talk about it, Kai would lend his ear, but he would wait for that moment. His eyes moved towards Killian's hand, which enveloped a parchment. What's that? Kai asked immediately. This one's for you, Lord Arzen. The guard gave it to me. I didn't open it. He handed it over to Kai, who took the letter, curiosity piqued. He opened the letter, half expecting a message from Rake delaying the duel or maybe one from the prince asking him to change his decision. Instead, the name at the bottom sent his heart racing, as if struck by thunder. It wasn't sent by anyone Kai knew personally, but it was a person who was a close part of Arzen's childhood. The letter was sent by his second brother, Edrian Kellius. Not a lot was written in the letter, but the brevity of it was unnerving. Essentially, his supposed brother had asked him to meet him since both of them were in the capital. There was even a line where he said that he would be sad if Arzen didn't fulfill his request. The tone was respectful yet casual, and if there was a hidden meaning behind the letter, he didn't find it. Killian, Kai called out. Did the messenger say anything else? What did he look like? Was there anything else? Killian shook his head. I don't know, Lord Arzen. The letter was given to the castle guards. I don't know what the messenger looked like. Why? Who's it from? It's from my second brother, Edrian, Kai said, his voice edged with disbelief. Killian raised an eyebrow. That's surprising. Why? Kai asked back. Lord Edrian never seemed close to you. After he lost the succession, he left the house on his own. Your father even tried to give him a territory similar to you before his death, but he rejected it, choosing to travel. I had no idea he was in the capital. Kai nodded thoughtfully, tucking the letter away. Neither did I. Killian shifted in his feet. Either way, we should get going now, Lord Arzen. Kai agreed with that, and they both started to move towards the carriages that waited for them. As they sat in the carriage, Kai's thoughts churned. Even the rhythmic clatter of wheels on cobblestone did little to soothe his racing mind. He had been preparing to finish the duel and leave the capital to check on his territory before anything else popped up, but it seemed like fate had it for him. His second brother, Edrian, had always been a mystery. Arzen's diary held few entries about him, their relationship marked by a cold indifference. Even Lucian was talked more about than Edrian, even if that was more because of his hatred for him. He didn't seem to hate Edrian at least, but there was no love between them. That made the meeting even stranger. Their paths had diverged long ago, and he doubted Edrian had any interest in his territory or he wouldn't have rejected the offer to get one of his own. He also didn't agree with the thought that he might just want to meet him. They weren't that close, brothers or not. The letter also didn't specify a meeting place or time. How was he supposed to meet Edrian? The uncertainty gnawed at him, intertwining with the looming duel. As they approached the arena, Kai took a deep breath, trying to focus. He had to put his thoughts about Edrian aside, at least for now. The duel awaited, and he needed a clear mind to face what was coming. The arena loomed before them, a colossal structure of stone and steel that seemed to dwarf everything around it. It was the same arena he had seen when he first entered the kingdom grounds, but this time even the air felt different. A crowd had gathered, nobles, workers, commoners, and people of different districts. A sense of bubbling excitement filled the place as their carriage parked right next to the other noble ones. Kai muttered to himself, observing the crowd. Seems like there's a good mix of nobles and commoners. Killian nodded. Commoners are allowed entry cheaply. It's great entertainment, and Rake is famous. It's already big news across the city. He nodded, his focus shifting to the task ahead. Rake had probably invited most of the big nobles that were free, and he might even see the prince there, if only because he would have liked to see Kai getting beaten. Unfortunately for him, that wasn't going to happen. As he walked out of the carriage, a guard moved towards him, guiding him to a room which was a waiting area. This way, Lord Arzen, the man said, his voice rough as sandpaper. They walked through a side passage as the guard explained. The duel will begin in half an hour. You're expected to leave the waiting room whenever you're ready. Kai followed along without saying another word and kept nodding at the explanation of the guard. It seemed like they were quite nervous since a lot of nobles were there, and he couldn't help but smile when the guard told him that healers were present for any injuries and he didn't have to worry about losing his life. He was barely able to stop himself from retorting to that, knowing that the guard was just doing his work. They arrived in the waiting room, a spacious area with an open window offering a full view of the arena. Stairs led down to the arena ground, and Kai could see the crowd gathering. He took a seat, the weight of the impending duel settling over him. Fighting before thousands was a daunting prospect, but still, it was nothing he couldn't handle. He had participated in duels in his previous life, showing his strength and where he stood as a mage on different occasions. Even if the duels weren't in open groups like this, they were far more brutal. Are you nervous? Killian asked, breaking the silence. Kai shook his head. I would never be nervous about something like this, but I do feel a bit sorry for Rake. He's going to be pretty humiliated by the end of it. Killian opened his mouth to respond, but a sudden burst of clapping interrupted him. Both men turned to see a figure standing in the doorway. For a second, he was simply confused as to who he was, but Killian spoke before he could make a major mistake. Lord Edrian. A chill washed over Kai instantly, not expecting his brother to pop up in the arena when he had gotten the letter less than an hour ago. Edrian Kellius stood there, a commanding presence, and now that Kai took a closer look, he did look a bit like Arzen. He was tall, with a lean, muscular build. His blonde hair was neatly tied back, revealing sharp, aristocratic features. Emerald green eyes, sharp as daggers, scanned the room before landing on Kai. A slow, predatory smile curved his lips and he wore a green cloak which had elven patterns on it. Yes, that's how a Kellius should talk, Edrian said, a smile playing on his lips. It seems your time off has helped in more ways than one, little brother. Kai froze, his mind racing. What was he supposed to say? The sight of Edrian here now added another layer to the already complex situation. Who knew the man would summon himself to the waiting room? But again, the letter was a warning. I can handle this. Kai held his ground, his lips curled up to a smile, not giving away his anxiety. He stood up slowly from where he was, tall and straight, looking directly into the pair of emerald eyes. A cold sweat prickled at Kai's nape. He'd been living a lie as Arzen ever since he got here, and even if he hadn't done the best job at it, he knew it had worked to an extent. One of the few reasons it had worked well was that Kai hadn't met anyone from Arzen's family. The closest thing he'd to deal with when it came to people who knew Arzen was Killian, the man who was a knight and didn't pay enough heed to things that didn't concern him majorly. He had only seen Arzen from a distance and hadn't been close to him. On the other hand, even if Arzen and Edrian hadn't been close like Killian mentioned, it was clear as daylight that Edrian knew Arzen better than anyone else he had met till now. They were brothers after all. Kai stared back into the emerald eyes boring into him. The man's stare was intense, as if he was looking into his soul rather than his face. He ignored the uncomfortable feeling prickling at his skin. A smile crept across his lips as he finally spoke. I didn't expect to see you so soon after receiving the letter. He managed to talk in an unwavering tone. Edrian's lips curved into a knowing smirk. I wanted to meet you after the duel, but it was too interesting for me to ignore it, and since I was here already, I decided to come meet you. It seems you've grown quite well in the time I haven't seen you, enough to tangle with a count's son. Kai kept his composure, showing no changes on his face. It was actually him who provoked me. Edrian chuckled, a low, alarming sound, and you responded as a Kellius should. But remember, we are of a duke's lineage. Our strength lies not just in our blades, but in our minds. We choose our battles carefully. If our ancestors hadn't picked their battles, we both wouldn't be standing here today. His words made Kai lose for words. What is he trying to tell? Is he trying to warn me about Rake? Not go against him, no, wait. This doesn't seem to be about Rake. Nodding slowly, Kai forced a calm exterior. I can handle the beast wave, he said steadily, finally understanding what Edrian was talking about. The latter's eyes narrowed. Even without the kingdom's backing, his voice was laced with disbelief. Word of your little rejection has spread like wildfire, you know. I never thought I'd see the day when you'd challenge a prince. Many people have been spreading your words, and although they seem to exaggerate it, you going against a prince is still true, right? Kai shrugged, a nonchalant mask slipping into place. It is true. I didn't wish for it, but I have gotten over the habit of letting people trample over me. Edrian nodded, a flicker of something dangerous passing through his eyes. Kai couldn't hold on to what exactly was going through his mind, but the next few words that flew from his lips gave him all the answers he needed. It seems so, but it's not the beast wave or the prince I'm worried about. It's our older brother, Lucian. Did you come here to do your bidding? Kai asked point blank, getting tired of the conversation. The emotions that ran through Edrian's facial expressions shut down like a silent snow, cold and something unfamiliar. A scowl etched on his face. Guess not then. The day circumstances forced me to work for Lucian. I will slice my own neck. He frowned, hatred flickering through his eyes. I know that our relationship hasn't been the best, but I came here as a brother, though a half-brother, and you haven't tried to plunge a knife through my throat or send mercenaries after me. His voice was low, a deadly calm in his tone. You were always my favorite cause of that. Kai opened his mouth to retort, but a sharp clang cut through the air. Looking back, he saw Rake already descending the grand staircase through the window, a cocky grin plastered on his face. Give me a moment, Kai said to Edrian, his eyes fixed on his opponent. Edrian's gaze followed Kai, a cryptic expression on his face. Might take more than a moment, he replied, his voice low. Kai shook his head. No, it won't. With a final glance at his brother, he turned and descended into the arena. His mind raised Edrian's words. The warning against his brother and questions on what it could be about came back in waves, but he didn't have time to think too deeply about it. Because right now there was an urgent matter in the form of a man clad in armor, standing across him with an arrogant look on his face, his head held high as he waved to the crowd. Even the commoners seemed to like him, and Kai saw quite a few banners among the stands containing his family's crest. So you didn't run away after all, Rake sneered, his voice carrying through the stadium and bringing Kai's attention back to him. I was prepared to entertain the crowd with a few of the spells I have learned recently if you have acted the same way as in childhood. It seems like growing up has made you more foolish. That earned a few loud laughs from different corners of the arena. It really seemed like the crowd was patiently waiting for him to humiliate Kai. Kai returned his gaze, his expression impassive. I don't see an opponent worth running from, he replied with a smile. The crowd went silent at that, and he saw a few smirks, having not expected him to retort back. Rake's nose scrunched him in anger, and his face went red. We'll see about that, he growled, his body tense, ready to pounce. As Kai took one step ahead, his gaze swept across the stands. A surge of adrenaline coursed through him as he spotted familiar faces. Magus Vidia, Jasper, and a few other mages sat in the highest stands that seemed to be made specifically for nobility. Even Clan and Jax were among the spectators, their eyes locked on him. He moved his eyes around and saw Prince Eldric sitting at another stand, surrounded by the nobles he had seen at the ball. A smirk played on his lips as he talked to the nobles around him, clearly anticipating the battle. He even saw Leopold there, and when their eyes met, he waved at him. It seemed to be the truth that Rake had gone around inviting nobles. They expected a good show, and although it wouldn't go as they expected, Kai was going to give them one. A referee stepped forward, raising his hand to quiet the murmuring crowd. His voice echoed through the stadium when he spoke. Attention, before we begin, let me remind you of the rules. No killing, no leaving the arena boundaries. Any use of forbidden techniques will result in immediate disqualification. You can use weapons and artifacts. The crowd murmurs in acknowledgement as the referee continues. The duel will conclude when one side is unable to continue or surrender. Now, to determine who makes the first move, we will have a coin toss. Before the referee could produce a coin, Rake stepped forward, his voice dripping with arrogance. No need for that. Let him go first. Kai returned the smile, a cold glint in his eyes. He knew the arrogant guy would regret those words, but he wasn't going to say no to it. Since that's the case, begin. The referee stepped outside the main ring and the duel finally began. Without hesitation, Kai lifted his hand and flickered his wrist. He wanted to end the duel as soon as it began. A spell structure formed on his hands instantly, and he saw a trace of surprise in Rake's eyes at the speed of it, but he gave him no time to move. An arrow, tipped with a fiery essence, materialized in his hand. With lightning-fast speed, he released the arrow. The projectile, a streak of crimson light, shot towards Rake, leaving a trail of burning air when it did. Rake's eyes widened in disbelief. Kai made sure that the arrow drew faster than anything he had anticipated, but the man had brought things to supplement his strength. With a flick of his wrist, a ring on his finger emitted a blinding light, forming a translucent shield around him. The arrow impacted the shield, sending ripples across its surface, but the shield held, absorbing the impact. Kai's eyebrows rose slightly. It seemed like Rake had put in a good amount of money on that ring, but it wasn't anything that would make him falter. He unleashed more arrows in a matter of seconds. Each arrow struck the same spot on the shield, weakening it with every hit as Rake got pushed back. The crowd roared as the shield, which Rake thought was a symbol of invincibility, began to crack under the relentless assault. Rake yelled in frustration as his shield shattered, breaking into pieces around him. He took a few steps back and looked at his hands in shock. Without hesitation, he unleashed his counterattack. A red spell structure bloomed on his hands, taking a few seconds more than Kai. Blazing whip, he yelled, pushing forth his intent. Long, fiery whips of fire erupted from his hands, lashing out at Kai. But with practiced agility, Kai moved around the fiery tendrils, avoiding the attacks and finally halting completely unharmed. Impressive little tricks, Kai taunted, his voice carrying over the roar of the crowd, but not enough to win this. With a dramatic flourish, Kai raised his hands and put his hand on the ground as a spell structure formed. He muttered an inaudible chant as streaks of mana moved. The ground beneath them erupted the next second. Chunks of scorched earth rose, forming a colossal, fiery hand that reached for the sky. Rake, recognizing the danger, leapt backwards, his eyes wide with shock. By how pale his face looked, he had recognized that Kai's spells were far more powerful than this. Both of them had fire affinities, and although he was using common second circle spells, their power and speed far surpassed his. As Rake landed, he retaliated with a barrage of flame lances, aiming to destroy the molten earthen construct. The spell seemed to be one of his main ones as he was far more quick with the casting, but Kai had anticipated his move. The fiery hand, impervious to Rake's attacks, broke down under the lances and rained down a torrent of flames, engulfing his opponent in a fiery inferno. Desperate, Rake erected a wall of flame to protect himself, but Kai's onslaught was relentless. The two walls of fire collided, creating a blinding explosion of light and heat. The crowd gasped and it all went silent. Kai moved back to dodge the explosion, but his opponent wasn't so lucky. Without the shield's protection, Rake was a sitting duck in a fiery inferno. Panic etched itself onto his face as the flames licked at his exposed skin, his armor not being able to protect him completely. Kai moved with predatory grace, closing the distance between them. "Do you yield?" Kai asked, his voice cutting through the roar of the flames. Rake's eyes, filled with terror, refused to meet Kai's gaze. "Never," he spat, his voice barely audible over the crackling fire. Pride, a stubborn and foolish companion, kept him from admitting defeat. His desperation fueled another spell, but his trembling hands betrayed his fear and nervousness. Kai shook his head, a mixture of pity and contempt in his eyes. "You would live longer if you knew when to quit." With a swift motion, he launched a powerful kick, connecting with Rake's midsection. The force of the blow sent Rake flying backwards, disrupting the concentration needed to maintain his spell. The spell collapsed, leaving him vulnerable. A barrage of flaming arrows followed, striking Rake's shoulders and thighs through the scorched armor. Pain erupted through his body, his senses overwhelmed by the agony as he cried in pain. In a final move, Kai walked towards Rake in swift steps, grabbed him by the collar, and threw him against the arena wall. Rake's body slumped to the ground, unconscious. A heavy silence descended upon the arena. The crowd was stunned, their previous cheers replaced by a collective gasp at the scene they had just watched. It hadn't even taken 5 minutes for the duel to end, and the winner was a mage they had never seen in the arena before. "This was as easy as I expected," he muttered, giving one last look to Rake. He wasn't dead, but it would take a while for his injuries to heal. Kai's gaze swept across the stands, momentarily locking eyes with Vidia. Her face didn't show any emotions, but her eyes were another matter. Next to her, Jasper's face was pale, and he seemed like he wanted to drag himself to the arena grounds to check up on Rake. Clan and Jax looked at him in awe, and before Kai could turn to look at the prince's reaction, the referee's voice broke the silence. "And the winner is Baron Arzen Kellius." Kai gave one last look at the fallen mage, his mind already racing. Rake was sprawled across the floor, defeated and unconscious. Blood pooled around him, and from the corner of his eye, he could already see healers running towards him. His injuries were big, but they would heal with time. As for his pride, Kai wasn't sure about that. He didn't like Rake, but there was no animosity between them. He could only hope that the man would take a good lesson out of this and learn to pick his fights. If not, then he would probably come face to face with an enemy who wouldn't hold back one day and die a cold, bitter death. Kai looked at the crowd and gave another glance at them. Somehow, the ease of the victory was unsettling. He'd expected a tougher fight, at least one where he would be forced to deploy a few more spells. He'd expected Rake to be a swifter caster and use more counterattacks instead. The fight had been a mere formality. A cold satisfaction crept into him. This victory would echo through the capital, painting him as a fearsome mage, and rumors would spread to every corner of the capital. It was both a blessing and a curse depending on how one saw it, but for someone who wanted to change things in history itself, having a reputation was a must. If they hadn't before, Arkin Tower would undoubtedly recognize his potential now. He hadn't done any spells that a peak second circle mage wouldn't be able to do, but his casting speed and techniques would surely catch attention. They would also put his strength at the third circle level, even if in their eyes, he wasn't a third circle mage yet. Hopefully, that would make them hesitate before going against him. At least, he was sure that no adepts would dare to act rudely against him now. At his age, such a feat would hail him as a genius, and if he had appeared out of nowhere, that would have been strange. But Arzen used to be a promising individual whose mother was a magus. His being able to defeat Rake like this might come across as a shock at first, but it wouldn't be out of the ordinary if they simply dig a little into his background. At most, it would be considered as a miracle that he was able to deal with his mana blockage. Most people would equate his strength to his inheritance, and he could only hope that no one would try to snoop around him, hoping to get a part of it. Even the princes would be interested in him to get him to their camps. Well, barring the first prince, whose face was now a sickly shade of pale. As Kai looked towards him, Prince Eldrick looked as if he couldn't wait to get out of the arena. Pure incomprehension was on his face. Most of the nobles in the stands shared that sentiment, and only Leopold seemed to have somewhat expected this outcome, knowing that he had dealt with the necromancer. Kai made his way outside the arena. The crowd stood up like a wave when he was moving, their eyes filled with awe and reverence. He didn't give them another glance as he climbed up the stairs. Back in the waiting room, Killian was the first to congratulate him. "That was fast," he said, his voice filled with genuine admiration. Kai simply returned a smile, the weight of the victory settling on his shoulders like a heavy cloak. "Congratulations." Edrian stood by the window, his gaze fixed on the arena. He turned to face Kai, his eyes filled with a complex mix of surprise and intrigue. It was clear that he had not expected such a decisive victory. "Congratulations," Edrian said, his voice low. A beat passed between them as no one spoke until his brother shook his head. "I seem to have underestimated you highly." If he could, he didn't want to stay here for longer with Edrian, but before he could turn around, his way was stopped. "Would you join me for lunch? As brothers, before we part ways, I have something to tell you." Kai hesitated. "Can it wait?" Edrian shook his head. "I know you won't be in Herml for long, and trust me, it will be worth your time. It's about Lucian and the beast wave." That made him pause. Even before, Edrian's reaction to Lucian had been strange, and as he looked into his eyes, Kai doubted that he was lying. Still, to have lunch with him would mean more chances of him accidentally giving away his identity. "We won't talk about anything else," Kai said, and Edrian looked surprised for a second before he nodded. "Sure, I don't plan to reminisce about our past either. I have been learning to live in the future after all, and what I'm about to tell you might help you make better decisions in your future." Vidia moved through the tower with the silent grace of a predator, her footsteps echoing in the grand halls. The aftermath of the duel was roaming on her mind. Kai's performance had been nothing short of astonishing. A raw power, tempered by a tactical brilliance, had been unleashed in the arena. She had a good inkling of his abilities, but what she saw was beyond her expectations. Savant Jasper walked beside her, his face pale and drawn. The defeat of his disciple, Rake, had shaken him to the core, and even now his fists were clenched. His eyes were filled with disbelief and astonishment. It wasn't as if the mage hadn't seen shocking things in his life, but he had a good amount of trust in his disciple's abilities, and someone who had been unknown till recently had bested him, and it was a one-sided battle at that. It would take a while for Jasper to accept it, and Vidia shared that feeling. As they moved, mages passed them by, bowing to them when they took notice of them. Both Vidia and Jasper ignored them, but as they got closer to the lift, a hushed conversation entered their ears. Two adepts and a few novices stood in a circle, their eyes wide with astonishment as they talked about the details of the duel. None of them noticed Vidia and Jasper standing so close to them. "I've never seen such a duel. It ended as soon as it began," one of the adepts said. Yes, Rake never stood a chance. He looked really confident when the duel began, but a minute into it, his face was pale and his spells lacked their usual intensity. It was more like Arzen's spells were far more powerful. "I have never seen a mage cast so fast before. I didn't know we had such a person in our tower. Yes, I never expected someone to come out of nowhere to best Rake. He would have lost his life if the killing was allowed." Jasper's jaw clenched as he listened to the murmurs. He looked like he wanted to defend his disciple, to justify the defeat, but the words caught in his throat. A frown appeared on his face, and he swiftly moved past the disciples who just noticed them and hurriedly bowed. Vidia sensed his turmoil, but she waited until they were inside the lift. "Heal your disciple," she said, her voice demanding as the lift moved. "Let this be a lesson for him." Jasper nodded, his voice barely a whisper. "I will speak to him." His organs weren't damaged, so healing drafts and some other medicines would let him out of the medicinal halls soon. Viridia's gaze sharpened. "Don't hasten the healing process. Adept Rake has a promising future." The longer he would stay in bed, the more he would think of his mistakes. "You need to learn from this as well, Jasper. You pushed Rake to provoke Arzen. Did you think I wouldn't find out about that?" Jasper bowed his head, a silent admission of guilt. "I made a mistake, but Arzen dared to step out of line. He had no idea how to speak, especially for a noble, and I just gave a little push to Rake to get him to learn a lesson. I had no idea it would turn like this." Vidia shook her head. "With the power he displayed today, he has earned the right to speak his mind. He warrants our attention now." Jasper nodded, stiffening as the lift moved down. Vidia made her way to her office, her movements deliberate and slow. The entire top floor was reserved for her, and it was the place she had lived in for decades, but as she moved through it, she couldn't feel the peace and familiarity she would often get here. Something gnawed at the back of her mind, and she knew it. Right before she was about to enter the room, she reached into her robes, pulling out a crumpled letter. It was old, the ink faded, but the words etched into the parchment held. Even if they would have been unreadable, she wouldn't have forgotten what was written on it. After all, it was a missive from a former rival, a plea to protect her son and raise him into a formidable mage. When she first received it, the words were boldly written on the paper. She hasn't gone along with it, thinking of it as a waste of her time, but the bloodline has managed to show itself. Anger surged through her. She crumpled the letter again, stuffing it back into her robes. A part of her wanted to burn it down into ash, but it was proof of that haughty woman begging her. As she opened the door to her office and entered, a voice took her attention. "It's rare to see you so disturbed, Vidia," the voice said, a hint of amusement coloring the tone. Vidia turned to face the speaker, her posture stiffening. The top floor was out of bounds for everyone in the tower, and only with her permission they could come here. Otherwise, the enchantments on the walls would notify her. Yet a woman sat peacefully on the sofa in her office with a nonchalant gaze. She was a woman with pale skin, white hair, and piercing blue eyes. She wasn't particularly beautiful, her appearance withering with age, but there was a stark aura around her that was hard not to focus on. Her identity was Queen Regina, the mother of Prince Eldrick and Princess Amara, and she was also the last person Vidia wanted to see at the moment. Vidia bowed, her voice filled with respect. "Your Highness, I was unaware of your presence." Regina smiled, a cold glint in her eyes. "I had to come. Interesting things are happening, and I needed answers to a few questions, like why have you failed to remove a large thorn that could cause needless trouble?" She stood up and walked around the office room and gracefully sat on Vidia's seat behind her desk. The magus didn't say anything and sat opposite her. Vidia's expression turned stony. "Are you referring to Arzen, Your Highness?" she asked, her voice steady. Regina leaned forward, her eyes narrowing. "The other thorns have been dealt with. Only he remains, and you are failing. Things have become complicated." Vidia began, her voice low. "Actra failed, and his life was the price. And Arzen. His power is beyond what I anticipated. Dealing with an incompetent, powerless noble and someone who had grown to such power in such a short time are entirely different things. If you are here, it must mean you know what happened in the duel. Your eyes are everywhere after all." The queen's expression remained impassive, her eyes cold as sparks flew in between them. "It doesn't matter. You are the strongest mage in the kingdom. If you cannot handle a simple task, then perhaps I should lend a hand. Viridia's eyes narrowed. A bitter taste rose in her mouth, but she pushed it down. Normally, this shouldn't even concern her, but Regina's words were the truth. This was indeed supposed to be simple, but they wasted too much time and fate managed to play its cards. She still chose to stand her ground. Lend a hand, your highness, like you did with Actra. He was once assigned to your protection, remember. It seems he learned a few tricks there. The queen's aura shifted, a cold fury emanating from her. Yet her voice remained calm, almost serene. I do not know what you imply, Viridia. I am merely a simple queen of the kingdom. But if you wish to see true power, I can offer a demonstration of those tricks you mentioned. But be warned, you might not like the consequences. So tell me, will you be able to afford it? Viridia's fist clenched involuntarily, and whatever fight she had gathered left her. Understood, your highness, she said. I will do my best, but I don't think we would have to worry. The beast wave should be his undoing, and I doubt he's going to get any significant aid with it. Regina nodded, her eyes glinting with menace as she looked around the office. Let us hope so, Viridia. Otherwise, you will discover sides of me that even the king fears. You have served me well all this time, and I hope you will do the same going forward. If the beast wave fails or he runs away, make sure you don't fail. She stood up and made her way out without giving her another look. Viridia watched Regina's retreating figure, her eyes filled with a burning intensity. The threat hung in the air as she walked out of the room. Viridia followed her with her senses, and only once the queen took the lift that she let out the frown she had been holding. Various thoughts passed by her mind, but she had no time to dwell on them. Alone in her office, she rose from her chair, her movements stiff and deliberate. From a hidden compartment in her desk, she pulled out a document. It was a simple-looking paper, but she personally wanted to evaluate the contents of it. It was Arzen's exam paper. A wry smile crept across Viridia's lips. Maybe in 2 decades, it was the first time she felt threatened. Not by power, but potential, and she knew that before it could become anything big, she needed to deal with it. Let's see if the inheritance had made you any wiser, she muttered and opened it up to begin reading. The restaurant was called the Sapphire Hall, one of the costliest places in Herml. It felt like luxurious confinement. Excessive in all ways, the splendor stretched towards the crystal chandeliers that cast an otherworldly glow on the room. The light that reflected on it danced on the polished marble floors. To add to the interior, soft instrumental music filled the air. Edrian, Arzen's second brother, reclined in a lavish velvet chair, a satisfied smirk on his lips. One of my favorite places in the capital, he said, his voice carrying a hint of smugness. You have to try the crimson beef steak. It's a house speciality. I'd recommend it to anyone who's trying here for the first time. It won't disappoint you. Kai nodded, his attention divided between the extravagant surroundings and the information he was eager to obtain. When Edrian had offered a final meal, Kai wasn't that interested in sitting down and having a meal a good place of choice for food or not. But if it meant he would be able to obtain more information on his brother, then it was worth the risk. Information was key to anything, and if Kai could get it by just having a meal, then it was an easy bargain. Sure, I would try it, he replied, his voice flat. The truth was that Kai cared little for the culinary delights of the upper class. Good food was always a welcome thing, but he had far more important things on his mind. Now, I'm more interested in knowing what you wanted to say. Edrian raised an eyebrow. You're growing impatient, aren't you? He remarked. The duel is over. You should enjoy the spoils of victory. I don't know if you have tried the delicacies of life or not, but food and women are the finest of them. I won't share the latter with you, but food tastes better with good company. Kai winced at the remark. I don't have much time in the capital. The beast wave is waiting, and I have to prepare to meet it. A flicker of surprise crossed Edrian's face. It seems like it's true that you haven't decided to hide in the capital to play the victim. Seems like you want to follow the path of your mother more than our father. Kai's brow furrowed. What does that mean? Edrian leaned forward, his eyes glinting with a strange light. From one look at the man, Kai could tell that he had been waiting for that question. Your mother, Magus Valkyrie, made her name as a mage exterminating monsters. She died a hero's death after a horrible fight, and I know you don't like hearing about her, but it immortalized her name and prestige among everyone. Arkan Tower even went ahead with creating fairy tales out of that fight. He chuckled. It happened because the beast she fought sought to destroy a big part of the kingdom, and as she saved everyone, she became a hero. I'm not trying to be a hero, Kai replied. It's just my duty as a lord. Edrian nodded. I know, I'm just saying it's one of the best ways that anyone in the kingdom could solidify their name and prestige by showing off the strength they possess and saving commoners. And as you can see, Magus Valkyrie legacy lives on. In this kingdom, power might be inherited, but you need to prove yourself. And there's no better way to prove yourself than facing the beast wave, especially for a fledgling noble with land to protect. Before Kai could respond or even think about how to respond, a waiter came with the plates in his hand. His movements were practiced as he gracefully placed the plates on the table, the sizzling meat spreading the mouth-watering aroma in the air. Kai inhaled slightly, letting his lungs fill with the taste before it hit his taste buds. All right, before you talk, I'd like to offer to try this first. I'd be offended if we let it get cold because Adrian cut a piece of meat and placed it on Kai's plate. This is my favorite thing in the world. Kai nodded and took a bite of the steak, the rich flavor momentarily distracting him. As his brother said, it was savory, and the more he chewed, the more flavors his tongue touched. But his mind was racing, deciphering the hidden meaning behind Adrian's words. One thing he knew about him was that he wasn't the type to say things straightforwardly. Instead, he liked to give clues and let the other person get to the answer like a puzzle. That's why he knew Adrian's words weren't entirely about him. After all, Arzen wasn't the only new noble to reign over a land. Kai's appetite vanished as he reached there. He leaned back in his chair, his gaze fixed on Adrian. "Are you trying to say what I think you are?" Kai asked. It was a simple question, and his suspicions were confirmed when Adrian's eyes suddenly glinted with a hint of amusement. "And what would that be?" "That Lucian is the one who's behind the beast wave." Kai paused. He didn't need a response. You know what that would mean, right? A bitter taste lingered on his tongue despite the steak he had just eaten. It's a likely scenario, Adrian mused aloud. Lucian, a new duke eager to prove himself, and the first prince who sought a powerful ally. Both of them seemed to be in on the game, even though I don't know if the prince had any idea or not. "I hope you know about their connection," he asked. Kai nodded at that. Each of the princes, save for the first, had the backing of powerful dukes, some of whom were related by blood. These alliances had formed naturally, bolstering their bids for power. Lucian's ascension to duke had changed the game. He must have struck a deal with the first prince, leveraging his newfound title. Lucian's position wasn't yet secure as a new duke. He needed a grand gesture to solidify his standing among the nobles and commoners alike. The beast wave presented a perfect opportunity. If Lucian could lead a successful defense, he would not only gain glory but also elevate the first prince's standing, cementing their alliance and boosting his own reputation. Verald was in the middle of it, and they had probably thought that it was the perfect opportunity to destroy the city and end Arzen for good. He doubted his brother had expected him to take on the beast wave head-on at first. Adrian continued, and the beast wave, the perfect opportunity to rise to prominence. He shrugged at his own words. Things don't just happen, especially in this world. Beast waves are rare. To orchestrate one, or at least manipulate it, requires careful planning, and I don't know where one would even begin with it. I might have thought of it as fate, but it's hard to think so with that man. Lucian might be more dangerous than we think. A chilling realization washed over Kai. He guessed that the first prince and Lucian were using the beast wave as a way to solidify their position, but orchestrating it was a wholly different thing. If he was actually capable of that, then he might be the most dangerous person in the kingdom. Had he managed to tame the brood mother, or was it something else? And one thing I know is that Adrian spoke up before Kai could say anything else, earning a curious glance from the latter. Our brother, he would never leave his family alone. Not in a good way, I know. Kai's response was curt, and Adrian gave a brief nod. They didn't need any more words to discuss Lucian, and a silence descended. The rest of the meal continued with occasional utensil noises and chewing the tasteful steak that Kai had taken an interest in once again. He could agree that Adrian was right about it. The steak was good enough to be Adrian's favorite meal. Occasionally, they gave each other glimpses while chewing the meat. But soon the uneasy silence came to an end when both their plates emptied. As he promised, Adrian didn't talk about their past or childhood. That was the best for him since he had enough thoughts running in his mind. Once the meal was done, Adrian stood up, a smile gracing his lips. "It was good to reconnect, brother. You've grown immensely since your awakening. I'm happy to see that you've." Kai returned the smile, a mask of indifference hiding the turmoil within. Likewise, he replied, "What are your plans?" "Staying in the capital. I'm leaving the capital," Adrian announced, a hint of freedom in his voice. "For years, I chased a phantom, trying to earn father's approval to become a duke, but that's out of order. Now I want to see the world. I'm starting a merchant company." Kai raised an eyebrow. "A merchant company?" Adrian nodded. "Yes, it's a business that I was always interested in. You know, money is the only thing that's truly loyal. I trust it more than people who would plunge the knife at each other's back right when they get the slightest chance. So I will focus on my business and travel plans. Nothing extraordinary like your heat stones, but I will start by selling spices. If you want, I can connect you to a person who delves into it." "I will think about it," he replied. There was a finality to his tone, and although Kai could suspect his plans about starting a business, there was no reason. Adrian wasn't antagonistic towards him, nor was he close. As he turned to leave, he paused, his gaze locking with Kai's. "Good luck with the beast wave. I have a feeling you'll overcome it regardless of how it goes. I have been surprised more than once by you in the last few hours." He smiled, and then his face twisted as if he was hesitant. "And if you have time, read The Tale of the Maleficent Viper." With that, he walked away. Kai was left alone, his mind racing. The Maleficent Viper. What kind of tale was that, and what did it have to do with anything? Questions swirled in his head as he stared at the empty chair where his brother had sat. The aftermath of the duel was a whirlwind. The city was abuzz with excitement. Arzen's name was on every lip. Heads turned as he walked, eyes filled with awe and admiration. Even the stoic castle guards, hardened by years of service, couldn't hide their surprise. Hours after the duel, he had already gotten over a dozen letters, a few inviting him to balls while others were from noble ladies who had been impressed by him. He ignored them, but among them, there was a letter from Amira who had only congratulated him on his victory and again thanked him for saving her life. He hadn't seen her in the arena, but he guessed that she had her subordinates watching it. Other than that, Kai also felt a wave of sympathy. It wasn't for Rake or any other one of his enemies, but for the nobles and commoners who had betted on the duel. It was sufficient to say that most of them had lost good money, and from what Killian told him, a lot of bars had people cursing Rake. Everyone expected it to be an easy duel for Rake to win and put their bets on him, but it turned out to be their biggest loss. For Kai, it was one of his most profitable ventures. He had instructed his personal guards to wager on his victory, and he himself had placed a substantial bet, which turned fivefold when he won. Simply, the winnings were a windfall, a painless acquisition of gold, probably the easiest bag of gold he'd made so far in this world. More than a few of his guards thanked him, and even Malden had struck rich, betting on him without even being told to. The man had smelled money knowing Kai's capabilities and had gone all out on it, betting over half of his personal savings. He had invited Kai to a party to express his gratitude, but he had rejected it. He had much more serious matters to deal with after all. The first Prince Eldrick, his face a mask of forced cheerfulness, had finally signed the papers assigning 500 men to Kai's service. It was a paltry number, insufficient for the task at hand, and the prince hadn't even bothered to secure any mages. Kai knew this was a token gesture, a way for the prince to appear helpful without truly committing resources, but he had expected this. So when he moved to Arkin Tower to find out the result of the census exam, he also asked to borrow mages for the beast wave. It seemed like Vidia had already told everyone to agree to his demands and was surprisingly cooperative. They agreed to send a dozen novice and apprentice mages back with him. Kai was certain these were not the cream of the crop. Most likely, they were the less promising students or those from commoner backgrounds. Yet, it didn't matter. He wouldn't have wanted stronger mages either way since they would be harder to control. Since he wanted mages to agree to each of his commands and trust him, he had also asked for the ones he had been familiar with. Clan and Jax, their eyes wide with a mix of fear and shakiness, stood out from the crowd. Both of them had failed to advance to the next rank in the examination and were now standing among a small army that would be fighting a beast wave. They looked at the carriages and back at Kai, their eyes a mix of fear and nervousness. Kai offered a reassuring smile. "Good to see you too," he said. "We'll be together for a while." Clan swallowed nervously. "We have no experience in battling beasts, Lord Arzen. I've barely fought a few beasts before on the road and they barely had any bite," he stammered. Jax nodded in agreement. "We'll probably die," he added bluntly. "I will teach you what to do after you're there, so don't worry." "We might not make it alive," Jax said, repeating his friend's words. Kai grinned at that. "Until you come back with your heart and limbs intact, it'll be okay. We can easily heal a chopped limb or two. In the worst cases, we have prosthetic arms, and the rest of your worries will cross that bridge when we come to it." The realization hit them like a ton of bricks. Their faces paled visibly. The other mages standing with them looked similar, and even the men he had gotten from the prince had a tense atmosphere among them. Kai knew all of them felt like they were being sent to be killed by the beast, as no one expected to survive with such a low number of fighters. He hoped their thinking would change once they reached Verald. After all, with so much preparation, he would be damned if he wasn't able to survive the beast wave. "No, I will not only survive, but win comfortably." He swore under his breath and turned to Killian. "Let's depart home," he said, a hint of anticipation in his voice. The journey back to Verald was filled with an eerie stillness, but Kai took it as peaceful. After spending days in Herml, where he had been busy in one thing or another, the peace of the carriage was a welcome change. He knew that he would be busy once again after reaching Verald, so this was the only break he was going to get. So aside from working on his fourth circle, which in itself was much more complicated than the third one, he simply read the books that he had managed to borrow from Arkin Tower's library. 2 of them were about basic ice spells, while the last one was a book written by Hendrix on monsters biology, which was an extremely interesting read. They were moving with a large contingent of men and mages. The men borrowed from the prince were in the carriages far behind the one in which Kai traveled, but whenever they'd pass rocky roads, the continuous clang of metals could be heard even from where Kai sat. The mages, who wore white and crimson robes, made no action to gather unnecessary attention either. Kai could only imagine how silent they'd be the entire ride, especially with their hushed murmurs. They left the guards alone and none of them dared to disturb them, and by how it continued, the dynamic would extend for quite longer. Kai had tried to bridge the gap between the 2 factions, encouraging interaction and asking them to get to know each other, but the mages seemed content in their world. Even Clan and Jax only talked to him and sometimes with Killian when they would stop to rest. In their eyes, the rest of them were beneath them, and they had no intention to know their comrades. Fortunately, none of them tried to go against Kai's words or actions. They didn't question his commands, or his authority, which he attributed to either how the duel had ended or simply the fact that they wouldn't want to antagonize the person that they would be working under. If it's the first case, he was content that he participated in the duel. Either way, it was a pleasant feeling to know that these newly recruited mages wouldn't be a problem shortly. At the moment, most of them were useless to him, but he knew that he would be able to make good use of them during the beast wave. After all, no matter how weak or untrained, they were still mages. Even a limbless mage was helpful simply because of the ability to cast spells. As they neared Sylvan Enclave, the familiar scent of pine and earth was replaced by a subtle undercurrent of unease. It soon settled in the gut as he looked to his left and right. The roads were bustling with more and more activity as they moved towards Verald, but they were the only ones going towards the city. Carriages, laden with belongings, moved in a steady stream, heading away from Verald. Killian, his face filled with concern, pointed to the exodus. "Looks like most residents and merchants who could leave are leaving," he said, his voice barely a whisper. Most of them probably know about the beast wave by now. A cold dread crept into Kai's heart. Killian's words made him realize that the beast wave was no longer a distant threat. It was on their doorstep, and they were the only ones standing in its way. Kai nodded grimly. "Those are the only ones with the means to escape," he said, his voice filled with a bitter undertone. "But even they won't find peace. The roads are dangerous beasts, bandits and whatnot, and other cities won't welcome them with open arms. They won't be able to survive easily there either. I feel bad for them, honestly." "But it's a harsh world." Killian offered a sympathetic nod. "Indeed, Lord Arzen," he agreed. As they continued their journey while discussing the same grim topic, one of the carriage drivers called out, "We can see Verald." Kai's eyes snapped open. He leaned forward, peering out of the carriage window. Mana moved through his eyes as they powered up a simple spell. Hawk eyes, it took a few seconds, but soon he was able to see every little detail out there. The city was a sight to behold. The once familiar spires and towers were now crowned with a flurry of construction activity for the wall. Workers scurried like ants and toiled to reinforce the walls, adding crenellations for defensive purposes. A long, serpentine line of people stretched towards the city gates, probably refugees. He looked at the sight with a smile on his face. He didn't know when, but he had gotten attached to the city, and living in Herml just made him realize that. At the same time, a wave of responsibility washed over Kai, but soon, it turned to a chill that ran down his spine as he observed the surrounding forest. What in the name of Goddess Lumaris? His instinct screamed at him that something was amiss, and he noticed sudden movement through the surroundings of the city. A beast emerged from the foliage, followed by a dozen others, their eyes glinting with feral intensity. Red fur covered their bodies alongside sharp claws, and they surged forward on 4 legs. They resemble monkeys, just twice the size of a normal one, and sharp spikes grew out of the fur, making them seem far more lethal. Kai watched them as his mind searched through the records of a beast he had read recently that lived around Vasper Forest and realized they were called spiked monkeys, a name he could get behind going by their appearance. Grade 2 beasts were staunch carnivores, unlike normal monkeys. They weren't particularly strong individually, but in a group they could be forced to reckon with. The worst part, they were heading straight for the city. Their appearance wasn't stealthy, and the city soon took notice of it. Panic erupted as refugees clamored to get inside, and the work on the wall stalled. Guards tried to assure them, but they were too panicked to listen to anything. Even the workers on the wall seemed to be shouting and abandoning their duties to get inside, while a few of them picked up weapons and jumped down on the ground to join the guards. It wasn't the best response to an attack, but it was clear that it wasn't the first time going by how quickly the guards seemed to be reacting. Kai saw archers moving on to take their position by the time the horde had reached halfway to the city. A barrage of arrows rained down on the beasts, but they pressed on, their numbers overwhelming. A few of them staggered, while others were luckier, their spiked fur intercepting the arrows. Despite that, the guards on the ground stood with shields, forming a formation. Kai saw Fairy and other enforcers jump out of the wall, leading a counterattack as the monkeys reached nearer to the gates, their swords and weapons a blur of steel. They didn't seem to have neglected their training as the blades moved with precision, slicing through the vulnerable parts of the monkeys and drawing blood. More and more guards joined the battle as the enforcers took the lead, holding the beast from slaughtering the refugees that hadn't been able to get inside. But as the battle continued, a roar reverberated and a colossal figure emerged from the forest. It looked the same as a spiked monkey, but was twice as big with black marks flowing through the red spiked fur. Its claws were long and its muscles bulged as it ran towards the gates. It was called a spiked gorilla, a grade 3 beast, and probably the beast leading the pack. The guards wouldn't be able to get out of the battle without getting injured or even losing their lives, not after the monstrous gorilla showed itself. Kai had no idea why it was too late to join the fray, but he was thankful for it since it gave him a few moments to think and his decision was already made. Knowing that currently they were sitting ducks, Kai turned to Killian. "I need to go," he said, his voice urgent. "The city is under attack." Killian opened his mouth to say something, but he couldn't wait. He leapt from the carriage, using a spell to balance himself. Spells of acceleration propelled him forward, making the rest of the world pass in a mere second. A gust of wind flowed around his legs, pushing him forward, and he was lucky that the path ahead was straight. With the speed he ran, he couldn't do more than run in a straight line. He drew closer to the gates and came to a halt, maintaining a safe distance and not rushing in. Refugees who were behind the defenders screamed as the spiked gorilla joined the battle, coming forward and smashing the ground with its fist. The monkeys scattered, letting it take the center space, and the faces of the guards fell. Horror gripped them, and even the enforcers didn't look sure of the outcome of the battle now. One of the monkeys took advantage of the fear and jumped forward, its claws slashing across a guard. He fell on the ground, clutching the sides of his ears, and let out a scream of anguish. He was bleeding from the ripped skin. The spiked monkey moved to finish him off, but Kai joined the battle then. Mana surged around him as streaks of it formed a spell structure. He unleashed flaming arrows, raining them down on the spiked monkey, and in a matter of seconds it lay on the ground, fur scorched and blood seeping out of its injuries. The monsters took note of him, but Kai didn't stop there. He created another spell structure. Since reaching the third circle and making progress in it, he had gotten access to a large mana pool that was perfect for handling a group of monsters. As his spell structure came to life, something bubbled up from the ground. In the middle of the horde of monkeys, a searing wall of flames burst forth, burning away a few of the monkeys as they screeched. The smell of scorched fur filled the air as Firewall fully took its shape. The guards noticed it and immediately took the cue, moving and pushing the monkeys towards the wall. Flames licked their bodies and they burned. Their numbers dwindled rapidly as the guards cheered and spotted Kai. Farai sent him a glance of happiness, but he barely had any time for greetings as the spiked gorilla moved forward. It was careful to not touch the wall as it turned its attention towards Kai. Spiked gorillas loved to fight strong creatures and would always aim to finish the strongest person first. Kai recalled a line from a book as the gorilla towered over him. The creature's roar echoed through the battlefield as Kai unleashed a torrent of fire spells, each one blazing with intense heat. Flames licked at the gorilla's fur, but it charged forward, seemingly unfazed. Its scorched fur seemed to have no effect on it, and any guard that tried to close in on it got injured by the spikes on its back. What the fuck? Switching tactics, Kai summoned sharp gusts of wind. If flames couldn't do anything to it, he was going to cut it into pieces. The wind sliced through the air, striking the beast with relentless force, yet it shrugged off the attacks, its determination unwavering. One of the blades made a large gash around its arm as it screeched, but it simply gave a grim, seemingly liking the challenge Kai posed. Each step it took shook the ground, closing the distance between them. Kai's mind raced. His spells were powerful, but this creature was relentless. He needed a new approach. Channeling his mana, he called for the familiar chill of ice magic coursing through him. He had studied them extensively in the past week, and now he could already form basic spells well. With a swift motion, streaks of mana formed a spell structure when he was casting for the first time. But it worked, taking a second or two longer than his usual spells. Frost Grip. Mana surged forth, freezing the ground beneath the gorilla and creeping up its legs. Crystals of frost spread rapidly, encasing the beast in a glistening prison of ice. The gorilla's movement slowed, its roars turning into frustrated growls as it struggled against the icy bonds. Kai took a step back, smiling and looking sideways as Farai leapt into action. With a powerful swing of his spear, Farai struck the immobilized beast, shattering the ice and delivering a fatal blow to its chest. For a second, Kai felt like he saw a hint of flames at the edge of the spear. The gorilla collapsed, its massive form hitting the ground with a thunderous crash. He saw its hands moving as it tried to claw at Farai, but Kai sent a flame lance straight into its heart. It pierced through the fur, burning it up as it flailed and screamed. But the blood seeping out of it pooled more and more every second, and soon, the spiked gorilla grew quiet and the battlefield grew quieter. The remaining beast, sensing their leader's defeat, screamed and began to retreat. Kai looked around, seeing the relief on the guards' faces. The archers rained down arrows on the retreating figures, and a few guards chased after them, led by Board and Nelson. Taking the offensive, they slashed and sliced through the monkeys as more and more fell every second. Finally, once the last of the monkeys had fallen, the tension in the air dissipated. Farai, his breath coming in ragged gasps, approached Kai. "Lord Arzen, you arrived just in time," he said, his voice filled with relief. "Haven't then that beast would have been hard to deal with. It's already the second attack in the last 3 days. The city missed you." Kai nodded, his eyes scanning the battlefield. The bodies of the fallen monkeys littered the ground, and among them there were a few guards. "I can see that," he replied, his voice low. He turned his attention to the approaching carriages. "I brought reinforcements," he said to Farai. "The best I could gather. There are a good amount of men and a few mages. I told you to prepare the barracks." "Get them settled in there." Farai nodded. "They're ready, but I don't know how the mages will react." Kai shook his head immediately. They're here to fight beasts, not have a picnic. They'll adjust. He wished to talk more, but as he saw how haggard Fairy looked and the dark circles in his eyes, he knew the past few weeks hadn't been easy for him. Kai wanted to know more about how everything had gone in his absence, so after telling Fairy to clear up, he moved towards the gates. Refugees and guards cleared a way for him, clapping for his victory as their eyes looked at him in reverence. As Kai stepped through the city gates, the familiar clamor of life greeted him, but his attention was immediately drawn to a figure getting out of a carriage and sprinting toward him. Francis's eyebrows raised in worry looked as though he had aged years in their short time apart. His clothes were disheveled, and his hair stuck to his forehead with sweat. "Lord Arzen," Francis called out, his voice cracking. He reached Kai breathless and wide-eyed, words tumbling out in a frantic rush. "You are finally back. I heard there was another attack on the city, but it seems like you already dealt with it. You came just at the right time. A few days more and the city might have been razed." Kai raised a hand, stopping him mid-sentence. "Francis, take a breath," he said calmly. "Let's get to the estate first. I want to hear everything, but we need a more secure place to talk." Francis nodded, swallowing hard as he tried to compose himself. As they moved towards the carriage, Kai couldn't help but feel a growing sense of urgency to understand what had transpired in his absence. As they made their way through the estate, Kai's eyes scanned the grounds. What was once a peaceful, orderly estate was now teeming with life. People milled about, setting up makeshift tents and gathering around small fires. Most of them looked haggard with clear worry in their eyes. Francis walked beside him, his expression grim but determined. "These are the refugees from the nearby villages," Francis began, gesturing to the crowds of people. "They started coming in about a week after your lordship left for the capital. We tried to house them within the city, but there just weren't enough homes." Kai nodded, his brow furrowing. "So they built camps around the estate." "Yes," Francis confirmed, "but it's been difficult with so many people. We don't know what to do with them. Some are willing to fight, and we've already started training them, but many refuse to take up arms." Kai's steps slowed. "Why is that?" "Didn't you explain that they could take positions in the rear or serve as archers? We also need people for scouting groups." He looked around and made eye contact with a few men who were gathering around one of the makeshift tents. As they saw how Kai was observing, they gave bows in respect. He returned their respect with a short nod. He turned his attention back to the administrator. Francis sighed, running a hand through his hair. "It's because of the rumors, my lord. There's talk that you fled to the capital and abandoned the city fearing the beast wave. Your reputation was improving, but fearmongers have taken advantage of the situation, spreading lies." Kai's jaw tightened. "And they don't believe that I went to the capital to secure reinforcements. We've tried to tell them," Francis said, shaking his head, "but fear and uncertainty have taken root. They need to see you, to hear from you directly. The commoners don't trust nobles after all, especially when there are enough cases of them abandoning their subjects." They continued walking, entering the hallways. Kai's mind raced with plans to rally the people and restore their faith in him. He knew that earning their trust was crucial, not just for the upcoming battles but for the future of the city itself. But his frown deepened as he processed Francis's words. He didn't like the rumors, but he knew they were an inevitable part of war times. Morale was a powerful force in war, and his absence had allowed doubt to fester. It was something he would need to address swiftly. "It's not surprising," Kai said, his voice calm despite the frustration he felt. "Morale is everything in times like these, and I haven't been around. This was bound to happen." He paused, considering another facet. It was possible Lucian might have had a hand in this, but he doubted it. From everything he had seen, his brother underestimated him heavily and wouldn't need to do this. If he had, then just showing his face around won't curb the rumors. Instead, different ones would arise. "Now that I'm back, we need to start real preparations. The beast wave looms over us, and we can't afford any more delays." Francis's face grew more grim. "We've got 2 months at best, and maybe only a few weeks at worst." Kai was about to respond when he caught sight of Claire approaching Amira at her side. The latter's face immediately lit up as she spotted him, and she broke into a wide smile. "You're finally back," she exclaimed, her voice filled with joy. Though she didn't run to hug him, the happiness in her eyes was unmistakable. Claire, too, seemed relieved, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Kai allowed himself a brief smile, nodding to Amira. "It's good to see you too, Amira," he said warmly, his tone softening. The sight of her happiness and Claire's relief gave him a small but needed boost. Kai's gaze softened as he looked at both of them. "How have you both been?" he asked, genuinely interested to know how they had been doing amidst the crisis. Claire dipped her head respectfully. "We've been doing well, young master," she replied, her tone calm and composed. Before Kai could ask more, Amira burst into an excited monologue. "I've been practicing with the golems just like you taught me. And I even built a huge model shell. It's amazing. You have to see it." Her eyes sparkled with pride as she spoke. Kai smiled, pleased by her enthusiasm. "That sounds incredible, Amira. I'm really curious to see it," he said, thinking about the golem. That was one of the major components of his plan to defend the city. "But can you wait just a little longer? I need to talk to Francis first." Amira's face fell into a slight pout, but she nodded. Okay, I'll wait, she said, trying to hide her disappointment. Before heading to the meeting room, Kai reached into his pouch and handed both Amira and Claire small pieces of jewelry he had purchased during his time away. They were both beautiful necklaces made with beads that he had chanced upon in Herml. He picked different colors for both ladies, blue and red. They weren't anything special, but he would have felt bad if he hadn't brought anything for them. Just like he expected, Amira's eyes widened in delight as she took the gift, her earlier sulk forgotten in an instant. Claire, however, hesitated, clasping the red necklace with both of her hands as if it were a delicate piece far too precious for her. Young master, I can't, Claire began, her voice faltering. But before she could finish, Kai gently cut her off with a nod, signaling that there was no need for words. I will meet with you both later. For that, he earned 2 bows in delight. The two of them then moved towards the meeting room, the lightheartedness of the moment fading as the weight of the situation pressed back down on them. As they reached the room, Kai's demeanor shifted back to the matter at hand. He turned to Francis, his expression serious. You mentioned the situation with the refugees and morale earlier, but what about the beasts? What have the scouts reported? Francis's face darkened as he sighed heavily. It's not looking good, Lord Arzen. We've already lost 2 villages in surprise attacks. The beasts are moving in faster and more aggressively than we anticipated. Kai frowned. He had expected such a situation, but it was still a hard pill to swallow. I have brought back reinforcement and have ample plans. We would strengthen our defenses, but first, tell me how the villages fell and everything the scouts have reported. Information would be key here, and we have no more time to waste. Lucian stood atop the castle battlements, his figure a dark silhouette against the stormy sky. Below him, the castle grounds were teeming with activity. Rows of guards in polished armor stood at attention, their disciplined ranks stretching out into the distance. Amidst them, a dozen or so mages, their robes marked with the insignia of the 2nd and 3rd circle, were gathered in silent concentration, readying their spells. They were the mages in his father's service, and once he had taken over his position, they were his to command, and until now, they had done well for him to put their trust in them. Footsteps echoed behind him, bringing his attention to Knight Garrick Davin, who saluted Lucian with a crisp motion. He turned around from the rows of men and mages to stare at Garrick. He was an old man with a face weathered with countless experiences, a scar cutting across his left cheek, and a faint burn mark near his jawline that scare whoever came across him for the first time. He had gotten the injuries fighting a grade 3 beast called White Salamander. The man had won against the beast somehow in the end, and had kept the marks as a lesson and respect for his opponent. Lucian knew he wasn't the best fighter in his ranks, especially with his age, but he was loyal and had a knack for surviving tough battles. We have all the contingents ready, my lord. The mages are raring to go, and we have a good number of 3rd circle casters. Prince Eldric had sent a letter saying he would send more if needed. The beasts won't even reach the castle gates. Lucian's gaze swept over the assembled forces, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Good, he said, his voice steady and calm. Then turning to Garrick, he added, double the men. Garrick blinked, taken aback. My lord, most of our forces are already here. We've brought every available soldier. Even if we asked the prince for more, doubling them would take a lot. Lucian's smile widened, his eyes gleaming with calculated intent. I need more, he said, his tone leaving no room for argument. The beasts won't be easy opponents. Even if our victory is ensured, we must enlist common folk as well. Let them believe it's a desperate fight, so when we win, they'll think they played a part in it. If we just go and defeat the beast without the commoners seeing their horror, they wouldn't respect me as much. Garrick hesitated, clearly uncertain about involving civilians. Training men wasn't easy, and untrained ones in a battle could lead to more than one type of problem. But he had served Lucian for a long time and knew that going against him was a good way for him to lose his life. Hence his expression turned to determination despite the worries in his heart. As you command, my lord, he said, bowing and waiting for more instructions. Lucian's eyes narrowed. When do we begin the march? Garrick straightened, his tone clipped and professional. Our scouts report that they're taking their time, my lord. It seems Lord Arzen has just arrived in the city. The reports of him running away to Herml are false, and it seems like he really wants to take down the beast. Lucian threw his head back and laughed a dark, mirthless sound. It was eerie to the ears, but Lucian was always like that. Let him try, he said, a cruel smile stretching across his face. When he's destroyed, when he lies dead, my efforts to vanquish the beasts will shine all the brighter. I'll give everyone in this kingdom a good show over the grave of my little brother. Garrick, though momentarily chilled by the cold malice in Lucian's words, bowed deeply. He knew his lord had no love for his brothers, or anyone for that matter, but in his opinion, a lord only needed ambition, and Lucian had more than enough of that. Lucian gazed out over his forces once again after dismissing Garrick. The stage was set, the players in place, and soon the spectacle would begin. He would emerge victorious, his reputation as the kingdom's savior etched in blood and glory. Arzen's defiance would be nothing more than a footnote in history, a tragic tale that only served to elevate Lucian's triumph. Just like I always planned it to be, Lucian smiled to himself. Kai sat in the room, feeling the thick tension in the air. They waited for Killian to arrive before beginning, and as soon as the man appeared on the door after settling the others, the meeting started. Francis, his expression gloomy, launched into the report. As I mentioned before, the beasts have become relentless, Francis said, his fingers drumming on the table. Our scouts report massing in the heart of Vasper Forest. We are doing our best to scale them and get information about their types and abilities, but it's not been easy. Most of them are in big groups of a few dozen and seem to be biding their time before the eventual wave. A few species have also been moving on their own, aggressively attacking closer to the forest and even Verald. Spiked monkeys you dealt with on the gate are a part of those species. He took out a few parchments and slid them towards Kai and Killian. They were the reports given by the scouts on the type of beast they had encountered and the ones moving on their own. He noticed quite a few Grade 1 and Grade 2 species, and there were a few new names in them. It seemed like the broodmother had managed to recruit more species in the time he had been away. Kai's mind raced, piecing together the information. The patterns weren't anything common, but he had seen a few instances of individual attacks before the beast wave in the records he had read. It can be that the beasts are scouting up ahead to probe our strength, test the strength of the villages in Verald, Kai said, his voice steady. It can also be a few species getting impatient and moving on their own, leading to early assaults. I don't take the beast wave for intelligent creatures, so it should be the latter. How did the two villages fall? Francis frowned, his expression darkening. The assault happened as soon as you left for Herml. It was a decent group of kobolds, Grade 2 beasts. They attacked two villages on the fringes at the same time, Hagmum's Keep and Avarus Village. Kai frowned at those names. He knew the hunters of those villages were working in the scouts, and the necromancer attack had happened in the former. It seemed like the village was unlucky with troubles. We have already informed the heads of the village, and a lot of people managed to run away, but more than enough died to the beasts. We sent a team led by Fairy later on to deal with the kobolds, but other places have been attacked too. Most of the villages in our territory are abandoned now, and we have a great number of refugees due to that. What happened to the hunters and capable men from those villages? We got them into the scouting team as instructed, and Gareth had been moving with them since the forest had been growing more dangerous by the day. They have stood well and are extremely helpful to gain information on the beast. Kai nodded with a smile. The scouting team getting more members was a welcome thing to happen amidst the gloomy news. They would need to think about rebuilding those villages once the wave was dealt with, but that was a problem for later. Killian looked at Kai, looking as if he had something on his mind. Getting the gesture from him to speak, the knight began. Lord Arzen, do you really think the beasts aren't intelligent and are acting impatiently and instinctively? What if they are and this is all a plan from the broodmother? I did consider that, Kai said, looking over at him and then at the parchments. But a Grade 6 monster is seldom intelligent enough as a human. They're not mindless, but they're not masterminds either. Their intelligence might be akin to that of a child, no more than 5 years old. The other beast would be controlled by it, but I doubt the ability of the brood mother to strategize. Francis nodded in agreement. The scout's report does match that. If the brood mother was that intelligent, I doubt the scouts would be able to move around like this. True, Killian replied. Then are we planning to hold off the beast wave as Verald is a center? It would be easier to give up the villages and prepare to defend a single city. Yes, Kai said, knowing that they have no other way. Their forces weren't big enough to protect the villages, and even if they were important for the region, they had no defenses to deal with a beast wave. Verald with its walls was the only place which might be able to stand against them. We will be fighting back from here. I don't plan to just deep defend and have plans for counterattacks for the early assaults, but before that, I want to know how the city had been holding on with the attacks. Fair said they are increasing in frequency. Francis nodded, sighing. They are. In the last week, there had been 2 attacks. The walls are holding, just as your lordship planned. The construction is progressing well, and Fair and the other enforcers have been at the forefront, dealing with any beasts that breach our defenses. They've been holding the line, but now that you're here, I'm sure their morale will improve. Deaths have thankfully been low due to the archers seeing the beast approaching, but we have opened gates without verification to a lot of the refugees due to the attacks, so we would need to deal with any brigands that might pop up. I will make sure the guards are keeping an eye out even inside the city, Killian said, getting a smile from Francis. Kai wanted to move the conversation to the defense and counter-attacking strategies he had planned, but before he could speak, Francis leaned forward, his tone curious. What about the capital? Did you manage to secure reinforcements, Lord Arzen? We've already settled in the alchemist and the blacksmith you sent ahead, though there was a bit of a stir when a minotaur stepped out of one of the carriages. Some of the guards thought it was an enemy. Kai couldn't help but chuckle at the image of the bewildered guards at the sight of Balin moving in. He was glad that no accidents had happened due to that. The capital was eventful, he replied. I secured some reinforcements, though not as many as I'd hoped. The first prince sent 500 men, which is less than ideal, but it's something. He didn't bother with mages, though I didn't expect him to. I took matters into my own hands and negotiated with the Archon Tower directly. They've agreed to send a dozen novice and apprentice mages. They're likely not the best, probably commoners or those who aren't well regarded, but it's better than nothing. Also, they gave me a clean chit with the murder of Actra, but I did tell you about it in my letters. Francis nodded. You did. That's great news, but his words trailed off as he frowned, clearly not reassured by Kai's early words. The reinforcements not be enough to hold off a full-scale assault. Kai nodded, acknowledging the concern but remaining confident. 500 more will be coming from Duke Blackwood's forces. We'll also need to start recruiting again, but not just anyone this time. We need enforcers if we plan to stand any chance against the beasts. Francis seemed puzzled for a moment. Didn't we already check everyone in Verald, at least those that willingly came forward to join the guards? Kai shook his head, clarifying not just from Verald. We didn't check the other villages thoroughly last time. Now that more refugees are pouring in, we need to search every corner of our territory. We need every capable hand we can find, especially those who can be trained as enforcers. There's not enough time truly to make them into anything proper, but we don't have an option to complain. Seeing the determination in Kai's eyes, Francis nodded in agreement. You're right. We can't afford to miss any opportunities. For the next hour or so, they discussed more on the assaults, the nature of the beast and counter strategies Kai had prepared in his time in the capital. Francis had an idea of the mana cannons, but they would only come as their trump card in the eventual battle. Before that, he had a few ideas, and after discussing them with his trusted advisor and knight, Kai decided to implement them as soon as possible. Once the meeting was done, he stood up. We need to head to the public square. My arrival will spread, but it's better if I'm seen in the heart of the city. I guess it's time for me to make a speech and rally the people so that there won't be any hesitation when we need their help. Francis quickly agreed, and the three of them moved out, heading to the carriage that would take them to the square. It was a short, quick, and silent ride, everyone in their own thoughts. Throughout the ride, Kai thought about what to say. He wasn't one for speeches, but it was the best to get the fearmongers out of the job. They arrived. Kai took in the sight before him a sea of people, some living in makeshift tents around the square, their faces marked by a mix of desperation and tiredness. Francis had told him that they had been keeping community kitchens alive, but it was hard to give out food more than one time a day since the population of the city had increased by a lot. Kai stepped out of the carriage, the weight of the crowd's eyes pressing on him. He waited for the crowd to gather around. The murmurs and whispers that spread around settled into a heavy silence. Then he raised his voice, strong and clear. Citizens of Verald, and those who have sought refuge here from the villages, he began, his tone carrying the authority of a leader but with a certain amount of warmth in it. I know there are rumors, whispers, that I've abandoned you in this time of crisis. But as you can see, I haven't run away, nor will I ever turn my back on anyone who considers me their lord. The crowd shifted, a mix of doubt and hope rippling through them. Kai continued, his voice unwavering. Verald faces the threat of a beast wave, a danger that looms closer every day. I've returned from the capital with reinforcements, not only to fight these beasts, but to stand with you, shoulder to shoulder, when the time comes. When the beasts arrive, I'll be on the walls with all of you, ready to defend our city to the last breath. Murmur of approval began to spread as the people started to believe in his words. Kai looked around, catching the eyes of the people. A grizzled old man with deep-set wrinkles furrowing his brow looked up at him, his expression a hardened mask of skepticism, yet his eyes carried a flicker of hope as if daring to believe in the impossible. He continued, sweeping his gaze over the crowd as he spoke with renewed intensity. We're starting recruitment for special guards fighters who will stand at the front lines. I won't force anyone to fight, the decision is yours. But remember this, if the beasts breach our walls, none of us will be spared. We all have a stake in this fight. He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in before continuing. Even if you choose not to fight, there are many ways you can help. From constructing walls to building barracks, from scouting to aiding in logistics, there's a role for everyone. Our survival depends on us coming together, each contributing in whatever way we can. Whoever helps would be fed at least 2 times a day. In the last part of his words, discussion seems to erupt. They have been going around the community kitchens, but getting fed once was barely enough and no refugee had a lot of coins on them. Some spoke with eyes while others whispered among themselves. Kai saw a teenage boy, barely old enough to wield a weapon, standing with a mixture of pride and fear in his face. He nodded his head fiercely at Kai as if he had made a decision. That almost made him smile. A voice broke through the crowd, sharp with fear and doubt. But what if, despite everything, we still die? These beasts are lethal. They've already taken so many lives. I ran away from my village before they could arrive, but I heard about a few who stayed behind and were killed brutally. The question hung in the air, the weight of it pressing on everyone. Kai met the man's eyes, his expression firm yet understanding. Death is a reality of mortal life, he began, his voice steady. But I'll tell you this, it won't come to that while I'm here. I know the odds are grim, but ask yourself this: do you want to die waiting for a beast to tear you apart, or do you want to face it head-on with a fair chance of survival? The crowd was silent. The man's fear was reflected in many of their faces. But Kai's words carried a conviction that cut through the dread. I'm not here to promise you immortality. I'm here to give you a fighting chance. I don't know who among you will stand with me, but I do know this: I'm not running away. This is my responsibility and conviction as your lord, but no man could do things alone. The tension in the square cracked, replaced by a growing wave of resolve as he repeated his stance. I will join you. My legs and arms work well enough for me to hold a spear. Yes, I will join too. I don't want to let the beast come near my family. Someone in the crowd shouted in agreement, and then another. As if making a chain, more people joined them as the thick tension began to dissipate. He could still see faces who looked like they weren't sure, but more and more people seemed ready to help out in the defense. That was more than enough. He wasn't sure about the speech, but it seemed like he had done its job. Kai glanced at Francis, leaning in to whisper as the crowd's voices echoed around them. With me at the forefront of the defenses, morale will rise. We just need to keep it up. Francis nodded, his face set with the same resolve. I'll do my best. We have to, Kai replied, his gaze sweeping over the faces of the people who had placed their trust in him. Because if we don't, no one will survive. Also, I need you to send out a letter to someone. Who? Francis tilted his head. Have you heard of barbarians? I heard they are warriors that are losing their honor for banditry. I have an offer for them to gain it back, he said, thinking back to the faces he had met along his journey to Herml. He wondered how they would react to seeing him so soon. Kai's steady heartbeat continued to thrum in his ear as he felt a pang of nervousness rising in his throat. He was doing something he'd planned for weeks, enchanting the wall. His hands traced complex sigils in the air. As he did, faint arcs of energy, a glowing pulse, followed his movements. He knew that if he placed his hand on the wall, he could feel the atheum stones embedded within them hum with vitality. Below, the construction continued, the workers glancing up at him occasionally and whispering among themselves. Since beasts periodically attacked the walls, he reckoned that it was important to finish doing enchantments. When he was in Herml, he had spent nights studying the perfect seals for this very moment. Now, every stroke of his hand fortified the city's defense, making the walls more than just a physical barrier. The seals he was working with were called reinforcement seals. They weren't high-level ones since he wasn't confident in inscribing them perfectly, and they would take way longer to do, but they would be able to protect the walls from most magical attacks. As he had instructed, the mason made cavities in the walls and filled them with atheum from the mines. He simply had to put down the seals and connect them to the stones for them to start working. This might take long, but it's worth the time, Kai thought to himself as he finished one more seal. He took a step back to inspect what he'd done, a faint frown crossing his face. The seals were strong and drawn well, but he knew their limits. 2 months. That was how long the atheum stones would last before they would need to be replaced, a task that wasn't as simple as it sounded. Still, 2 months was more than enough time. The walls would stand firm against any elemental attacks the beasts might unleash, the magical reinforcement ensuring that no matter what, the city's defenses wouldn't crumble easily. There were still a lot of different ways the beast might be able to break the walls, but he was on limited time and resources. He moved along the wooden planks made to work on the walls and continued to etch more seals. Each one needed a careful balance of power that would ensure the mana flowed correctly. Unfortunately, the channels he created were still somewhat crude, causing a slight loss of energy, mainly because the walls weren't made of mana-conductive material. It was a transference loss he hadn't quite been able to eliminate, and each time he laid a new seal, he could feel the faint bleed of power, like a slow leak from a punctured vessel. The inefficiency irked him, but with the current time constraints, it was a problem he had to live with. It would need additional enchantments to stop any sort of leakage, and since the loss was minimal, it wasn't enough to jeopardize the effectiveness of the enchantments. Stopping to correct it would mean days of extra work days they didn't have. For now, the seals would hold, and the walls would protect the city. The morning sun had barely climbed the sky when Kai began etching the enchantments into the walls. Since then, the steady rhythm of his work carried on through the afternoon, his hands moving with steadiness as he carefully laid down each seal. Once the last of the seals was in place, Kai straightened, wiping the sweat from his brow. His gaze swept over the walls, satisfied with his work. With the enchantments complete, he made his way to Barrett, who was already inspecting the stonework from his vantage point. Kai approached, his voice steady. It's done. The enchantments will activate the moment any beast tries to climb or attack the walls. Barrett squinted at the stone, his eyes searching for any visible change but finding none. He didn't question it, though Kai could see the doubts on his face. But he quickly hid it and nodded in gratitude. Kai knew Mason and everyone else in the city knew enough about his powers to have any long-lasting doubts. And what about the spell wards you mentioned, Lord Arzen? Barrett asked, tilting his head. Kai shook his head slightly. Not yet. Those require more than just seals, they're full spells inscribed directly onto the stone. They're tricky and won't last more than a day or two. I'll cast ones that cover most of the wall when the time comes, but it won't hold for long. Inwardly, Kai thought of the complexity of those wards, a task he hadn't focused much on during his time in the Sorcerer's Tower. There, mages had to change wards every week or two, and he recalled there was some sort of a mechanism that led them to run for so long, but he didn't know much about them. They were far from his speciality, and the ones he could do were a crude version, but those would go well with the seals, giving a lot of extra protection to the walls. With that, Kai instructed Barrett to continue overseeing the wall's construction before heading down from the battlements. Barrett gave a nod and followed his order along. The work was far from over, and his mind was already racing to the next task. Claire, who had been assisting him all morning, approached as he descended. As Francis was tied up with looking over the alchemist, the supply lines with Malden and other administrative duties of settling in the refugees, Claire was left to handle the task of his assistant. "Lord Arzen, will you be taking a break for lunch?" she asked, her voice tinged with concern. Kai shook his head. "No time for that. I need to check in with the Balin and see how the weapons are coming along. Those are our main priorities if we wish to win this war." Without another word, he moved past her, the weight of responsibility pressing down on him like a heavy mantle. Claire walked behind him as he sighed, knowing that there was no rest for him for a long time. Kai made his way through the bustling corridors of the castle, the air thick with the smell of metal and burning coals. As he entered the workshop, the noise of a hammer against steel filled his ears. The space was alive with activity workers rushing about, carrying materials and tending to the forge under the watchful eyes of Balin. Balin was in the center, his massive hands delicately inspecting a sword that seemed to shimmer with a faint magical aura. The moment he saw Kai, his face lit up with a toothy grin, revealing his sharp yet friendly demeanor. "These," he said, holding the sword up for Kai to see, "turned out way more impressive than I ever imagined. Truly, they're a sight to behold. Now, if only you could finish up with the enchantments, I'm dying to see their full potential." Kai stepped closer, eyes tracing the intricate patterns carved into the blade. They weren't seals, but a circuit that Balin had created within the blade. With an Athium stone embedded in the center, mana will flow through the circuit and power up the enchantments that would then run for quite a long time. Of course, he hadn't finished enchanting them yet, and he doubted he could begin right away with the mana drain he was feeling from working on the walls from the morning. These weapons were for the enforcers, and by one look, he knew that the craftsmanship was impeccably balanced, sharp, and humming with the latent energy of the mana stone. The weapon had crossed the boundaries of being ordinary and had become an artifact, the quality one of the best ones I've seen here. Probably hard to standardize since Balin seemed to have worked on it himself, but it's really good. Kai cast an eye around the workshop and saw Old Man Jeb working diligently alongside a few others in the back. He was the castle's blacksmith before Balin had strode in and taken charge, but the man hadn't taken it negatively. According to what Francis told me, he was anyway looking for retirement, and despite the initial apprehension that Balin's imposing figure had caused, Jeb had quickly warmed up to him and helped him get a team of youngsters who were looking to apprentice with the blacksmith. Kai did not doubt that the gleeful nature and unmatched skill of Balin had also played a part in it, turning fear into respect and evaporating any concerns about his race like smoke from the forge. "The sharp enchantments and the basics will be done tomorrow," Kai said, his voice firm but tinged with exhaustion. "My mana is pretty depleted after working on the walls, but if I have the strength, I'll try to add some elemental enchantments to the blades as well." Balin's eyes lit up at that. "That would be more than helpful," he said, his tail swishing behind him. "I am preparing another batch of the weapons and working on the mana circuits inside of them." But he paused, his expression growing serious. "I believe we should work on the cannon first." Kai's gaze followed Balin's as they turned and moved toward the adjacent room. There, looming in the center of the workshop, was the prototype of the first mana cannon in the world. The cannon was a massive structure, its barrel thick and reinforced with enchanted steel bands. Unlike dwarven cannons, it had multiple levers and a series of compartments running along its length. The design was reminiscent of a mortar, yet with a complexity that spoke to what was planned for it. The mana circuits within it pulsed faintly, awaiting the Athium stones that would fuel its power. Kai ran a hand along the smooth, cold surface of the cannon. It was an impressive piece of work, built with precision and care. The compartments were designed to hold the Athium stones, while the levers controlled the flow of mana, adjusting the intensity and spread of the magical discharge. This was no ordinary weapon, it was a game-changer, capable of turning the tide of battle if used correctly. Everyone who had taken one look at the blueprints of the mana cannon knew that. "This is what we have so far," Balin said. "Malden's materials were used up quickly, so I had to improvise with what we had. It's ready for testing, just needs the crystals and enchantments to prevent any mana leaks." Kai scanned the parts scattered around, recognizing components for more cannons. "You're working on them piece by piece. Saves time," Balin replied, adjusting a panel on the cannon. "Once all the parts are ready, I'll assemble them." Kai glanced at Balin, curiosity evident in his voice. How many will we have in the end? Balin rubbed the back of his head, a hint of frustration in his tone. We're stuck with just 3 for now. We're out of materials. The ones we're using are pricey, and even with a mine for Atheum, the other mana conductive stuff is always rare. We are lucky we were able to get the materials for the 3. I know a bit about how the market behaves in Lancefil, and these things get sold out quite quickly. Kai nodded, satisfied. This will do for now. We'll test them tomorrow, and if they perform as expected, we'll mount them on the walls. As Kai turned to leave, Balin stopped him with a hand on his shoulder, curiosity etched on his broad face. What is it, Balin? Before replying, the Minotaur sighed, his eyes narrowing a bit as he took a look around the room scattered with mana cannon components. Where did you learn all this, Lord Arzen? The more I work on these, the more I'm amazed. Even the dwarven bastards would be envious. Kai paused, considering his answer. These questions were going to pop up more and more as his knowledge became known, and the ruse of being a genius would only go so far. Still, it wasn't the time to reveal his secrets. I can't say. I promised the one who taught me to keep their identity a secret, but keep at it and I'll share more of what I know, things that'll be useful to you in the future. With that, Kai gave Balin a nod of encouragement and added, if you've got the time, start prepping for the golem. We'll be working on the core soon. Balin's eyes lit up at the prospect, and Kai left the workshop, knowing that the defenses of Verald were in good hands. If the mana cannons worked as expected, he might just be able to slaughter the beast before they would be able to take a step inside Verald. Kai entered his room after a hectic day of working. From the walls to the workshop to looking through the refugee problem, he had not gotten a single second of rest. He sank onto his bed, feeling the fatigue in every muscle. The preparations had taken their toll, but they were necessary. For a moment, he let his thoughts drift, considering the strategies they'd laid out and the weapons they were crafting. The beast wave loomed closer with each passing day, and every detail mattered. This is going to be one hell of a battle, he thought to himself, but soon pulled himself out of his mind. It was important to think of the beast wave, but he had been too engrossed in it. If he kept going like this, he would surely break down. Hence, he sat up. His eyes wandered around the room before falling onto a corner where green robes were placed. They weren't any ordinary robes, but the adept ones that he had gotten from the Archon Tower when he had gone to talk about reinforcements. Apparently, he had passed with distinction, and any doubts the invigilators might have had dissipated after his duel. He had thrown the robes around when he had returned from Herml, but now that he had a moment to himself, he decided to check on them. Rising slowly, he retrieved the robes and inspected them carefully, his fingers tracing the stitches etched into the fabric. At first glance, he could see that the materials they were made up of were expensive. Arzen had quite a few high quality, and the green robes were even better than them. But there was something else he was curious about. He closed his eyes and let his remaining mana flow through the robe, slowly but carefully. No strange spells, no hidden surveillance, just a few protective enchantments woven into the material. It was a rare find, unique compared to the other robes he'd seen, and since he lacked clothing with such defenses, he decided it was worth wearing. He dug into one of the pockets of the green robes and retrieved a ring he'd received as compensation for the troubles due to Archon Tower. The small jewelry gleamed faintly, imbued with the power to conjure a force shield. It was a nice artifact that could hold off a few second circle spells. As he placed it on his fingers and pushed his mana into it, a small force shield appeared in front of him. Simple yet effective, another valuable asset in the coming battle. Satisfied, he decided to keep it on him and place the robe safely on the side of the room. With a final sigh, he allowed himself to lay back, thoughts of the impending conflict swirling in his mind before sleep eventually claimed him. As time passed, Kai felt the strain in every muscle, a weight that grew heavier each day. The beast wave was a looming storm, and the city was a ship creaking under the pressure. But it was also a hive of activity, with everyone working tirelessly to prepare for the impending beast wave. The air was thick with tension, the kind that came before a storm. Every citizen, guard, and mage could feel it, driving them to work harder, train longer, and brace for what was coming. Kai's speech had done its work and lit a fire in the hearts of the people. More and more citizens and refugees, once content to cower behind the safety of the walls, were stepping forward to join the guards. They were eager to fight, to defend their homes and families, and to take the battle to the beasts instead of hiding from them. Not all of them were willing to stand in the front lines, nor were they trained for it, but they got a good amount of archers and workers who were willing to help out in the forge and alchemical halls. It increased their productivity, and although Kai believed a lot of it was because the commoners knew he hadn't abandoned the city, the result stayed the same. It was a good sign that even surprised Killian, who had taken charge of training the recruits. He worked tirelessly, drilling the recruits and preparing them for the brutal reality of the coming conflict. Every day, he looked increasingly weary due to the training and the preparations of the beast wave, but there was a fire in his eyes that blazed brighter and stronger as he practiced the new techniques that he had managed to create. On the other hand, Francis seemed to be living on life potions as he handled the logistics of the battle and the refugees. At the same time, he was continuously in contact with Malden, who was helping with the materials for the forge and alchemical halls. Francis was older than them, and his body wasn't trained for continuous work, but he pushed himself, taking away much work from Kai. He had finished reinforcing the wall, but the weapons had remained. He also had to check the quality of the potions and make sure they were going to be useful in the beast wave. But there was another, equally important task that demanded his attention: the mages from Arkin Tower. Kai knew they were critical to the city's defense. Their raw potential was there, but it needed to be honed and sharpened into a weapon that could turn the tide of battle, or it would become a liability to his side when the beasts decide to rush in. That's why once he finished with the initial important tasks, Kai stood at the edge of the training grounds, watching as the Arkin Tower mages assembled before him. He surveyed the ragtag group of mages who looked at him with complicated expressions. They stood awkwardly on the training grounds, their robes barely fitting, some clutching their staff like walking sticks rather than weapons of war. These were the low-level mages of the tower, barely more than apprentices, and with the beast wave approaching, they were more likely to serve as cannon fodder than actual defenders. He only knew two of them personally, Jax and Clan, who looked the most comfortable out of all of them, but going by what he had heard from them, they were considered above average. If this was the case, then he would be better off using them as meat shields. He had no time to sugarcoat it. If we head into the beast wave as you are now, you're all going to die, Kai stated bluntly, his voice cutting through the murmurs and shuffling feet. I'm not saying it to insult you, but this is just the cold, hard truth. Most of you are sons and daughters of lower nobles who haven't seen war or blood properly. Immediately, faces drained of color. A few frowned while others looked at him straight, not daring to show any expressions. One of the mages, a tall man with a thick, dark beard, stepped forward. He wore crimson robes, making him an apprentice. Kai quickly thought of the information he had been given about them and realized his name was Roran. A short-tempered man who was known more for his physical strength rather than his magical prowess, often using his staff as a club. Roran looked at him with his brows furrowed. Won't you die too? You can't seriously think you can defeat the beast wave on your own, do you? Roran's tone was rough, laced with frustration. I've seen the state of things. There aren't enough men, and you're the only adept we've got. You're crazy if you think we can hold out against a couple of hundreds of beasts led by a brood mother. Kai met Roran's gaze, understanding the doubt behind the man's words. He couldn't blame him since his words were the truth in normal circumstances. His current forces could never stand against a beast wave, and they would need a dozen adepts trained in combat to hold a chance. But Kai wasn't one to go by books, nor he ever had the chance to. With the training they'd receive, you could even call it that these mages were closer to common guards than battle-ready spellcasters. But they had potential, buried deep under layers of inadequate instruction and half-learned spells. If he managed to make them discover a higher force of sorcery, maybe they would have a better chance. We won't survive if we stick with the training you've had, Kai responded, his voice firm. Or more accurately, the training you never received. You weren't taught to be combat mages. Your spell structures are shoddy, and your incantations are weak. Right now, your spells barely have the power to singe a goblin, let alone stop a beast wave. He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. But that's going to change starting now. I'm going to train you not just to survive, but to fight. If you're willing to put in the work, I'll make sure you have a fighting chance. The mages looked at each other, uncertainty etched on their faces. Roran, however, took a deep breath and nodded, surprisingly accepting the fact that Kai was right. How do we do that? He asked, a little bit of uncertainty remaining in his voice. Kai smiled grimly. We start by tearing down everything you think you know about magic. As Kai finished speaking, another voice piped up from the crowd. It was Clan, with Jack standing next to him, both looking a bit confused. Lord Arzen, we know you're great and extremely talented, but our spell structures are based on the Arkin Tower's teachings. They are the best in Lancefil and can't be that bad, right? Kai's eyes narrowed slightly as he considered their words. Are you sure about that? He asked, his tone sharp. Silence followed, the mages glancing nervously at one another. Breaking the tension, Kai turned his attention back to Roran. You, he said, addressing the apprentice mage. What element are you most comfortable with? Roran hesitated for a moment, then replied, Wind, Lord Arzen. Good, Kai said with a nod. Cast a second circle wind spell at me. I'll defend against it with a first circle one. Gasps echoed through the group, disbelief and concern written on every face. Clan looked like he wanted to protest, but Kai's steady standing silenced him. Most of the mages looked at him as if he was crazy, and this time, no one bothered to hide their emotions. Do it, Kai commanded. Roran swallowed hard but complied. He began chanting the incantation and building up the spell structure, his voice wavering slightly as he channeled his mana. The casting time dragged on, sweat beading on his forehead as he finally released the spell, a gust of wind that surged forward with moderate force. Wind blast. Kai, meanwhile, had barely begun his incantation when he finished, almost effortlessly weaving his mana into a first circle wind barrier. The spells collided in mid-air, but Kai's barrier overpowered Roran's attack almost instantly. The apprentice's spell was repelled, and a small but forceful blast followed, sending a shockwave that rustled their robes and caused the less experienced mages to stagger back. Everyone stared in stunned silence, eyes wide with shock. Kai lowered his hand, the demonstration over. "That's enough," he said calmly, turning to face the group. "What you just saw wasn't a fluke. My method spell structures, mana channeling, incantations, and types of spells, they're all superior to what you've been taught. This is my legacy, and it's the best in the whole world. But there's no time to teach you everything, nor do I think you all are talented enough to gobble everything up before the beasts show up." He scanned their faces, letting the reality of their situation sink in. "So here's the plan. You'll focus on area of effect spells and the elements you're most comfortable with. If you can master one or two offensive and defensive spells using the structures I'll give you, that's a start. Also, your casting time needs to be under 5 seconds, preferably 2. You're dealing with low circle spells, and in a battle, you hardly get time to react, so speed is crucial." Kai paused, his voice steady but urgent. "Do this and you might just survive the wave." Kai knew he couldn't rely on these mages as weapons against the high-grade beasts. Their power was too insignificant, their training too inadequate, but he could use them as mob killers, a tactic as old as war itself. It wasn't glamorous, but it was effective. A group of mob-focused mages could assist his enforcers, bringing down the numbers of beasts by a lot. He would have to rely on the mana cannon and himself for the stronger beasts, but that was something he could handle. As he looked over the strategies in his mind, Kai noticed a few murmurs of dissent among the group. 2 of the mages, pale and nervous, raised their hands and voiced their doubts. "We can't learn to cast that fast," one of them said, his voice tinged with desperation. He was a fat man with a short mustache. Funny to look at, but one look at him was enough for Kai to know that he belonged as far from a battleground as possible. His name was Cancer. Next to him stood a tall mage with dark circles under his eyes, as if he hadn't properly slept for days. He was Aishtar. Kai took a good look at both of them as his expressions hardened. "You will," he responded firmly, his tone leaving no room for argument, "because I'll give you the necessary stimulant to push you to your limits." There was a pause, confusion spreading across their faces. Clan, always one to ask questions, spoke up. "What stimulant?" "In 3 days, Kai began, his voice carrying across the training grounds. "We'll be launching attacks against the beasts. You will be venturing inside the forest, deeper into their territory. There will be danger, and if you can't learn the spells to keep yourself alive, you'll die. That's your stimulant." The mages paled even further at his words, fear taking hold. Aishtar stammered, "But we're mages, we should be used under the walls. We're too important to risk like this." Kai's eyes flashed with irritation. "Important?" he scoffed. "You're not important if I can defeat you with one spell. I'm not asking you, I'm giving you an order. You will follow it." The mages fell silent, their resistance crumbling under the weight of Kai's words. A few of them looked like they were going to cause a scene, but ultimately they all reluctantly accepted it. They would be dumb if they didn't know how strong Kai was. "I'm not putting you in a suicide squad," Kai continued. "We'll be using guerrilla tactics, and you'll be with people who know the forest inside and out. This isn't the tower, it's a battlefield. There's no running back, so do as I say." He took a close look at their faces, particularly at Clan and Jax. "If you feel so bad about it, remember this. If you survive, you'll be the best mages in the tower at your level. Some of you might even get stronger than the adepts, but that's only if you survive." At Kai's words, a shift rippled through the group. Clan and Jax exchanged glances, talking with brief nods. They weren't the only ones. Several other mages straightened up, their fear slowly giving way to determination, or so Kai hoped. He was sure that a lot of them would doubt him, but that was fine with him. His demonstration would have at least given them a bit of hope over the validity of his words. They would come to terms with it once they actually see results, and if nothing went wrong, that would be pretty soon. "Sure," Clan said, his voice more steady than before. Jax nodded beside him. "We will follow you, Lord Arzen." A murmur of agreement spread quickly among the others, the mages realizing that they had little choice but to rise to the occasion. They couldn't afford to falter now, not when their survival depended on it. Kai nodded in approval, his expression stern but satisfied. "Good," he said, stretching his hands. "Training begins now. There's no time to waste." The sun was beginning its descent as Kai stood among his most trusted allies at the ground behind the estate. It was a separate piece of land that was a nice garden used for evening strolls, but today they were using it for something completely different. Balin, Amira, Francis, Orion, and several others were gathered around a large worksite where the finishing touches were being made on a towering golem, nearly 7 feet tall. It was made up of clay and stood imposingly in the center. Kai approached the golem, his eyes tracing the solid construction. "Impressive work, Amira," he said with genuine admiration in his voice. Amira had completed the golem while Kai was away with Herml, and truly, the final product was way better than his expectations. Maybe it was because she had never given up on practicing, but her golem crafting skills had grown by leaps and bounds in the last few weeks. It was to the point Age was able to work on an actual golem on her own. A few workers in the estate in Balin had also helped her, but the design was hers and she was also responsible for putting it together. Balin, standing nearby, gave a hearty chuckle, couldn't resist the challenge. But Lord Arzen, do you think it's safe to insert the core now? Kai nodded thoughtfully. Yes, we can't wait any longer. If anything goes wrong, I'm here. He signaled to Orion's alchemist team, who promptly wheeled in a reinforced container. Inside, a glowing, sizzling liquid sloshed ominously, its surface shimmering with an eerie light. This was the essence of the monstrous larvae queen, broken down and refined into a potent elixir that would power the golem. The liquid was called different terms depending on the culture and monsters used, but a general term was golmanic ichor. It was just one process of golem core making, but Kai had found it to be the easiest and coincidentally, Orion had experience working on the method, so it had been smoothly done. Orion carefully approached the golem, pausing to make eye contact with Kai. The liquid bubbled and hissed, a faint aroma of charred earth and ozone filling the air. As they prepared to pour it into the core housing at the golem's center, Kai smiled, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. The liquid would go into the center of the golem, and Kai would be the one to freeze it there using his mana to activate the golem. With his mana connected with the core, the golem would listen to him, but only if everything happened as he planned. The process of creating the golem was anything but simple. Each step had to be done with caution so that even a slight mistake could render all their efforts useless. Kai watched Orion carefully. The golmanic ichor, that volatile liquid derived from the larvae queen's monstrous body, was being carefully funneled into the golem's core. The man handled it with the utmost care, aware that a single misstep could spell disaster. The liquid began to flow into the channels carved within the golem's clay frame, designed to conduct mana efficiently and easily. As the ichor filled the core, Kai stood straight, his eyes fixed on the process. He knew the hardest part was still to come. The core needed to be cooled first, a task that was so delicate it required him to pour his mana into it with just the right amount of control. Too little, and the crystallization wouldn't occur properly; too much, and he could shatter the core altogether. Once the cooling was complete, he would need to channel even more of his mana into the core to power it up, breathing life into the golem. This was where many had failed before. Like in most things in magic, there were several ways to go with it. A lot of times, many mages had come together to power up a golem, but Kai didn't have that luxury. At the same time, using his mana to power it up would mean it would be easier to form a connection with it. A golem's connection with its master was a vital part of golemancy. If the connection wasn't strong enough, the golem could go rogue, its power unchecked and dangerous. Kai had heard the stories golems that had turned on their creators, rampaging uncontrollably because the mana bond was too weak or improperly formed. It was a risk he couldn't afford to take. He took a deep breath, steadying himself. This was no time to rush. As the last of the golmanic ichor flowed into the core, Amira glanced up at Kai, her eyes filled with anticipation. "Good luck," she said, her voice carrying a mixture of hope and concern. Kai offered a reassuring nod. "I'll do it well." Without wasting any more time, he stepped forward, his focus entirely on the task at hand. Lots of eyes gathered on him as he began the process. He raised his hand and decided to cast a first circle ice spell, directing the frigid energy into the core. Frostbite. Kai extended his hand and let the burst of freezing air enter the golem, guiding it towards the core. His mana surged, turning icy as white streaks of light covered his palm. The liquid within hissed and crackled, its surface rapidly cooling as it began to solidify into a shining red crystal. The ichor didn't react badly to his spell, and that was half the battle won. The process was mesmerizing, but Kai couldn't afford to be distracted. As seconds passed, the core slowly solidified, and soon the crystallization was completed. He took a look at the now solid core as exclamations broke out behind him. But the job wasn't done yet. He placed his hand on the golem core, feeling the raw, untamed energy thrumming beneath the surface. Taking a deep breath, he began to channel his mana into it, carefully wrapping his essence around the core, feeling out the energy channels that would power the golem. The golem's frame quivered slightly as Kai poured more of his mana into it. He focused on establishing a connection, a mana link that would bind the golem to his will. The core pulsed with power, responding to his efforts as he directed the energy to each part of the golem's body. It wasn't meant to cast spells or perform any complex magical feats, but even so, bringing it to life required every ounce of his concentration. He could feel the golem stirring as his mana coursed through it, activating the mechanisms that would allow it to move. Piece by piece, the golem started to come alive. The limbs twitched, the head lifted slightly, and the entire structure seemed to hum with energy. The golem wasn't meant to be capable of any magical attacks. It was purely a creation of brute strength, so it was a bit easier to handle considering that this was his first golem. The strain of the process began to take its toll as Kai's mana reserves dwindled, but he pushed through, channeling the last of his strength into the golem. The core shone with a gleam as both Kai and the golem got enveloped with raw mana. He pushed and pushed, straining his mana heart, and the golem kept sucking every bit of his mana. Finally, when he could give no more, he took a step back, his breath coming in heavy gasps, but his eyes stayed on the golem. The golem stood still for a moment, its body vibrating with the mana now surging within it. Then, with a faint groan of metal and clay, it straightened up, its eyes glowing with the cold blue light of life. It was done. Amira's voice cut through the silence. Did it work? Kai closed his eyes, reaching out with his senses to feel the connection. It was faint, almost as if the thread linking him to the golem was about to snap at any moment. He narrowed his focus, channeling a thin stream of mana to strengthen the bond. The thread thickened, solidifying into something more substantial. Satisfied, Kai gave the golem a simple command: step forward. The golem hesitated for a heartbeat, then with a heavy, deliberate motion, it took a step. The ground beneath it trembled slightly with the weight. Now crouch, Kai instructed mentally, checking if it was going to listen to mental commands. The golem obeyed, lowering itself into a crouch, its movements surprisingly smooth for something so massive. Amira cried out in joy, rushing toward the golem with excitement. It worked. Lord Arzen, it really worked. Kai allowed himself a small smile as Francis and Balin approached, both of them having wide smiles on their faces. On the back, he could see Orion talking to a few of his apprentices, looking excited. This is going to work well with the guards, Francis said, nodding in approval at the golem. Yes, I hope so, Kai replied, pausing to take a breath, then turned to Balin and Orion. You both did a good job, he said, his voice steady despite the exhaustion that threatened to pull him under. Balin, I need you to craft a big axe for it, something that can match its strength. Balin scratched his chin thoughtfully. Should I make armor for it too? Kai shook his head. No, that would just slow it down. If you really plan to make armor, make it as light as possible. It's already big enough. We'll use it as a berserker, let it tear through the enemy lines with brute force. Francis, ever curious, asked, what level of power does it have? At least 3rd rank Enforcer strength, Kai replied. It doesn't have any magical attacks, but the core from the Larva Queen is high level. If the connection holds, it'll learn fast. Physically, it's already the strongest among us. The group fell silent, the weight of Kai's words sinking in. Everyone who heard his words looked over at the towering golem. Francis smiled broadly. That's great news for our reinforcements. Kai nodded, satisfied with the progress, and began walking toward Amira, who was clinging to the golem with a delighted grin. He wanted nothing more than to take a break with the golem moving, but he needed to have one conversation with her. Without a word, he mentally commanded the golem to lower itself, its massive frame bending down so that Amira could easily climb up onto it. As she clambered up, she looked down at Kai with a gleam in her eyes. We need to name it. Kai raised an eyebrow, somewhat indifferent. Naming a creature wasn't of any significance to him. Does a name really matter? Amira pouted slightly. Yes, it does. It's not just some tool, it's part of our team now. I'm pretty sure Claire is going to love it too. Kai sighed, relenting. All right, you can name it then. Amira beamed, clearly thrilled by the responsibility. She looked down at the golem that was massive for her size, turning to look at its arms, then at the glowing core. A contemplative expression took over her face as it scrunched in thoughts. After a moment, she smiled thoughtfully at Kai. Sentinel. I heard a folk tale of a giant warrior saving a village from a beast and his name was Sentinel. It really suits it. Sentinel it is, Kai nodded, not minding the name. At least it suited the golem. As the golem stood tall once again, with Amira perched on its broad shoulder, Kai found himself watching her. Her excitement was infectious, completely opposite of the time he had first talked to her, but he had something serious on his mind. A part of him felt like it wasn't the right time to speak as he had been biding time all this while, but with the beast wave on the horizon, he didn't know if he was going to get another chance. Amira, he began, his tone measured and steady. I need to talk to you about something. The lightness in Amira's expression faded as she noticed the shift in his demeanor. She looked down at him, her face now serious. What is it? Kai hesitated for a moment. You know, a beast wave is coming and the whole territory is tense because of it. We're looking for as much help as we can get. Amira nodded. I've been trying to help with the refugees, taking care of them with the maids and doing what I can. Kai shook his head, interrupting her. That's not the kind of help I need from you. Amira's eyes widened slightly, surprised by his words. She waited, sensing that there was more he needed to say. Amira looked down at him, her curiosity piqued. What do you mean? Kai met her gaze, his expression calm but intense. How would you feel about me igniting your heart and helping you become a mage? The question hung in the air, and Amira froze, her breath catching in her throat. Kai watched her reaction closely. He had always known that she possessed the potential, her magical organs were intact, and she had everything needed to harness the power of mana. He had never pried too deeply into it, respecting her silence on the matter, but he had kept the knowledge to himself, waiting for the right moment. That moment had arrived. With the looming threat of the beast wave, everything has changed. Amira's expression revealed that she wasn't entirely surprised. It seemed she had been aware of her potential all along. Kai continued, his voice steady. I'm not going to force you into anything. I only know about your potential because I had to check your body for any signs of corruption after the incident with the necromancer. If you don't want to pursue this, you don't have to. Amira remained silent for a moment, her mind clearly racing as she processed his words. A silence descended over them as he waited for her answer. Finally, she spoke in a low voice. I'll think about it. Kai offered her a reassuring smile. That's more than enough. Kai sat cross-legged in his room. His focus was entirely on the inside of his body as he took in mana from the environment, slowly filling his mana heart regularly. His breathing was steady and controlled as he carefully drew in the ambient mana from the air, letting it flow through his body and into the mana circles. Kai's thoughts drifted as he worked. The fourth circle shadowed the horizon, but it wasn't something he could achieve easily. The leap between the third and fourth circles was vast, fraught with danger for those who rushed it. Yet with the beast wave fast approaching, the pressure weighed heavily on him. He had done everything he could to prepare fortifying defenses, training the mages and arming the golem. But would it be enough? Would pushing himself to reach the next circle give him the edge he needed to protect his people, or would it backfire, leaving him vulnerable at a critical moment? The uncertainty gnawed at him. He knew the risks of forcing his way into the next rank, but the thought of facing the beast wave without every possible advantage was equally unsettling. It was a decision that could determine not only his fate, but the fate of everyone under his protection. It hadn't been a long time since he reached the third circle, and the road to the fourth was long, but it wasn't like there was no way. It just wasn't a path he wished to take. His concentration was abruptly broken by a knock on the door. Kai opened his eyes, the glow of mana fading as he was pulled back to the present. His thoughts were in a disarray, so he took a breath before looking towards the door. He knew who it might be. Come in, he said, his voice steady as he rose to his feet. Claire entered the room. You called for me, Lord Arzen. What's going on? Kai nodded. I have a very important task for you, Claire. Her brow furrowed slightly as she fidgeted with her fingers. What kind of task? A task that might decide the outcome of the entire beast wave, Kai said, his eyes dimming slightly. If you aren't able to do the task, then I might not survive. As far as her memories went, Ria had always described herself in one word: useless. It clung to her like a second skin, always there and suffocating. She recalled it started due to her mother thinking of her as no good. It echoed in her mind when her mother's sharp and disappointed voice cut through the air, berating her for not doing things right: burnt bread, uneven stitches, a clumsy fall that shattered a vase. You're no good at anything, her mother would say, and Ria would shrink away, the words of inadequacy pressing down on her, harsher and brutal every single time. When her parents were taken from her, their lives snuffed out by a wolf's claw on the road back from Verald, she had thought of it once again. She had been just a child then, helpless and trembling as she watched from the bushes, too scared even to cry out. The memory of their screams haunted her dreams. She would wake up thinking of her inability to do anything that mattered. Both her parents had died that day, and somehow, through sheer instinct or blind luck, Ria had found her way back to her village. The entire journey, she was consumed by the thought of her own uselessness. She couldn't do anything right. She hadn't been able to fight off the wolves, hadn't even been able to save her parents. Maybe her mother expected it, for her to be worthless even at a time that mattered, at a time she was bleeding to death. After that, she was a helpless child, stumbling through the woods, lost and broken. Life as an orphan in the village was just as bleak. The village chief, out of pity or perhaps obligation, had taken her in, but she was little more than a maid in his household. She scrubbed floors, fetched water, and did her best to remain invisible, head down and unnoticed by everyone. Adolescence came and went, bringing with it a deepening sense of inadequacy. She tried to find anything that would make her feel like she wasn't worthless. She tried her hand at every task the village had to offer, but nothing seemed to fit. Nothing made her feel any less useless. She didn't stop. Even though the dreams came back every night to prove that she would always remain the useless one, she fought for a chance to prove to herself that she was worth something. Maybe it was the suppressed anger within her for years that made her want to fight again and again, or maybe it was the guilt. But those thoughts came to an abrupt halt when the beasts began breaking through the borders of their village. The same type of beast that had killed her parents. Wolves with red fur and fierce eyes that tore away flesh with ease, and just their presence was enough to instill fear in their hearts. The village was thrown into chaos, and in the ensuing panic, Ria did the only thing she could: she ran. Alongside the others, she fled, fear driving her every step. A part of her wished to stay behind, to take revenge for her parents, but she knew she was inadequate in fighting too. They became refugees in Verald, a city Ria had visited only once, long ago with her parents who were small traders. But the city she remembered was not the Verald she found herself in now. The once lively streets, filled with traders and merchants from across the lands, were now choked with desperation. The marketplaces where she had once marveled at the colorful displays of goods were now barren, stalls abandoned or destroyed. The air, once fragrant with the scent of spices and fresh bread, was thick with smoke and the stench of fear. There were a lot of refugees just like her, but there were also a lot of people leaving, away from the fear of the beast. She heard whispers of a beast wave, and it seemed like her village was one of the first casualties. Even if the city seemed changed, there was something that caught her gaze far longer than the new wall. It was massive and created a sense of awe in her in every way. Work was still going on and the workers moved with a sense of purpose she lacked. To put her mind off the thoughts of losing her home, she looked around. Ria could recall the exact spot where her parents had bought her a trinket, a small wooden carving of a dragon. That shop was gone now, replaced by a barricade hastily thrown together to keep the refugees at bay. She stood there as days started to pass and soon, they were led to a hastily constructed camp with a few shared houses built in that was supposed to be her new home. It wasn't the worst, but it wasn't the best. Still, Ria was no one to complain of generosity. Anything was better than living on open roads, especially for a young girl like her. In Verald, life as a refugee had its own set of hardships, but to Ria it was almost a relief. They were fed at least once a day, a luxury compared to what she had been used to back in the village. The village chief had often neglected to feed her for days, leaving her to scrape by however she could. So despite the looming threat of the beasts and the chaos that surrounded them, Ria found herself oddly content. She was finally receiving enough to eat, something she hadn't known in years. But as she looked around at the clamoring guards and the restless faces of her fellow refugees, the familiar feeling of uselessness crept back into her heart. She watched as the guards prepared purposefully and she felt a sharp pang of inadequacy. They were doing something, fighting, protecting, surviving. What was she doing? Just standing there, waiting to be fed, just another mouth in the crowd. Her thoughts ran to the sky when she realized that she was lacking again. That was until the Lord returned. Word spread quickly through the camp he had been away, seeking reinforcements, and now he was back to rally the people. Ria pushed her way to the front of the crowd, desperate to see him. When he spoke, his voice was strong and commanding, cutting through the fear and uncertainty that hung in the air. He called for help from the refugees, asking for anyone willing to stand and fight to join him. As he spoke, Ria's heart skipped a beat. His words lit a spark within her, a spark of hope, of purpose. And as her eyes locked onto Lord Arzen, she saw something in him that she had never seen in anyone before, a force. They shone with strength to fight for something that might be the end of all of them. Maybe this was her chance. A grin crept its way to her face. Maybe this was how she could stop feeling useless. She could fight against the beasts just as those guards were doing. And even if she died, at least her life would end doing something that mattered. Without hesitation, she registered with the guards. The line moved slowly and she overheard the murmurs of those around her. They won't take girls, one man said dismissively, especially not young ones like her. But she didn't care. She had made up her mind. She would fight no matter what. When she finally reached the front of the line, a man named Farah greeted her with a warm smile. He introduced himself the next second. Unlike the others, he didn't turn her away. Instead, he looked at her with a kindness she hadn't seen in a long time and welcomed her into the refugee guards. Her training began the very next day. As she trained, different sorts of expectations pressed down on her. In her village, girls were only expected to cook, clean, and keep the household running. Her mother had always been disappointed in her. She was clumsy in the kitchen and had little interest in the tasks that were supposed to define her as a woman. But she had always been fascinated by the blade, by the idea of fighting, even though her mother had dismissed it as foolishness when she explained how she found blades fascinating. "You'll never be good with a sword," she would say. "Stick to what you're meant for." But here in Verald, things were different. Knight Killian was relentless in his training, driving the recruits to their limits each morning and afternoon. Ria hadn't felt this exhausted since the grueling journey to the village after her parents' death. Every muscle in her body screamed in protest, but she refused to give up. They'd do long runs off the ground, then would turn to strengthen their body by exercises and practicing sword movements for when beasts would actually attack. The same drills would be trained over and over until their muscles get used to it, as Knight Killian explained. As the training days blurred together, her exhaustion reached its peak, and one day she simply collapsed in the middle of the training ground. The last thing she remembered was the dull thud of her body hitting the dirt, followed by strong arms lifting her. When she came to, Knight Killian was crouched beside her, offering her a flask of water. "You're pushing yourself too hard," he said. Ria looked around for a brief moment, taking it all in. Exhaustion filled her being as she drank the water. This kind of training isn't meant to be a race. It's about endurance. Ria wiped the sweat from her brow, her breath still coming in ragged gasps. "I have to," she insisted, her voice hoarse but resolute. "I need to do everything I can to survive." Killian looked at her for a moment, studying her. He sighed, finally nodding. "All right, but pace yourself. There's no point in pushing so hard that you can't stand the next day." With that, he helped her to her feet, steadying her as she regained her balance. Once she could walk again, the training resumed. This time, Killian handed her a spear, showing her how to hold it properly. The weapon felt awkward in her hands at first, but she persisted, practicing the stances and strikes he demonstrated. The posture, body balance, and the grip, she had to focus on all three at once. She tried and failed, but continued practicing harder. The afternoon stretched on, the sun beating down on them, but she didn't stop, her grip tightening around the spear with each thrust and sweep. Lunchtime, a guard yelled from behind, making Ria drop the spear at once. Her frown disappeared at the thought of food, her entire body relaxing into the thought of having something to refill her energy. After lunch, they were led into a small, makeshift classroom, a large tent that offered some relief from the sun. Ria hadn't expected this when she joined the guards, but apparently combat wasn't the only thing they needed to learn. The room was filled with crude wooden benches, and at the front, a guard who could read and write stood by a large board, chalk in hand. This had been a part of their routine. Every day they'd learn more and more about different beasts, so when the beast wave came all at once, they'd know how they should attack different beasts, and much to their liking, the variations were massive. "Pay attention," the guard named Ansel began, his voice commanding their focus. He drew a rough diagram of a beast on the board, its features exaggerated to show detail. "This is a stalker hawk. You'll be facing these soon enough. Notice the weak points here at the base where their wing joint is and here just above the talons." He tapped the chalk against the board, emphasizing the spots. "They're fast and would always be just above treetops, but they rely heavily on pack tactics. If you can isolate one, it's vulnerable. But be careful, you don't want to chase after it. Wait until it chases you." Ria leaned forward, absorbing every word. The guard went on, detailing the behavior of the stalker hawks, how they communicated with each other, their strengths and their weaknesses. He moved on to other creatures like arsenic bears and trolls, each one more terrifying than the last, explaining how they acted, what to watch out for, and how to exploit their weaknesses. For the first time, Ria realized the true scale of what they were up against. The beasts weren't just mindless creatures, therefore she soaked up every bit of information like a sponge, knowing it could mean the difference between life and death when they attacked. The days sped together as she fell into a strict routine, grueling training sessions under Knight Killian's watchful eye in the mornings, spear practice in the afternoons, and then evening classes where they studied the monster ecology and battle strategies. By the end of the 6th day, her body ached in ways she hadn't thought possible, but she woke up every day wanting to practice and learn further. It was the same as usual with the laps in the spear training. Then she sat in the class, learning about a beast called gorehounds. That evening, however, as the class came to an end, they were stopped by a guard at the entrance for a test. It wasn't out of nowhere, as there were rumors of such a test. Moreover, the Lord himself was going to conduct it. For what? No one knew to be exact. She'd only heard fragments of conversation about this test, something about how those who passed were special, chosen to become the Lord's personal guards. No one knew exactly what the qualifications were, but everyone waited anxiously, their breaths held as they lined up outside. The Lord appeared, causing all the eyes to fall on him, and moved down the line, checking each refugee one by one. Ria watched as he placed a hand on each person's wrist, his expression unreadable as he conducted the so-called test. Each time he shook his head slightly, and the rejected refugees looked both relieved and disappointed. The line grew shorter and shorter, and her nerves tightened with each passing moment. Finally, it was her turn. Her bruised hands were clammy as she offered her wrist, her heart thudding in her ears. The Lord took her hand, his touch cool and steady, and she felt a sensation like a ripple spreading through her veins. She stared up at him, trying to read his expression, but he remained stoic. Then something in his eyes changed. "What is your name?" he asked, his deep voice cutting through the silence. Ria blinked, caught off guard. He hadn't asked anyone else their name. "Ria, my lord." Before she could say anything more, Knight Killian stepped forward. "My lord, this girl is relentless in her training. She pushes herself beyond her limits, even when her body gives out. She's determined and stubborn. Her name is Ria Valen." The Lord's gaze softened slightly, a small smile playing at the corners of his lips. His eyes, dark and intense, met hers. "Ria Valen," he repeated, "do you want to be my disciple?" "Disciple me? What's happening?" She wondered as something fluttered in her as she stared back at him. She didn't understand his words properly, but a hope emerged out of the depths of her heart. Maybe, just maybe, this was her chance to not be useless. As Kai looked through the refugees for any signs of an enforcer, he had only hoped to find one or two of them, but the task unexpectedly led him to discover someone even more special, a young girl with all 3 mana organs present in her body. She hadn't awakened, but just one look was enough for him to tell that they were undamaged. She was also young, at the perfect age to start her journey. The girl was simply untapped potential waiting to be discovered, and even if he had no idea if her talent was exceptional, just her presence was a pleasant surprise. As he approached the girl, she stood with shaky lips. Her blonde hair, tangled and streaked with the dust of training, fell just below her ears. Her clothes were simple, well-worn tunic and trousers. From the bruises on her upper arm and her palm, Kai could tell that she was diligent in her training. Her green eyes looked up at him, fear written all over her face along with anxiety. "Is there anyone in your family who's a mage?" The girl hesitated, her gaze flicking to the side as she searched her memory. After a moment, she shook her head. No, your lordship, my parents were traders. They traders? Kai interrupted gently, nodding thoughtfully. It wasn't uncommon, though not the norm for a mage to come out of the population of commoners. After all, the population of commoners were comparatively larger than others. It was normal to find a magic caster or two among them. As Kai pondered the potential of his unexpected find, Ria's curiosity got the better of her. What do you mean by becoming your disciple? Kai smiled at her question. Well, Ria, I've discovered that you have the potential to cast magic, even if you can't do it right now. With the right training, we can ignite your mana heart and awaken you into a mage. He thought for some time, choosing the right words to explain the situation to her. Being my disciple means I'll teach you magic. It's not the same as being a core disciple, which is a more formal, intimate, and important relationship. This is a nominal position, but I will guide you through learning magic. The girl's eyes widened with hope. I'll be able to do magic, then I won't be useless. Although the question caught him off guard, he shook his head. Anyone who can do magic isn't useless. You might not be able to cast spells right away, but with proper training, first circle spells will be within your reach in no time. Kai chuckled softly, placing a hand on her shoulder. Just call me Lord Arzen. No need to be so formal. Her eyes widened further just when Kai thought it wasn't possible. A slight gasp escaped her lips as Kai turned from her to Killian, who had been quietly observing the exchange. Killian, could you arrange a room for her in the castle? Killian nodded, stepping forward to handle the arrangements. Kai's smile lingered as he watched the girl's hopeful expression. From now on, your life will be different. Magic will open your eyes to the universe in ways you never imagined. It might be hard and mystical, but if you do well, greater things will await you. Ria's mouth opened and closed as if she was unsure what to say. She kept bowing, her face changing expressions from fear to nervousness to pure gratitude as she finally understood the gravity of the situation. Finally, she asked, Lord Arzen, what is the universe? Kai laughed, not expecting that question. Ah, that's a big topic. Don't worry, I'll teach you about that too. For now, let's start with awakening your dormant heart and attempting a first circle spell. Fireball is quite beginner-friendly. It's simpler and a lot less intimidating than the universe. Ria blinked, giving a nod. You can follow Knight Killian from here. He will help you to settle down. Then we can meet later to start, Kai said gently. She again thanked Kai and quietly followed Killian. As the girl disappeared into the distance with Killian, Kai couldn't help but shake his head. The recruitment had bore better results than he had expected. Adding another mage to the city, especially one Kai could train, was probably the biggest boost to his defense. Ria might not be able to do much in the beast wave, but she could definitely help out in the back. However, Kai's schedule was packed with pressing matters, and he couldn't immediately devote himself to her training. The refugee camp was a hive of activity, and he had more pressing concerns to address. As Kai continued his rounds, scanning for any more anomalies among the refugees, he picked up two more enforcers hidden among the displaced. Both of them were from villages destroyed due to the beast and had previous battle experience. The first enforcer, a tall man with a striking scar running down his neck, introduced himself as Talon. His blue eyes, framed by a perpetual frown, suggested a past marked by intense battles and a no-nonsense attitude. Apparently, he had been in the Lancefil army in his youth and had left it to get a position with the village guard in Mangrove Village. Talon's build was muscular, and his demeanor was one of practiced discipline. For a while, he wondered if the man belonged to a knight family or was a generational warrior, but he couldn't question him further as the process had to be haste. The second enforcer, a woman named Lyra, had a different presence altogether. Shorter than Talon but equally imposing, Lyra carried an air of quiet intensity. Her silver hair was cut short and practical. She wore a collection of symbolic tattoos on her arms, which made Kai look twice at her. She had been from the same village as Talon and was part of the hunting team there. In the end, he was pleased to bring them on board. They joined Killian in the Special Guards, where their training was ramped up to prepare them for their imminent awakening to their powers. Their addition would help bolster the city's defenses, but even with this progress, Kai faced a different issue. The guards, while competent, were not yet fully prepared. The Archmages had made some decent progress, having tasted true power in the form of Kai's spell and wanting to better themselves, but the rest of the city's defenses and magical preparations were lagging far behind the urgent deadlines. The overall workload was overwhelming. Both Balin and Orion were struggling to keep up with the mounting demands. Balin's workshop was teeming with projects, from the enchanted weapons to the mana cannons, but the deadlines loomed large. Orion, responsible for making large batches of different types of spells, was equally burdened. A few of his apprentices have even lost consciousness due to not getting enough sleep. Even the mason, Barrett, had voiced concerns. We might not finish everything in time, he admitted with a grimace, as he oversaw the construction and fortification of key structures. The beast wave is almost upon us, and we're falling behind, which unfortunately had been true. The scouts had reported that the beasts were making movements, and there was a small chance that the beast wave would be arriving sooner than they expected. It was a bad situation, but one that Kai had expected. He wasn't going to move with his plans without taking in the worst possible scenario for them after all, but the solution to ramping up the work was with Malden, and the merchant hadn't delivered it just yet. Kai knew that time was running out, and every moment counted. Hence, he chose to control what he could and kept going, sleeping less and less to help out in any areas he could. He even cast refresh spells on a lot of people, just for them to keep going, and seeing that even he being the Lord was pushing himself so much, no one was able to complain. The walls of the city were a flurry of activity. Kai and Balin took control of setting up the mana cannons, making the workers place them right where they wanted them. Today was the day they were going to test them out. The cannons were mounted at strategic points along the ramparts. The 3 cannons covered most of the range of the area where the beast would charge from. One in the middle and the other 2 on the sides. They needed to work together to deal heavy blows to the beast. Balin was at the forefront of securing each cannon with a series of heavy latches to lock themselves in place, ensuring that they were not only stable but also correctly aligned for optimal mana flow. Kai stood next to him as Balin made adjustments on the latches. He glanced at them while his fingers traced the seals that were engraved into the cannon's base, using his mana to check the conduits that fed into the core. Killian and Francis stood behind the cannons, waiting for the show to begin. As Balin adjusted a latch with a satisfied grunt, Kai glanced out over the city. He could feel a sense of ease creeping in with the mana cannons placed. It might not take out on the entire beast wave, but it was a big help regardless. Before he could speak to Balin, something caught his eye, followed by the sound of hooves running across the road. A large group of carriages headed their way from the distance. The carriages were moving in a convoy, their wheels kicking up clouds of dust as they approached. Kai's eyes narrowed as he took in the sight. He turned to Francis and Killian, who both were watching the approaching convoy with equal curiosity. "What's this?" Francis asked. "We weren't expecting any new arrivals today." As the convoy of carriages drew closer, Kai's eyes widened in recognition. It was no longer just a single group, but a procession of multiple carriages, each bearing the weight of critical supplies and reinforcements. At the forefront of the convoy, a flag fluttered with a crest. It was a black tree with a sword carved into its surface, and he realized it was the symbol of House Blackwood. Kai's heart lifted as he realized that the men he had been promised had finally arrived. Following closely behind them, there was another series of carriages with a crest that stood out in particular. It was his own symbol, and there was only one person Kai had permitted to use it. Malden is finally here. He hadn't expected Malden to come together with the men from Duke Blackwood. But his surprise hadn't ended there. At the very end of the procession, several other carriages belonged to neither party, their rough exterior indicating they belonged to mercenary groups. Leading them was Gorak's team, which had been in his service for a while now. He had specifically asked both Malden and Gorak to bring them more mercenaries when he was in the capital, because a beast wave was always good profit for them, though he knew their loyalty could waver at the first sign of danger. But it was a risk that he was willing to take. As the carriages rolled to a halt at the city's entrance, Kai's anticipation grew. He decided to greet them personally. Using Featherfall, he descended unharmed from the walls before any of his retainers could say anything, landing lightly at the forefront of the large group. A knight, resplendent in polished silver armor, was among the first to notice Kai's arrival. The knight's armor bore the same crest of Blackwood, and his stance was authoritative yet respectful. His helmet was held under one arm, revealing a middle-aged man's face with a strong jawline and long hair that was tied in the back. "You must be Baron Arzen Kellius," the knight said, showing no surprise at Kai's sudden jump and looking over at his robes. "I am Knight Darian Legas, in service to Duke Blackwood. We have been dispatched to assist you." Kai extended a welcoming hand. "Knight Darian, it's good to see you. Your timely arrival is much appreciated." Before Knight Darian could respond further, Malden emerged from the carriage carrying his unmistakable presence. With him was the mercenary leader, Gorak. Malden's face broke into a grin as he approached, though it was tinged with exhaustion and Kai could see dark circles under his eyes. "Lord Arzen," Malden called out, his voice carrying a cheerful lilt despite his condition. "You look as good as ever, even with the beast wave looming." "I've brought what you asked for." Kai resisted a chuckle. This man was all about complimentary words without paying heed to the situation. "I'm glad you made it. Did you manage to bring the shadow seeds?" Malden nodded, a satisfied glint in his eye. "Yes, they're all here. And as for the mercenaries, they've come in good numbers. However, they'd like to discuss their terms and compensation before joining the fight." Gorak walked from behind and added with a tight face. Kai sighed at that. The mixture of Duke Blackwood's guards, Malden's delivery, and the mercenaries created a chaotic but promising scene. Despite the excitement, Kai felt the dire situation slowly settle into his shoulders. The merging of so many groups, though a boon, was overwhelming and required immediate organization. He rubbed his temples. The convergence of these forces had been orchestrated, with the groups likely joining up for mutual protection on their journey. Nevertheless, it was a lot to manage all at once. He needed to streamline their integration into the city's defense plans and ensure everyone was properly accommodated. As he looked around without giving a direct answer, an idea sparked in his mind. He turned to Knight Darien and the others, who were still in the process of disembarking and assessing their new surroundings. Before we get too caught up in logistics, Kai said, raising his voice, I'll handle the arrangements for your quarters and oversee the unloading of goods. First, why don't you all come up to the wall? We're about to run a demonstration that should be quite interesting. Knight Darien looked puzzled. A demonstration? Yes, we're testing a new artifact we've developed. It's something you'll want to see as our most important weapon against the beasts. It should be fun. Darien's face didn't show any change, but Kai could see in his eyes that he was intrigued by the promise of an artifact. He nodded. Very well, Lord Arzen. We'll follow your lead. With that, Kai led the way up to the wall, Knight Darien and the other key figures following closely behind. As they ascended, Kai could see their curiosity piqued, their earlier weariness momentarily forgotten in anticipation of the demonstration. Upon reaching the top of the wall, the group was greeted by the sight of the mana cannons, now fully assembled and ready for action. As they gathered on the walls, the tension was palpable. Knight Darien eyed the strange apparatus before him with skepticism. Beside him, Malden and Gorek stood silently, their expressions unreadable. A few mercenaries and other Blackwood men had also joined them, their eyes moving between Kai and the cannons with doubt. More than the cannon, many men from Blackwood were wary of the Minotaur hovering over the artifact. Some gave looks of questioning, almost as if asking, are you in your right mind by letting that big beastman run around? But others diligently ignored his presence. Knight Darien finally broke the silence. What does this artifact even do? Kai's lips curled into a confident smile as he gestured toward the massive, sleek devices lined up along the wall. This, he began, his voice steady, is what I call a mana cannon. These beauties shoot out condensed mana in the form of a beam, powerful enough to rival a fourth circle offensive spell. The knight's eyes widened, the hard lines of his face softening with surprise. For the first time since arriving, he showed a hint of genuine emotion. His gaze shifted back to the mana cannons, now with a renewed interest, though a shadow of doubt still lingered. If they can actually do that, Darien murmured, they would be our greatest weapons against the beasts. No, they would be the greatest weapons in the kingdom. Kai nodded to that. Yes, they would be, but before we can count on them, we must test them first. Darien's eyes flickered with uncertainty, but the determination in Kai's voice left them all muted and awaiting what was about to come. This was no ordinary weapon, and if it worked as he promised, it could turn the tide of the coming battle. All that was left was to see it in action. But as they both conversed, they drew the attention of everyone on the wall. The Blackwood men who stood in stoic silence let their gazes fix on the mana cannons, but the mercenaries were less reserved. They exchanged glances, some smirking, others openly skeptical. Kai looked at them and immediately realized that they didn't trust Kai or the mana cannon. Therefore, he waited. Soon enough, one man stood out. His fiery red hair was wild and unruly, matching an odd glint in his eyes. He was a burly figure, his broad shoulders and muscular frame barely contained by the worn leather armor he wore. Scars crisscrossed his arms like tattoos. A wicked grin spread across his face as he let out a loud, mocking laugh. What need is there for mercenaries if your fancy cannon can do that? He jeered, his voice probably reaching even the men behind. You're exaggerating, Lord Arzen. I've seen artifacts and worked with mages. Something that could fire off a fourth circle spell is as precious as a princess, virginity. The mercenary's crude remark drew a few chuckles from his comrades, but not everyone was amused. Killian's eyes narrowed, his hand instinctively resting on the hilt of his sword as he shot a glare at the red-haired man. Gorek and his team, standing nearby, exchanged dark looks before one of them stepped forward, his voice low and menacing. Watch your tongue, Kellen, Finn growled at Kellen. You're going out of bounds when you haven't even seen the cannon's power. Kellen, undeterred, smirked and crossed his arms over his chest, eyeing Finn with a mix of amusement and disdain. Then his eyes moved towards Gorek. What's this, Gorek? You lot lapdogs of the nobles now. I'm just here for the coin. Don't care about buttering up some noble with delusions, even if he's a mage. The tension on the wall escalated, more frowns appearing among the crowd as hands edged toward weapons. A fight seemed just moments away from breaking out, Kellen walking forward with his axe. But before things could spiral out of control, Kai stepped forward, his voice calm but commanding. No need to fight. In fact, everything will be cleared up soon. We're about to start the demonstration. All eyes turned to him as he shifted his attention to Kellen, the red-haired mercenary still wearing that cocky grin. Kellen, Kai began, a smile creeping onto his face. How about we make a bet? Kellen's eyebrows shot up in surprise, the challenge piquing his interest. What kind of bet? Kai's smile widened. If the cannon has the power I claim, you and your group fight for the city for free. If it doesn't, I'll pay you 10,000 gold. Kellen's eyes widened at the hefty sum. It was probably several times the sum he could earn doing odd quests throughout the year. He glanced at the mana cannons, his confidence wavering as he seemed to consider the possibility. But then that familiar bravado returned and he shrugged. Sure, why not? Kellen replied with a chuckle. I'm more interested in staying to watch the demonstration now. He agreed so quickly that he didn't even consult his party members. Kai saw two mercenaries behind Kellen frowning, but the terms of the bet were already decided. With so many people on the wall, there was no going back. He nodded and turned back to the crowd. All right, everyone, take a step back. The cannons are untested and anything can happen. As the crowd moved away from the cannons, Kai noticed the worried expressions on many of their faces. He quickly added, don't worry, they won't blow up. I've got that under control. A few nervous chuckles rippled through the group, easing some of the tension. But as they positioned themselves at a safe distance, all eyes were on the mana cannons, and the anticipation of what was about to unfold hung heavy in the air. Just as Kai was about to begin the demonstration, Darian raised a hand and asked, but how are we even going to do this demonstration? Who are you firing at? Rocks. Kai opened his mouth to reply, but a sudden, raspy snarl echoed across the battlements, sending a chill down the spines of everyone present. The unmistakable cry of a beast, lethal and hungry, reverberated through the air. All heads snapped toward the source of the sound. Kai's eyes gleamed as he turned back to the night, a confident smile spreading across his face. Looks like our target just arrived, he said, a hint of excitement in his voice. In the distance, emerging from the edge of the forest, a massive beast lumbered into view. The mercenaries, knights, and onlookers alike tensed, their gazes shifting between the monster and the untested mana cannons. Well then, Kai continued, let's see what these cannons can really do. Roran's breath came in ragged gasps as he sprinted through the dense forest, the world around him a blur of green and brown. Just a month ago, he had thought his life was difficult enduring the harsh regimen of the Arkin Tower, preparing for the Ascension exam, and enduring the constant sneers and bullying from noble-born mages who treated him like a servant because of his commoner status. But now, as he fled for his life, he realized that compared to this nightmare, those days had been a luxury. A life of relative peace, where his biggest concern was impressing a master or dodging a spell. The wind whipped around his legs, his wind spells boosting him to speeds he never thought possible, his feet barely touching the ground as he darted between trees and leapt over roots and rocks. Every fiber of his being was focused on maintaining the spell, keeping the wind at his back, propelling him forward with desperate speed. Beside him, a man named Gareth, one of the special guards, ran with him, matching his pace with an ease that made Roran question if the man was even human. Gareth wasn't a mage, yet somehow, he kept up without breaking a sweat, his breath steady as they bolted through the wilderness. They were part of a guerrilla unit, a team with a singular, suicidal goal: lure a grade 3 raptor beast back to the city. A creature that walked on two legs like a man, but was as tall as 8 feet and far faster than any creature had a right to be. Its scales glistened in the dappled sunlight, its teeth bared in a snarl as it pursued them with relentless hunger. Its scales are a mottled green and brown, blended with the forest freely. The creature's long, sinewy tail whipped behind it as it ran, aiding in its incredible balance. What on? Roran could hear the beast's footsteps pounding behind them, each thud of its clawed feet sending a shockwave of fear through his body. They had already dealt with its lesser-kin, smaller raptors that had been dispatched with a combination of Gareth's questionable strength and Roran's wind blades, but this one was different, larger, and far more dangerous. It was faster than anything Roran had ever faced, and despite their best efforts, it was closing the distance. Trust in Lord Arzen. Gareth shouted, his voice cutting through the wind. Just keep running, Mage Roran. Easy for you to say, Roran shouted back. You run like you have the raptor's blood mixed into your body. Roran's throat burned and his legs ached, but he pushed on, knowing that slowing down meant certain death. He didn't have the luxury to cast another spell to harm the beast, not with all his focus on the one keeping him alive. As a wind mage, speed was his greatest asset, and his physical conditioning made him an ideal candidate for this insane task. Lord Arzen had seen something in him, had trusted him with this mission, and that thought alone kept him moving. The trees thinned, and Roran could see the edge of the forest ahead. Just a little farther, he told himself, just a little more, and they would reach the open ground where the city's defenses might come into play. But the raptor was nearly upon them, its hot breath on the back of his neck, its growl vibrating through the air. Roran felt his soul leave his body for a mere second when Gareth's voice came loud like a knife, cutting through the fog. Run, damn it. Roran gritted his teeth and pushed harder, the wind roaring in his ears as he and Gareth broke through the tree line, the city walls looming in the distance. But so did the shadow of the beast, closing in with every step. The city is close, just a bit more. With a surge of desperate energy, Roran pushed his legs harder, his wind spell straining to its limit. He broke through the thick foliage, leaping from the shadows of the forest and landing hard on the ground. The sight of the city walls in the distance brought a flicker of hope, but there was no time to celebrate. They bolted forward, the raptor's shriek echoing behind them, filled with hunger and fury. The beast was out to gobble him right then and there. Ahead, Roran saw Lord Arzen standing on the walls, surrounded by a group of people and a line of carriages at the gates. but there was no time to take in the details. Survival was the only thing on his mind. His hand shot up, waving frantically as they closed in on the city. "Fire, now damn it," Roran shouted, but Lord Arzen didn't move, not immediately. He waited, his eyes locked on the approaching beast, calm as if he were watching a sparring match. Roran's heart nearly stopped. What was he doing? I can't die like this. Is this car? But just as panic began to take hold, he saw it. The mana cannon, perched on the wall, began to glow, its core heating up as it gathered energy. Then in an instant, a beam of condensed mana shot forward. The surroundings turned white, the light so intense it erased everything from sight. The force of the blast was overwhelming, and Roran felt himself lifted off the ground, jettisoned like dead weight. He hit the earth hard, rolling to a stop with a groan as the world settled back into focus. A scream of pure agony filled the air, and then silence. Roran pushed himself up, his body aching, and looked back. He couldn't feel his limbs, but he somehow moved. The raptor, the beast that had been moments away from ripping them apart, was gone. In its place were charred remnants, scattered across a blackened patch of earth. The ground was scorched. Next to him, Gareth laughed, a sound filled with relief and awe. "I told you to trust Lord Arzen. I told you." Roran could only stare at the destruction, his mind struggling to comprehend what had just happened. All he knew was that he was alive, though as he looked at the scorched ground, he wasn't sure how long would that hold. Kai heard the faint sizzle of the ground where the raptor once stood. Everyone else's eyes were glued to the smoking crater left behind by the mana cannon. Balin was the first to react. His broad, bullish face split into a wide grin, his tusks flashing in the sunlight as he let out a loud laugh that echoed across the walls. If the crowd wasn't there, Kai could swear the Minotaur would have started dancing. He clapped his massive hands together, causing a few nearby men to jump. "Did you see that? With this kind of power, no beast in the realm will dare to challenge us." Duke Blackwood's knight, Darien, stood frozen, his stern expression faltering as his mouth dropped open. The mercenaries, who were practically mocking Kai before, stood in stunned silence. Among them, Kellen, still reeling from the shock, looked flabbergasted. How did this happen? That's insane. I've never seen anything like it." The red-haired mercenary who'd scoffed at the idea of the mana cannon's power kept shaking his head. "Impossible. No artifact should have that kind of power. It's unheard of." He wasn't alone. A chorus of similar whispers spread through the crowd, doubt and disbelief giving way to awe. Kai turned his head, a small knowing smile playing on his lips as he watched the mercenary struggle to comprehend what he had just witnessed. Stepping forward, he caught the man's eye and said, "I'm sure you recall the little wager we made a few moments ago. Or is your memory a bit hazy after witnessing the cannon's true might?" That was a raptor, a grade 3 beast, and only an attack equivalent to a fourth circle spell could disintegrate it like that. Kellen blinked, his face flushing a deep red that matched his hair. He stammered, searching for words that wouldn't come. The realization of what he'd just lost into whom settled over him like a heavy hug. Yeah, I remember," he muttered, swallowing hard. A shadow moved over his head as he stomped his feet in frustration. "Damn, guess I owe you." Kai's smile widened, a gleam of triumph in his eyes. "That you do," he replied smoothly, already turning his attention back to the mana cannon, where Balin was still celebrating their success. Balin's grin stretched to his ears, which frankly came out as scary. Kai did not doubt that if he participated in the beast wave, they would surely think twice before charging at the walls. Shaking his head at such thoughts, he kept an eye on Kellen in case he tried to run away. Noticing Kai's eye on him, Kellen frowned. "I never go back on a bet. I'll serve in the wave defense with my party." His words were heavy, and his party was already trying to stop their faces from falling, but there was a flicker of admiration in Keller's eyes now, an acknowledgement of the power Kai commanded. Kai could tell that he wasn't the happiest about losing the bet, but the man's perception of him had changed. After all, Kai wanted the people who were new and unfamiliar with Verald to know of his true capabilities. "Good," Kai replied, his voice steady and authoritative. He turned to face the rest of the mercenaries gathered along the wall. "I'll speak with the rest of you about recruitment this evening. For now, you'll be settled in the city, but remember, stay out of trouble. We don't need any unnecessary disruptions." The mercenaries nodded in unison, their usual bravado noticeably subdued after what had happened. They exchanged quiet glances. Darien, still grappling with the magnitude of what he'd just seen, stepped forward. "Lord Arzen," he said, his voice gentle but his gaze firm. Respect was what he emanated. This kind of power, even the Arkan Tower might not possess something like this. Kai shrugged slightly, a thoughtful look on his face. "We can't be sure," he replied. "Who knows what tricks the tower might have up its sleeve. But regardless, the mana cannons will give us a fighting chance." The knight nodded, his earlier hesitations melting away. "Yes, it will. I brought my men here on the Duke's orders, but I was hesitant. I feared I might be leading them to their deaths, but now I believe we could actually win this." "We need to win," Kai said, reciprocating the firmness in his bearing. "There's too much at stake." He then gestured to Killian and Francis, who had been standing nearby. "Killian, Francis, please show Darien and his men to their quarters." The barracks aren't in the best shape, given the preparations for the beast wave, but we'll do our best to accommodate you a lot. As they left, Kai allowed himself a small, satisfied smile. His plan to demonstrate the power of the mana cannons had worked perfectly, quelling doubts and bolstering morale. And most importantly, the cannons had fired without a hitch, no self-destruction, no catastrophic failures. That was a good start. But now it was time to focus on the more important matters at hand. There was much to prepare, and the beast wave wouldn't wait for them to be ready. Kai turned to Malden, who was still staring at the mana cannons, his eyes wide with a mixture of awe and a glint of greed. "They're not for sale," Kai said flatly, cutting through Malden's thoughts like a sharp blade. Malden blinked, snapping out of his stupor. "What about the blueprints?" he asked, a hint of hope still lingering in his voice. Kai shook his head firmly. "Not for sale either," he replied, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. "But I do have another task for you." Malden's brows furrowed as he listened. "Gather a large batch of the shadow seeds and come," Kai continued, "and have your men move with the farmers. I want you to plant more of them around the farmlands alongside other seeds you have brought. We need to increase our defenses and secure the food supply." Malden gave him a puzzled look. "Come, but where?" "To the kitchen," Kai said, a slight smile playing on his lips. "We need to help the city increase its productivity. We have a lot of things going on at the same time, but we are falling behind schedule. There's a lot more to this fight than just weapons and walls, Malden. The people need to be ready, too." Malden frowned at that, but slowly nodded. The kitchen buzzed with activity as Malden brought in a large burlap sack filled with shadow seeds. Kai was already waiting, two maids at his side, Claire, and one of the maids who had tried his verdura soup for the first time, Maribel, a short but stout woman with a smile so bright she gave the aura of a warm grandma despite her young age. Regardless, they had been called in the middle of their duties, and now they stood before Kai. "Place the bag here," Kai instructed, pointing to a sturdy wooden table. Malden did as he was told, setting down the heavy sack with a grunt. Kai turned to the maids, a small smile on his lips. "All right, listen carefully. We're going to make a drink that will help everyone stay awake and be more productive. This," he said, reaching into the sack and pulling out a handful of the dark seeds, "is the key ingredient. We're going to use these shadow seeds to make a beverage called, well, it's called a lot of things depending on where you are looking for them. I remember some names were Shadow Brew, Wakewater, or Java Juice. And it's also called coffee, which I prefer personally." Claire and Maribel exchanged glances. Maribel was clearly unsure about the dark coffee seeds, but Claire, being used to Kai's tactics that were often under his sleeves, nodded firmly at him, allowing him to continue. "First," Kai continued, "we need to roast the seeds. This is what brings out the flavor." He gestured to a small brazier already glowing with hot coals. "We'll do this over an open flame. Watch closely." With deft hands, Kai placed a pan over the fire and poured in a small handful of the seeds. He kept the pan moving, ensuring the seeds didn't burn. A rich, earthy aroma began to fill the kitchen, mingling with the heat of the coals. The maids leaned in, their noses twitching as they took in the smell. "See that color?" Kai pointed out as the seeds darkened, becoming almost black. "That's what you're looking for, a deep roast, but not burnt. This is where the flavor comes from." Once the seeds were roasted to perfection, Kai took them off the heat and placed them in a mortar. "Now we grind them. This is hard work, but it's worth it. You want to break them down into a fine powder." He handed the pestle to Maribel. "Give it a try." She hesitated for a moment, then began to grind the seeds, her arms straining with the effort. Kai nodded in approval. "Good, just like that. Keep going until it's all powder." As Maribel continued, Kai fetched a kettle and filled it with water. He set it over the brazier, waiting for it to boil. Once the water was bubbling, he took it off the heat and poured it over the freshly ground coffee powder in a pot, stirring it gently. "Now we let it steep. This is where the magic happens." Maribel, watching closely, finally asked, "What does this drink do? I've never seen anything like it before." From her left hand, she started massaging her right. The work with the mortar must have tired her arm, which was why he thought they'd need more manpower around the kitchen to make a large batch of these. To answer her question, Kai smiled. "Well, it's a powerful stimulant. It helps you stay awake and alert, increases productivity, and keeps fatigue at bay. It's like a burst of energy in a cup. With this, we can keep everyone in the city up and working, especially with the beast wave coming." After a few minutes, Kai poured the dark liquid into a mug and took a sip. He closed his eyes, savoring the taste. He had missed this very drink to the core, especially when he spent nights in the library. His refresh spells had kept him awake. Nothing like a good cup of coffee, though. He knew it wasn't a beverage that anyone in the Lancefil kingdom knew of, but from the era he came from, coffee was a staple of the mages, letting them work countless hours without relying on spells to keep them up. "Perfect," he said, opening his eyes again. "Now it's your turn, try this." He handed the pot to Claire and Maribel. The maids quickly grabbed mugs and started sipping on the cups of coffee. Simultaneously, their eyes shot up to Kai's, for which he offered another gentle smile. He pointed at the roasted seeds. "Make large batches of this. Distribute it to everyone from Balin to Orion and the guards on the walls. Take any help you need. We need everyone at their best, and coffee will help us do just that." The maids nodded, their initial curiosity gone. As they set to work, Kai couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. This small act, brewing a simple drink, could very well change the tide of the battle to come. Amira always had her eyes on everything that went on in the castle. Since the day she set foot in the place and Lord Arzen permitted her to live here, she made it her mission to explore every nook and cranny. This was the biggest home she had ever seen, let alone lived in, and she knew she had to make the most of it. Every time she went outside the room she was given, she grew closer to the people who lived and worked within the castle walls. Claire, the Lord's personal maid, had become a good friend to her. The two often spent their afternoons together, with the maid patiently teaching Amira the ins and outs of the castle's many traditions and responsibilities. Amira also found herself bonding with other maids like Rose, who always had a funny story to share while they folded laundry, and Eliza, who showed her how to arrange flowers in the dining hall. Each connection helped her get to know about things little by little. Even Francis, the stern old administrator who kept a watchful eye over everything, had shown her kindness, a sort of kindness that she hadn't expected. Whenever they crossed paths in the hallway, he would stop and offer her a small treat, a piece of candied fruit, or a cookie, his way of welcoming her into the life of staying at the estate. Her bond with Lord Arzen was something else entirely. Their shared time in the library, crafting golems from raw materials, had created a unique understanding between them. Lord Arzen had a quiet confidence about him, an unspoken assurance that made her feel safe and valued. The more they spent time in the workshop, her skills sharpened alongside her confidence grew stronger. Kindness, she wasn't familiar with it, at least not for a long time. But here, within these walls, surrounded by people who showed her kindness daily, she found herself growing comfortable with it, perhaps even a little spoiled by it. Maybe it was because of this comfort that, when she heard about the approaching beast wave, Amira decided to give it her all to help others. She poured herself into her work, crafting a giant golem with the same care that Lord Arzen had shown her. She assisted Claire with her daily duties, her hands moving with the learnt expertise she had developed from watching the young maid closely. And as the refugees began to arrive, she was there, helping them settle in, providing whatever comfort and assistance she could. In a way, she knew she'd do anything to protect this place, and these people who had slowly become her family, no matter the cost. Her efforts bore fruit as she felt herself becoming a real part of this new world. No longer a burden, but someone actively contributing, she began to see herself not just as a stray picked up off the streets, but as a person with a goal. Every day spent helping Claire, crafting more of the golem, and every kind word shared with the maids made her feel like she was growing up. It was a strange, fulfilling sensation, like she was finally finding her place in the world. Her heart swelled with something she couldn't put into words when she thought of it. As the golem she had crafted, Sentinel, finally moved, she again felt like she had fulfilled her duties and played her role in the beast wave. But then, when Lord Arzen asked her if she wanted to ignite her mana heart, her whole world trembled. The question had been a ghost in her mind, lingering and walking aimlessly. She knew she had talents, gifts that had been with her since birth. She had been reminded of that by a lot of people, way before she had found herself in Verald. But all she knew of magic and mages were memories tainted with fear and bitterness. No good memories existed for her, none except those involving Lord Arzen. To her, he was an exception, not the norm. After the question was pointed at her, one thing she knew was that she didn't want to be like those mages she despised, those who had used their powers to hurt, control, and manipulate. The thought of becoming like them felt wrong, a betrayal of the person she had been working so hard to become. Part of her wanted to accept that this was just her destiny, something inescapable, and yet she found herself running from it. She had decided to stay here as Amira, forsaking her full name and everything it represented. Thinking of it gave her a headache. 3 days went by like that, but her head still throbbed. Frustrated, she moved away from her room, hoping a walk would clear her mind. As she wandered through the castle halls, she glanced out a window and saw a large group of men moving out of the gates. Claire had mentioned them before, the mercenaries that had arrived recently, men for hire who put their lives in danger for coin. Lord Arzen had been negotiating with them, binding them to his service with promises of gold and glory, securing their aid for the coming conflict. Amira watched them for a while, wondering how useful they would truly be against the beast wave. They were strong, trained, and brave, unlike her. Maybe they would be more useful than she could ever hope to be. Doubt started filling her chest, but she pushed it aside, reminding herself of what she had already accomplished. She was doing her part in her own way, even if it didn't involve swinging a sword or casting spells. Then, with a small sigh, Amira moved again. Her feet led her to the stairs that wound down toward the training grounds, where the noise of metal clashing and the shouts of instructors filled the air. She had become familiar with the routine, the guards training with so much enthusiasm, and the refugees, those strong and bold enough, being prepared for the upcoming battle. But today, something was different. Her eyes widened as she saw her golem standing tall amidst the men, now draped in armor. A few guards were busy fitting it with plates and pauldrons, making adjustments under the keen eye of Balin, the blacksmith. Amira's heart fluttered with a mix of pride and joy. Sentinel, a creation she had worked tirelessly to build, was going to be part of the battle. It would serve a purpose, perhaps even take her place on the front lines. Maybe if the golem proved itself useful, she wouldn't have to be a mage after all. Yes, that would be enough. There was no reason for her to. Her train of thought was abruptly interrupted by a voice calling out to her. Amira. She turned to see a girl around her age approaching with a bright, curious smile. She had blonde hair, neatly combed, falling just below her ears, and her eyes were a striking shade of green wide with youthful excitement. She wore simple training robes, but there was a strange energy to her. She could feel it in her aura. "Hello, I'm Ria," the girl introduced herself cheerfully. "Knight Killian told me about you." "Are you going to be my fellow apprentice?" Amira's eyes widened in surprise. It took her a moment to process Ria's words, but then understanding dawned. This girl was like her, an unawakened mage, and from the way Ria was looking at her, shifting from foot to foot in anticipation, it was clear that she was eager to start her training under Lord Arzen's guidance and start a friendly companionship with her. While she herself had been grappling with her fears and doubts, Ria seemed thrilled at the prospect of learning magic. A mixture of emotions welled up inside Amira: envy for Ria's unclouded enthusiasm, fear of what the future might hold for both of them, and a tiny, flickering spark of hope. Amira took a moment before responding, her voice quiet, almost hesitant. "I don't know," she admitted. Ria tilted her head in confusion, her brow furrowing slightly. "Why not? Knight Killian said you have potential." "Lord Arzen said so too." "Yes, I have potential," Amira said, nodding slowly. "But I don't know if this is the path for me." Ria's expression shifted to one of earnest curiosity. "Why wouldn't you want to be a mage?" Amira glanced away, searching for the right words. Before she could speak, Ria continued, "I don't want to be useless. I want to be useful. Lord Arzen is the most useful person around. Everyone says so. I want to be like that, to feel like I can change things, to have some agency." "But magic is dangerous." Ria shrugged. "Being powerless is dangerous too." She paused, then added, "My father used to say that death comes for everyone, no matter what. It came for my parents too. It's going to come for me too. I don't want to stand there, helpless, not being able to do anything when it comes for me." Amira was silent, her eyes locked on Ria as she absorbed the girl's words. They were oddly grim for her age, but were spoken with enthusiasm. Ria broke the silence, her voice a bit lighter. "Lord Arzen is going to train me this evening. He told me to rest before the awakening, so I came here to watch the training. But there's not much for me to do until then." She glanced around, her energy shifting restlessly. Amira thought over her words. She didn't know what to respond with. Maybe awakening wouldn't be half as bad as she thought it to be, but again, becoming a mage meant selling her soul to become something she never thought she would be. Her thoughts bubbled up like a hot churn as she stared at the pair of trees. Her only distraction was Ria's occasional finger tapping against her elbow, trying to get her attention. Moments passed like that. Seeing that Amira had nothing more to say, Ria sighed and turned away. "Well, I guess I'll see you this evening if you've made your decision by then." With a wave, she moved off to speak with a group of guards, leaving Amira standing alone with her thoughts. Amira remained rooted in place, her eyes distant as images flickered through her mind, visions of death, blood, and flames, mingled with the memory of an evil smile and the cold, unyielding bars of a cage. Each image was a jagged shard of her past, like a stab at her heart. Then, almost as if by a force of will, the dark visions gave way to a warm, healing light, a memory of gentle hands and soothing magic that had once saved her. Her heart was in turmoil. Magic, it was both destruction and healing, pain and relief. She knew she needed to choose what she wanted it to mean for her, and what path she would take. As she struggled with her thoughts, a voice echoed in her mind, a haunting echo from a time long past. "Amira, you must bear the purpose of our existence, to become something beyond what anyone has ever seen and face your fate with determination. You are pitiful to be given such a purpose, but in truth, we all are. It would be even more pitiful if you failed to fulfill it." She frowned at those words. They were heavily layered with expectation and a cruel kind of hope. But as she recalled them, something shifted inside her. A decision settled in her heart. The jagged peaks of the mountains were visible in the distance from the valley below. Towering pines and hardy shrubs clung to the rocky slopes, their roots winding through cracks and crevices. In this harsh terrain, nestled against a sheer cliff face, lay the camp of the Lombards clan. A river of leather tents and hide-covered shelters sprawled across the valley floor, campfires puffing wisps of smoke into the air. A few warriors sharpened their blades by the fires, and their women mended clothes and cooked meals from afar, and children played with carved wooden toys. But most of the attention was gathered to the center of the camp, where a large circle formed, a brutal fight taking place. The air was thick with tension, and the rhythmic chanting of the clan members was loud enough for anyone from miles away to know that there was something ongoing here. In the middle of the circle, Ragnar, son of Yafkar, stood facing an older, more seasoned warrior in a bout of strength. His face was already smeared with blood, his breathing coming out in huffs and puffs, but his eyes burned with a sense of fierceness to it. They were not ready to give up. He lunged forward, swinging his axe with all his might, but his opponent deftly sidestepped, delivering a crushing blow to Ragnar's side with a gauntleted fist. Ragnar stumbled but refused to fall. Despite the pain and the inevitable defeat looming, he pressed on, knowing that this was the only way to regain the respect of his people. He had lost their trust once, during a failed raid that had left them vulnerable and ashamed. Now he had to prove himself all over again, and he was willing to spill his blood to do it. High above the crowd, standing on a rocky ledge overlooking the arena, Yafkar of the Lombards clan watched the fight with an unreadable expression. His eyes never left his son, even as his second in command. Brugnar approached and stood beside him. "He's putting up a good fight," Brugnar said, his voice low and rough, "but he won't last much longer. Shouldn't we call it off before he gets himself killed?" Yafkar shook his head, his gaze still fixed on Ragnar, who was getting punched left and right. "He must regain the trust of our people, Brugnar. After his failure, no words or deeds will suffice but this." A bout of strength is a long-standing tradition for a reason. He needs to show them his strength and his resolve. No more gains from banditry will help him. This is the only way. Brugnar nodded, though he couldn't hide the concern in his eyes. "I understand, Chief, but still it's hard to watch. He's your son." Yafkar's face remained stoic, though his eyes softened for a moment. A leader must be willing to sacrifice everything for the good of his people, even his blood. Ragnar understands this. That's why he fights. For a while they stood in silence, watching the bout below. The clan's cheers grew louder with each passing moment, urging both fighters on. Finally, Brugnar broke the silence again. "And what of the invitation from the Blessed Lord? The call to fight against the beast wave? What will you do?" "I have been considering it. The beasts are a threat not just to us, but to all who live in these mountains. Joining forces with the Blessed Lord could benefit our clan. But I wanted to hear your thoughts, Brugnar." Brugnar rubbed his chin thoughtfully before speaking, drawing his finger on the scar on his face. "I think we should send Ragnar and the others who were captured during the raid. They have much to prove, and fighting against the beasts could restore some of their honor." As Ragnar took another hit, nearly falling to his knees but somehow finding the strength to rise again, Yafkar's jaw tightened. "Why?" "The letter from the Blessed Lord mentions that fighting the beasts and saving lives could restore Ragnar's honor. Our young generation has lost its way, led astray by our banditry. This is more than a chance for Ragnar to redeem himself. It's a chance for him to see a different path, a path of true honor and bravery. Aligning ourselves with someone as honorable as the Blessed Lord could also help us rebuild connections and restore our clan's reputation." Yafkar nodded. "I had considered similar points. Ragnar is the future of our clan, and he needs to experience the broader world if he is to lead us. If we cannot return to our old ways and wish to make this new home our own, forming alliances will be crucial. The Blessed Lord's power and the trust the elements have placed in him suggest he is a force to be reckoned with. I still don't trust the man, but his elements, I'm considering it." Brugnar gave a curt nod. "I will send back a letter with Ragnar, detailing our decision and our intentions. I will accompany him to ensure he doesn't lose his life in the process." "Very well," Yafkar agreed. "Make sure Ragnar is protected and guided well. We cannot afford to lose him now." As the two leaders spoke, the fight in the arena reached its climax. Ragnar, exhausted and bloodied, finally fell to the ground. His opponent, victorious but respectful, offered a hand to help him up. The crowd's cheer was filled with cheers and sympathetic murmurs. Some were closing their mouths in shock while Ragnar lay there, gasping for breath, his body battered but his spirit unbroken. He shook his head at the hand that was offered to him and lifted his upper body to cough blood to the side. A smirk broke into Yafkar's face. The bloody animal wasn't someone to accept defeat like that. If anything, Yafkar was sure he got that trait from him. "I'm going down." Brugnar walked from where they were, making the chieftain sigh. "Make sure he's healed before you all leave for the Blessed Lord's territory, and make sure my son behaves himself. If the Lord is honorable, so are we. I will tell him that." Ever since he had ordered the distribution of coffee in large batches, the productivity around the castle had surged by at least 3 times. It was almost uncanny. People who once struggled to keep their eyes open were now working tirelessly, seemingly without needing sleep. He knew this wasn't sustainable. In the long run, their bodies would pay the price eventually. But right now, there was no choice. The guards and mages were the only exceptions, mandated to get proper rest for the upcoming battle. As for the rest, well, they would have to push through. There was simply too much at stake. Kai himself was buried under a mountain of tasks. With the reinforcements arriving, he had to arrange accommodations in the barracks and negotiate contracts with the mercenaries. At least the mercs were behaving themselves, an unsurprising turn of events after their little demonstration with the cannons. The display of powers had done wonders. Most of the mercenaries, now convinced of their odds, had become surprisingly amicable, ready to settle in and get to work. When it came to the contract discussions, the mood was unexpectedly light. The mercenaries were confident about the upcoming battle. The cannons and the preparations had helped with their confidence. They still haggled over every copper coin. Mercenaries were, after all, mercenaries, but there was a sense of cooperation in the air. Thankfully, Francis had handled most of the negotiations. His experience and sharp tongue ensured that they secured a solid number of seasoned warriors, men and women who could hopefully tip the scales in their favor when the time came. Not everyone had agreed to the terms, of course. Some had scoffed at the prices offered, demanding more than Kai was willing to pay. They left in a huff, muttering about risking their necks for pennies, but most had stayed. They knew what awaited them out there in the wilderness and had calculated their odds. Besides, the promise of coins and the thrill of battle were too tempting for many of the mercenaries to pass up. Kai couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. This was beyond his initial expectations. He had expected 20 of them to stay, but almost triple that number had signed contracts with Verald. As he moved from one task to the next, his mind kept circling back to the cannons. The mana cannons had been the game changer. Aside from managing the chaos, Kai had another important task on his mind: awakening the mana heart of Ria, the young girl who he recently took as an apprentice. She had been eager to learn about magic, and after a few days of staying in the castle, she would finally start on her journey as a mage. He also had been patiently waiting for Amira's response to his offer, ready to give her more time if needed. But on the day he had planned to begin Ria's training, Amira showed up unexpectedly, bringing Ria along with her to his room. Kai was pleasantly surprised by her arrival. He had been prepared to wait a bit longer for her decision, but it seemed fate had other plans. Looking at Amira, he couldn't help but give her a genuine smile. "I'm happy to see you here, Amira. Have you made your decision?" She nodded, a slight wavering in her eyes that soon got shadowed by her determination. "Yes, I've realized that running away won't solve anything. I want to embrace magic, even if I'm still hesitant about learning anything that could harm others, but I'm ready to become a mage." Kai's smile widened at her words. On the other hand, Ria, full of enthusiasm, chimed in, "I want to learn spells that can do damage." Kai chuckled at her eagerness. "Even after awakening your mana heart, I would only teach you one offensive spell, but that's strictly for self-defense. You're not going to be fighting with the others." Ria's face fell slightly. "Why not? I was going to fight as a refugee." Ria nodded slowly, digesting his words, while Amira's face lit up at the mention of healing. It seemed the idea of magic being used for something other than harm made her feel for magic deeply. Kai sat both Amira and Ria down right after. The floor was big enough for them to spread their legs, but he got them to sit with their legs folded in a meditative position. "All right," he began, "there are many methods for awakening one's mana heart, but most of them revolve around one key principle: moving mana in circles around your already present mana heart." He glanced at the two girls to ensure they were following along. "You know about the 3 organs, right? I sent out a diagram and an explanation on them by Claire yesterday." His question was directed at Ria, who nodded. "Even if I wasn't able to read it, Claire explained it to me." She looked down briefly, then added, "I can't read or write yet, but Claire's been teaching me the basics whenever she has some spare time." Kai nodded with understanding. "That's good to hear, Ria. It's important to learn as much as you can, even if it's just the basics for now." He then continued, "The method we'll be using for your awakening is called the Quinn method of awakening. It is taking as much as mana possible from the environment and guiding it in the anti-clockwise direction. It would basically heat the mana heart and expand it more, increasing the rate of generation. The key is to focus on making the mana flow in a circular motion. This helps to gradually build and expand your mana heart, making it stronger and more efficient at holding and utilizing mana." Throughout the explanation, he showed the process by moving mana around his hands in a circular motion, so that they would know about the way they should imagine the mana circulating their mana hearts. He paused, looking at both of them to see if they had any questions. Ria's hand shot up. "Why does it have to be a circle? And if the way of becoming a mage is forming a circle in your heart, does that mean a circle can be taken out like a heart?" Amira gave Ria a curious look, but there was a spark of interest in her eyes too. Kai smiled, appreciating Ria's inquisitive nature. "It's not that simple," he explained. "We use circles because they're the most effective shape for expanding the mana heart. A circle is continuous, with no beginning or end, which allows mana to flow smoothly and evenly. As you grow stronger, you can add more circles, which further enhances your abilities. People have tried other shapes and methods, and while some have had limited success, the circle remains the most effective for most mages. As for your second question, the circles aren't something that can be taken out. They aren't a physical part of your body, like a heart or a lung. The circles exist in a metaphysical reality that's linked to your mana heart. Think of it like having a small realm inside your heart, a world of its own, where your mana resides and flows. It's not visible or tangible in the usual sense, but it's very much a part of you." Both girls listened intently, absorbing his explanation. "That's fascinating." It was Amira's voice that came rather in awe. "It is. There's an entire field of study devoted to mana organs, and who knows? In the future, we might even see whole disciplines emerge around mana surgeries and enhancements. But for now, we need to focus on the awakening process." He extended his hands, guiding them through the first steps. Feel the mana around you, he instructed. Direct it towards your mana heart. The goal is to absorb it and begin the circular flow. As Kai demonstrated, his mana flowed smoothly into their hands, creating a tangible connection. At first, Kai used his own mana to create their flow and smoothen it, so they'd gradually increase the speed towards the direction he wanted them to go. With that, they followed his instructions silently. Ria, having already practiced sensing and drawing in mana in the last few days, was eager to apply her skills. Amira, though new to the process, seemed to pick up on it quickly. With their hands in position, Ria and Amira began their work. The process was slow at first, but Kai observed them closely. Ria's efforts were commendable, and despite her struggle, she was making progress. Amira, however, was absorbing mana with an ease that suggested a natural talent. Kai noted that her ability was far beyond his initial assessment. As the hours passed, both Amira and Ria continued their work. The initial rapid beat of their hearts had calmed down considering the steady pace they were moving mana at. It was progress, but Kai patiently waited seated in front of the two girls. The mana absorption process took time, much longer than Kai's own initial experience, but the signs of breakthrough were clear. They were getting closer to forming a circle, their movements becoming more fluid and their control over the mana improving steadily. He felt every single surge of energy that coursed through them as if his own due to his heightened senses. By the end of the session, Kai was impressed. Their progress was swift compared to his first attempt in his previous life, and it was evident they had a natural affinity for absorbing mana. The slow, steady accumulation of mana and the beginnings of circular formation indicated they were well on their way to awakening their mana hearts. Kai nodded with approval, satisfied with their efforts. You're both doing exceptionally well. Keep at it and you'll soon master the basics. You are very close to forming your first circle, he said in a slow voice. He didn't want them to leave their trance, but at the same time, he wanted them to know that they were doing well and they were closer to breaking through. Just like he thought, Amira was the first to feel the unmistakable shift within herself. Kai sensed the awakening of her mana heart, a distinct energy that marked her as a true mage. Ria, too, was close, and after another half hour, her mana heart finally ignited. Both of their reactions were different, but they were clearly fascinated with all the mana filling their bodies. Whoa, Ria almost squealed in delight. I feel incredible. On the other hand, Amira's eyes were widened, having slowly gotten used to her body generating way more mana than before in the last half hour. She simply looked at Kai with an unrecognizable expression, but she didn't seem to regret becoming a mage. Kai, observing their reactions, gave them a reassuring smile. Congratulations, you're both officially mages now. It's a significant achievement, and under different circumstances, we'd have celebrated this milestone with a grand feast. However, time is of the essence, so while there's no party today, know that you've accomplished something remarkable. You are more than just ordinary now. His gaze shifted to Ria and Amira, studying them closely. He moved his mana to probe them to check their mana generation rates and was taken aback by the results. Ria's mana generation had increased to 15 times her previous rate, a standard outcome with the Quinn method. However, Amira's rate was even more extraordinary, 20 times the normal level. Kai's eyes widened in surprise as he realized the magnitude of her talent. His own mana heart, now well developed and powerful, only managed 17 times the normal rate at the first circle, and that was already beyond extraordinary. Amira's ability was exceptional, marking her as a prodigy even among geniuses. As he looked at her, he realized that if he hadn't saved her back in Vasper Forest, she probably would have passed away. It might have happened in his previous life, and the world had lost out on a mage that held enough talent to reach the peak of the mystic arts. You, Kai said, turning to Amira, are an exceptional talent. Your mana generation rate is beyond anything I've encountered, even in my own experience. It's clear you have a natural gift for this. Amira's lips slightly parted. She didn't say a word to his response, but seemed happy at the compliment. Kai's mind drifted back to an earlier observation. He'd noticed it while he had treated her, and confirmed during the mana absorption, Amira's body seemed almost sculpted for magic. Her veins were perfectly sized for the flow of mana, and her ability to sense it was as acute as his own. It was clear her natural affinity for magic was more than just a talent. It was almost as if her body had been designed for it. As he pondered this, Ria's eager voice pulled him from his thoughts. Are you going to teach us spells now? Kai nodded, shifting his focus back to the task at hand. Yes, we'll start with a basic spell, a light ball. It's fundamental but essential for grasping the basics of spellcasting. What does it do? Amira asked, looking a bit wary now that they were moving on to spells. Don't worry, it simply creates a ball of light to light up dark areas. Nothing dangerous. It's an easy light affinity spell that most people can perform. We'll take it step by step. The light ball spell will help you get used to manipulating your mana and channeling it into something tangible. Amira slowly nodded. Kai gave a reassuring smile and focused on Ria, who eagerly waited till Kai started to speak again. With that, he forgot about his thoughts about Amira's exceptional aptitude for now. There would be plenty of time to explore her potential further in the days to come. The priority was teaching them the fundamentals of magic, starting with a spell that was as simple as it was essential. After the awakening of his apprentices, Kai had initially planned to delve into more advanced teachings. He was eager to introduce them to first circle spells and teach them the correct way of pronouncing incantations and spell structures, but time was against him. The pressing demands of preparing for the upcoming beast wave meant that he had to delegate their further training, leaving them to experiment with simpler spells and learn at their own pace. His attention shifted to more urgent matters. The enchantment of additional weapons was a top priority, and he also needed to oversee further tests on the mana cannons, ensuring they could be reloaded rapidly and function efficiently for multiple uses. Each test brought them closer to being fully prepared for the beast wave, but before that, there was one more crucial objective that he needed to accomplish. This task required him to join one of the guerrilla teams. The team consisted of Gareth and Ronan, an enforcer and a mage he was already acquainted with, and two additional members, Lena and Jerk, ordinary hunters who had been recruited from villages and were quick on their feet. Their destination was an underground cave, concealed beneath a hill to the far left where the beast wave's main force was gathering. Originally, the others seemed to think of it as another guerrilla attack, but as he interrupted their lines, he presented them with 2 bags with leather strips. Kai, now leading the group, consulted a hand-drawn map as they navigated the dimly lit terrain. The cave's entrance was obscured by thick underbrush and the path inside was narrow. The team moved cautiously, their footsteps muffled against the cave's rocky floor. Midway through their descent, Gareth finally broke the silence. "Lord Arzen," he began, his curiosity evident. "Can I ask something?" Kai glanced back, nodding. "Go ahead." Gareth hesitated before speaking. "I'm curious why you're here with us." Originally, this was supposed to be a standard guerrilla mission, but when you arrived with those 2 bags, he gestured to the items slung over Ronan's shoulders. It seemed unusual. Lena and Jerk looked their way and silently leaned closer. The question must have been in their heads for some time by how they all awaited Kai's response. Gareth's eyes widened. "You think there are human tribes living here?" "Not exact." Before Kai could provide an answer, a deafening noise echoed through the cave, followed by a distant scream. All of them tensed, but whoever the scream came from, it wasn't close to them. The royal family had also disappointed him, and hiring mercenaries was limited, so he stretched the extent of his strategy beyond common sense. If he couldn't get humans to rally with him, he would seek out other species, not the elves or the dwarves, but the beasts themselves. While many saw the upcoming beast wave as a uniform threat, mindless monsters driven to madness by the brood mother's call, Kai saw potential allies among them. He knew not every beast in the Vasper forest would bend to the brood mother's will. Some creatures were too proud, too wild, or simply too intelligent to fall in line. As the brood mother forced her dominion, rallying beasts to her cause, she unintentionally created resistance. Reports from his scouts confirmed Kai's suspicions: skirmishes between the beasts, bloody clashes, and fractured unity. On another hand, his understanding of the forest came not only from scouts. He had gained his fair share of information from the forest spirit about the types of beasts and their grades. Yet it was Hendrik's diary that proved invaluable. The old tome contained far more than just tales about the Larvae Queen's childhood and Hendrik's love for her. It mapped out the ecosystem of the Vasper forest, detailing every beast from the smallest critter to the most fearsome predator. Among the entries, one particular species caught Kai's eye: the Freys. They were described as feline-like creatures with sleek, shadowy fur and piercing violet eyes. The Freys were apex predators in their own right. These creatures walked on 2 legs, lived deep underground, and possessed intelligence far beyond that of most beasts. A select few could even communicate with humans in rough, guttural voices. Hendrik had meticulously detailed their quirks and the layout of their subterranean lair, but what stood out the most was the mention of their hatred for the arachne spiders. The Freys and the arachne spiders were mortal enemies as far as the entries went. The strength of the Freys varied, but most were formidable Grade 2 beasts, with their pack leaders reaching the might of Grade 3. Intelligent and fiercely territorial, they were known to hunt in the twilight hours, striking with deadly precision. But there was more. Hendrik, during his explorations, had somehow managed to earn the trust of the Freys, a rare feat, as these creatures were notoriously aloof and wary of outsiders. The diary explained the moments of connection, mentioning a pact of mutual respect and understanding a fragile alliance between man and beast. Hendrik had believed that the Freys saw themselves as guardians of the forest, which also meant that, according to him, they were creatures who would never bow to a tyrant like the brood mother. With that, Kai's mind raised different possibilities. This animosity was exactly what Kai needed. If he could ally with the Freys against the brood mother and her beast minions, he might be able to gain one more potential ally. With this goal in mind, Kai and his group descended into the caves, guided by the map in Hendrik's diary. The deeper they ventured, the thicker the air became, tainted with the scent of decay. It clung to their nostrils, a foul mixture of mold and something far more unsettling, that it reached their guts at the speed of lightning. Kai felt a prickle of unease crawl up his spine as he heard distant, echoing screams and the sound of chitin scraping against stone. He stopped, glancing back at the scouts following him, their facial expressions showing in the soft glow of lanterns. "Do you smell that?" Kai asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "There's also noises mixed in with the smell." Gareth nodded grimly. "It smells like rot. It's faint, but I'm able to pick up on it. As for the noises, we need to see what it's about, but it sounds like a battle." Kai frowned, suspicion twisting in his gut. He had a faint inkling of who the screams belonged to, certainly not humans. If he was right, the arachne spiders were here. Either that or more beasts were living in the cave he wasn't aware of. Even if that was the case, it didn't explain the smell of decay in the air. Were they dead bodies or something else? He couldn't be sure without taking a look at it. They pressed on. The path before them wound downwards, a narrow, twisting tunnel barely wide enough for two people to walk side by side. The walls were damp, slick with moisture, and covered in thick, tangled roots that Kai felt were alive. Shadows moved across the rough stone, playing tricks on the eye and making it hard to tell what was real and what was just a figment of their imagination. As they descended further, the tunnel widened. Here the walls seemed to stretch on forever, towering above them like the ribs of some ancient, long-dead beast. Stalactites hung from the ceiling, dripping water that echoed through the chamber like 1,000 ticking clocks. The ground beneath their feet was uneven, covered in a thick layer of greenish moss that glowed faintly in the darkness. The more they moved, the noisier it got. The stench also grew, assaulting his nostrils. Kai led them towards a narrow ledge overlooking a larger cave below. The noises were coming from there, and one more beastly scream confirmed it. As they reached the edge, he motioned for everyone to stay silent and crouch down. Carefully, he peered over the ledge, his eyes widening at the sight before him. The sight below was like something out of a nightmare. As he had expected, dozens of large, black arachne spiders were fighting with a group of Freys. The Freys were large, everything else matched the description in the diary. Their white fur was striped with glowing red patterns, usually known to happen when they were in fury. They moved with savage grace, their muscular bodies rippling under their fur as they leapt and dodged the arachne spider's venomous fangs and razor-sharp legs. Their eyes burned with a fierce intensity, and as they grew angrier, the red stripes along their fur glowed brighter, casting a blood-red light that mingled with the green of the moss. The leader of the arachne spiders, a massive creature standing a head taller than the others, roared commands in a language Kai couldn't understand, directing the battle. The arachne spiders were a terrifying sight. Their bodies were covered in thick chitinous armor, each spider the size of a large horse. Their 8 eyes glowed a sickly yellow, and their fangs dripped with a viscous, green venom that hissed and smoked whenever it touched the stone. They moved with an unnatural speed and precision, swarming over the Freys in a coordinated attack that spoke of a hive mind driving them forward. Kai counted quickly there were at least 5 dozen Freys in total, but only 3 dozen were actively fighting. The rest, mostly the old and the young, huddled in the alcoves, watching the battle without a hiss. There were also a few dead bodies on the ground, casualties that had probably died in the initial assault. The arachne spiders outnumbered the Frey warriors 2 to 1, but the Freys fought with a ferocity born of desperation, knowing that this was their home and they needed to protect it. What seemed like the leader of the Freys, a more muscular beast with half of its fur covered with red stripes, let out a furious howl, lunging at a spider that had managed to break through the line. With a swift swipe of its massive leg, the Frey tore through the spider's carapace, sending a spray of green ichor across the stone floor. The other Freys took heart from their leader's actions, rallying together and pushing back against the spiders with renewed vigor. But the spiders were proving to be tougher adversaries than the Freys had anticipated. Their shells deflected most of the attacks, and when the Freys did manage to land a hit, their legs skidded off the hard chitin more often than not. Kai clenched his fists. This was his chance. The Freys were on the brink, but they hadn't fallen yet. If he could intervene and turn the tide of this battle, then perhaps it would be easier to get them to their side. But there was something else that concerned him. The smell of decay that they had been smelling was the strongest in the cavern, and it wasn't because of the dead bodies of the Freys on the ground, but the spiders that fought them. Kai was sure of it. As he focused on them, he saw the signs' black lines running through their shells, pulsing with dark energy that seemed to throb in time with the spiders' movements. Their eyes were shadowed by a deep shade of black, as if the darkness had seeped into their very souls. Their movements were jerky yet unnaturally quick, each strike filled with a savage intensity that bordered on manic. He watched as a spider shot a web at a Frey. The webbing wasn't the usual sticky silver thread instead. It glistened with a dark, ominous hue, like it was coated in darkness. His eyes widened as he realized what he was seeing. The webs were imbued with dead mana. These weren't the normal arachne spiders that had attacked Verald a few months back. These were mana fiends. What type of situation is this? Kai thought to himself as he continued to watch. As the arachne spiders pushed forward, their dark energy and enhanced strength began to turn the tide of battle. one sleek-looking Frey lunged at a spider, its legs aiming for a lethal strike. But the spider, unnaturally quick and agile due to its mana corruption, dodged with ease and retaliated with a vicious swipe of its legs. The Frey staggered back, momentarily stunned, but before it could recover, another spider was already on top of it, using its powerful legs to pin the Frey to the ground. The Frey snarled and thrashed, its muscles rippling with effort as it tried to break free, but the spider's grip was too strong. Black lines of dead mana pulsed through the spider's chitin. The Frey's legs scrabbled against the cavern floor, desperate to find purchase, but it was no use. The spider reared back, ready to deliver a fatal bite with its venomous fangs. Kai's mind raced with questions. How had these spiders become mana fiends? Was the brood mother involved, or was there something even darker lurking in the depths of this forest? But he didn't have time to dwell on these thoughts. The Freys were losing ground, and if he didn't act now, they would be wiped out. With a swift glance at his companions, Kai barked a command. "We're going in, help the Freys before it's too late. They are the feline creatures fighting against the spiders." Without waiting for a response, Kai leapt from the ledge, his hand already moving to summon his mana. As he fell through the air, he channeled his mana, feeling the familiar heat build in his chest. With a sharp exhale, he thrust his hand forward, releasing a wave of flaming fury. The fire roared to life, a brilliant orange blaze that shot across the cavern like a comet. The flames slammed into the spider that was about to strike the pinned Frey. The fiend shrieked as the fire engulfed it, its chitinous armor cracking and splitting under the intense heat. The flames spread quickly, licking up the spider's legs and curling around its body. In a matter of moments, the creature was reduced to a smoldering husk, twitching as the last vestiges of life left its charred form. How could have these spiders turned into mana fiends? What could the root cause be? Though these questions rang heavily in his ears, Kai knew he couldn't afford to dwell on them. That was a mystery for another time when the beasts he wanted for aid weren't on the brink of dying. For now, he wanted none of the arachne spiders to escape the cave alive. Therefore, he quickly jumped into action. He plunged into the cavern while chanting a quick incantation. A quick scotch of light appeared in his palm before it headed towards the spiders, putting them into a frenzy. He didn't wait for their reaction. Simultaneously, he wove a third circle wind spell, slicing through their ranks with razor-sharp gusts. The fiery inferno and cutting winds worked in tandem, leaving charred and dismembered spider carcasses after. In the middle of the chaos Kai created, Gareth and Ronan flanked him, ruthless eyes looking at the creatures. Gareth immediately moved with considerable accuracy, his sword flashing as he handled two spiders simultaneously. His strikes were hasty and measured, each blow landing with the intent to kill. By how his sword moved with perfected arcs, it was obvious that the training of the past 2 months had been effective. Ronan, on the other hand, had come a long way since he first came to Verald. With a sharp, focused shout, Ronan called upon the wind. The air around him shifted to cackling energy as he gathered the mana, shaping it with precision. Then, with a swift motion of his hands, he unleashed a powerful gale. The wind roared to life. The spiders were caught in the onslaught, their brittle legs struggling to anchor them as the gusts of wind slammed into their bodies. The force of the spell was overwhelming, sending the creatures tumbling backwards, smashing into the walls, their shrieks drowned out by the howling wind. Behind them, the other 2 hunters, Lena and Jerk, knocked their arrows, drawing their bows. Each release sent deadly arrows embedding into spider eyes and joints, making them vigorously move as the life drained from their body. The Frey, initially thrown off by Kai's sudden arrival, quickly understood that he was against the spiders and hadn't attacked any of their kind. Realizing that was a big boost to their morale, and they quickly surged forward, helping them. Kai ignored their shift of behaviors as he looked at the remaining fiends and stood alone amidst a writhing swarm of spiders, his expression calm yet focused. The sight itself was enough to bring someone's guts out because of the horror. He counted a dozen spiders, their 8-legged bodies scuttling with unnerving speed. Each spider had grown in strength, their mandibles clacking, fangs dripping with venom, and snarling, making noises to assert domination over the situation. He didn't waste a second before raising his hands to cast a firestorm sweep, a third circle spell that literally swept across the cave floor like a tsunami. They all hissed and screeched, their bodies engulfed in flames. He followed it right after with another spell. Spectral chains blazing with the fire burst from his hands, snaking through the air before coiling around the surviving fiends. With a tug, he yanked them into the blaze of his previous spell that was still firing up like a circle around them, and saw how their limbs twitched and burnt. His mana surged again, and he summoned the final blow. Drawing in a deep breath, he cast a spell for a torrent of scorching dragon fire, the heat so intense it turned the stone beneath him molten. The remaining spiders were reduced to ash in an instant. Beside him, the biggest Frey in the cavern, a towering beast with white fur, rushed forward, picking off the ones still writhing in the flames. With each swipe of the claws that extended from its legs, he ended their suffering, leaving nothing but lifeless its. Its size was enough for Kai to deduce his identity to be the Frey king, and the additional glowing red lines that went around its neck in a unique pattern akin to a necklace confirmed it. In Frey culture, more lines typically were the sign of strength, and only the strongest can lead them. He shifted his eyes from the Frey ling. Most of the spiders lay dead or were in the middle of it. A few tried to escape, skittering toward the shadows. Ronan was ready for them, his eyes narrowing as he muttered an incantation. A surge of energy radiated from him, expanding into an area of effect spell that ensnared the fleeing creatures in a web of shimmering wind, halting their escape. Gareth didn't waste a second. With a swift, lethal swing of his blade, he cut through the captured spiders. As the last spider fell, Kai let out a long sigh, surveying the cave surrounding. The floor was littered with the remains of the fiends, their bodies twisted and burnt. The stench of dead mana hung heavy in the air, a foul miasma that clung to his senses. He could feel the taint of corruption emanating from their bodies, an unsettling reminder of what they had become. Fiends, Kai muttered under his breath, his brow furrowing in thought. He had no idea how the spiders had turned into mana fiends, nor how deep the corruption went. It was a mystery that threatened to mess up his plans, forcing him to rethink his strategies and recalibrate his approach. But time was a luxury he did not have. As his thoughts raced, Kai became aware of the eyes upon him. The Freys were watching curiosity, fear, and something else he couldn't quite place reflected in their eyes. They seemed to be waiting for something, their postures tense and expectant. The Frey king stepped forward, his massive form dwarfing the others. He raised his head and let out a guttural howl, a sound that reverberated through the walls and sent a shiver down Kai's spine. The howl was meant for his kin, a call to attention. Then in broken common he addressed Kai. "Human who you," the Frey king rumbled, his voice like gravel rolling down a mountainside. "Why you help Freys?" The words were halting, the grammar fractured, but the intent was clear. Kai blinked, taken aback by the Frey king's ability to speak the common tongue. The diary from Hendrix had indicated they communicated through guttural sounds and gestures, using a rudimentary form of sign language. But this was different. It seems like in the last few decades they have learned quite a lot of things. He didn't know how, but it was a relief to know they could converse directly. This would make things much simpler. "I'm the Lord of Verald," Kai said, trying to keep his tone steady and respectful. "I came here seeking the aid of the powerful Freys against the Brood Mother's charge. That's why I helped you with the spiders, our common enemies." The Frey king's eyes narrowed, his expression unreadable. For a moment the cave was silent except for the distant crackle of burning spider remains. Then he leaned closer, his voice a low growl. "You fight against Brood Mother." "Yes," Kai confirmed, nodding confidently. "I wish to kill her and save the forest from her corruption." The Frey king considered this, his gaze intense as he studied Kai. Finally, he nodded in a slow, deliberate motion. "You honorable, but the spider gains new power. Rotten power, not easy." Kai frowned, sensing the gravity in the Frey king's words. Was he talking about dead mana? If it was so, then it would confirm his suspicions on how the spiders had turned into fiends. "What do you mean?" he asked, probing into it. The Frey king glanced around as if the shadows themselves might be listening. His voice dropped to a whisper, gravelly and foreboding. "Dangerous now. Alive yet dead. Seeks power of death to corrupt. Makes servants stronger. Scary. Spiders get stronger every time come to make us submit." Kai bit his lips. That all but confirmed it. The Frey king's sentences were broken, but they hinted towards dead mana. The Brood Mother becoming a mana fiend was a reality that was like a slap on all of his plans. The power it yielded wouldn't just affect itself, but also everyone, and although Kai wanted nothing more than to investigate more about it, he needed to get the Freys on his side first. Fortunately, they understood the threat of the Brood Mother. The power she is now will affect everyone, human and Frey alike, if it's not stopped. But for that, I need your cooperation, and I am willing to offer a gift in exchange for your help. Come together with my city, Verald, and we will end the Brood Mother for once and all." The Frey king's ears twitched, interest flickering in his eyes. "Gift," he repeated, tilting his head. "What gift you bring?" Kai gestured to the hunters to bring forward the bags they were carrying. Jerk and Lena quickly obeyed, pulling a large satchel from their back. They stepped forward, kneeling before the Frey king, and carefully unfastened the bag's leather straps. With a swift motion, they tipped the bag open, letting the contents spill out. A flow of small, glittering stones tumbled to the ground, catching the light in a dazzling display. The entire cave seemed to shimmer as if stars had fallen to earth. The Freys erupted in noise, their guttural voices rising in a chorus of awe and excitement. Their eyes widened, fixed on the sparkling pile before them. Kai couldn't help but smile at their reaction. In Hendrix's diary, the old explorer had written about the Freys' love for shiny objects, mentioning that it was the only way he had managed to get close to them in the first place. He had bartered his way into their good graces with trinkets and baubles, and now Kai was doing the same. Of course, these weren't real jewels, but rather finely crafted counterfeits, designed to mimic the brilliance of true diamonds. Still, they shone just as brightly, and that was enough to captivate the Freys. The Frey king raised a hand, a silent command for his kin to quiet down. The noise subsided almost instantly, replaced by a tense silence filled with anticipation. He looked down at the pile of diamonds, his gaze thoughtful, then nodded in approval. Shiny, very good, the Frey King grunted, a hint of satisfaction in his gravelly voice. He turned his gaze back to Kai. We be there, when brood mother attack. We fight, no like the spider either. Our duty to rid forest of such creatures. A wave of relief washed over Kai at the Frey King's words. With their cooperation, he had secured a powerful ally against the brood mother. As the Frey King gestured for his people to gather the diamonds, Kai couldn't help but feel satisfied. His mind raced, calculating the odds. With their current preparations and the men at his disposal, there was no way they could stand against such a powerful entity, not without more strength, more allies, and a better understanding of what they were truly facing. Kai inhaled deeply at that thought. Fate truly had a way of throwing a wrench into his plans. Kai's footsteps muffled due to the grass beneath him, his thoughts coming down on him like heavy rain. He felt the weight of his worries shifting between his shoulder blades, too strong and heavy to ignore. The Frey's cave expedition had gone well, at least, by any objective measure. He had secured what they needed, ensuring they got an additional ally in their battle against the beasts. Yet a gnawing unease clung to him, making it feel like no preparation would ever be enough. His expression must have betrayed him. Guerrilla team who had returned with him gave him a wide berth, whispering to each other but leaving him in silence. No one dared ask questions. Entering the castle, Kai wasted no time. His body ached for rest, but his mind demanded solitude more. As he strode down the hallway, the flickering torches lining the walls barely registered in his peripheral vision. Then he heard rushed footsteps. Lord Arzen, Killian's voice rang out. He wasn't alone. Claire shadowed him, but it was the knight who spoke. Lord Arzen, a moment. Kai paused, turning toward them and giving him a nod despite wanting nothing more than to talk about it later. A group of barbarians arrived, Ragnar and a few others. They're asking for you, want to know everything about the beast wave. Killian's words trailed off, his eyes narrowing. Kai was sure that the man noticed the way his jaw clenched in the shadows under his eyes. It wasn't like him to look this strained. Kai exhaled heavily, his voice low. Take care of it for me. If you're busy, ask Francis. Of course, but Killian hesitated, concern flickering across his face. Is everything all right? You said you were going to get beasts to fight for us, right? Kai gave a nod, almost mechanical. That part went as planned, but there's something else. His eyes darkened, the worry etched deeper than before. Call a meeting in the evening, no, in 1 hour. Everyone is important, scouts, mercenaries, guerrilla team heads, the whole lot. We have something urgent to discuss. Tell the scouts to report if they have found any signs of rot and decay in parts of the forest or the beasts. Killian straightened, sensing the gravity of his tone and the look in his eyes. Understood, and for now just give me some space. Without waiting for a response, he turned on his heel, disappearing deeper into the castle, where the growing storm in his mind raged unseen. Kai drifted through the hallway, each step a blur. He wasn't even sure when he'd reached his room, but the moment he entered, he collapsed onto the bed without hesitation. The cool fabric beneath him did little to ease the turmoil in his mind. Faces of the spiders flashed behind his eyelids, their dark mana swirling, stronger than anything he had anticipated. The stench of corrupted mana, the movements of the spiders. There had been no time to adapt, no chance to form a new plan. With the necromancer back in the Vasper forest, he had thought of it as a one-off event, but then Actra had turned into a demonic creature, and now the beast wave that was allegedly perpetrated by his brother had a mana fiend leading the charge. It couldn't just be a coincidence. He had got clues before, but he had never been able to piece it together. He could say that he never had the time to do so, and he indeed has tried, but all of it felt like excuses. If things continued like this, Kai was bound to fail again. That piece of information was suffocating, and that made him feel helpless amidst the thousands of people waiting and looking up to him as their savior. A gentle shake snapped him out of his spiraling thoughts. His eyes flew open, focusing on Claire standing by his bedside. He blinked, realizing with some embarrassment that he hadn't even noticed her coming in. Claire, his voice was rough, strained from the mental exhaustion. What are you doing here? Her eyes softened. Lord Arzen, I came because, well, it looked like something was eating away at you. As your personal maid, I couldn't just ignore it. And though this might be overstepping my bounds, she hesitated for a moment but pressed on. You can always talk to me. Kai stared at her. There was no judgment in her gaze, just quiet concern. For a brief moment, the storm inside him stilled. Kai smiled faintly at Claire's words, a small break in the storm raging within him. With a sigh, he sat up, his elbows resting on his knees as he stared at the ground. It's just he hesitated, then let the words flow. No matter how much I try, something always comes up to ruin everything. It feels like the world's stacked against me. With the beast wave, I prepared everything, made sure no stone was left unturned because I have the responsibility of everyone here. But now I'm not sure. It feels like I'm walking into a battle I can't win. He paused, clenching his fists, trying to hold back the emotions threatening to spill over. The worst part is, I can't show this to anyone. If the soldiers see me like this, it'll crush their morale. If the people see me like this, they'll lose hope, the same hope I gave them every day by leading the preparations. Claire stood in silence, absorbing his words. A silence descended between them as she looked down upon him, and finally her lips parted. I don't understand all your troubles, Lord Arzen. I follow you everywhere, but I've never felt the weight you do. I do know you've done incredible things in the past, even if it came with pressure. You've always succeeded in the things you do. My mother used to say we can't control everything in our lives, but we can grab onto what we can to make things better. Kai glanced at her, letting her continue. I've never cared for a whole city like you, but I have looked after my brothers, she said. They depend on me, and there have been many times I felt like I wasn't able to do enough for them, but I just kept moving forward. New paths always opened up, even when I didn't expect them to. It wasn't always pleasant. It wasn't like the paths gave me no new difficulties, but I had no way of turning back. I thought of it as the purpose of my life to care for my family. She shifted her weight, suddenly looking a little sheepish. I know I'm not much help in all this, but I believe in you, Lord Arzen. You're doing your best, and I'm sure a path will show itself for you too. Kai stared out the window for a long moment, her words sinking in. Maybe it wasn't the solution he was looking for, but talking to Claire, just letting his emotions out, had released some of the tension gripping his chest. He felt lighter, even if only a little. Maybe, just maybe, he didn't need to have all the answers right now. He looked back at Claire, who stood quietly waiting, her presence a calming reassurance. Your mother was wise, he said quietly. Then, after a pause, he replied, I do have a path. But it might harm me, not now but eventually, and I don't know if there's anything else that can save us. He glanced down at his hands, flexing his fingers. I've been wondering whether I should take it or not, but maybe this is the path fate has decided for me. Another sigh escaped him, the burden still pressing down. Shaking his head slightly, he pushed it aside for now. Claire, he said, looking up at her, get me some fresh clothes. I can't show up to the meeting like this. He gestured to the streaks of dried blood on his robe from the spiders he fought before. Claire's eyes briefly grazed over his clothes, taking in the stains with a silent nod. Right away, Lord Arzen. As she left the room, Kai ran a hand through his hair, feeling the tension return. He had a meeting to face, a gathering of enforcers, scouts, and mages looking to him for answers, and all he could think about was the choice he had to make. A choice that might save them from the beast wave, but was he ready to pay such a cost? He didn't know, but it was the path he chose. The room was filled with a lot of people, tension gripping everyone as they glanced at each other while waiting for the meeting to start. The Blackwood men alongside Knight Darien sat in the middle, their indifferent expressions betraying no emotion. The mages stood near the corner, quietly discussing among themselves, while Balin, the massive minotaur blacksmith, leaned against the far wall, arms crossed over his chest, his eyes alert. Orion sat straight-backed, his hands resting on the table in front of him, representing the alchemists. Francis and Killian were seated together alongside the other enforcers, while the red-haired mercenary, Kellen, representing the hired forces, fiddled with a dagger. The scouts, lean and sharp-eyed, sat at the very back. Kai entered, clean robes replacing the bloodied garments he had worn earlier. His presence instantly commanded attention as the room quietened, all eyes turning toward him. He stood at the head of the table, his gaze sweeping over those gathered. Let's start the meeting, he said, looking over everyone before stopping at the scouts. What do you have for me? Phillips, the hunter who had been one of the founding members of the scouting team, spoke up. Lord Arzen, we've scouted the beast's territories as ordered. No sign of anything unusual other than the things we have already reported. All the beasts we encountered were normal. No signs of decay or any change in them. Typical for this time of year, and the deeper areas, near the brood mother's territory. The scout shook his head. We didn't venture far enough to face the spiders. Our orders were to observe, not engage, and it's too dangerous to venture that deep even with the mages from the guerrilla team. But from what we've seen, there's no sign of corruption in the beasts we've come across. Kai absorbed this, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. So it's safe to assume not everything in the beast wave has been corrupted by dead mana. For now, it seems to be limited to the spiders, but if we don't stop the wave, it could spread to all the species. A murmur rippled through the room, some of the men exchanging uneasy glances. Dead mana, what exactly does that mean? And are you saying these beasts are turning into mana fiends? I haven't come across such creatures before. Darien asked the question while leaning forward. His eyes darted around the table, but fixated on Kai at the end. Kai took a deep breath, steadying himself before explaining further. Dead mana, he began, is exactly what it sounds like, mana that has lost its natural properties and gained a corruptive force. You can think of it as the mana used by necromancers and weavers. It's the most destructive type of mana, even stronger than elemental flames. It can increase the strength of any creature that comes into contact with it, but it also robs them of their minds. He let his words hang in the air for a moment, seeing the unease ripple through the room. Higher-level beasts, he continued, are less likely to lose themselves completely, but they still become more aggressive. Their instincts, their hunger, they all become sharper, deadlier. Clan, representing the Arkan Tower mages, shifted nervously before speaking up. So, you're saying the spiders are going to be even more powerful than they were before? Kai's expression darkened, and he gave a slow nod. I confirmed it myself. The normal spiders have already risen a grade in strength. They're far more dangerous than when I first encountered them. Normally, corrupted fiends go through physical changes, even developing new abilities or attacks, but there hasn't been enough time to study them thoroughly. For now, we can only expect them to be much stronger. A murmur spread through the room once again. Their eyes widened in alertness. Some sighed and shared their worries with the person next to them. Kai silently watched how they reacted to this piece of information. Kellen, leaning forward, narrowed his eyes and questioned, halting the whispers of the room. And how are we supposed to deal with that? If the spiders have grown that much stronger, what's the plan? We're going through with the plan as usual. There's no time to change anything now. We've already laid out our defenses, set up our response teams, and prepared for the worst. We have a sizable force, and we're ready to hold the line. But the brood mother. Farah asked, his voice filled with concern. How do we stop her? Kai's jaw tightened. I have a way, he said slowly, but the chances of it working are slim. During the meeting, Kai took the time to explain everything what he planned to do next, who needed to do what, and how it could go both ways. Some of them widened their eyes, but almost everyone stayed silent, calmly listening to his plan. No one objected to it, and it wasn't because they all believed the plan would work. There were apprehensions, as with any other plan, but Kai was the one leading the charge, and none had better ideas. In the end, Kai dismissed the group, each sent to handle their specific tasks before the beast wave could break down onto them. The next day, as expected, the scouts returned with bleak news. The beasts were on the move. They'd be at the city's doorstep by dawn the next day, and the tension inside the castle was so thick it could be cut with a rusty sword. Outside of it, the murmur of the news spread like cracks in glass, splintering in every direction. Guards stiffened, mages checked their spell structures again and again. Balin did a final check of the mana cannons, and the once steady pace of preparation now echoed with chaos and a harsh pulse of urgency. The entire time they'd been preparing, training, fortifying, but now, the final act was about to begin. It was in fact no longer just a looming threat, it would soon become a reality, hitting them right where it had hurt. Kai had seen it coming. When he'd first scouted the Phrase cave and seen the unnatural number of spiders, he knew that the beast would be starting their charge, which was also part of the reason why internally he'd been spiraling. The cave incident was the brood mother making her one final, desperate move, a full-blown effect to either annihilate the Phrase or bend them to its will, and Kai didn't let it succeed with either. He should have been on the wall already, barking orders, overseeing the defense as he planned as everyone expected, but there was something far more pressing, something he needed to do before the first claw or fang reached the territory, attempting to breach the city's defenses. The brood mother wasn't just another mana fiend. It was a grade 6 flesh of destruction. Its power was monstrous, a peak existence in the beast world. And as much as Kai prided himself on his knowledge, his battle strategies, and his prepared arsenal, there was one glaring problem: raw strength. He didn't have enough of it. Not yet. He knew he needed to fix that, fast, and there was only one way to do so. His mind flashed to an old story, when he'd heard a long time ago about a third circle mage trapped in a ruin, surrounded by hundreds of fiends with no way out. The mage had been faced with a choice: die like a rat, or take a risk so dangerous it was almost suicidal. Desperation had led him to conjure up a technique, one designed to artificially push his mana heart beyond its limits. For the next 10 minutes, he had become the strongest mage in the world, raising his powers to the 5th circle in a flash. But with that power came a price. His body couldn't withstand the strain. He burned through his mana like wildfire, and once the flames died down, so did he. It was a cautionary tale from Kai's era, one that was still murmured about in mage towers, though the technique itself had long since been studied and refined. But the lesson remained the same: power comes with a cost, and if Kai used it, there would still be a backlash. His heart drummed in his chest as he calculated the risks. The modification would allow him to temporarily include a 4th circle in his mana heart, vastly increasing his mana capacity and spell strength. But he wouldn't be able to hold it for long. The backlash would come. It was only a question of how severe. At best, he might regress, losing a circle or two. At worst, the backlash could cripple him permanently. But he had already made up his mind and was confident that the worst wouldn't come into play. Confidence surged through him, not the overblown arrogance of youth, but the tempered resolve of someone who had prepared for failure as much as for victory. He could recover from the consequences. He always had, and after weighing the risks, the decision had practically made itself, especially when there were so many lives at stake, waiting for him to save the day. The night before the beast wave, Kai spent hours in quiet preparation. The mana diagrams sketched across his desk, glowing softly under the dim lamplight, were the blueprint of what he was about to do. Normally, advancing to the 4th circle required expanding the realm within one's heart, making space for the new circle. But time wasn't a luxury he had anymore. So instead of doing it the right way, he would suppress his current circles and force the 4th circle to manifest, even if just temporarily. He wouldn't be as powerful as a true 4th circle mage, but it would give him the mana pool he needed to use spells potent enough to kill the brood mother. His fingers traced the lines of the diagram one last time when he felt he had done enough research to begin the procedure. His eyes flickered to the window, where the first rays of dawn were just beginning to peek over the horizon. Kai, who walked inside his room, inhaled deeply, rethinking each step of the process he had made through the night. Without wasting another second, Kai walked inside and sat cross-legged in the center of the room, closed his eyes, and started to calm his raging pulse. He needed his mind and body to be at peace to begin focusing on the mana circles. Therefore, slowly, he let the outer world fade away into obsidian. His mind traveled towards his body, focusing on threads of mana running inside his veins. His mana heart pulsed with power, but he knew the strength within was insufficient for the battle ahead. Suppressing his circles was like performing surgery on a beating heart, frail, perilous, and fraught with the risk of failure. The pocket space inside him was tight, a realm of its own but still bound by limits, and expanding it wasn't an option. Not now. As he concentrated, the mana within his chest swirled restlessly, a tangible pressure building as he started to compress his first circle. He could feel a faint but insistent tremor radiating from his core, a sign of resistance. The sensation was like an unseen hand squeezing his heart, each circle pressing down with increasing force. His breathing grew shallow as the internal tension escalated, the pressure building with a speed faster than he expected that the chill went down to his toes. I need to keep up on it. As he carefully suppressed the first circle, a sharp tremor coursed through his chest. His mana heart shuddered, resisting the change. He moved to the second circle, pushing it down, folding it into itself. With each step, the shaking grew worse, and he could feel the tension building, like a coiled spring on the verge of snapping. His heart felt like it was constricting, but he didn't stop. He let his mana swirl until it knew no end but to push the circle further. It hurts. Kai winced in pain but let it go, not giving it more than a fleeting glance. The third circle was the hardest. As he repressed it, the pressure in his chest surged, and his mana heart pulsed erratically, threatening to tear apart under the strain. It was a battle not just of magic, but of will. Inside him, he felt a persistent voice of doubt, like an insistent critic whispering that he should give up and walk away. The internal struggle was there, a big rock, a nagging presence trying to make him question his decision. But his will, his decision, like a stubborn guardian, refused to back down. Sweat began to form on his brow as the pocket space finally yielded, creating just enough room. Now came the real test. Kai inhaled deeply, drawing in mana from the air around him, pulling it into the freshly created void in his heart. The mana surged into him, filling the space and swirling in circles. His hands clenched into fists as he began to shape it further, molding the mana into the form of a fourth circle. It wasn't natural, his body resisted, and a sharp, stabbing pain shot through his chest. Fuck. With each pulse of mana, the pain grew, but so did the power. The fourth circle was forming, he could feel it. His body trembled, his heart threatening to give out under the pressure. But after what felt like an eternity, the fourth circle snapped into place. Power coursed through him, raw, untamed, and overwhelming. For a moment he felt invincible, like the very air around him bent to his will. But as quickly as the rush came, it left him drained. His back gave up and he collapsed to the floor, gasping for air, his body slick with sweat. The fourth circle was there, but so was the looming threat of backlash. Kai lay there, breath ragged, knowing that the real battle had yet to begin. Kai gulped down the water that he had right next to him the entire time, his throat dry and his chest still aching from the strain of forcing the fourth circle into place. Not a lot of time had passed, maybe 20 minutes since he established the temporary fourth circle. He tried to steady his breathing along with his shaky hands, but the sharp screech of a beast tore through the air outside, yanking him back to reality. His heart raced not from the strain of mana this time, but from the realization that the beast wave had arrived. He shot to his feet, his body still shaky but his mind sharp. He rushed to wear off his enchanted leather armor and put up the cloak from the Archon Tower on top of it for more protection. As the cloak swirled around him, he slid the ring imbued with a defensive spell onto his finger. Lastly, the spear that Balin had worked on, enchanted and masterfully crafted, was strapped to his back. There's no time to waste. With a swift motion, he threw open the window and leapt out, landing using featherfall before sprinting through the castle grounds toward the walls. The cold morning air stung his face, but he barely noticed it with the mana surging through his veins. As he pushed himself forward with the wind, he realized how much stronger he had gotten in just a night. As he neared the wall, he sensed the emanating tension from everyone surrounding it. Guards and mages scrambled into position, and the moment they saw him, the atmosphere shifted. "Lord Arzen, you're finally here," someone shouted, their voice tinged with relief. Kai didn't stop. He moved, weaving through the crowd of enforcers until he found Killian rushing up to him. The man's face was grim, but there was a spark of hope in his eyes now that Kai had arrived. "Glad you are here in time," Killian said, his words clipped and urgent. "You need to see this." Together, they turned to face the wall. Beyond it, in the distance, the first silhouettes of the beasts emerged from the fog. Giant, grotesque forms, both twisted and threatening, their forms barely visible in the dawn light. But they were coming, hundreds of them, their growls and screeches echoing louder with every passing second. Kai clenched his fist as saw the beasts. Then he raised his voice, clear and commanding, cutting through everyone's screams, protests, and worries. Everyone, get ready. The beasts are here. The people standing by the walls trembled with unease as a growing shadow loomed on the horizon. From the heights of the city's fortifications, the mages, enforcers, guards, mercenaries, and the other significant people who were participating in the battle watched in terror for creatures, their forms barely discernible, emerged from the distant tree line of the forest that bordered the city of Verald. The only things they saw were how the trees shook violently and blurry figures moving aimlessly toward them. Ground trembled beneath their advance, their rumbled, throaty, menacing cries filling the air as they moved like a flood toward the city's walls. The defenders stood tense, their eyes fixed on the horizon. Horns rang out from on top of the wall, their low, resonant blasts cutting through the tension. The warning spread through the city like wildfire. Every inhabitant knew what it meant. The beasts had arrived, including Kai, who stood at the forefront, eyes scanning the waves of creatures that started to spill from the hills. The men behind him whispered in hushed, anxious voices. "There's so many, Talon," one of the new enforcers Kai had found, murmured, disbelief coloring his tone. "Some of these. Never seen anything like 'em," Lyra added, her face pale. Even Killian, ever calm in the face of danger, looked uneasy. He squinted at the approaching horde before turning to Kai. "There's more than we expected," he muttered, his voice low but tense. Kai didn't blink. "It's no big deal. Defenses will be more than enough to handle most of them, except the brood mother." His words carried an air of certainty, though a subtle edge of caution lingered beneath. Killian gave a short nod, but his eyes appeared heavy with concern. "You all right? I can feel the mana rolling off you," he asked. Obviously, anyone who walked by Kai could notice the extreme mana that emanated from his body. Even if they couldn't sense mana, they would feel a distinct pressure coming from him. "I'm fine," Kai replied firmly. "Let's focus on the beasts for now." Kai's gaze shifted over the guards manning the walls, their faces drawn with tension. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward and raised his voice, loud enough to carry across the line. "Everyone," he shouted, his voice carrying over the roar of the crowd, "the beasts are finally here. But fear not. We have prepared for this moment. We are not mere men, but warriors. Trust in Verald, and we shall not fall today." A cheer erupted from the defenders, a defiant cry that echoed through the city. They all looked at him with fear in their eyes, but it all turned to confidence as Kai met their gaze with a firm determination. He pursed his lips and raised his spear soon. The crowd imitated, lifting their own weapons and cheering themselves, but it died as the snarling of the beasts grew louder. Kai's eyes focused back towards the arriving beast wave. He couldn't help but notice the changing environment. He noticed how the wind howled across the city, carrying with it the scent of rain that hadn't yet arrived, how dark clouds, regardless of the season, weighed upon them, and how even the very air they inhaled crackled with anticipation, the calm before the storm. But the storm was arriving in the distant, ceasing calmness out of existence. This calmness made the skin prickle and breath catch in the throat. He looked up once more. Even the birds had long since fled, leaving only the distant rumble of the earth due to the sheer power of the beasts. He pulled himself out of the eerie surroundings and scanned the horizon with much more sanity. "They're here." The first wave of beasts rushed from the tree line, massive, tusked creatures with thick, bristled hides. Their black, beady eyes reflected hunger. "Boar titans," someone muttered. Each one was as large as a wheel of a cart, their muscles rippling beneath their hide, and their tusks gleamed like cruel ivory weapons ready to impale anything in their path. The boars charged. Their hooves thundered across the dirt, sending up clouds of dust. But before they could even close the distance to the walls, something unexpected happened. One of the lead boars suddenly stumbled, its footing lost, and then boom. An explosion rocked the field, sending chunks of earth and flesh flying in all directions. Next boar in line suffered the same fate, the ground beneath it erupting into a deadly storm of shrapnel and gore. Their thick hides, which seemed so impenetrable, were torn apart as if made of paper. Kai smirked as the people on the walls cheered. "Siphon stones are working well," Killian remarked, his eyes gleaming as he watched another explosion rip through a pack of the beasts, turning them into nothing more than a mist of blood and meat. Kai nodded. "Yeah, not their true purpose, but they make for good mind bombs." He had come up with the idea after staring at the stock of siphon stones they had stored for the upcoming winter. These stones, normally used to channel and store mana, had a hidden quirk. When they reached a critical weight overload, they exploded violently. It didn't take much imagination for Kai to realize they could plant them just beneath the surface of the battlefield, turning the land itself into a trap. More explosions erupted across the field, the ground itself betraying the beasts. The boars that weren't vaporized outright lost their footing, stumbling, only to be torn apart by another blast a moment later. Each explosion rang out with a thunderous roar, making some people jump back at the sheer force it happened. The The cheers on the walls grew louder as the boars fell one by one, their massive bodies shredded before they could even get close. But not all the beasts were deterred. As their comrades were turned into bloody smears on the battlefield, the rest of the horde let out guttural, ear-piercing cries. They charged forward, undeterred by the carnage. Kai squinted his eyes as he saw it wasn't just boars. At least 50 devious trolls were moving along with the boar titans. And the mines, they continued to go off in a chain of destruction. Flesh and bone flew through the air with each deafening blast, but some of the beasts made it through. The remaining boars roared, their hooves tearing up the blood-soaked earth as they closed the distance. Archers stationed on the wall let loose volley after volley. The arrows weren't just any ordinary projectiles, each tip was dipped in a sickly green poison made by the alchemist's team. The arrows struck true, embedding deep into the flesh of the surviving boars. The creatures roared in agony, their movements becoming sluggish as the poison coursed through their veins. Kai nodded at the elven archer, Raven, who was at the front of the line, and looked back at the sight in front of him when she returned the nod. But as the defenders celebrated the success of their trap, Kai's sharp eyes noticed something else. Movement above, swift and deadly. Stalker hawks, he muttered under his breath, pointing toward the sky. Sure enough, the slender forms of the aerial beasts appeared, gliding through the air with a terrifying grace. Their wings barely made a sound as they cut through the sky, and behind them were ebonfangs, equally lethal, their bird forms contrasted by the predatory elegance of the stalkers. Ebonfangs looked questionably similar to ravens. The only difference was that they were big, had glowing red eyes, and their movements were similar to an eagle, the precise agility and all that. They could easily mold into the night and kill any prey in a blink. The archers reacted swiftly, adjusting their aim upward. Arrows filled the sky, streaking toward the incoming beasts. A few mages from the tower joined the assault, sending firebolts and mana-infused projectiles into the air. One by one, the stalkers and ebonfangs fell, their bodies spiraling to the ground, riddled with arrows or seared by fire. One of the ebonfangs, however, broke through the storm of arrows, its leathery wings straight to its side as it dove toward the wall. Its red eyes gleamed with malice as it opened its maw, showing its lined-up sharp, serrated teeth, and with a loud screech, it hurled a spiked stone from its talons. The projectile whistled through the air, aimed directly at the heart of where they all stood. Kai barely flinched. His gaze followed the stone as it slammed into the wall with a forceful thud, sending dust and debris cascading down. For a moment, silence hung in the air, and then the warded wall shimmered. Seals etched into the stone flickered, glowing with a blue light as the wards absorbed the impact. The stone crumbled harmlessly to the ground, leaving the wall unscathed. Wards are holding. Good, Kai said to Killian. He glanced at the defenders. The archers and mages, though shaken, quickly returned to firing at the remaining flying beasts, thinning their numbers with each passing second. But the aerial assault had rattled them, and Kai could see it in their faces. The boars may have been reduced to paste, but the real threat was still coming. The guards and mages cheered louder with every explosion and every arrow that sent the beasts tumbling. Their confidence grew with each boar that turned to paste and each flying beast that fell from the sky. But Kai stood still, his gaze never leaving the distant horizon. The beasts attacking the walls were small fry, grade 1s and 2s at most. He knew better than to celebrate early. No matter how many died, the mass of creatures lingering in the distance never seemed to dwindle enough to make a real difference. The real threat hadn't arrived yet. His fingers tightened around the spear as the ground began to tremble once more. This time, it wasn't the rhythmic rumbling of hooves of the boars. No, this was something much heavier, much more dangerous. His eyes narrowed, scanning the dark forms moving through the fog of attacks and mind bombs, and there they were, beasts pushing forward from the rear. The ground shook violently as they approached, their massive bodies shaking the very earth with each step. The first was a behemoth, a massive elephant-like creature with dark, cracked skin Shadowrun mammoths, and behind them, corrupted arachne spiders followed. The former's flesh wasn't corrupted by dead mana, but Kai could see patches of their skin marred with darkness. These were grade 3 beasts, but they were known to be at the very peak of that grade. The Shadowrun mammoth's tusks, thick and sharp like obsidian, gleamed in the darkening light as they stomped forward, each step shaking the world around them. Beside them, arachne spiders scuttled forward, their massive legs punching into the ground with terrifying speed. Their hulking forms glistened, covered in webs and toxins that dripped from their fangs. Prepare for the mammoths, Kai shouted at the top of his lungs. Hearing that, people scurried from their positions to get ready. As if on cue, the ground shook harder, and with a violent burst, the mammoths' backs erupted. Massive bone-like protrusions exploded outwards, hurling deadly missiles through the air. The spears of bone hurtled toward the walls, a terrifying barrage that moved too fast for any normal defense to counter. Several slammed into the stone, creating cracks and tremors. Some guards were knocked back by the impact, and the defensive wards wavered, struggling to hold. Kai reacted in an instant, his hands moving through the air as a powerful gust of wind shot forward. His spell connected just before the next barrage of projectiles hit, redirecting their trajectory. The bone spears flew wide, missing the walls entirely and embedding themselves into the earth below. Other wind mages quickly joined him, focusing their mana to deflect the incoming attacks. But it wasn't enough. The mammoths and spiders pushed forward, crushing through the minefield as if it were nothing. The mines exploded beneath them, but the sheer size and bulk of the beasts rendered the blasts almost useless. And then, just as they crossed the last line of defense, Kai smirked. The beast stepped directly onto hidden cans of specialized oil that had been spread across the battlefield, seemingly unnoticed. The Shadowrun mammoths and arachne spiders crashed through the ground, shattering the containers and releasing the slick liquid beneath their feet. Kai could see the sheen of the oil spreading, catching on their legs as they stampeded forward. Fire mages. Now, Kai roared. Flames erupted from the wall as the fire mages, Kai included, unleashed a barrage of blazing bolts and fireballs. The moment the fire touched the oil, it ignited, a wave of flames racing across the battlefield. The roar of the fire drowned out the cries of the beasts as the flames surged over the mammoths and spiders, setting their corrupted flesh ablaze. The inferno swallowed them, and the air was filled with the sound of their agonized screeches as they thrashed in vain to escape the flames. But not all of them burned. From the chaos emerged a new threat, Bladeclaw monkeys, a different breed of the spiked monkeys Kai fought before, agile beasts with slick, armor-like fur that made them immune to the fire. They leapt through the flames with ease, their sharp claws tearing into the ground as they closed the distance to the walls. Behind them came others, creatures like salamanders, fire giants, and inferno titans with thick armor plates or natural resistances to fire, pushing through the blaze unharmed. The strength of this wave wasn't in brute force alone, it was in their numbers and diversity. Each type of beast brought something different, a counter to the defenders' efforts. Damn it, Kai muttered under his breath. He could already see the defenses starting to crumble under the pressure. If they didn't act quickly, the beasts would break through. All units, full assault, Kai ordered, his voice carrying across the wall. He glanced at the soldiers manning the mana cannons stationed at the top of the battlements. Activate the mana cannon. With a loud thrum of power, the mana cannons, the result of weeks of effort and collaboration, roared to life. Blue arcs of mana surged through the air, glowing with raw destructive energy. The first cannon fired, its beam slicing through the battlefield like a blade of pure light. It struck a pack of charging Bladeclaw monkeys, vaporizing them instantly. The other cannons followed suit, launching bolts of mana that tore through the advancing beasts. The entire battlefield was full of chaos now. The Bladeclaw monkeys that leapt at the walls were met with a slick defensive oil, splattered over the stone by the guards. They screeched in frustration, claws scrabbling futilely as they slipped and fell back, only to be shot down by arrows or blasted by fireballs. Specific units took on their own targets, with the archers and mages focusing on the airborne beasts. Enforcers like Killian, who had mastered elemental attacks, rained down lightning, obliterating groups of creatures in devastating arcs. Kai focused on Sentinel, the golem that stood on the walls, and gave it a silent command. It turned towards the chaos and added to it by jumping down, holding an axe specifically made for it and cleaving through the beasts. The mana cannons boomed intermittently, and the alchemists' poison-tipped arrows and explosive potions found their mark in groups of tightly packed beasts. Despite their efforts, the sheer number of enemies pressing against the defenses was overwhelming. A massive troll lumbered toward the walls, its annoying figure stained with patches of blackened, corrupted flesh. It carried 2 enormous clubs, and with each swing the ground seemed to quake. The wall trembled under its repeated blows, cracks forming in the stone, the protective wards crippling under the strain. Kai glanced toward Killian, who was already looking back at him, his brow furrowed. "I got this," Killian said with a grim nod before leaping from the wall, lightning sparking at his fingertips and around his feet. He landed with a thud, sending out a pulse of lightning that crackled through the dirt, stunning nearby beasts. Without missing a beat, Killian charged toward the troll, his body a blur of movement. Lightning moved along his arms, and with a loud grunt, he slammed a bolt into the troll's chest, sending it staggering backwards. He finished it with his sword in a single second before leaping onto another troll, but for every beast that fell, 3 more took its place. The ground was a mass of fur, scales, and claws, surging toward the wall with unrelenting force. Bran, Board, and Nelson joined the fight below, taking on the larger creatures that threatened to tear through their defenses. He caught sight of Bran in the thick of it. A ring of jagged rocks clung to his back, forming an improvised shield that shifted and grew with every motion, proof of how quickly he had mastered his affinity with the earth. Kai had gotten summaries from Killian on the Enforcer's training and how they were learning to connect with their affinities, but this was beyond what he had expected. It seemed like the threat of a beast wave had pushed them harder than anything else in the world. Bran stood his ground as a mammoth barreled toward him, its tusks lowered like a battering ram. Kai felt a momentary flash of concern, but it quickly vanished as Bran made his move. The earth beneath him pulsed in response to his will, and in an instant, the rocks on his back surged outward into deadly spikes. The beast's momentum was its undoing, impaling itself with a sickening crunch as the jagged stone pierced flesh. Kai's lips curled into a faint smile. Not bad. Bran didn't stop there. The armor on its back protected him, and he launched forward like a missile, charging like a beast himself and impaling several enemies with his spiked armor. Behind Bran, Kai saw Farah joining their fight, simultaneously helping Nelson and Board to take on massive monkeys, twice their size with flames covering his arms. He didn't waste his mana on helping the enforcers, as he knew this was something they could handle easily. Yet, even as they battled valiantly, the cracks in the walls grew deeper. He stood at the top, his eyes darting across the battlefield. He had been conserving his energy, saving his most potent spells for the Brood Mother, the true menace that still hadn't shown itself. His hands, though poised with readiness, remained still his strongest spell reserved, but as the waves of beasts pressed harder, he could not stand idle. Here and there, he flicked his wrist, sending precise bolts of mana toward weakened spots in the enemy lines. Each cast was quick, almost effortless, a lance of wind to knock a charging beast off balance, a flicker of flame to ignite a patch of tar-soaked ground. The others held the line well, but with each passing moment, the mines buried in the field detonated less frequently, and the pungent oil reserves that had once been their lifeline now smoldered low. Above, the skies churned with the flurry of flying beasts, but one caught his eye: Stalker Leader. It darted through the sky with an eerie grace, its leathery wings nearly silent as they cut through the air. The creature's sleek, dark form moved with precision, eyes gleaming with predatory intent. It hovered briefly, then folded its wings, diving toward him like a living spear. Kai's muscles tensed as he tracked its descent, the wind whistling in the stalker's wake. In a flash, he extended his hand, mana surging through his veins. A sharp gust of wind coalesced around his fingers, and with a flick, he sent a cutting arc of air toward the creature. The stalker banked hard, twisting its body mid-dive, narrowly avoiding the strike. But it was too late. Kai followed up with a swift, deliberate motion, and a second blade of air sliced cleanly through one of the creature's wings. The Stalker Leader screeched, its momentum faltering as it spiraled out of control, crashing into the ground with a bone-jarring thud. Dark blood splattered across the stone, its twisted form lying still at the base of the wall. Kai exhaled slowly, his eyes scanning the sky for more. He knew better than to relax, but his breath hitched when his attention was diverted. He noticed a guard fall from the walls, a projectile from a flying beast embedded in his chest. The man hit the ground with a sickening thud, and Kai's stomach churned. Lena, one of the hunters who volunteered for the battle, her face twisted in fear, screamed as an arachne spider impaled her with one of its legs. The screams of the dying began to blend into the surroundings. Kai visibly flinched as that happened, but a deep crack ran down the wall near him, the stone splintering under the force of yet another heavy blow. The protective wards flickered again, struggling to hold as more trolls and monkeys slammed against the barrier. "We can't hold like this," he muttered to himself, heart pounding. The defensive line was buckling under the weight of the assault, and no amount of spells or mana cannon could hold back the endless wave. His mana surged, hoping to do something when he could, but just then, a wave of rotten mana touched him. Suddenly, a piercing screech cut through the air, louder and more terrifying than anything that had come before. The sound reverberated across the battlefield, sending a shiver down Kai's spine. His eyes widened as waves of mana reverberated through the battlefield, signaling the arrival of the beasts that had started it all. The Brood Mother is here.